Chapter 1. I, Zhang Lingxiu, have never cared. In the city of Luye, a recent rumor has spread through the streets and alleys. Once the pride of the first day, Zhang Lingxiu, the young clan leader of the Zhang family, has overnight lost all his cultivation and has fallen to the status of a mere mortal. In an instant, the city is abuzz with speculation, and various factions are discreetly inquiring about the truth. Yet, the Zhang family remains silent, allowing the rumors to flourish, seemingly validating their authenticity. Zhang family ancestral hall. As usual, Zhang Lingxiu strides into the hall. The family head sits in the center, his expression grim, as if lamenting the downfall of the genius who once overshadowed the entire city of Luye. The grand elder, holding a teacup in his left hand, sips leisurely, his face betraying neither sorrow nor joy, exchanging a glance with the second elder. The second elder nods slightly. Behind him stands a young man, approximately the same age as Zhang Lingxiu, who appears to be faintly excited. From the moment Zhang Lingxiu steps through the door, all eyes are fixed upon him, emotions reflected in their gazes, each distinct. Lingxiu, how have you been feeling these past few days? The family head inquires. Am well, and I have begun to cultivate once more. Zhang Lingxiu replies with a respectful gesture. Alas, the family head gently shakes his head and sighs. I truly cannot bring myself to voice it. Lingxiu began his training at 3, reached the pinnacle of body refinement by 8, and condensed his qi at 12. That same year, during the contest for the Eastern Mines, he decisively defeated the Fong family, securing the spiritual stone mines for our Zhang family. By 15, he returned to Yuan, vanquishing the formidable warriors of the Fong and Li families in the battle atop the Hengduan Mountains, establishing a legendary reputation that solidified our Zhang family as the foremost clan in Luye. He has merely become immortal temporarily with his innate talent. It will be no challenge for him to regain his cultivation. The grand elder asserts boldly. The second elder, stroking the teacup, his expression turning cold, interjects, indeed, who dares to question Lingxiu's contributions over the years? I shall personally see to their demise. Let it be known that even if he has fallen to the status of a mere mortal, our Zhang family will not permit anyone to insult him. Should anyone dare to insult you, feel free to teach them a lesson. Zhang Lingxiu smiles faintly. He has not come for the position of young clan leader. That title holds no significance for him. With it in hand, Luye is of little concern. His purpose for attending is to gauge the attitudes of the family head, grand elder, and second elder towards him, whether they would discard him once he is deemed no longer useful, or treat him with the same regard as before. At present, it appears, I believe Lingxiu is no longer suited for the role of young clan leader, as this position represents the future of our Zhang family. A senior elder rises, his face displaying righteous fervor. Even if I face punishment from the family head or the elders, I must speak my mind. I hold great respect and affection for Lingxiu, but he is now merely a mortal and truly unfit for the role. It should be reassigned otherwise. How will the other two prominent families in Luye perceive us? I believe Lingxiu, with his dedication to the family, will surely understand my reasoning. We cannot treat our Zhang family's meritocrat like this. The family head clenches the armrest of his chair, his face contorted with struggle and helplessness. The competition among the three great families is about to commence again in a few days. Lingxiu cannot participate in his current state. I cannot allow him to be ridiculed. He is a benefactor of our Zhang family. I am willing to temporarily assume the role of young clan leader until Lingxiu has regained his cultivation. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer. The young man behind the second elder nods at Zhang Lingxiu, though he cannot suppress the glimmer of joy and a hint of disdain in his eyes. You are merely an adopted son of our Zhang family. Everything you have accomplished is simply a matter of duty. In the past, your brilliance overshadowed me, but from now on, do not expect to hold the position of young clan leader. Zhang Ruotian well said, truly a commendable son of our Zhang family. The senior elder praises once more. Lingxiu, if you are unwilling, I assure you that no one will force you. The family head gazes at Zhang Lingxiu with concern. Zhang Lingxiu surveys the family head, the grand elder, the second elder, and the secretly gleeful cousin Zhang Ruotian, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. I believe this esteemed uncle is absolutely correct. I am indeed unfit to continue as young clan leader. Zhang Lingxiu responds with a calm smile. However, such matters need only be stated. There is no need for such elaborate measures. I, Zhang Lingxiu, have never cared for this position. Indeed, such a magnanimous perspective, truly the genius of our Zhang family. The second elder smiles in praise, yet internally mocks him, thinking how well he can feign. Our Zhang family's sons are united. The grand elder nods in agreement. Then it is settled from this moment forth. Zhang Ruotian shall be the young clan leader of our Zhang family. The family head declares immediately. Thank you, family head. I shall not disappoint. Zhang Ruotian exclaims joyfully, swiftly exiting while bowing to Zhang Lingxiu. Lingxiu, once you restore your cultivation, I shall promptly return the position of young clan leader to you. Rest assured, Zhang Lingxiu's brows furrow slightly. While he may not care, do they truly believe he is no longer worthy? Without it, I would not merely be at the stage of Yuan at 16, I would be at the same level as the family head, the grand elder, and the second elder at the realm of Tongxian. Moreover, there is one more thing. The family head continues. The demon sect leader Mo Qing, the Cold Mountain sect's fairy Ningxue, and the Beastmaster sect's Mingye will arrive in Luye tomorrow. Are they coming to annul their engagements? How swift indeed. Zhang Lingxiu muses thoughtfully. Beside him, Zhang Ruotian's lips curl into a cold smile. From this day forth, I am the young clan leader. My grandfather indeed stated that once you restore your cultivation, the position will be returned to you. But what if you die before that? Moreover, with the 3 women arriving to annul their engagements tomorrow, you will surely lose face, and the Zhang family's reputation will be tarnished by you. I wonder who will still support you then? At this moment, even if you were to perish, no one would care. Family head, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave, Zhang Lingxiu inquires. None. The family head shakes his head. Farewell. Zhang Lingxiu bows and strides away. It will take him at least 10 years to cultivate again, the grand elder remarks. Most importantly, who knows if he harbors any ulterior motives? The second elder murmurs. After all, he is an adopted son, the family head replies coolly. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Turtle Shell. Zhang Lingxiu hastens back to his quarters and locks the door. He rolls up his sleeves, revealing an ancient turtle shell on his right arm. The shell's patterns are archaic, imbued with mystery. He inserts his hand through the tail of the shell and pulls it out from the head, wearing it upon his arm. When will you awaken? It's been 10 years. Every day while I cultivate, I have been channeling my spiritual energy to you. Otherwise, with my talent, I would have long since reached the realm of Tongxian like the family head and the others. Yet you still deceiving me into believing that I must offer all my cultivation power for you to awaken. I have given you everything. This is the final day. Don't pretend to be lifeless any longer, or I shall shatter you. Zhang Lingxiu declares with resentment. For he did not become immortal without reason. All his cultivation was sacrificed to this turtle shell. Kid, what are you shouting about? You have no idea of the powers of Turtle Grandpa. Do you wish to remain invincible in the future? A mysterious voice emanates from the shell. You have deceived me with the word invincible for 10 years. How many decades are there in a lifetime? Zhang Lingxiu grits his teeth. Xiu'er, watch closely and do not be astonished. After the utterance from the turtle shell, a wave of ethereal mist begins to envelop the entire room, rendering it hazy. This mist resembles the aurora, yet is far more breathtaking, shifting between green, azure, and vibrant hues, akin to a primordial chaos, embodying an unparalleled beauty before the heavens and earth were formed. It appears as though the great pathways of the universe are intertwined, readily accessible. Zhang Lingxiu cannot help but clench his fists. Will his decade of effort finally yield rewards? Such a spectacle is overwhelmingly astonishing. Then, all the ethereal mist and fleeting lights are drawn back. Zhang Lingxiu clenches his fists, spreads his arms. Come on, let the storm rage even more violently. Let me break through in a wild frenzy. In an instant, the brilliance retracts, and the room returns to tranquility. Zhang Lingxiu slowly opens his eyes. Assessing himself still a mere mortal, his face turns pale. However, when his gaze shifts toward the turtle shell, he is utterly astonished. On the previously ancient turtle shell, a city has appeared with rivers and mountains surrounding it. Though the city is minuscule on the small shell, Zhang Lingxiu recognizes it immediately. It is indeedly a city, identical to the real one. He gazes intently at the Zhang family and then at his own quarters, watching as the miniature Li city seems to magnify within his pupils, revealing a little figure inside his own room, staring blankly at the turtle shell on his arm. What is happening here? This is the beginning of your invincible journey. The city on the back of Turtle Grandpa, along with everything around it, is identical to reality. If you toss a small stone onto this shell city, a massive boulder will descend upon real Luya City. If you sneeze at this shell city, a torrential rain will fall upon Luya City. If you lift a mountain outside the city with your finger and hurl it away, the towering mountains outside the real Luya City will materialize and vanish. If you wish to kill someone, simply act upon this small shell city, and it will directly affect the real world. Of course, this is merely the beginning in the future. You can even condense countless cities and territories upon the turtle shell, freely controlling everything. In short, you may do as you wish. You are the sovereign here. Is that so? What if there are cultivators with 1 or 2 realms higher than mine? Zhang Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback. He understood that within the Xianling continent, cultivators could soar through the skies and traverse the earth, wielding incredible powers and possessing numerous magical artifacts. Yet this tortoise shell seemed excessively extraordinary. Even 2 realms higher won't matter, though you may not be able to kill them at 3 realms higher. Neither will they find it easy to eliminate you. That's just how formidable it is. The tortoise elder spoke with an air of unrestrained arrogance. Impressive. Zhang Lingxiu's fists clenched in excitement. Of course, there is a slight limitation. Currently, within the world of the tortoise shell, you can only control a single point, which, when projected into the real world, is centered around yourself, extending 1 zhang in every direction. Within that radius, you can achieve all that I have described. The tortoise elder coughed awkwardly. What? Zhang Lingxiu's heart sank in disappointment. Are you saying that beyond 1 zhang from me, I can exert no control? My invincibility is limited to a 1 zhang radius centered on myself? Within that range, I can summon winds and rains, but beyond it, am reduced to a mere novice? A true man only within 1 zhang. Ahem, it's not entirely so. Beyond 1 zhang, if you wish to summon rain or snow, that is still possible, albeit of little practical use, yet at least it is romantic. The tortoise elder coughed again. You. Zhang Lingxiu nearly exploded with indignation. In addition to increasing your cultivation, there is another path. Magical artifacts, spiritual herbs, any resources imbued with spiritual energy can be offered to refine the tortoise shell, thereby swiftly expanding your area of control. The tortoise elder hastily explained. What resources could a newly crippled young clan leader like me possibly possess? Zhang Lingxiu replied, incredulous. True enough. Very well. I shall assist you and enable you to condense your energy overnight. The tortoise elder said, slightly embarrassed. Zhang Lingxiu felt the mysterious tortoise shell on his arm, gradually emanating pure spiritual energy, far more refined than what he could absorb and refine himself. A night passed in silence. The following day, when Zhang Lingxiu opened his eyes, he had already become an initial stage condensation realm cultivator. The realms of body refinement, energy condensation, and returning to the source, as well as the profound realm, are each categorized into 4 substages: initial, mid, late, and peak. My area of control has expanded to 2 zhang. Does advancing a realm only increase it by 1 zhang? Zhang Lingxiu inquired. Having distinctly felt that, empowered by the mysterious tortoise shell, he could seemingly accomplish anything within a 2 zhang radius, possessing a sense of dominion over the very heavens. Yet, beyond that, he remained a mere novice in the condensation realm. About that, the tortoise elder replied. All right, while 2 zhang isn't an enormous improvement, it is certainly better than 1 zhang. Zhang Lingxiu clasped his hands behind his back, the tortoise shell adorning his arm, and stepped outside. Lingxiu, it seems you are aware that the 3 celestial maidens have arrived early. An elder from the Zhang family approached. The clan leader is currently hosting them you must come with me to the main hall. Let us go. Zhang Lingxiu nodded calmly. The elder cast a concerned glance at Zhang Lingxiu, saying, Lingxiu, you must endure even if the engagement is annulled. It matters not. You will rise again, and there is no need to provoke them at this moment. Thank you for your concern. Uncle, I understand. Zhang Lingxiu replied with a serene smile, appearing completely unfazed. Were it not for the fear of implicating the Zhang family, who would care about your predicament? The elder expressed feigned sympathy while harboring disdain within. Outside the main hall of the Zhang family, a lively atmosphere prevailed. All the younger members and clansmen of the Zhang family had gathered, eager to behold the stunning countenances of the three celestial maidens. It was said that the three possessed distinctly different temperaments, yet shared an unparalleled beauty, all being renowned figures from powerful factions. Here he comes. Zhang Lingxiu has arrived. He is about to face humiliation, being publicly rejected by the three maidens. The Zhang family is bound to be disgraced. There's no remedy after falling from a genius to a commoner. By the time he reestablishes himself, those three celestial maidens will likely have ascended to realms unknown. Indeed, from this moment on, they inhabit entirely different worlds. Step aside, what are you all doing here? A middle-aged uncle barked, leading Zhang Lingxiu inside. Within the main hall, prominent figures of the Zhang family gathered to extend their respects. The Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Zhang Ruotian, who had just been appointed as the young clan leader, were all present. He gazed at the three extraordinarily beautiful maidens, utterly awestruck, even daring to approach them with greetings. Yet they did not spare him a glance, let alone acknowledge him. Zhang Lingxiu entered with an air of indifference, his expression unperturbed. Chapter 3. I will not withdraw from the engagement. Zhang Lingxiu entered the main hall, his gaze sweeping across the room. Three pairs of eyes instantly fell upon him. Closest to him was a celestial maiden clad in white, her long robe adorned with snowflake patterns. Her complexion was fair and her demeanor aloof, exuding an aura of chill, a result of both her nature and the teachings of the cold mountain sect. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and as she stood there with an air of tranquility, she resembled a fairy from a painting. Fairy Ningxiu, you are even more beautiful than before. Zhang Lingxiu recalled the first time he had encountered her at the tender age of 12. She had grown increasingly stunning since then. A faint smile played on Fairy Ningxiu's lips, though it was difficult to discern whether it was a smile or something else entirely. To the side, a figure rode atop a formidable beast with fangs and wings. A young azure-faced evil tiger, a creature of immense power, still in its juvenile stage that if it were to mature, it could easily lay waste to the entire Fallen Leaf City. The rider was a woman with a healthy complexion, dressed simply in animal skins, her bare limbs revealing faint outlines of muscle, embodying a wild and untamed beauty. Miss Minya, once you're done with your affairs, you must come back for another wrestling match. Absolutely. Minya grinned, her right arm draped casually over her leg, seemingly intrigued. Lastly, there stood a woman clad in a black and red robe, her face adorned with dark eye makeup. As the gentle breeze swayed her attire, her fair thighs peeked out from the high slit of her robe, her voluptuous and elongated legs captivating all who beheld her. Upon noticing Zhang Lingxiu's gaze, she placed her finger on her crimson lips, bestowing a soft kiss before pointing at him, an act brimming with seduction that Mo Qing. You are even more alluring than before. At this statement, the entire Zhang family was taken aback. What time is it? Given your status, how dare you flirt with three celestial beings of such high talent, status, and standing? Do you think you are still the same as before? The head of the Zhang family broke into a cold sweat. Should any of these three become enraged, the Zhang family would be doomed. After all, each of these three had a formidable protector behind them, whose strength even he, at the Transcendence realm, could not comprehend. The Great Elder and Second Elder both trembled in fear, while Zhang Ruotian's heart raced violently. However, as he regained his composure, jealousy washed over him. Why? Why did these three celestial beings still respond to you? A mere waste? Yet I, Zhang Ruotian, and the young clan leader, and they had just ignored me. As this thought crossed his mind, a malicious glint flickered in his eyes, and he stepped forward with a stern expression. Cousin Lingxiu, you are being excessively presumptuous. Apologize to the three celestial beings at once. Do you comprehend their status? You must agree to the annulment when the time comes. Do not overestimate your own worth. Understand? I was conversing with my 3 wives. What right do you have to interrupt? Zhang Lingxiu replied nonchalantly. Zhang Ruotian appeared utterly shocked, then rage surged within him. You must recognize your place. You are but a mortal now. And if you anger the 3 celestial beings, our Zhang family will be finished. Celestial beings, I apologize. I will certainly discipline him. Dog of a flatterer. Zhang Lingxiu scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. What did you say? Zhang Ruotian's face turned crimson with a mix of humiliation and fury, and he bellowed, I said you, a mere mortal, are being polite. You are a waste if your actions bring calamity upon the Zhang family. 100 of you would be worth less than a single breath. Slap. Zhang Lingxiu delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Ruotian's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Everyone in the Zhang family was bewildered. How dare he? Fairy Ningxiu's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and her lips curled into a smile. Delightful, a true man, Mingye exclaimed, her fist striking the head of the azure-faced evil tiger beside her. The beast looked up in grievance, staring at Zhang Ruotian, as if to say, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been slapped by my master. How violent, I love it. Mo Qing's red lips moved slightly, seemingly lost in thought as she cast a dreamy glance at Zhang Lingxiu. This expression nearly caused the Zhang family to lose their composure. It was simply too enchanting. You waste dare to strike me? Zhang Ruotian's spiritual energy surged, his face filled with murderous intent. Zhang Lingxiu suddenly clasped his hands together towards the second elder. If it weren't for the second elder's words yesterday, stating that if anyone dared to insult me, calling me a waste, I should immediately retaliate, I would not have dared. Upon hearing this, the second elder's brow darkened. His beloved grandson had been struck, and he could only muster a forced smile. Indeed, my words naturally hold weight. Ruotian deserved it, grandfather. Zhang Ruotian turned, a look of grievance etched on his face. Slap. Zhang Lingxiu leaped up, delivering another slap to the back of Zhang Ruotian's head, sending him crashing to the ground, his teeth clattering. The second elder said you deserved it. I'm a person who always listens well. Zhang Lingxiu declared with righteous fervor. Allow me to continue. With that, Zhang Lingxiu sprang into action again. How dare you? Zhang Ruotian roared, launching a powerful strike fueled by his peak chi-gathering realm strength, causing a tempest to swirl through the hall. Enough! The second elder shouted furiously. He had just stated no one was to act against him, and if his grandson were to strike Zhang Lingxiu now, it would be a slap in the face to himself. He could only intervene, casting a glance at Zhang Lingxiu that betrayed an unnoticeable glint of murderous intent. Silence. All of you. What manner of behavior is this? Do you wish to further disgrace our Zhang family? The family head bellowed, his forehead veins bulging. Seeing the family head's anger, Zhang Ruotian dared not act brashly, his eyes filled with malice as he retreated to the side. Just wait, Zhang Lingxiu. I will surely kill you. All of this transpired under Zhang Lingxiu's watchful gaze, that I understand the purpose of your visit. Our Zhang family consents. No need to consult Lingxiu's opinion. The family head waved his hand dismissively. Oh, the old man is quite astute. He has discerned our intentions even before we spoke. The elderly woman behind Fairy Ningxiu smiled slightly. What else could it be but an annulment? Our Zhang family requires nothing. We agree. The family head clenched his fists beneath his sleeves, knowing this was a humiliating concession. Yet what choice did he have? Family head. Fairy Ningxiu spoke, her tone calm yet resolute. I have come here solely to convey 4 words. I will not withdraw from the engagement. How coincidental, for I too shall say. I will not withdraw from the engagement, Mingye chimed in with a smile. What a coincidence. Mo Qing swayed her waist gently. I will not withdraw from the engagement. What? Impossible. This was the immediate reaction of everyone present, including Zhang Lingxiu, who shared the same incredulous thought. These 3 extraordinary fairies, endowed with astonishing talents and formidable backgrounds, had journeyed from afar solely to utter these 4 words. I will not withdraw from the engagement. Chapter 4. Women are all deceivers. The Zhang family head blinked, seemingly unable to comprehend. The great elder, second elder, and others turned to the 3 celestial beings. You cannot be mistaken, can you? Zhang Ruotian's expression darkened further. Why? He is a waste. How can it be that these 3 celestial beings still favor him? A hint of surprise and confusion crossed Zhang Lingxiu's face as he regarded the 3 women. Although I am handsome, charming, and extraordinary, the fated child, I have lost many flaws along with these many advantages. Why do you not withdraw from the engagement? Because you are handsome, Fairy Ningxue replied with a faint smile. Because you are impressive, Mingye added. Zhang Lingxiu's gaze then fell upon Mo Qing. Because you drink and can add a cover to the wine, Mo Qing teased, lightly biting her red lips. Zhang Lingxiu's expression darkened. What sort of reasoning was this? After 4 years apart, now that we meet again, I find I increasingly like you. Why don't we cook some rice together first, so you have no chance to escape? Mo Qing approached him with a flirtatious demeanor, her voluptuous form nearly pressed against Zhang Lingxiu. You like me that much? Then kill him for me first. Otherwise, he will only trouble me. Although I am not afraid. It is bothersome. Zhang Lingxiu casually gestured toward Zhang Ru. Mo Qing's smile faltered momentarily, as she regarded Zhang Lingxiu thoughtfully. However, he merely smiled back at her, seemingly pleased with her appearance and figure. Did he realize that her proximity was merely a test of whether he had truly lost his power? Yet, he was but a waste. What did it matter if he were killed? A dark mist suddenly coalesced into an iron chain, binding Zhang Ruotian and dragging him before Zhang Lingxiu. Stop! The second elder's expression changed dramatically as he shouted. Crack! Mo Qing's hand had already clutched Zhang Ruotian's neck, snapping it with ease. Is it permissible to kill him now? Can we proceed to the bridal chamber? Mo Qing asked with a smile, showing no regard for the corpse beneath her feet. I am a fair man. I cannot have one wife without the others. You must ask them if they are willing. Zhang Lingxiu remained unfazed by the lifeless body. Humph. Those two are traditional. They will surely want to cultivate feelings with you first. Ultimately, it is all about sharing the bed. Why not indulge sooner? After all, pleasure is best savored early. Mo Qing pouted in dissatisfaction. Zhang Lingxiu. The second elder's eyes turned blood red as he glared at Zhang Lingxiu, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. This was his most cherished grandson, and just after he had become the young clan leader. Does the second elder have something to say? If so, speak with my wife. Zhang Lingxiu blinked twice and remarked. The second elder gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. It matters not. If heaven humiliates you, you ought to be slain. Subsequently, he retreated in silence. Yet it was evident to all that this matter would not be settled easily. The second elder possesses a keen understanding of the situation. Zhang Lingxiu hastily clasped his hands together and inquired, Shall I also eliminate that old man for you? Mo Qing smiled and responded. Upon hearing this, the second elder trembled violently, for he knew the other possessed the strength to do so. I, Zhang Lingxiu, shall never be a coward, he declared proudly, though inwardly he chuckled. Are you still testing me? If I acquiesce, it would imply I am indeed a worthless being, afraid of the second elder's retribution. Conversely, if I show no fear, it signifies my confidence that a true man indeed. Meng Yi remarked appreciatively. The 3 beloved wives must be weary from their long journey. Please, rest in the guest chambers and have something to eat, Zhang Lingxiu said with a smile. All right. The others nodded and then departed. Zhang Lingxiu also walked away with his hands clasped behind his back, gently caressing the turtle shell as he surveyed everything in Falling Leaf City. Yet, only the 3 individuals emitted a faint white glow. These 3 were the protectors of his wives, their powers undoubtedly surpassing the realm of Tongxian, a level he could not contend with at present. The 3 fairies returned to their respective chambers. Ningxue, what is your impression of him? The old woman inquired. He is even more handsome than 4 years ago. Fairy Ningxue replied. I meant his character, the old woman retorted. Exasperated, he is either a fool or possesses great confidence. I refuse to believe he is a fool. Even 4 years ago, I recognized his exceptional talent, surpassing my own. Even if he becomes a mere mortal, he shall surely rise again, Fairy Ningxue stated. Meanwhile, Mo Qing was posed the same question, her red lips slightly parted. He is quite intriguing. He urges me to kill Zhang Ruotian, but forbids me from slaying the Grand Elder, indicating he truly fears complications, yet remains unafraid of the second elder of Tongxian. But as a mere mortal, what confidence does he have to defy the Grand Elder? He must also be aware that once we 3 depart, the second elder will undoubtedly seek his life. The protectors of Meng Yi were also engaged in discussion within the guest chamber. Do you believe he is merely putting on a facade? Or does he genuinely possess confidence? Meng Yi pondered, narrowing her eyes as she pinched the ear of the azure-faced evil tiger. He does not appear to be feigning. He seems more self-assured than 4 years ago. Back then, the three of us combined could not best him. He crushed our pride effortlessly that if such a prodigy were truly to become immortal, he would not maintain this mindset. Let us depart tomorrow. After we leave, the second elder will deal with him, and we shall soon know the truth. The protector remarked. The following day, Zhang Lingxiu stood outside Falling Leaf City, contemplating, "Women are all deceivers, professing their love for me. Yet after just 1 day they intend to depart. Be good, we must return to our training, and you should hasten your cultivation to catch up with us," Mo Qing said, gently stroking Zhang Lingxiu's face. "Take good care of your appearance," Fairy Ning Shui remarked coolly, turning to leave. "As you are but a mortal now, we cannot afford to falter. We shall return another time." Meng Yi waved her hand. The group of 6 gradually receded, while the Zhang family returned to their abode. It is time to take action. The second elder's gaze burned with a murderous intent akin to a tempest. Yet, the 3 grand elders harbored slight concerns. Those 3 are exceptionally astute. They are undoubtedly aware of what Zhang Lingxiu will face once they depart. Why then did they choose to leave without uttering a word? It is because they, too, wish to utilize our hands to ascertain whether Zhang Lingxiu is indeed a mere mortal. If he truly is, upon his demise, they will undoubtedly depart without the need for a formal annulment of the engagement. For he would be dead regardless. The head of the Zhang family spoke calmly. "Indeed, and I personally investigated Zhang Lingxiu 2 days ago. He is undoubtedly immortal." The second elder's tone was exceedingly harsh, signifying that he would kill him without hesitation. "He dares to use others to slay my beloved grandson. I shall ensure he suffers immensely before his demise." The second elder gritted his teeth. "This boy possesses a tenacious spirit and is quite ruthless. He has discerned our machinations to strip him of his position as the young clan leader. He must harbor some resentment. Kill him," the second elder declared with determination. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhang Lingxiu gazed at the turtle shell point 20 miles outside Falling Leaf City. 6 figures loomed. Upon closer inspection, 3 of them shimmered with a faint white light. Indeed, the 3 fairies and their protectors. As expected. Women are all deceivers. They profess their love, yet hide here, observing my every move, gauging how I will confront the second elder. They wish to discern whether I am truly immortal or merely pretending. Truly, in this brutal world, there is no such thing as genuine love at first sight. All that matters is strength. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhang Lingxiu's eyes, but he quickly donned a carefree smile. I must reveal a modicum of strength. Otherwise, within familial dynamics, I may find myself at a disadvantage, perhaps even subjected to their whims that I, Zhang Lingxiu, must surely be the one on top. Second elder, you must be itching to come. Chapter 5. The invincible power of the turtle shell. Zhang Lingxiu gazed at the emperor turtle shell within his sleeve, eager to ascertain the second elder's arrival. Indeed, within the Zhang family courtyard, a figure surged through the air. It was none other than the second elder. As Zhang Lingxiu observed closely, he could even discern the expression on the second elder's face with clarity. At that moment, the second elder wore a visage of terrifying murderous intent, veins bulging, his body trembling with fury. Zhang Lingxiu, how dare you enlist the help of others to slay my beloved grandson? Ruotian, I shall ensure you endure relentless torment, reducing you to ashes. In an instant, his figure appeared outside the chamber. Through the window, one could see the silhouette within, and knowing he could not escape, he chose not to flee. Second elder, please come in. A calm voice suddenly resounded, causing the second elder to tremble violently. Shock etched across his face, but he was a powerful figure of the Guiyuan realm, while Zhang Lingxiu was merely a mortal. Even if he were to cultivate anew to reach the refining body realm, there remained a significant gap to the Qi gathering realm. How, then, had he detected his presence? Such a disparity of 2 major realms. Yet he had personally verified 2 days prior that Zhang Lingxiu's cultivation had indeed dissipated. Thus he pushed the door open and entered. Zhang Lingxiu wore a tranquil expression, even sporting a faint smile. As he prepared tea with great finesse, his tea-making skills remarkably adept. You truly have a flair for theatrics. The second elder sneered coldly, no longer concealing his murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Lingxiu. Ruotian is my most cherished grandson. I had high hopes for him as the future heir of the Zhang family. Yet you have slain him. You have slain him. The second elder clenched his fists tightly, and had it not been for his desire to make Zhang Lingxiu suffer, he would have silenced him without a word. Suddenly, the aroma of tea wafted through the air as Zhang Lingxiu offered a cup. Second elder, do taste my specially brewed new tea, aptly named the loss of a son. Zhang Lingxiu smiled slightly. What did you say? The second elder, already on the brink of losing control, erupted in fury, launching himself at Zhang Lingxiu with a palm aimed at his neck. His hand morphed into a claw, stirring a tempest that shattered the tea table into splinters. Zhang Lingxiu's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the teacup. After all, he was merely at the second step of his training, the Qi-gathering realm, still a significant distance from the Guiyuan realm. The mysterious power of the Emperor Turtle Shell was being invoked for the first time, and he felt uncertain. His initial intent in brewing tea had been to prevent the second elder from attacking from afar. Only when he was close enough did he utter words to provoke him, aiming to draw him nearer. As the second elder charged forward, closing the distance, Zhang Lingxiu felt a strange sensation that moment. The second elder's movements appeared exceedingly slow. He could easily slap him twice and brew another cup of tea before the elder could reach him. Seemed he could accomplish anything. The mysterious power of the Emperor Turtle Shell emanated from the shell, its small point reflecting reality within a span of 2 zhang. Within that distance, he was invincible. With a mere utterance, explode. Zhang Lingxiu raised the teacup, and the second elder's body disintegrated in an instant. Blood rained down, and a storm of carnage enveloped the chamber. As the gale subsided, Zhang Lingxiu regained his composure, his expression tinged with exhilaration. Strong, so strong. Did you see that? This is what the old turtle meant by invincibility. The proud voice of the Emperor Turtle Shell echoed in his mind. Zhang Lingxiu's gaze shifted back to the shell. Many miles away, outside the city, the protector of Fairy Ning Shue's expression changed dramatically. The second elder of the Zhang family is dead. What is happening? What is the situation? Fairy Ning Shui, Meng Yi, and Mo Qing were all taken aback. The aura left on the second elder has vanished, indicating he has perished, the protector said solemnly. Was it his doing? Fairy Ning Shui furrowed her brows. It certainly was not him. Even if his cultivation remained intact, he could not have slain a Tongxian realm expert. Meng Yi shook her head. Other members of the Zhang family would be even less capable of killing the second elder. Mo Qing's lips parted in confusion. Zhang Lingxiu indeed harbors secrets, Fairy Ning Shui murmured. Regardless, we must keep a close watch on his developments, that if he truly possesses secrets, he will undoubtedly cultivate back to his former strength swiftly. Mo Qing's lips curled into a smile as he said, You may leave first, that if he can recover within a few years and catch up with you, then this engagement can continue. However, if he merely harbors some small secrets and his cultivation cannot keep pace with yours, he would do well to possess some self-awareness. Minya, the protector of the dream, smiled faintly. Subsequently, the 3 women departed in 3 different directions. Within the Zhang family residence, Zhang Lingxiu observed the exchange with a cold expression. In this world, only strength matters. What engagement is merely a worthless piece of paper. Fortunately, I now possess the divine tortoise shell. This shell is indeed miraculous. Although I can only control a small area, I can see and hear everyone and everything within its range, as if I were spying. If one day my coverage extends to a city, a mere thought could determine the fates of countless cultivators. Even from the comfort of my home, I could make a cultivator thousands of miles away suddenly vanish. This is far superior to any sword immortal, who needs flying swords. Suddenly, a murderous intent flickered across Zhang Lingxiu's face. He had seen through the divine tortoise shell that there were elders of the Zhang family lurking outside his residence. With the second elder deceased, the family head and the grand elder would likely be more cautious. If I am to avenge the second elder, I must overturn the Zhang family. It is not that I have wronged the Zhang family. Rather, they have wronged me first. What is that flickering light? As Zhang Lingxiu spoke, confusion crossed his face. Through the tortoise shell, he noticed a flickering light several dozen miles from the city. It was not a cultivator. This is another marvelous function of the tortoise shell, sensing transformations. Although I can currently only control 2 zhang, As long as there is any transformation within the area revealed by the tortoise shell, it will alert me. This is but one of the minor uses of the tortoise shell. There are many more to come. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Zhang Lingxiu, currently at the qi condensation stage, urgently needed cultivation resources and swiftly exited his residence, not long after he departed. The Zhang family cultivators hidden nearby rushed forward. Upon seeing the empty residence and the broken tea table, their expressions changed dramatically, and they hurried to report to the family head and the grand elder. Chapter 6. The Temple of Evil Spirits. Shortly after the departure of the three women, Zhang Lingxiu arrived at the mountain range indicated by the tortoise shell, gazing at the familiar Hengduan Mountains. He sighed inwardly, recalling the fierce competition he once had here with the other two major families of Lia City. Following the tortoise shell's map, he soon reached his destination. Before him lay a lush expanse. Opening up to a clearing, Zhang Lingxiu's gaze swept across the surroundings, noting only some vines, grass, and towering trees on the mountains. Where was the transformation? The tortoise shell indicated it was right here. Suddenly, he halted, astonished. When did this appear? Ahead of him stood a dilapidated temple, seemingly materializing out of thin air. The temple appeared somewhat worn and decayed. The red bricks were even showing signs of fading. And the roof bore a hole, sagging slightly, while the plaque hung askew, as if it might fall at any moment. The plaque bore 3 characters: Temple of Evil Spirits. This name is rather peculiar. No temple would ever bear such a name. Zhang Lingxiu mused as he glanced at the tortoise shell hidden within his sleeve. Within 2 zhang, I can easily vanquish anyone below the transcendent stage. Beyond 2 zhang. Even if I cannot defeat them, they cannot harm me. That self-preservation is certainly not an issue. That is my confidence. With this thought, he confidently stepped inside, taking in everything within the Temple of Evil Spirits. Inside, white curtains hung like shrouds, swaying gently from the beams above. In each cardinal direction stood 4 ancient and worn bodhisattva statues, their original colors faded to gray and covered in dust, with the eastern statue even lacking a head. On the surrounding altars lay many pale candles, reduced to mere stubs. Why do they resemble human teeth rather than those of beasts? Zhang Lingxiu approached for a closer inspection. Did I ask this what bit them? A voice suddenly echoed, causing Zhang Lingxiu's hair to stand on end, but he swiftly turned to see an elderly hag, disheveled and grimy, approaching the entrance, leaning on a cane and trembling as she walked. Then she suddenly looked up, revealing a face devoid of skin, half resembling a rat, and grinned to show her snow-white teeth. Who are you? Zhang Lingxiu demanded. The gatekeeper. The old woman coughed a few times. You a mere brat. Have stumbled into the Temple of Evil Spirits. What incredible luck you have. Zhang Lingxiu's brow furrowed. From her words, he deduced that this temple was not easily found by ordinary people. However, it mattered little. Die! The old woman raised her hand, and a terrifying gust of wind surged forth, filling the temple with an overwhelming malevolence. Transcendent stage. Zhang Lingxiu sensed the force and immediately assessed the old woman's strength. A mere gatekeeper possesses such power. What is this Temple of Evil Spirits, and why had he never heard of it before? He stood his ground, watching the fierce wind approach, not only refusing to evade, but also standing with his hands clasped behind his back. A smile gracing his face as the dreadful wind reached him, it suddenly vanished. The old woman's terrifying visage revealed shock. She struck out again, waving her hand, sending dozens of the white candles from the altar hurtling toward Zhang Lingxiu. Each candle emitted a piercing, tearing sound as it sliced through the air, the force exponentially stronger than before. Useless. Zhang Lingxiu maintained his calm demeanor, hands still behind his back, without even a ripple of energy radiating from him. The fearsome assault, just like before, vanished without a trace. This time, the old woman's expression turned grave. She stared in horror at Zhang Lingxiu, realizing that she had unleashed her full strength, yet he had not even released a breath in defense against her attack. Could it be that you are a master of the spiritual pulse realm beyond transcendence? Zhang Lingxiu maintained an air of indifference, a serene smile on his face, exuding an unshakable composure. However, unbeknownst to anyone, his hands clasped behind his back were subtly manipulating the power of the tortoise shell, fearing another assault from the old woman. After all, without the tortoise shell's power, he could not withstand even a single blow from her at his current qi condensation stage. Hand over your storage bag, Zhang Lingxiu commanded. The old woman hesitated for a moment before tossing the storage bag over. Zhang Lingxiu glanced at it, his brows furrowing slightly. It was indeed lacking, but he feigned calm, even displaying a hint of disdain. That I have seized countless storage bags. Yours is the most inferior. What exactly is this temple of evil spirits? The temple of evil spirits exists between the tangible and the ethereal. Even a spiritual pulse realm expert cannot perceive it if they are unaware of its location. That I ask for you, my lord. The old woman was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Lingxiu. Presumptuous, in your eyes. Am I merely a spiritual pulse? My lord, please do not be angry. The old woman trembled, bowing deeply, her eyes wide with fear. Could it be that you are even more terrifying than those of the spiritual pulse realm? Observing the old woman's posture, bent low, trembling and afraid to look up, Zhang Lingxiu felt a thrill of excitement. To frighten a transcendent stage expert to such a degree is indeed exhilarating. Simply tell me what the Temple of Evil Spirits is, and how long you have been here. That I have been here for 16 springs and autumns, and I am responsible for guarding this Temple of Evil Spirits. I follow orders from above, and truly do not know what the Temple of Evil Spirits is for. I only know that there are many such temples in the northern Xian region. It is a very mysterious and terrifying organization that seems to be plotting something. However, there will be a gathering in half a year. This is the token for the gathering, the old woman said, producing a token with a fearful and pleading expression. Upon examining the token, Zhang Lingxiu noted the words evil spirits inscribed upon it, emanating a chilling aura. The material of the token was not particularly precious, but the aura was extraordinary. It seemed to be the essence of the matter. What about the location and specific time of the gathering? I do not know that yet the time approaches. The token will reveal it to you, the old woman hurriedly responded. Very well, considering your compliance, I shall let this slide. After all, dealing with you is beneath my dignity. Zhang Lingxiu grasped the storage bag, hands behind his back, and walked toward the exit. Just as he stepped out of the Temple of Evil Spirits, it instantly vanished behind him. Even Zhang Lingxiu could only see emptiness where it had once stood, and reaching out yielded nothing but air. This is indeed quite peculiar, but it matters not to me. There are plenty of treasures within this storage bag. A smile crept across Zhang Lingxiu's face. Hand over the storage bag. What was that temple, and why did it disappear as soon as you exited? At that moment, a series of explosive shouts echoed from afar. Chapter 7. A glimpse, listening to the distant roars. Zhang Lingxiu raised his head and beheld 2 men and a woman racing towards him, arriving before him in an instant. The 3 of them wore expressions of scrutiny, particularly brightening upon noticing the storage bag in Zhang Lingxiu's hand. Your luck is quite remarkable, the middle-aged man at the forefront sneered coldly. Hand over the storage bag, and we may spare your life. Another man growled fiercely. Why waste words? Just kill him, the soul woman urged. Do you wish to claim this storage bag? Then come and take it. Zhang Lingxiu smiled slightly, tossing the storage bag onto the ground before them. The trio was taken aback by Zhang Lingxiu's decisive action. Such nonchalance indicated a surprising level of self-awareness. The woman scoffed. Be cautious of trickery. That a hint of doubt flickered across the face of the leading middle-aged man. What kind of trickery could a mere qi condensation realm cultivator possess? With that, Zhang Lingxiu placed his hands behind his back, revealing his aura. Undeniably, that of the qi condensation realm. Sensing his presence, the 3 relaxed momentarily. That a youth of around 15 or 16 years, being in the qi condensation realm, was indeed typical. Even with commendable talent, he would barely reach the returning origin realm. Given that all 3 were returning origin realm cultivators, they felt no fear. As they approached, they remained slightly vigilant, making their way to the storage bag. Within 2 Zhang Lingxiu suddenly declared. What did you say? One of the men frowned, inquiring. Explode. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Lingxiu uttered a calm, yet cold command, and the body of the leading middle-aged man exploded into a mist of blood in the void. The other man and the woman, initially filled with murderous intent, were now stricken with horror, instinctively attempting to flee. However, they soon realized their bodies were utterly immobilized, as if their internal spiritual energy had solidified, trapping them in place. Zhang Lingxiu stepped forward casually, delivering a single punch that caved in the body of the second man, resulting in instant death. His gaze turned coldly towards the woman remaining. Spare me. I am willing to do anything, to become your servant or maid, she pleaded. With a swift motion, Zhang Lingxiu's hand grasped her throat. Despite her alluring appearance, he never hesitated to act against those who sought his life. Regardless of gender, having collected the trio's storage bags, Zhang Lingxiu proceeded to a secluded area, where he laid out the contents of all 4 bags. Inside were a few elixirs, which, upon consumption, could elevate his cultivation from the initial to the mid-stage of qi condensation, along with various weapons and materials. Zhang Lingxiu murmured. That old crone storage bag contained a powerful magical artifact, but with the turtle shell present, it seems rather futile. However, it could absorb it. Moreover, there are 2 exceptionally rare herbs. If refined into elixirs, they would undoubtedly allow me to reach the returning origin realm. Yet, there are no alchemists of that caliber in the entirety of Liyue City. Give it to the turtle. After all, you are looking to increase your strength. Why not let the turtle absorb it first? With it at your side, acquiring fortune would be a breeze. Reluctantly, Zhang Lingxiu tossed the weapons, the powerful magical artifact, and some metallic materials onto the turtle shell. The turtle shell, worn on his arm, appeared as an endless void, capable of absorbing anything. Hurry, bring forth the 2 finest herbs. Zhang Lingxiu hesitated, gazing at the herbs in his hand. One was a brilliant golden hue, while the other resembled a maple leaf and exuded the fragrance of sweet dew, with strands of crimson threads entwined around the leaves, indicating their extraordinary nature. With a heavy heart, he cast them onto the turtle shell. Ha, not bad, kid. This turtle likes it. The mysterious turtle shell emitted a smug chuckle. After a brief moment, the voice returned. All right, absorption complete. Zhang Lingxiu, filled with anticipation, attempted to utilize the turtle shell's power, only to find his expression shifting once more. Why is it still 2 Zhang? The turtle didn't say your control range would expand. It merely indicated the range displayed by the turtle shell has increased. Wasn't it 100 miles before? Now it's 110. The mysterious turtle shell replied. What? Zhang Lingxiu's fury ignited. Did you just deceive me? How is that deception? You didn't clarify your inquiries. You're looking from quite a distance now. It's 110 miles, the turtle retorted dismissively. Zhang Lingxiu's face flushed with rage, deeply pained by the realization that those 2 herbs, if refined by an alchemist, could have significantly boosted his cultivation. He regarded the turtle shell and expanded its range, gazing into the distance. Liyue City began to come into view, and with focused intent, he could perceive any location within the city and hear any sound. Yes, quicker, faster. Master, you certainly know how to have fun. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld the largest brothel, Yihong building, within Liyue City. That I am not that kind of person. I am merely curious. Just taking a glance. Zhang Lingxiu slightly nodded, then conjured a fine needle of spiritual energy from the turtle shell, piercing through the window of Yihong building to peer inside, his pupils subtly shifting. After a moment, the turtle's sarcastic voice chimed in. Wasn't it just a glance? Did I take a second look? Zhang Lingxiu retorted, his eyes sore, but dismissive. Good lad, you haven't blinked even once this entire time. The turtle's voice faltered for a moment. Aren't you curious about what is happening with your Zhang family at this very moment? What could possibly happen? I will look after this glance first. Zhang Lingxiu squatted down, fixated on the turtle shell on his arm, his gaze unblinking. The Zhang family is holding a secret meeting in the ancestral hall, discussing you, the turtle informed with a chuckle. Zhang Lingxiu's body stiffened as he turned his attention towards the Zhang family's location. Inside the ancestral hall, the family head, the elder, and several senior members were engaged in discussion that he listened intently, absorbing every word. We will lure him into the ancestral hall and then capture him. No, if we can kill the second elder, he must possess a tremendous secret that do not kill him yet. Indeed, the elder nodded slightly. First, we must stabilize him. It is true that his cultivation has been crippled. This secret that allowed him to kill the second elder must be terrifying that if our Zhang family can seize it. The family head's gaze sharpened, revealing a deep-seated murderous intent. You all will act according to my cues. As Zhang Lingxiu overheard the Zhang family's scheming, coupled with the palpable malice on their faces, he could not help but clench his fists. After all, this was the place he had grown up in, and he never imagined they would act with such resoluteness, since this was the case. He would not shy away. The murderous intent on Zhang Lingxiu's face dissipated, replaced by an eerie calmness. Chapter 8. No rush. I shall kill you soon. Half an hour later, Zhang Lingxiu had returned to the Zhang family estate. The place remained unchanged, with the occasional Zhang family disciple coming and going. Upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu, their expressions varied. Some offered greetings, while others hastily passed by. It seemed that not many were aware of the second elder's demise. He once again scrutinized his turtle shell, confirming his suspicions that the moment he stepped through the main gate of the Zhang family, someone had already notified the ancestral hall. Inside, the family head and elder, along with other seniors, resumed their discussions. That he's back. Is everything prepared? The elder promptly inquired. The 3 talents formation is ready. The heart-piercing arrows are prepared. The boneless tea is also prepared. A chorus of voices echoed in succession. A glint of coldness appeared in the elder's eyes. This time, they must seize the boy's secret and eliminate him to prevent any future troubles. Indeed, the 3 talents formation, heart-piercing arrows, and boneless tea, truly thorough preparations. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes revealed icy detachment as he cast his gaze from the turtle shell towards the family head and the other elders. Not a single person voiced opposition. Not one deemed this course of action inappropriate. He laughed outright. From his initial confusion and anger to the subsequent cold indifference, his current smile was not one of naivety. The path of cultivation was a struggle against others and against the heavens. He had taken many lives, but he never anticipated that the Zhang family, where he had grown up, would show such ruthlessness towards him, first stripping him of his position as the young master, then allowing the second elder to target him, and now laying an ambush in the ancestral hall. What a cruel and heartless family this Zhang clan was. Lingxiu, where have you been? Are you all right? At that moment, a middle-aged uncle, Zhang Chuan, hurried over, scanning Zhang Lingxiu up and down with a worried expression. What do you think? I nearly died. Zhang Lingxiu replied frostily. The second elder deserves his fate. The family head and the elder have already sternly warned him that if he targets you, he would be opposing the entire Zhang family. The family would never let him off the hook, yet he pretended to comply while secretly plotting to kill you. Zhang Chuan exclaimed in anger. Wasn't it the Zhang family that sought to deal with me? Zhang Lingxiu's tone remained icy. How could that be? You are the pride of our Zhang family. Besides, how could the family target its own? The family head and the elder are waiting for you in the ancestral hall, that I will take you there immediately. You have suffered this injustice, and the family head has been waiting for a long time. The Zhang family will apologize and compensate you. Zhang Chuan reassured him. Lead the way. Zhang Lingxiu hummed disdainfully, while Zhang Chuan nodded in agreement. Yet a flicker of contempt flickered deep within his gaze, as he thought. Did she truly believe he would apologize or offer compensation? Today, she was destined to perish. As they walked, Zhang Chuan inquired, By the way, Lingxiu, how did you survive the second elder's attack? He is a master of the returning origin realm. I inadvertently obtained a tremendous fortuity. Zhang Lingxiu replied softly. Would you like to see it, uncle? She continued, You have treated me fairly well, and you were the first to come to my aid after the second elder attacked. Surprise illuminated Zhang Chuan's face. Such a fortuity was undoubtedly something he coveted. Lingxiu, can you truly show it to uncle? Of course, take a look. With that, Zhang Lingxiu abruptly rolled up her sleeve to reveal a mysterious tortoise shell. Appearing quite ancient, adorned with 28 markings that seemed to represent various paths. Did I ask this the tortoise shell? Zhang Chuan suppressed his urge to seize it and asked. Yes, this tortoise shell is what saved my life. I wonder if uncle has prepared the boneless tea and the heart-piercing arrows. Zhang Lingxiu queried at that moment. Zhang Chuan was entirely consumed by thoughts of the tortoise shell and instinctively nodded. Everything is ready. Huh. How did you know? His expression shifted dramatically, revealing sheer astonishment. That I won't tell you. Zhang Lingxiu smiled subtly, her hand gently tightening around Zhang Chuan's neck. Zhang Chuan was horrified to discover that his body had become completely immobilized. Even his internal spiritual energy was sealed. Lingxiu, what are you doing? His eyes narrowed in terror, his body trembling. Crack. The only response was the crisp sound of his neck snapping. Zhang Lingxiu turned to leave. While the elder Zhang Chuan's body gradually collapsed, just a few steps away, he found himself before the ancestral hall and stepped inside. Lingxiu, are you all right? The head of the Zhang family rose abruptly. Concern etched on his face. Lingxiu, how are you? the Grand Elder exclaimed, his voice heavy with distress. That damned Second Elder. How could he strike at a benefactor of the Zhang family? Despicable. Ling Xiu, it's wonderful that you are unharmed. We were so worried, exclaimed several elders of the Zhang family, rising in haste. All stood, some expressing concern, others anger, while a few felt ashamed that I'm not dead yet. Zhang Lingxiu replied coolly that I know you harbor resentment and blame us. It is our fault. Who would have thought the Second Elder would feign compliance before immediately launching an attack? Truly outrageous. The Grand Elder clenched his fist that you know how furious the head of the family and I were upon learning this. The Zhang family owes you a debt. Now, everyone must apologize to Ling Xiu. The head of the Zhang family bowed in regret toward Zhang Lingxiu. The Grand Elder and other elders followed suit, bowing deeply. As Zhang Lingxiu observed their demeanor, a cold smile crept onto her lips, continuing the charade, just as they had once attempted to force her resignation. She approached, extending her hands to help the Grand Elder and the head of the Zhang family rise. Gazing at the genuine remorse and anguish in their eyes. Head of the family and Grand Elder, there is no need to berate yourselves. This matter does not rest solely upon you. How wonderful it is that you can think this way. The head of the Zhang family exclaimed joyfully, grasping Zhang Lingxiu's arm. Where is Zhang Chuan? The Grand Elder suddenly realized that Zhang Chuan had gone to fetch Zhang Lingxiu, yet he was nowhere to be found. Dead, Zhang Lingxiu replied. Dead? What? The crowd gasped in shock. How could Zhang Chuan have perished? How could someone die within the Zhang family? The head of the Zhang family paused, staring at Zhang Lingxiu in disbelief. Naturally, I killed him, Zhang Lingxiu said with a slight smile. You killed him. The head of the Zhang family's eyes widened, instantly grasping all the implications that he understood now. Zhang Chuan had to have been slain because of her secret. How had she come to know? The Grand Elder's reaction was swift. He too deduced the truth, turning sharply to Zhang Lingxiu. Regardless of the secret she wielded, if they could control her, they could extract the truth. However, when he turned to face Zhang Lingxiu, he found her smiling knowingly, softly uttering, No rush, I will kill you shortly. Chapter 9. Kill no rush, I will kill you shortly, as Zhang Lingxiu casually uttered this phrase. The entire assembly of the Zhang family was left in shock. Many believed that after forcing her to abdicate last time, this time they were feigning apologies, disguising their intentions to annihilate Zhang Lingxiu. Yet, to their astonishment, she seemed to have known everything all along. Otherwise, how could she have spoken such words? But what power did she possess to audaciously confront the Grand Elder? Umph, the Grand Elder snorted coldly. Lunging towards Zhang Lingxiu. Their primary objective was to control her and extract the secret, not to kill her. The head of the Zhang family also prepared himself, his energy surging, ready to strike at a moment's notice. All eyes were fixed upon Zhang Lingxiu. Yet at that moment, she remained unfazed, displaying no inclination to evade, shaking her head and declaring, You are merely at the Transcendence Realm. Merely at the Transcendence Realm? The crowd felt a mixture of arrogance and absurdity, that a sarcastic smile crossed the Grand Elder's face as his hand reached for Zhang Lingxiu's throat. In an instant, his hand was before her. Yet it halted just a palm's breadth away from her neck. The onlookers were perplexed, unable to comprehend. Grand Elder, what are you doing? Are you softening your heart? If you make a move, you must take control. At that moment, the Grand Elder could not hear any of their words. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He was not pausing of his own volition. He was utterly immobilized, as if pinned in the void. He gazed in terror at the still smiling Zhang Lingxiu. Was this her doing? No, it was impossible that I end this world. Anything that wielded great power demanded an equally great price. There could not exist a terrifying force that could be wielded without limit. The Grand Elder's mind raced. He immediately surmised that this was Zhang Lingxiu's secret. Yet he remained bewildered. What kind of secret could be so fearsome? What are you saying, Grand Elder? What is wrong? The crowd was thoroughly confused. Except for the head of the Zhang family, whose expression changed dramatically, that he understood exactly what the Grand Elder was referring to and recognized the validity of his concerns that I end this world. No resource or fortuity could allow one to use their power without consequence. It became evident that both the Second Elder and Zhang Chuan had perished at the hands of Zhang Lingxiu, utilizing her secret on 2 occasions in a single day. Now, controlling the Grand Elder marked her third use. Yet she appeared entirely unaffected. The head of the Zhang family subtly began to retreat. Zhang Lingxiu's gaze fell upon him, and he suddenly froze, unable to move. This is impossible. The head of the Zhang family could no longer contain himself, crying out in terror that he felt an unexplainable force, a power unlike anything he had ever encountered, binding him firmly. You merely glanced at me. How could this be? Even with his formidable strength at the Transcendence realm and a lifetime of experience, he could not fathom how a single glance could paralyze him. How did you accomplish this? The Grand Elder exclaimed, his brow slick with sweat. Apologies, but I have no desire to disclose that to you. Zhang Lingxiu replied coolly that I do not wish for you to die with your eyes closed. The Grand Elder was instantly filled with rage. At that moment, the other elders began to sense something amiss. It seemed as though the Grand Elder and the head of the Zhang family were under Zhang Lingxiu's control, yet they remained hesitant to believe it. Given that this secret can be employed multiple times in a single day, it is impossible for one instance to control many individuals simultaneously. Everything in this world follows a pattern. No one can be invincible. Everyone attack together. The head of the Zhang family bellowed, within the ancestral hall. 8 elders charged toward Zhang Lingxiu. He stood his ground, making no move as they approached within 2 yards. Only then did he unleash the power of the tortoise shell, exerting control over them all. In an instant, the 8 Zhang family elders froze in place, some mid-clap, others suspended in the air, and some caught in a diving stance. The elder closest to Zhang Lingxiu had drawn a short blade from his voluminous sleeve, hurling it toward him. The blade shimmered with a violet light, hovering just an inch from Zhang Lingxiu. No, this is absolutely impossible. The head of the Zhang family howled again. How could there be no order or limitation to this? Apologies, Zhang Lingxiu shrugged, a slight smile gracing her lips as her eyes narrowed. The head of the Zhang family and the Grand Elder both recognized Zhang Lingxiu's murderous intent. Stop. We can negotiate. Lingxiu, the Zhang family is yours. Please spare us. Bang bang before they could finish their pleas. Their bodies erupted in 2 soft sounds, instantly obliterated. I in the city of Falling Leaf, the head of one of the 3 prominent families, along with the Grand Elder, who had cultivated from body refinement to the returning origin and transcendence realms, now lay dead. Lingxiu, we were all coerced. Lingxiu, spare us, and we shall honor you as our superior. The remaining elders gasped in astonishment as Zhang Lingxiu's gaze swept over the crowd. A gentle wave of his hand causing the bodies of 8 individuals to shatter once more. The ancestral hall was instantly awash with blood. Leaving no trace of the deceased, he retrieved the storage bags from the fallen, which contained a considerable amount of items. For those before him were the most powerful figures within the Zhang family. Without delay, he exited the ancestral hall, where numerous Zhang family cultivators had gathered, comprising both the younger generation and some elders, drawn by the sounds emanating from within. Upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu, one inquired, Zhang Lingxiu, what transpired within the ancestral hall? Nothing much, just a few people were killed. Zhang Lingxiu replied. The crowd frowned, rushing into the ancestral hall only to be stunned by the gruesome sight. Blood and shattered corpses littered everywhere. They even recognized the family head from a severed hand still adorned with a ring. Rushing back outside, they turned their gaze towards Zhang Lingxiu, and one elder bellowed, Zhang Lingxiu, stop right there. Is there something you need? Zhang Lingxiu turned to face the furious crowd. Who killed the family head? The elder shouted, that I did. Zhang Lingxiu declared. What? The elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he roared, how could you possibly have killed the family head? Who do you think you are? Merely a stray dog picked up by the Zhang family. And you dare to kill the family head? Zhang Lingxiu furrowed his brow and stepped forward silently, his gaze locked onto the elder. Boom! The elder's body exploded once more, showering the surrounding onlookers with blood. Zhang Lingxiu, have you rebelled? What madness is this? 2 more elders shouted in anger. Though you once held positions of power, can you not see the situation clearly? A bunch of stubborn old fools. Zhang Lingxiu chastised. I have shown you respect out of reverence for elders. But now the Zhang family has repeatedly sought to kill me, that I have become an eternal enemy of the Zhang family, that if I do not acquiesce. What right do you have to shout at me? If I can kill the family head and the Grand Elder, do you think I cannot deal with you? Zhang Lingxiu's eyes widened, revealing an astonishing murderous intent. The 2 elders who had just spoken felt as though an invisible hand had seized their throats, lifting them into the void. With a sickening crunch, their lives were extinguished. Is there anyone else with objections? Zhang Lingxiu's gaze turned cold, sweeping across the crowd. None dared to meet his eyes. Chapter 10. You are unworthy. Upon leaving the Zhang family estate, Zhang Lingxiu found himself momentarily halted. That it was clear he would no longer remain with the Zhang family. But where should he go? He could not recall his childhood, only remembering the biting cold until he was taken in and raised by his adoptive parents from the Zhang family, who had treated him well. They were long gone now, and he had no memory of his origins. It is time to leave Falling Leaf City, Zhang Lingxiu murmured, reaching into his storage bag to produce a piece of purple gold paper. This paper possessed a metallic quality, yet was flexible, inscribed at the top with the 4 characters. Tianyi Academy. Tianyi Academy was the most powerful institution within 100,000 miles, and this purple gold paper was a special invitation card issued exclusively to geniuses. Known as the Purple Gold Book. Due to my innate talent and qualifications, I had caught the attention of Tianyi Academy, which sent this invitation. Thus, I shall head there. Suddenly, Zhang Lingxiu gazed into the void, his brow furrowing. That moment, in the vast Falling Leaf City, countless cultivators looked up at the sky. A massive phantom appeared above the city, resembling an elder with an air of celestial grace. Clad in a long robe, the phantom towered 100 feet tall, resembling a colossal mountain, gazing down upon the inhabitants of Falling Leaf City as if they were mere ants. The esteemed elder of Tianyi Academy. Zhang Lingxiu exclaimed, noting the 2 characters Tianyi emblazoned on the elder's white robe, signifying his prestigious status. He then glanced at his turtle shell, which revealed a dazzling light point within 110 miles, clearly exceeding the realm of the transcendent stage, indicating immense power. Zhang family, where is Zhang Lingxiu? Suddenly, the elder's phantom spoke, his voice resonating like a great bell throughout Falling Leaf City, fixing his gaze on the Zhang family location. Is he here to find me? Zhang Lingxiu's brow twitched, then he leapt into the air, soaring into the void. The enormous phantom elder turned his gaze towards him, his stature dwarfing Zhang Lingxiu, who appeared akin to an ant, barely reaching the height of the elder's shoe. Are you Zhang Lingxiu? The elder's phantom inquired indifferently. Indeed, Zhang Lingxiu replied, cupping his hands in respect. Produce the purple gold book, the elder commanded, his tone still calm, as if Zhang Lingxiu were inconsequential. Why must I? Zhang Lingxiu questioned. The purple gold book was bestowed upon me by Tianyi Academy. Why should I surrender it? Ha! The elder's massive phantom emitted a condescending laugh, looking down at Zhang Lingxiu as if he were but an insignificant insect. You are now but a waste. How could Tianyi Academy's purple gold book be given to someone so diminished? Have you no sense of your own worth, once a genius? You no longer deserve the purple gold book. Hand it over swiftly. Zhang Lingxiu's fists clenched slightly as he gazed defiantly at the towering phantom above him. I fully understand that it is only natural for Tianyi Academy to reclaim the purple gold book now that I am a mere mortal. However, why must the esteemed elder publicly humiliate me by reclaiming it here, in Falling Leaf City? Ha! Thunderous laughter echoed through the sky, resonating like rolling thunder. Then am I intentionally humiliating you? The elder scoffed, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke. That I in a desolate place like Falling Leaf City, I merely found it tedious to enter. So I reclaimed the purple gold book from outside the city. You dare suggest I sought to humiliate you? You overestimate your significance. This is merely the quickest method. Should I have waited for the ancestor to personally come and inquire about your whereabouts, then wait for you to deliver it? A child in play inadvertently tramples an ant's home. The ants may be infuriated, but do you think the child intended to insult them? The 2 scenarios are not on the same level. I have never considered your feelings. You are unworthy. The last 3 words resonated like the beating of a war drum, accompanied by the elder's imposing visage, instilling a profound shock in all cultivators of Falling Leaf City. The Zhang family members, who had just witnessed Zhang Lingxiu's violence, were now utterly astonished, unable to even think of mocking him. For before this elder, they were all mere ants. This sensation was one all despised. Anger boiled within, yet they felt utterly powerless and dared not express it. Zhang Lingxiu's fists were tightly clenched. The elder's condescending demeanor and gaze, akin to that of an insect, filled him with immense fury. Yet soon, he suppressed it. Even with the turtle shell, he was no match for this elder. In the face of such powerlessness, he could only endure. This was the way of survival. "Oh, you are dissatisfied," the elder sneered dismissively. "Of course." Zhang Lingxiu gritted his teeth, the strong tower above, while the weak are like ants. "This is the rule of the world, and I accept it." "Haha, you possess some self-awareness," the elder laughed heartily once more, then extended his massive hand. "Hand it over." Zhang Lingxiu produced the purple gold book and tossed it into the void. The elder's phantom caught the purple gold book and turned to leave. But a voice echoed behind him. "Today, it is Tianyi Academy that has forsaken me, not I." Zhang Lingxiu, who was unwilling to go. The elder turned back. Observing Zhang Lingxiu's calm yet resolute eyes, he shook his head in derision. "What? Do you think Tianyi Academy will regret this decision in the future? You overestimate your value. For a millennia-old academy with immense resources, even if you were once a genius, now you are akin to refuse. With your current tone, even if you were to restore your former self, my academy would not desire you." With that, the elder's colossal figure vanished. Zhang Lingxiu looked towards the turtle shell. The elder's true form outside Falling Leaf City was also swiftly departing. Showing no regard for him, "I shall remember this humiliation, Zhang Lingxiu. In this world, there are powers beyond just Tianyi Academy. Though it may be the strongest, I will ensure you come to regret this." He walked silently towards the outskirts of Liyue City, and many gazed at Zhang Lingxiu's retreating figure, yet none mocked or looked down upon him. This was because they empathized with him. The ant spoken of by the old man encompassed not only Zhang Lingxiu, but also included themselves. And even the old man himself was reluctant to enter Liyue City. Zhang Lingxiu's form gradually receded from sight. Chapter 11. The young master without joy in the blink of an eye. Half a day had passed. Liyue City was already far behind. No longer visible, that as Zhang Lingxiu sped forth, the range displayed on the mysterious tortoise shell fluctuated continuously, always maintaining a radius of 110 miles centered around him. Moments later, he discovered a secluded spot. Subsequently, he set up a few minor traps and concealed himself, retrieving the storage bags of the clan leader and the elder, which contained elixirs beneficial for his cultivation. As for the other magical artifacts and rare materials, he tossed them all into the enigmatic tortoise shell. After consuming the elixirs, waves of immense spiritual power surged within Zhang Lingxiu's body, which he continuously absorbed and refined, solidifying the spiritual energy within him. But he never underestimated the significance of a strong foundation. And even when starting from the beginning, he remained diligent and earnest in his practice. That a day later, his cultivation broke through to the peak of the qi condensation stage. Although he still possessed a few elixirs, he chose to halt his progress to further refine his spiritual energy, avoiding a hasty breakthrough for the sake of mere elevation at such a young age. To possess such composure is indeed rare. The mysterious tortoise shell remarked approvingly. Zhang Lingxiu's gaze fell upon the shell. After absorbing the resources from the clan leader and elder, the range it displayed increased by 20 miles. Reaching a total of 130 miles, the Nanyang Kingdom housed three major forces. The Tianyi Academy, the strongest of them all, followed by the Zhangyan sect and the Yuxing sect. Liyue City was merely a remote corner of the Nanyang Kingdom. With the Tianyi Academy being inaccessible, he resolved to head towards the Zhangyan sect, which held greater strength than the Yuxing sect. Having made up his mind, Zhang Lingxiu continued his swift journey, constantly observing the tortoise shell along the way, hoping to encounter some fortuitous event. Unfortunately, for 7 or 8 consecutive days, no such event presented itself. He merely encountered a group of robbers, whom he effortlessly dispatched. On this day, Zhang Lingxiu arrived at a fork in the road, a tri-junction leading to the three major forces. There were also some other young cultivators present. "This is the renowned Nanyang Three-Sect Road," Zhang Lingxiu muttered. Due to the unique geography, cultivators coming from this direction would invariably converge here before deciding which sect to join, making it a frequent resting place for cultivators. Some of whom even sat on the ground, offering resources to trade with others. Today, as Zhang Lingxiu approached the junction, the skies suddenly unleashed rain. This was no ordinary rain, but rather acidic rain caused by the surrounding geography, which had a corrosive effect on spiritual energy. Many cultivators, unwilling to waste their spiritual power, unfurled oil paper umbrellas. Zhang Lingxiu looked up as raindrops fell upon his garments, feeling a slight sting, that he activated his spiritual energy to shield himself from the rain, only to discover that the droplets indeed corroded his spiritual energy. The wonders of the world were remarkable. Staying in Lis City, he would never have witnessed such rain. Lacking an umbrella and fearing that using the tortoise shell's power would attract attention, he could only rely on his spiritual energy to ward off the rain. What a grand display! Who is that? Voices arose as people raised their oil paper umbrellas, their gazes drawn to a particular direction. Zhang Lingxiu followed their gaze and beheld a grand sedan chair carried by 8 brawny cultivators. The chair was topped with a massive oil paper umbrella, shielding it from the rain, while at its center lay a man clad in a red robe, reclining on a cushion made of golden silk. His long black hair cascaded down, framing a face adorned with a faint smile, yet his brow was slightly furrowed. Half of his eyes were opened. And it must be said, he was remarkably handsome, possessing an androgynous allure, especially in that striking red robe. In addition to the 8 cultivators carrying the chair, there were 4 others guarding it at the front and back. Such a display was indeed rare in this place. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sedan chair arrived at the fork, and only then did the man in red slightly raise his gaze to observe the onlookers. His brow furrowed slightly as he spoke. They are actually using umbrellas. Destroy those umbrellas. It is quite bothersome. His voice was rich and magnetic, yet it bore a certain lethargy, as if he were unwell. Yes, young master. One of the middle-aged guards nodded slightly and immediately charged forth. Moving with the swiftness of the wind, he swept through the raindrops, arriving amidst the crowd in the blink of an eye. His fingers, sharp as swords, sliced through the air, and in an instant, the oil paper umbrellas of dozens of cultivators were all shattered, falling to the ground. The cultivators present were left in stunned silence, taken aback by the guard's formidable strength. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Even a mere guard was at the profound realm, and he instinctively touched his tortoise shell. What does it matter to us if we hold umbrellas? Why do you destroy them? A hot-tempered cultivator, despite recognizing the other's might, could not restrain himself from questioning. Clap, clap. The man in red suddenly applauded, his voice still lacking vigor. Well asked, very well asked, because Wu Huan has once been caught in the rain. He cannot bear to see others with umbrellas. What kind of reasoning is that? The cultivator furrowed his brow. Just because you've been caught in the rain, others can't use umbrellas? Yet the man in red, having uttered his remark, ignored the crowd and suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhang Lingxiu. Why did you not use an umbrella earlier? Wu Huan even prefers it. I didn't bring one. Zhang Lingxiu replied. Such honesty. Wu Huan suddenly placed a hand on his forehead, tears welling in his eyes. That it is rare to find a cultivator as honest as you. Wu Huan is deeply moved. Zhang Lingxiu's eyelids twitched. He found this individual potentially unhinged. You must have come here to enter a sect. I know a secret. Go to the Yuxing sect. There lies great fortune, and should you obtain it, you will reap immense benefits. Wu Huan looked at Zhang Lingxiu and said, Great fortune at the Yuxing sect. Zhang Lingxiu murmured, glancing at Wu Huan, seemingly discerning no hint of deception in his words. Indeed. Wu Huan pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. For ordinary folk, Wu Huan would truly not disclose such information. Thank you, regardless of its veracity. Zhang Lingxiu cupped his hands in gratitude. At the very least, he could see that Wu Huan bore him no ill will. This acidic rain is truly dreadful. Surrounding cultivators, feeling the incessant acidic droplets, found the sticky sensation corroding their spiritual energy to be utterly intolerable. Wu Huan possesses no power to save the world, yet cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. Wu Huan observed the expressions of the crowd, shaking his head in lament that I no longer wish to see the suffering of others. Drive them away, and then I shall not have to feel pained. Yes, young master. The same middle-aged man dashed forward. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes widened further. He was increasingly convinced that Wu Huan must have experienced some trauma in his childhood. Was this truly the behavior of a normal person? Chapter 12. Arrival at the Yuxing sect. No one wished to drive others away. Yet strength dictated action, and soon the surrounding cultivators were dispersed. Zhang Lingxiu remained, as Wu Huan did not urge him to leave. Shall we go together? I am also heading in the direction of the Yuxing sect. Wu Huan said to Zhang Lingxiu. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Lingxiu nodded in agreement. Following Wu Huan would certainly save him considerable trouble, and he seemed to possess extensive knowledge of secrets, perhaps providing him with valuable insights. Would you like to ride in the sedan? Wu Huan appraised Zhang Lingxiu from head to toe, noting his clean appearance and sunny handsomeness, which aligned with his aesthetic preferences. No, thank you. Zhang Lingxiu quickly shook his head. He hoped this person did not harbor any peculiar inclinations. The eight-bearer sedan continued onward, with Zhang Lingxiu accompanying it. Racing ahead, Wu Huan leaned back, occasionally glancing at Zhang Lingxiu, and after a while, he curiously remarked, "By your demeanor, I would assume you possess considerable talent. Yet why do I sense your cultivation is rather weak?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingxiu's brow furrowed. He had concealed his cultivation aura using the tortoiseshell's power. Although Wu Huan could not see through it, he could indeed sense that this individual was extraordinary. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Lingxiu, and my cultivation is indeed lacking, merely at the qi condensation stage." Only at the qi condensation stage? Wu Huan's eyes widened in surprise. How lowly. Yet he quickly shook his head and chuckled. "Friend Lingxiu, you are indeed honest. Though your current cultivation is low, you will surely not remain so in the future. The Yuxing sect offers opportunities. It all depends on whether you can seize them, that if you do, you may even catch up to Wu Huan. Since you know that the Yuxing sect offers opportunities, why do you not seize them for yourself? Why disclose this to me?" Zhang Lingxiu inquired in confusion. "Because I do not enjoy cultivation." Wu Huan replied with a hint of helplessness that I have never cultivated since birth, yet my cultivation has skyrocketed, and now I am at the profound realm. It truly troubles me. Hiss. Zhang Lingxiu gasped. Was this truly human speech? Without the mysterious tortoise shell, one could still attain the realm of enlightenment through years of arduous cultivation. Yet astonishingly, the other party has achieved this state without any prior training. The disparity is truly alarming that I know you do not believe it, and those unfamiliar with me are likewise incredulous that Wu Huan shook his head that I believe, Zhang Lingxiu declared. For reasons unknown, he sensed that Wu Huan was not lying, and indeed had no need to do so. "Fellow Taoist Lingxiu, you truly move me," Wu Huan exclaimed, pulling out a handkerchief, nearly brought to tears. "That in that case, let me share one more piece of advice. When you arrive at the Falling Star sect, make sure to join one of the 8 peaks, particularly the Starfall Peak, for it is the closest to opportunity." "Thank you, fellow Taoist Wu Huan." Zhang Lingxiu replied with a respectful bow. 2 days swiftly passed. Wu Huan halted, casting a reluctant glance at Zhang Lingxiu. With few friends, encountering a kindred spirit on this journey was a rare stroke of fortune, leaving Wu Huan deeply reluctant to part, though we shall surely meet again. Zhang Lingxiu bowed, acknowledging Wu Huan's extraordinary talent and strength, which would undoubtedly flourish, leading them both to the pinnacle of Nanyang Kingdom, ensuring their paths would cross once more. "That I await your return," Wu Huan declared, stepping down for the first time. Only then did Zhang Lingxiu notice that Wu Huan's shoes were impeccably clean. He had never alighted from the palanquin before. "Take care, fellow Taoist." Wu Huan grasped Zhang Lingxiu's hand, tears glistening in his eyes. Witnessing Wu Huan's heartfelt display, Zhang Lingxiu felt a twinge of emotion. Though he appeared gravely ill, he was indeed a person of profound sentiment. "Take care," Zhang Lingxiu replied, discreetly withdrawing his hand before turning to leave. Was this what it meant to fall in love at first sight? Wu Huan had never experienced such camaraderie. He wished he could take Zhang Lingxiu's head, place it in a jar, and carry it with him always. As he watched Zhang Lingxiu's retreating figure, he spoke softly. Zhang Lingxiu, having gone far, turned pale. After his departure, he continued to focus on the tortoise shell. Having known each other for merely 2 days, he would not trust anyone. Yet perhaps, in Wu Huan's absence, he would utter something unexpected that I hope he grows swiftly. I can sense his exceptional nature. Only by maturing can he meet me. Wu Huan added, departing with lingering reluctance. Zhang Lingxiu continued towards the Falling Star sect, pondering that it seemed Wu Huan had indeed spoken the truth. After approximately 10 days of travel, Zhang Lingxiu finally beheld the Falling Star sect. The location of the sect was nestled within a mountain range, the name of which Zhang Lingxiu was unaware of. Since the establishment of the Falling Star sect, it had become known as the Falling Star Mountain Range. That it was said that this area had once housed another sect, the name of which had been forgotten. One day, a massive meteorite fell, obliterating that sect, after which the Falling Star sect claimed dominion over the area, which had persisted for nearly a millennium, making it the youngest among the 3 great powers of Nanyang. Zhang Lingxiu gazed ahead, just able to discern the outline of the mountain range, sprawling like a dragon across the land, still somewhat blurred in his vision. Yet he could clearly see a sudden indentation at the center of the range. As if the mountain had been cleaved in two, that must be the spot where the meteorite fell 1,000 years ago, Zhang Lingxiu murmured. With that thought, he hastened toward the falling star sect. Even upon sighting the mountain range, it took him half a day to reach its foot. There, hundreds of young cultivators had gathered, most of them youthful disciples. Those beyond a certain age were typically only admitted if they possessed extraordinary talent or had achieved renown. At the forefront, however, the expressions of those cultivators were haughty, clad in fine silks, their aura remarkable, surrounded by several elder guardians, likely the elite of some minor factions that in contrast, those on the periphery, like Zhang Lingxiu, had clearly arrived alone, their attire and presence indicating a significant disparity with the group ahead. Fellow Taoist, how long until the recruitment day? Zhang Lingxiu inquired of a kindly-looking rotund man nearby. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Are you here to join the Falling Star sect as well? My name is Wang Yukai. My family possesses considerable wealth, but such riches are of little use for cultivation. There are still 5 days until the recruitment day. We might as well wait. The portly man replied with a genial smile. Thank you. Zhang Lingxiu nodded, and no need for thanks. You two have come alone, just like me, without much background, that it would be fortunate indeed to join the outer sect. Wang Yukai continued, chatty as ever. Indeed, we are in the same boat, Zhang Lingxiu replied with a smile. Make way, make way. The young master of Hansui City is arriving. Scram, you trash, don't block the way. Suddenly, disdainful shouts echoed from afar. Upon hearing such arrogant declarations, everyone turned to look at a lavish golden palanquin approached, atop which sat a young man dressed in finery, wielding a folding fan. Though his appearance was not particularly striking, the overall presentation was undeniably impressive, especially with 8 guards flanking him, enhancing his imposing presence to Hansui City truly that powerful. This cultivator is so arrogant. Indeed, to come to the sect's recruitment with such fanfare. Nanyang Kingdom is vast, and there are those arriving from other regions who have not heard of Hansui City. Unaware of Hansui City, it is an exceedingly powerful city, vastly larger than most others. Zhang Lingxiu also glanced over. He had heard of Hansui City, which, when compared to this city, was said to be 5 or 6 times stronger, belonging to an entirely different echelon, with its cultivators naturally more formidable. However, after encountering Wu Huan some days prior, observing the pompous young master of Su now evoked a sense of mimicry in Zhang Lingxiu's mind. Wu Huan exuded an effortless grace, as if he were born for such a demeanor, whereas this young master Su appeared to be putting on airs. Step aside, you trash who belong on the outskirts. A middle-aged cultivator at the front shouted at the gathered crowd. Those on the periphery, whose strength and backgrounds were indeed meager, felt intimidated by the arrival of the noble from a great city and quickly averted their eyes. Retreating to the side, fellow Taoist, retreat quickly. I've heard this individual has a notoriously volatile temperament and can resort to violence, Wang Yukai whispered urgently to Zhang Lingxiu. Zhang Lingxiu paid no heed to such a person, shaking his head slightly, and took a few steps aside. Why are you shaking your head? Do you look down upon me? Young Master Su, with keen eyes, immediately noticed Zhang Lingxiu's movement and questioned him with an unfriendly glare. Not at all, Zhang Lingxiu replied with a calm smile, shaking his head. You dare maintain such a nonchalant demeanor. Are you not afraid of me? Young Master Su's gaze sharpened. Afraid, terribly afraid, Zhang Lingxiu replied. Afraid of your granddad? Is that the face of someone who is scared? Young Master Su stood from his palanquin, declaring, Kneel before me. Bow your head in apology, or today will not end well. The surrounding cultivators in the periphery stepped back in fear. Those standing at the front, however, appeared indifferent, even chuckling at the spectacle that I have heard tales of young Master Su's temperament. Witnessing it firsthand today confirms the rumors. He must be used to acting like a tyrant in Hansui City. Perhaps he is trying to establish dominance here, to showcase Hansui City's might. Young Master Su surveyed the crowd, noting the attention on him, and a proud smile spread across his face. This was indeed intentional. The unfortunate fellow had crossed paths with him, and upon his arrival, he naturally had to assert his superiority, demonstrating his strength. Fellow Taoist, a true man can bend and stretch. although young Master Su may be a rogue. If you kneel and bow in front of everyone, he will not kill you, Wang Yukai advised in a hushed tone, hastily distancing himself from Zhang Lingxiu. The others immediately retreated, leaving Zhang Lingxiu isolated. I will give you 3 breaths to decide, young Master Su proclaimed from his elevated position. Zhang Lingxiu raised his gaze slightly, regarding young Master Su's haughty demeanor, and recalled the elder from Tianyi Academy. Even considering that entering Lia City was beneath his dignity, as he had demanded a prestigious tome in the most humiliating manner, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he coldly uttered a single word, scram. Young Master Su was taken aback, not expecting that this being he deemed beneath him would actually dare to issue such a command. His face flushed with rage, and he bellowed, "Kill him." "No, wait. I want to do it myself." Standing on the golden palanquin, young Master Su, with hands clasped behind his back, radiated murderous intent. "Although I, Su Xing, am only 19 this year, I have already reached the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, then today's incident will be forgiven, and I will not pursue it further, that a youth relying on his family's abundant resources to achieve such a level at 19. And yet he speaks with such arrogance?" Zhang Lingxiu inquired with a hint of mockery. "You have quite the audacity to say such things. Impressive, your boldness surpasses mine. Had our positions been reversed, I would never have dared to make such a proclamation." The young cultivators standing at the forefront were astonished and began to engage in animated discussion. Su Xing was once again taken aback. As realization struck him, fury surged within him. "So you dare to look down upon the Gu Yuan realm? Very well, allow me to demonstrate the might of Gu Yuan to you." "What is Gu Yuan?" "Someone of your ilk will never comprehend. Cultivation begins with body refinement. Only by strengthening one's physique can one condense qi. Subsequently, the integration of body and spiritual power constitutes Gu Yuan, a state utterly distinct from what you know. You, a mere waste, shall never attain this. Today, before you meet your demise, you shall witness the prowess of the Gu Yuan realm. And that alone may grant you a sense of closure." Zhang Lingxiu remained silent, suddenly placing his hands behind his back, with his left hand tucked into the right sleeve, a seemingly natural gesture. He then approached the young Master Su with intent. Upon witnessing this scene, even Su Xing, who had already been stunned twice, found himself bewildered for a 3rd time. However, this time, instead of rage, he broke into a disdainful laugh. Realizing that he was merely dealing with a fool, and oh wonder, the others also shook their heads and chuckled. This fellow appears rather astute, not a fool at all. Perhaps he has encountered some misfortune and seeks death. Wang Yukai watched Zhang Lingxiu's actions with a sigh, muttering, "A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. If it were me, if someone demanded 3 kowtows, I would undoubtedly perform 9. What a pity. My first friend at the Yuxing sect is about to be lost. I end memory of my first friend. On this day next year, I shall burn more paper, perhaps a paper effigy of a female cultivator, in lavish cave dwellings, among other things." Just as Wang Yukai was contemplating how he would use Zhang Lingxiu's story as a cautionary tale for his future child, Su Xing made his move. "This is Gu Yuan, the fusion of body and qi, a concept beyond your comprehension." Su Xing raised his palm and suddenly pressed downwards. The immense spiritual power within him surged forth, not only from his own reservoir, but also drawing upon the surrounding natural spiritual energy, converging with that single palm strike. This was the epitome of Gu Yuan. A colossal phantom hand materialized in the void, a terrifying gale emanating outward. The surrounding disciples frantically retreated. They knew they could not withstand the full force of a peak Gu Yuan practitioner. Not even the residual shockwaves. Even those young cultivators in resplendent attire at the forefront furrowed their brows, their gazes shifting entirely to Zhang Lingxiu. Yet in that moment, Zhang Lingxiu remained unfazed, still with hands behind his back, slowly advancing forward, seemingly oblivious to the impending colossal hand. The Tianzhong phantom hand crashed down upon Zhang Lingxiu's head. Boom! An astonishing gale erupted, centered around Zhang Lingxiu, spreading outwards for dozens of zhang, uprooting the earth and sending debris flying, revealing terrifying fissures across the ground. However, as the tempest subsided, Zhang Lingxiu stood unscathed, his garments perfectly intact, his expression calm, yet indifferent as he continued to walk forward. Su Xing's eyes narrowed in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, this cannot be. What? How did you block that? Wang Yukai exclaimed in shock. The young cultivators at the forefront, who had been mocking and chattering, suddenly fell silent that a palm strike from a peak Gu Yuan was something they could not possibly block with their hands behind their backs. What trickery did you employ? Su Xing questioned, clenching his fist once more. Let us see how you withstand this. Dragon Tiger Fist. He raised his fist to the sky and then swung them apart, his white garments swirling wildly. Although he was a product of countless resources, he was still a Gu Yuan practitioner. With both fists unleashed, the Su family's renowned technique, the Dragon Tiger Fist, surged forth. The right fist transformed into a dragon, emitting a resounding roar, while the left morphed into a tiger, producing a fierce growl, the two forces converging upon Zhang Lingxiu. The earth fractured beneath them, soil flying in all directions. Zhang Lingxiu's hand merely brushed against the tortoise shell within his sleeve. Regardless of how formidable the dragon tiger might be, it bore no effect whatsoever. The clash between the dragon tiger and Zhang Lingxiu dissipated into nothingness just a foot before him. If the earlier strike had been a casual attempt by Su Xing, this time he had unleashed his full power, employing the famous technique of the Su family. Yet his attack vanished without a trace, and Zhang Lingxiu made no move to counter. This was utterly impossible. Could it be that you have reached the Xian realm? That cannot be. Talents who achieve Xian before 20 are coveted by the three great factions. Su Xing exclaimed in disbelief that it's merely qi condensation. Zhang Lingxiu replied. Leaping forward, he had been advancing steadily, and with this charge, he closed the distance to within 2 zhang. Then he reached out his hand towards Su Xing, who suddenly found himself propelled uncontrollably towards Zhang Lingxiu. Help me! Su Xing cried out. The surrounding guards sprang into action, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Lingxiu's hand grasped Su Xing's throat. Release the young master Su, release the young master of the Su family, or we shall annihilate your entire family. The voices of urgency rang out that Su Xing, being the scion of the esteemed Su family of Huanshui City, knew that any transgression against him would lead to dire consequences. Though he was being choked, he felt no fear, only suppressed rage and humiliation at being held by someone younger than himself. That I offer you a chance. Release me now, or you shall face the repercussions. Oh, you dare to threaten me? A smile crept upon Zhang Lingxiu's face. Seeing this smile, Su Xing's disdain grew. Your strength is commendable, yet merely commendable. Compared to the Su family, you are vastly outmatched. If you were wise, you would release me. With your abilities, I would not pursue you further. Indeed, the Su family is not foolish. They may even attempt to win you over, as no one knows what means you employed to subdue their young master. Thus, it is certain that you will release him. Are you not releasing this young master yet? Su Xing barked further. Crack! Zhang Lingxiu's right hand tightened violently, shattering Su Xing's throat, causing his body to fall limply to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All present gazed in horror at this scene. This was the scion of the Su family. After all, the guards turned pale as snow, realizing the gravity of their failure. They were tasked with protecting Su Xing, yet it allowed him to meet such a fate. Surely, the Su family would not let them go unpunished. However, they too were peak Gu Yuan practitioners and dared not act against the inscrutable Zhang Lingxiu. After a moment of hesitation, they fled in an instant that as long as they distanced themselves from the Su family, they would be safe. Nanyang was vast, and they could always seek refuge in another nation. What a remarkable young man. I admire you. Tortoise Elder. The mysterious tortoise shell once again voiced its approval. Zhang Lingxiu smiled faintly, skillfully removing Su Xing's storage bag before continuing on his way. The young prodigies who had previously boasted about Zhang Lingxiu's inevitable release of Su Xing now wore expressions of disbelief, staring incredulously at Zhang Lingxiu. How could he dare? Friend, you have caused quite a stir. Wang Yukai approached, concern etched on his face. With your talent, entering the inner sect of the Yuxing sect, the Su family would not act against you. However, there are elders from the Su family within the sect. Once they learn of this incident, they will certainly retaliate against you. Even if they cannot act openly, they will scheme against you in the shadows. You should flee. Why must you be so impetuous? Thank you for your concern. My friend, I only know that those who seek my life shall surely meet their end. Zhang Lingxiu replied. Zhang Lingxiu's actions were not without reason. Now at the peak of qi condensation, Possessing Su Xing's storage bag would facilitate his breakthrough to the Guyuan realm. After that, he would no longer fear the Lingmai realm, thus gaining a measure of self-preservation. He did not need to overly concern himself with the Su family, as most of them were at the Xian realm, with only the family head at the Lingmai realm. Such ruthlessness, yet too reckless. Such individuals are bound to suffer. There is no need to wait. He will encounter misfortune the moment he enters the Yuxing sect. We shall merely observe. The young prodigies who had assumed Zhang Lingxiu would surely defend himself began to assert their opinions once more. I believe he is not truly strong. He simply does not know what methods he employed. Otherwise, how could he block a peak Guyuan's full-force strike with his hands behind his back? Absolutely impossible. If he were truly such a genius, the three great factions would have long sought him out. Why would he need to join a sect? One individual, seemingly quite unwilling to concede, raised his voice. Zhang Lingxiu glanced over, noting that this youth was Wang Cheng, one of the strongest individuals present, also at the peak of the Guyuan realm. Seeing the attention focused on him and Zhang Lingxiu, he refused to back down, raising an eyebrow. What, did I strike a chord? Left you at a loss for words. Feel free to test me. Zhang Lingxiu offered a faint smile before gracefully taking a seat nearby. Legs crossed in meditation. Although Wang Cheng concluded that Zhang Lingxiu was not particularly formidable, he refrained from testing his assumption. Observing the laughter of those around him, he cast a fierce glare at Zhang Lingxiu. Thus, several days passed in a blur. The youthful cultivators here had gathered to form a crowd of approximately 1,000, while a few elderly figures from the meteorite sect descended from the mountains above. Most of them donned gray robes, except for the three leading elders who wore white robes. Despite the difference in color, they all bore a colossal mountain embroidered on their garments, at the center of which lay a significant depression, the very spot struck by a meteorite. The group soon approached the assembly of cultivators. Senior Su, this individual has slain Su Xing, the young master of the Su family, and he provoked the incident, deliberately employing treachery to murder Su Xing. A voice suddenly rang out. One of the white-robed elders furrowed his brow in alarm. Among the trio of white-robed elders was Su Sun, a senior member of the Su family. Upon hearing that one of their own had been killed outside the meteorite sect, his expression shifted dramatically. Prior to arriving, he had been informed that a crucial disciple from the Su family, named Su Xing, would be present, and he had taken special care to keep an eye out for him, knowing he was the grandson of the family's grand elder. Upon realizing that Su Xing had met his demise, Su Sun's countenance turned frosty as he fixed a piercing stare upon the young man. What did you just say? Senior, I am not speaking recklessly. It is indeed this person who has murdered the young master of the Su family. And everyone witnessed it clearly. Wang Cheng pointed at Zhang Lingxiu, shouting loudly. Following this, he wore a contemptuous expression. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Why not try being so now? The gazes of the crowd once again fell upon Zhang Lingxiu. It is you who has slain the heir of the Su family. Su Sun's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent emanating from him. Indeed, Zhang Lingxiu replied calmly, simultaneously utilizing the power of the tortoise shell to discern Su Sun's strength, which was at the mystical realm. Damn it. Su Sun bellowed, his garments billowing wildly in the gusts of wind. Is it permissible for the elders of the meteorite sect to strike at the disciples of the sect? This is truly a first for me. A hint of sarcasm laced Zhang Lingxiu's words. Although Wuhan had mentioned that there might be opportunities here, if the meteorite sect mirrored the Tianyi Academy and chose not to intervene. He thought to himself that with the tortoiseshell in hand, he needed no other fortune. He could always seek refuge with the Sanyan sect. You killed a disciple of my family. What gives you the right to act against me? Su Sun's tone was frigid. Su Sun, another elder in white, interjected, his brow slightly furrowed. We are merely intersect elders, having cultivated for much of our lives, our talents exhausted. How can we represent the sect? If your actions are made public, how will other cultivators regard our sect? The grievances outside the sect must remain outside. You, as an elder of the meteorite sect, represent the sect itself. Such behavior is inappropriate. Indeed, inappropriate. Among the 300 disciples gathered here, your actions warrant reconsideration, especially since this year marks a significant recruitment period. Another elder in white concurred. Han, Zhou, but he has killed a disciple of my family. Am I to do nothing? Su Sun retorted angrily. It is not that we cannot act. On the day of recruitment, our meteorite sect will certainly not kill the disciples of the sect, and no one shall do so. Elder Han declared he is merely a nameless figure. Killing him is inconsequential, Wang Chung interjected, his face a mask of regret. Such stringent rules in the meteorite sect. This esteemed friend, do we harbor any enmity? Zhang Lingxiu inquired, approaching Wang Chung with deliberate calm. Wang Chung, however, paid little heed, for with the elders of the meteorite sect present, he felt emboldened. After all, he was a peak return to origin realm genius, poised to enter the inner sect, and had no fear of retaliation. That I do not know you, nor do I hold any grudge. I simply find you displeasing. Wang Chung scoffed that of course, that is permissible. Zhang Lingxiu replied with a smile, his steps unceasing. Do you recall what I just said? What? Who would remember what you said? Wang Chung scoffed dismissively. The elders of the meteorite sect observed the exchange, but remained silent, neither intervening nor obstructing. They had not witnessed the murder of Su Xing and were unaware of Zhang Lingxiu's true capabilities, thus seizing this opportunity to probe further. As the eyes of the crowd were fixed upon Zhang Lingxiu, he fell into silence, uttering not a word, as though nothing had transpired. I thought you were formidable. You dare to act in front of the elders of the meteorite sect. It seems you are not so impressive after all. Wang Chung laughed heartily. Zhang Lingxiu, maintaining his calm demeanor, merely smiled in response that to act in front of the elders of the meteorite sect would indeed draw attention. He recalled how the Zhang family had laid traps and schemes against him after he had slain the second elder, seeking to seize his secrets. Hence, he could not act recklessly now. Yet, he would not forget Wang Cheng's provocations. Elder Han regarded Zhang Lingxiu with surprise. He appeared audacious, yet suddenly composed, displaying a remarkable maturity for one so young, rendering the blustering Wang Chung akin to a mere jester. Then Han spoke. This year marks the decennial recruitment event for our meteorite sect, where numerous distinguished intersect disciples and elders will be present to observe. Therefore, this year's assessment will differ from those of the past. All of you must exert yourselves fully. Those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to enter the inner sect. This was common knowledge. Yet the crowd could not suppress their excitement. Now, follow me to the outer sect's training ground. The other disciples aiming for recruitment should be arriving shortly. Elder Han instructed as he led the group toward the sect. Meanwhile, Su Sun intentionally lagged a few paces behind, casting a determined gaze at Zhang Lingxiu. With me here, you shall not enter the sect, he coldly declared, leaving those words hanging in the air as he strode confidently to the front. Zhang Lingxiu's brow twitched, but he quickly donned a smile. Alas, it seems I have indeed become a target. Wang Yukai shook his head, anxiously watching Zhang Lingxiu. It matters not. Zhang Lingxiu replied breezily, appearing entirely unfazed. Wang Yukai observed the smiling Zhang Lingxiu, feeling utterly perplexed. The earlier arrogance and decisiveness had vanished, and it seemed he no longer cared about Su Sun's taunts and threats. The group swiftly followed Elder Han into the heart of the mountain range. In the distance stood 8 towering peaks, the furthest of which was shrouded in clouds, only visible when the wind blew fiercely enough to disperse the mist. At the center of these 8 peaks lay the famed site of the meteorite sect. Surrounding the 8 peaks was the area designated for the outer sect disciples, and this recruitment test would be held at the outer sect's largest training ground, the Heavenly Earth Training Ground. Zhang Lingxiu gazed ahead, taking in the vast expanse of the Heavenly Earth Training Ground, which soared to a height of 1,000 zhang, already bustling with over 1,000 outer sect disciples engaged in animated conversations. Preparing for the grand recruitment assessment, so many people, Wang Yukai exclaimed in shock. Elder Han continued to guide the group toward the northeastern corner, where numerous intersect elders were assembling the disciples destined for recruitment. Before long, the number of disciples preparing for recruitment had swelled to around 8,000, while the outer sect disciples observing surpassed 3,000, all clad in gray robes, with a few dozen intersect disciples in white. When the dozen or so intersect elders responsible for overseeing the event arrived, the crowd immediately greeted them with respect. Those in the intersect, who had cultivated for many years yet exhausted their talents, were generally addressed as intersect elders, holding considerable power and status, while those who reached the peak of the mystical realm were venerated as intersect elders, enjoying even higher esteem. Apologies for our tardiness. Esteemed elders and seniors, just then, a streak of light shot in from outside the sect, revealing a figure who swiftly hovered above the training ground, radiating an extraordinary aura, unmistakably exceptional, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. Who is this newcomer? What is his purpose? An intersect elder furrowed his brow, astonished at the audacity of the youth hovering in midair. Li Zhaoyang, here to enter the sect, the young man proclaimed loudly, flicking his finger to send a radiant stone hurtling toward the elder who had spoken. The elder's eyes narrowed as he swiftly grasped the stone, which was as heavy as it was dark. Fitting snugly in his palm, "That a meteorite stone," the elder exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization. This young man was a disciple who had acquired a meteorite stone. A disciple bearing a meteorite stone? That indicates this youth possesses remarkable talent. The crowd murmured in envy. The tokens of the three great factions, Tianyi Academy's Purple Gold Book, Sangyin Sect's Sangyin Token, and our Meteorite Sect's Meteorite Stone, were signs of exceptional aptitude, reserved for those of outstanding talent. Sent by the sects to acknowledge their potential, Zhang Lingxiu watched as Li Zhaoyang descended gracefully from the air, as if an unseen staircase guided his descent, landing amidst the throngs of disciples like a crane among chickens. Although everyone understood he needed to participate in the assessment, it was merely a formality, as he was exempt from evaluation. This was the rule of the Meteorite sect, allowing the disciples to witness the true prowess of the Meteorite disciples and aspire to their heights. Silence, please. I am Elder Fong of the Inner Sect, presiding over this recruitment assessment. Next, I shall present the sect's ultimate treasure, the map of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. You must all enter it and undergo the assessment. With Elder Fong's commanding voice, everyone felt a sudden surge of blinding light that illuminated the entire mountain range. The brilliance flickered and vanished, revealing a colossal scroll materializing in the void, measuring 100 zhang, sweeping across the sky as if it were fluttering in the wind. Within the scroll, there depicted a vast mountain range, cascading waterfalls, and a grand Taoist temple at its center. Disciples participating in the assessment hastened to enter. At Elder Fong's command, countless cultivators soared into the air, racing toward the scroll. The moment they entered the map of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, it felt as though they had plunged into a lake, sending ripples across its surface. Zhang Lingxiu and Wang Yukai also ascended amidst the crowd, entering the scroll. They all landed upon the temple within the painting to in the realm of cultivation. Innate talent is of paramount importance. Without talent, all efforts are in vain. Your current strength may be compensated through hard work, but to continue progressing, talent is the ultimate limit. The first trial will test your innate abilities, the talent steel. Rise, Elder Fong's voice echoed once more. Suddenly, within the vast temple, a thunderous sound erupted as the ground gave rise to enormous Tenjiang steel. For every person present, there was a corresponding Tenjiang steel. Placing a hand upon the steel would release radiance. If the light reached 3 zhang, one qualified for entry into the sect, while those who fell short would be eliminated immediately. Elder Fong's voice resonated throughout the surroundings that as he finished speaking, individuals approached the steel, placing their hands upon it, channeling their spiritual energy. The Tenjiang steel emitted a soft glow. 9 zhang. Just a bit more. A voice boomed. All cultivators turned to see a man whose face flushed crimson, veins bulging. Yet the light on the talent steel remained stubbornly at 9 zhang. Unmoving. 10 zhang is not difficult. Another voice chimed in. It was Wang Chung that he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Lingxiu. As his own steel radiated 20 zhang of light, twice the average talent of inner disciples. Many senior members of the inner sect nodded slightly, acknowledging his exceptional talent. Zhang Lingxiu smiled faintly, unfazed. I shall give it a try. Wang Yukai said to Zhang Lingxiu, placing his right hand on the steel, that a faint white light emerged, rising to 1 zhang. Then 2. However, the increase slowed considerably. Wang Youcai's expression paled. He knew his talent was lacking. Having relied on his family's modest wealth to acquire numerous low-level cultivation resources to reach this point. But if he could not even reach 3 zhang, he would be directly eliminated. 2 zhang and 9. The white light halted, unable to advance further. Wang Youcai's face flushed as he exerted himself for some time, ultimately sighing in resignation. Zhang Lingxiu glanced around, casually taking a few steps, seemingly observing others. With those few steps, He found himself within 2 zhang of Wang Youtsai's talent steal. Old Turtle, help him reach 3 zhang. Zhang Lingxiu said, hands clasped behind his back, stroking the turtle shell. Just a little nudge. Old Turtle's proud voice responded. Forget it, I truly am not suited for cultivation. Wang Yukai looked dejected as he slowly withdrew his hand, but I've worked so hard, day and night, yet my talent is so poor that I cannot even qualify for the outer sect of the Falling Star sect. At that moment, the white light suddenly flickered and reached 3 zhang. Wang Yukai was taken aback, then elated, rushing over excitedly. Friend Zhang, I reached 3 zhang. I succeeded. I passed the first trial. Congratulations. Zhang Lingxiu shrugged with a smile. My heavens, is this talent for real? A startled exclamation rang out as a terrifying white light surged forth, instantly reaching 10 zhang. Not slowly building up but erupting in one go, then continuing unabated. 20 zhang, 30 zhang, 40 zhang, 60 zhang, 80 zhang. This blinding white light ultimately halted at 80 zhang. At that moment, Li Zhaoyang, beneath the steel, became the center of attention, clad in white, astonishing the entire assembly. 80 zhang. Li Zhaoyang frowned, having heard of disciples who received the Falling Star Stone achieving 100 zhang. He felt he still fell short, seeing the discontent on Li Zhaoyang's face. Everyone felt a profound sense of discouragement. Wang Cheng's earlier pride vanished in an instant, replaced by shock as he beheld the soaring 80 zhang light. The disparity in talent was truly disheartening. Falling Star disciples are indeed remarkable. The intersect elder nodded in approval that we spend our lives striving for enlightenment, while Falling Star disciples achieve it before 20. That is the gap. Nearby, Su Sun retrieved a small piece of paper from his storage pouch, about the size of a palm, its material resembling that of the map of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. You shall not pass. Su Sun coldly glared at Zhang Lingxiu, holding the palm-sized paper. This paper was indeed torn from the map of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, known as Jiangshan paper. While innate talent and strength are crucial, one cannot overlook the intricacies of human relationships. Hence, the powerful Su family possesses the right to obtain this somewhat underhanded Jiangshan paper, which could enable some less talented Su family disciples to become inner disciples of the Falling Star sect. Within the Falling Star sect, several other inner elders or seniors also possess such Jiangshan paper. This paper can alter the light on the talent steel, typically used to enhance it, but it can also diminish it. The lights began to flicker as all cultivators tested themselves. Yet with Li Zhaoyang's brilliance present, the rest appeared dim by comparison. Friend Zhang, you should give it a try as well. Your talent surely exceeds 10 zhang. Wang Yukai remained engulfed in excitement. Indeed. Zhang Lingxiu nodded, casting a glance at Li Zhaoyang, as a disciple of the Falling Star. His talent shone at 80 zhang. What about himself? Would he surpass 80 zhang? Contemplating this, Zhang Lingxiu placed his right hand upon the talent steel. Feeling it was merely an ordinary stone, that a faint white light began to rise slowly, and upon seeing this, Zhang Lingxiu's brow furrowed. Just moments ago, Li Zhaoyang's talent light had instantaneously surpassed 20 zhang. Why did it seem like a talent unworthy of entry into the sect? Yet he too had once been a genius who obtained the Zijin book from the Tianyi Academy. So he should not be weaker than Li Zhaoyang. Chapter 17. Zhang Lingxiu's talent, the white light of talent, ascended slowly, ultimately halting at 2 zhang and 9, just shy of meeting the assessment requirement. As if mocking Zhang Lingxiu. How could this be? Wang Yukai gasped in astonishment. Zhang Lingxiu's gaze sharpened. He decisively channeled the power of the turtle shell, even within the map of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. He could hear all sounds from the outside. His gaze fell upon Su Sun. He was certain that the light of his talent was tampered with, that if someone were to meddle, it would undoubtedly be Su Sun. At this moment, Su Sun, observing Zhang Lingxiu's bewildered expression from outside the map of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, burst into laughter, disdainfully declaring, "This is the end. Making it impossible for you to pass the assessment is as easy as pie." Indeed, it must be him. Zhang Lingxiu remained outwardly calm while a hint of murderous intent surged within. "Old Turtle, lend me your aid." "Of course," Old Turtle responded. Although Su Sun had means to thwart him, he certainly could not prevent the power of the turtle shell. Indeed, as the turtle shell's power acted upon the steel, the white light surged upward, soaring to 100 zhang, directly surpassing Li Zhaoyang by 20 zhang. "What? Elder Fong's face instantly paled, his eyes widening in shock. The elders and senior members all rose in unison, as if witnessing a ghost. Wang Youtsai's jaw dropped as he gazed at the terrifying light that overshadowed him in pure white. Meanwhile, in the distance, Wang Cheng, who had previously laughed at Zhang Lingxiu's 2 zhang and 9, found his smile frozen on his face, that Li Zhaoyong, pondering the prospect of encountering equally talented cultivators after becoming a falling star disciple, was now shaken by this light. His calm demeanor instantly transformed. Impossible. 100 zhang was merely the starting point, and the white light surged higher. 150 zhang, 200 zhang, 300, 400, 500 zhang. Finally, it came to a halt. The 500 zhang of talent light illuminated the entire map of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Silence enveloped the surroundings, both inside and outside the map. As all gazed in disbelief at the unprecedented 500 zhang of talent light, something they had never seen or even heard of before. Elder Fong, this, a fellow elder gasped for breath, if the sect produces such a prodigy. Uniting the 3 major forces of Nanyang would not be a dream. The talent steel within the map of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains had an upper limit of 500 zhang, indicating that it was not merely Zhang Lingxiu's talent that was 500 zhang, but rather that this was the maximum the steel could display. Elder Fong's eyes flickered wildly, his body trembling with excitement. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a gifted prodigy exist in Nanyang? Even if there were, it wouldn't be him. Su Sun's face contorted with fury. Zhang Lingxiu, too, stared at the terrifying light before him. Astonished, inwardly lamenting, "Old turtle, I only asked you to help me exceed 3 zhang. This display is too ostentatious." "All right, I shall assist you once more," Old Turtle replied. Crack. At that moment, a voice emanated from the talent stone tablet, followed closely by a frantic proliferation of dense, spiderweb-like fissures. Subsequently, the tablet crumbled into a heap of debris, leaving the crowd once again in a state of shock. The rapidity of events, from 500 zhang to the shattering of the talent stone tablet, left everyone's emotions in disarray, scarcely allowing them to transition from one state to another. Haha, so the tablet was faulty. No wonder I questioned how one could possibly possess a 500 zhang talent. A voice of ecstatic joy rang out, belonging to Su Sun. Only when Elder Fong and others turned their gaze upon him did he temper his exuberance, realizing he had lost his composure. The tablet must indeed be broken. Elder Fong contemplated for a moment, nodding in agreement. A disciple of the Meteor sect is only at 80 zhang. How exaggerated is this 500 zhang talent? If such were the case, then his current cultivation should be at the spirit vein realm, far beyond the threshold of the profound connection. N01 in Nanyang has reached such a level at this age. Within the landscape of the 1,000-li river and mountains, Elder Fong's voice resonated. The tablet has encountered an anomaly, resulting in this exaggerated display of 500 zhang. We shall retest. It was indeed a mistake. I thought it impossible. Wang Chong sighed. I Chaoyang also shook his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. I almost took the 500 zhang brilliance at face value. How could such talent exist in this world? Zhang Lingxiu's brows furrowed slightly. Inwardly, she mused, thank goodness for Old Turtle's assistance. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe oneself to possess a 500 zhang talent, leading to severe consequences. Heh. However, Old Turtle suddenly smiled mysteriously and muttered, just now, Old Turtle merely aided this young man in dispelling the obstructions on the talent stone tablet. This 500 zhang brilliance is not of my doing, but rather a reflection of his own talent. This lad seems rather exceptional. Yet, he mistakenly believes it to be my handiwork. I shall refrain from disabusing him of this notion, lest he become conceited and neglect to seek true fortune for me. Another stone tablet rose before Zhang Lingxiu, prompting her to retest, this time with Old Turtle's help, managing to control the brilliance to 10 zhang. The crowd was now thoroughly convinced that the previous tablet had indeed malfunctioned. After a brief interval, the remaining cultivators completed their tests, and one by one, figures were teleported out of the 1,000-li river and mountains. Just from this round alone, half had been eliminated, leaving approximately 4,000 participants. The next phase was upon them. Before them loomed 3 mountain peaks, each presenting a distinct trial, with the potential for elimination, severe injury, or even death. Elder Fong's voice grew unexpectedly solemn. If anyone wishes to withdraw, Now is your chance to inform me. Not a single soul spoke. Excellent. Let us commence. The first mountain's trial lasts 1 hour. Boom. Before the vast expanse of the thousand-li river and mountains, 3 enormous peaks suddenly manifested. Closely spaced. All the cultivators surged forward, entering the mountain's domain in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a fierce light erupted violently from the earth, so intense that all eyes were compelled to shut. Zhang Lingxiu was no exception. The unexpected brilliance rendered him unable to gaze ahead. Thus he closed his eyes, yet felt no immediate danger. When he reopened his eyes, he found Wang Yukai had vanished, as had all the other testing cultivators around him. The mountain peak before him had undergone a complete transformation. What in the world? Chapter 18, Courage. Zhang Lingxiu gazed at the mountain peak, which had dramatically altered after the white light faded, that it appeared as though a colossal blade had cleaved down from the summit, splitting the mountain in twain and forming a pathway approximately 100 zhang wide leading to the distant second peak. However, at the center of this passage stood a gargantuan figure, sculpted from rock, towering as high as the mountain itself. This giant, 1,000 zhang tall, wielded a massive blade, dwarfing Zhang Lingxiu to the size of an ant, that a palpable aura of dread emanated from the giant. Is this the pinnacle of the profound connection? Zhang Lingxiu pondered, astonished at the sight of the rock giant. Was this the trial of the first mountain? Who could possibly pass such a terrifying guardian? Meanwhile, Wang Yukai encountered the same predicament, staring at the looming passage and the massive giant, his face paling instantaneously. What an oppressive and terrifying sensation. That giant could crush me with a mere finger. It must have cleaved the mountain with that blade. How am I to pass? All the participating disciples faced a similar scenario. This scene was vividly observable to those outside. Zhang Lingxiu stood with arms crossed, aware that he was visible to the onlookers. The spectacle before him was likely mirrored by all, a manifestation of the thousand-li river and mountains effects. Do you require Old Turtle's assistance in exchange for all fortunes for the next month? Old Turtle will help you, otherwise you cannot pass. That giant is exceedingly powerful. The enigmatic turtle teased, and no need. If I, Zhang Lingxiu, cannot even pass the meteor sex entrance examination, what sort of genius am I? Zhang Lingxiu declared confidently. Determined to rely solely on his own strength to conquer the trial, that he then advanced toward the giant, deciding to close the distance for further assessment. After a few swift strides, he approached the towering figure. When he was merely 100 zhang away, the giant suddenly stirred, raising its colossal stone sword. Zhang Lingxiu halted abruptly, his gaze fixed on the sword. The giant's sword, too, froze in place. Zhang Lingxiu took 2 more steps closer, and the sword resumed its ascent. If I do not advance, I shall be fine, but I must conquer this trial. That as long as I approach, that sword will surely descend. Zhang Lingxiu murmured, realizing that among nearly 10,000 disciples, only Li Chaoyang from the meteor sect had reached the profound connection. Hence, it was impossible for 99% of them to perish. Thus, the first mountain could not be fatal. Could it be that the first mountain's trial tests one's courage? Summoning his bravery to approach, perhaps the 1,000 zhang giant would not strike, merely serving as a deterrent. It must be so. Zhang Lingxiu nodded resolutely and strode forth. The giant sword came crashing down with tremendous force. A powerful gust of wind surged, causing Zhang Lingxiu's body to sway violently. Without the aid of the turtle shell, his current strength was merely at the peak of qi condensation, unable to withstand the aura of the pinnacle of the profound connection. Simultaneously, the majority of the cultivators also deduced that this could be a trial. The meteor sect would not send them to their doom, as that would serve no purpose. Thus, they all pressed forward. The massive stone sword, descending from the heavens, cast a vast shadow over the area. Cracks began to appear in the surrounding peaks, and colossal boulders tumbled down, striking the ground with resounding thuds. The debris even grazed Zhang Lingxiu's face, causing his eyes to narrow as he lifted his gaze at the enormous sword. Could it truly be descending? Yet the moment he took a step back, he halted, staring up at the colossal sword poised to strike. His mind raced, and with renewed determination, he averted his gaze from the sword above and charged forward with fervor. An overwhelming gust of wind erupted behind him, propelling his body forward. Blood filled his mouth as he coughed it out. But just then, everything behind him vanished. Zhang Lingxiu gasped for breath. turning to see the massive sword retracting above him, the thousand-zhong giant reverting to its original form. Indeed, it was all a trial. Even I nearly resorted to using the turtle shell's power to withstand it. Surely, others would be frightened and retreat. Zhang Lingxiu exhaled deeply, continuing onward. He had successfully passed the first mountain, to his surprise. He was the second to emerge. Outside, an elder's gaze fell upon Zhang Lingxiu, recalling him vividly after he had emitted the 500 zhong brilliance earlier. While it was due to a malfunction of the tablet, it nonetheless left a lasting impression that a commendable display of courage. Elder Fong nodded slightly, revealing a look of appreciation. The first trial tests courage. Facing such a formidable giant, and the visceral sensation it evokes would make anyone hesitate. Yet this child has succeeded without retreating. Indeed, Li Chaoyang's strength lies in his profound connection. Had he been in the return to origin or qi condensation realms, perhaps this child would have been the first to emerge. Discussions erupted around them. Wang Yukai, after much hesitation, resolved to give it a try, but before the sword could fall, he took flight back in retreat. He attempted again, this time venturing closer than before. Yet as the mountain shattered, he retreated once more. My family possesses a modest fortune, yet I am truly passionate about cultivation and the pursuit of longevity. But is this not too challenging? Otherwise, shall I return home to enjoy my comforts? I will call upon my companion Zhang to join me, and I shall share my concubine with him. Chapter 19. Climbing the mountain, all the cultivators hesitated, for they felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the towering giant. Even though they knew their sect would not allow them all to perish, they hesitated to risk their lives in such an endeavor. At this moment, Zhang Lingxiu had already emerged from the first peak. And outside the second peak, he spotted a figure standing there, tall and slender. It was Li Xiaoyang. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Li Xiaoyang turned to glance back, and, upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu, his eyes flickered with surprise. In his eyes, Zhang Lingxiu's strength was rather unimpressive, and he had not anticipated this encounter. "It is I," Zhang Lingxiu replied. Immediately, Li Xiaoyang turned away, no longer paying attention to Zhang Lingxiu, neither with arrogance nor disdain. Simply because the two were on entirely different levels, rendering any interaction unnecessary. After a short while, others began to approach. Upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu, many expressed their astonishment, but as more people gathered, Zhang Lingxiu was gradually overlooked. An hour is but a fleeting moment. Zhang Lingxiu surveyed the 3,000 individuals before him, yet he could not find Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai, possessing mediocre talent, was an utterly ordinary person on the path of cultivation. Without Zhang Lingxiu's assistance, he had been eliminated at the first hurdle. It remained to be seen whether he could endure the second challenge. I was nearly frightened to death. It was truly terrifying. This is no mere trial. I genuinely thought I was going to lose my life. At that moment, Wang Youcai's trembling voice reached Zhang Lingxiu. His face was pale, and he pounded his chest while gasping for breath. After a few breaths, he looked around, and upon spotting Zhang Lingxiu, he rushed over to greet him. Zhang Lingxiu could discern that Wang Yukai was genuinely happy for him, and hours swiftly passed. Another 1,000 individuals were eliminated, leaving over 3,000 standing before the second peak, while the others departed from the landscape of 1,000 miles. Moreover, this was merely the first peak. 2 more loomed ahead. Who could predict what they would encounter next? After all, Elder Fong had proclaimed that there could even be life-threatening dangers. Congratulations to all for passing the first peak. Before the crowd, the ethereal image of Elder Fong appeared in the void. The first challenge consumed no energy, so you may proceed directly to the second peak. Reaching the summit will signify your success. You have 3 hours. Let the countdown commence. A colossal hourglass appeared in the vast emptiness, slowly releasing its sands. Once the hourglass was fully emptied, the 3 hours would conclude. Immediately, everyone surged towards the second peak. As they entered the vicinity of the second peak, all were momentarily stunned, instinctively looking within themselves. Their cultivation powers had been entirely suppressed. Was this challenge to be surmounted solely through physical prowess? Everyone was now on the same starting line. How could this be? Although everyone's powers were temporarily diminished, those with higher cultivation levels would naturally possess stronger physiques due to the refinement of their spiritual energy. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, all began to ascend. Wang Yukai clenched his fists. Though my talent is average, I am determined to cultivate. and I will strive diligently. Zhang Lingxiu nodded, and together they moved forward. As they stepped onto the base of the mountain, they felt a heavy pressure assailing them from all directions. As if their legs were weighed down with lead, akin to walking through a quagmire, and oh wonder 3 hours were allotted. Zhang Lingxiu glanced at the peak towering above him. Let us go. If we don't hurry. We truly one team make it soon. The over 3,000 cultivators fell silent, all silently beginning their ascent amidst the oppressive mountain atmosphere. Initially, the group of 3,000 moved swiftly, but after merely half an hour, the gaps between them began to widen. Leading the way was naturally Li Xiaoyang, whose expression remained calm and resolute as he made his way to the summit, entirely oblivious to those around him. Following Li Xiaoyang were Wang Cheng and several other formidable cultivators of the returning origin realm, numbering around several hundred, and then the remaining crowd in smaller clusters, not straying far from one another. Zhang Lingxiu walked among the crowd without hastening his pace. Just like Wang Yukai, an hour and a half later, they had traversed more than half the distance, and many had begun to rest. Their faces pale and foreheads glistening with sweat, droplets continually trickling down. Some leaned against nearby colossal trees, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Lingxiu too began to pant, feeling utterly fatigued, yet he knew he could continue. He was far from his limit. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see that Wang Yukai had not taken a break. Even though he appeared quite exhausted, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Yet his gaze remained steadfast. 2 hours passed. Li Xiaoyang had covered 4/5 of the distance, but he too finally halted. Without his cultivation, he could only rely on his physical strength, and after 2 hours of continuous effort, he could no longer endure. Sweat soaked his garments, and his dark hair clung together due to perspiration. That he glanced back, noting that the nearest person had already been distanced by several dozen yards. A faint smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of pride as he seated himself on a nearby stone, taking a moment to rest. Seeing that Li Xiaoyang had chosen to rest, the remaining participants seemed to have found their excuse, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Yukai was no exception, panting heavily, his body growing weak as he prepared to sit down, when a voice rang out, "Do not rest. You have not yet reached your limit. Even if you have, you can still break through it." Zhang Lingxiu urged at this moment. He too was exceedingly fatigued, yet had no intention of taking a break. Wang Yukai looked at Zhang Lingxiu and nodded earnestly, expressing his admiration that at this point, none of us have reached our limits, but witnessing everyone else resting, this sensation feels more exhausting than reaching my own limit. Yet you, Zhang, continue onward. What a fierce will. I understand now. This trial assesses our determination. Indeed, do not misconstrue this as an entry examination. View it as an essential part of the cultivation journey. This trial is not merely to pass a test, but to refine oneself. Zhang Lingxiu explained that I have been enlightened. Wang Yukai exclaimed, his eyes widening with realization that he then fell in step behind Zhang Lingxiu, continuing to forge ahead. While everyone else paused to rest, Zhang Lingxiu's relentless progress instantly drew attention. All eyes were upon him. Ha! A derisive laugh echoed, belonging to Wang Cheng, who sat on the ground and exclaimed loudly, "Everyone else is resting, yet you deliberately press on to attract the sect's attention. What a futile endeavor! Such cunning is of no use. Strength and talent are the ultimate truths. Your actions are but a misguided path, and the sect elders will surely find you bothersome." Chapter 20. A collective shock. This man is truly attention-seeking. Perhaps he mistakenly believes that the broken talent stone has granted him a 500 zhang aptitude. Let us see how far he can go. When we rise again, he will undoubtedly falter and seek rest. After Wang Cheng's mockery, others turned their gazes toward Zhang Lingxiu, their expressions laced with disdain. Not a single soul believed Zhang Lingxiu was genuinely honing his skills, especially since even the esteemed disciple Li Xiaoyang had chosen to rest. From the outside, Elder Feng's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. Though he did not know Zhang Lingxiu personally and was unaware of his character, he observed his distinct approach and inquired, "What do you all believe this young man's actions signify?" "Merely a clown seeking the elder's attention," responded Su Sun, an elder of the inner sect. Without hesitation, that I share the same sentiment. Unless he ascends to the summit without pausing, his efforts are in vain. Elder Fong was about to speak, but his gaze suddenly widened in surprise as he looked again at the second peak of the thousand-mile landscape. Fellow disciples, we have all joined this sect together and ought to support and encourage one another. I understand that everyone is weary, yet none have reached their limits. Why not continue together? Do not perceive this as a trial, but rather as an opportunity for personal growth and advancement. Zhang Lingxiu disregarded the mockery, instead speaking earnestly and profoundly. Faced with such harsh words, his sincere tone left many momentarily stunned, unable to respond. How pretentious! You and I are rivals. What reason do you have to be so benevolent? Are you perhaps plotting something behind the scenes? Or is this a deliberate ploy to showcase yourself? Wang Cheng interjected mockingly. You misunderstand. I genuinely wish for all of you to join the sect and support each other in the future. Zhang Lingxiu replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Just hurry along and seek attention for yourself. Do not drag us into your antics. Wang Cheng retorted. Fellow disciples, I shall take my leave first. Zhang Lingxiu bowed to the group, then continued onward. Wang Yukai followed behind, filled with admiration that To repay malice with kindness. Zhang is truly virtuous. How intriguing. Elder Fong chuckled. Before long, Zhang Lingxiu reached the rear of Li Xiaoyang, his breath quickening, sweat cascading down. Li Xiaoyang glanced at Zhang Lingxiu. Originally, he had intended to rest a moment longer, but as a disciple of the falling star, how could he allow another to surpass him? Thus, he rose directly to his feet and strode forward. Although the rest period was brief, he appeared considerably more relaxed, distancing himself from Zhang Lingxiu. The other cultivators, observing Li Xiaoyang's continued progress, noted that Zhang Lingxiu did not take a break either, continuing onward. Those who chose to rest appeared somewhat downcast, especially considering the many disciples of the sect, as well as the elders and seniors, who were watching from outside. Wang Cheng, cursing under his breath, also stood up, urging everyone to press on the second peak. Only the sound of heavy breathing remained, in an instant. Only half an hour was left at Li Xiaoyang finally reached the summit, the ASA cultivator of the Tongxian realm. Even with his powers suppressed, his physical prowess was unmatched by others that he turned back to look at the group. Though calm, a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. Compared to them, he was indeed exceptional. To walk 100 miles is to cover 90. The final stretch was the most arduous. The person at the forefront had less than 50 zhang to go, yet each step felt exceedingly challenging. His legs trembled with effort, and each footfall felt as though it could send him tumbling down. Damn it, why isn't he taking a break? How can he endure? Wang Cheng glared at Zhang Lingxiu, who was ahead of him, filled with both anger and jealousy. Many were struggling to hold on, yet Zhang Lingxiu pushed forward without pause, and they felt compelled to follow suit, lest they lose face. After all, he had not rested at all, while they had taken a significant break. If they could not surpass him, they might as well end it all. Though Zhang Lingxiu managed to persevere, Wang Yukai had already reached his limit. His breathing was labored, his complexion as pale as paper, that he struggled to lift his right leg. Yet he remained stationary, his entire body shaking violently, that he had long since reached his breaking point. But under Zhang Lingxiu's encouragement, he continued to endure. In fact, he even broke through his own limits and managed to advance a bit further. But now he could move not a single step more. He gazed up at the remaining distance to the summit. Just over 40 zhang, that he felt no regret. He had done his utmost. Given his inferior talent and strength, reaching this point was already a significant achievement for him. Zhang Daoyu, thank you for your encouragement. But I can no longer continue. Zhang Lingxiu looked at Wang Yukai, wiping away the tears that had gathered in his eyes, and finally came to a halt. It was evident that his breathing had begun to shift, as he sought to recover as best as he could. Haha, I thought you wouldn't rest. Yet here you are, stopping. What about the bravado you just expressed? Weren't you going to surpass your limits? Why stop now? Although Wang Cheng was weak, he could not resist the urge to scoff. Others nodded in agreement, seemingly believing that belittling Zhang Lingxiu would demonstrate their own resilience and effort. Wang Youcai's strength pales in comparison to everyone else's. Yet he has managed to hold on until now. His willpower surpasses that of many. Zhang Lingxiu paid no heed to their mockery that if everyone here possessed Wang Youcai's determination, they would have already reached the peak. You speak so eloquently. I ask you this. If you weren't going to rest, why have you stopped? Wang Cheng sneered that if I don't take a moment to rest, I won't be able to move another step. Zhang Lingxiu replied with a smile, and then, astonishingly, he stepped back that he walked a few paces to Wang Yukai's side, then slightly bent down and lifted him onto his back. Step by step, he moved forward. Each step sent tremors through his legs, deeply imprinting his feet into the earth. His teeth clenched tightly, in that instant, silence enveloped the area. How could he still possess the strength to carry another? At this point, everyone had reached their limit. How could he possibly have any strength left? What extraordinary willpower! No wonder he had taken a brief respite earlier. It all made sense now that a previously scoffing cultivator straightened his expression and remarked, I not only wish to reach the summit, but I also aim to do so with greater speed. Another cultivator of the Guiyuan realm gritted his teeth, greatly inspired. Wang Cheng's mouth fell open in disbelief. His heart ablaze with fury. This was impossible. How could this boy possess such terrifying will? Zhang Daoyu, what are you doing? Quickly put me down, or you will only burden yourself. Wang Youcai's voice was weak. That won't happen. The rules do not prohibit helping others, and besides, I genuinely wish to hone my skills. Zhang Lingxiu declared that moment. The mysterious turtle shell shimmered subtly. Tio possessed the turtle elder, and yet train with such diligence is truly rare. Those who had previously held my favor never failed to neglect foundational practices, focusing solely on enhancing their cultivation levels, utilizing the turtle elder to vanquish foes. Perhaps this time, success is truly within reach. The second peak was filled with awe. The outside world was equally astonished. This child is truly remarkable. Elder Fong's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed remarkable, quite rare. Upon hearing the praises from the elders, Su Sun's expression shifted, and he began to scheme that it seemed he would surely be admitted into the sect. Thus, once he entered, he must swiftly eliminate him before he could fully develop. Chapter 21. Astonishing willpower in the midst of silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing persisted. Zhang Lingxiu's complexion was as pale as paper. He felt utterly disconnected from his body, moving solely by sheer will. His legs trembled uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. The weight of Wang Yucai on his back felt like a mountain. Before his eyes, darkness encroached, the grinding of his teeth echoing painfully. The veins on his neck and forehead bulged ominously. Many had already surpassed Zhang Lingxiu, including Wang Cheng, who had reached the finish line. Yet none bore any semblance of pride or triumph. Their gazes were all fixed on Zhang Lingxiu, utterly astounded at that moment. Wang Cheng dared not mock Zhang Lingxiu. It was clear to even the foolish that Zhang Lingxiu was not merely seeking attention or putting on a show. Cultivators who passed sat at the summit, gasping for air as they watched Zhang Lingxiu. He had only 10 zhang remaining. Suddenly, Zhang Lingxiu collapsed, dropping to one knee to that moment. Darkness enveloped him, and he could no longer bear it. A fierce determination ignited in his eyes. The bitter metallic taste filled his mouth, and bright red blood began to drip from the corner of his lips. He had bitten his tongue. The intense pain brought clarity back to his vision. He clenched his teeth, his once pristine white teeth now stained crimson. A primal roar escaped his throat as he shakily rose to his feet once more. Step by step, he was unaware of how he completed those final few steps. Upon reaching the finish line, he set Wang Yucai down and collapsed onto the ground, his limbs feeling nearly numb and devoid of sensation. 2,000 pairs of astonished eyes gazed at Zhang Lingxiu, captivated by his indomitable spirit. What does he intend to do? Why not rest properly? Why struggle to rise when he has already succeeded? Amidst exclamations of disbelief, Zhang Lingxiu painstakingly rose to his feet, sitting cross-legged, and addressed the surrounding crowd. At this moment, though it is exhausting, practicing is incredibly beneficial for refining oneself, enhancing cultivation, and absorbing spiritual energy. Fellow cultivators, let us train together. With that, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Wang Yucai, deeply moved, immediately joined in. The other cultivators exchanged glances, and soon many began to cultivate as well, leading all to embark on their training. Li Zhaoyang cast a glance at Zhang Lingxiu, lamenting the lack of talent. Otherwise, he possessed the potential to become a formidable cultivator. Excellent, truly excellent. Elder Fong praised once more. Let them cultivate here until they are restored. The trials of the third peak can wait. What they learn from this young man will far exceed what they could gain from the trials. Indeed, based on their previous performance, they should have only been able to pass with 2,000. Yet now 2,500 had succeeded, all influenced by this young man. The surrounding elders nodded in agreement. This training session lasted for the better part of the day. Outside, the sky had begun to darken. Fiery red clouds adorned the horizon above the falling Star Mountain range, displaying myriad formations. Within the grand landscape, all remained brightly lit. Zhang Lingxiu opened his eyes. Having reached the peak of the qi condensation stage, he naturally transitioned into the early stages of the Guiyuan realm. The body refining stage focused on enhancing the physical form, while qi condensation involved absorbing spiritual energy into the body. The Guiyuan realm combined the two, a process that is typically challenging for most cultivators. However, Zhang Lingxiu had previously attained the Guiyuan realm, making this transition seamless and unimpeded. Moreover, the range of the turtle shell he controlled had now extended to 3 zhang. The other cultivators also opened their eyes, marveling at their transformations, each bearing expressions of delight. Their gazes toward Zhang Lingxiu shifted entirely. Without Zhang Lingxiu, they would not have pushed themselves so relentlessly. Without him, they would not have endured the pain of training after such arduous efforts. Since you have all recovered, we shall now proceed to the 3rd peak, where you must complete the trial within 5 hours. This mountain is exceedingly perilous, and there is a threat to your lives. Take heed. Elder Fang's voice echoed once more, as approximately 2,500 cultivators gazed cautiously at the 3rd peak. Yet, Li Zhaoyang, without a moment's hesitation, was the first to step inside, swiftly advancing. With his mastery at the Tongxian realm, he could entirely disregard the dangers present, unlike the others who proceeded with utmost caution. After all, there were 5 hours at their disposal, granting ample time. The crowd gathered, acutely aware that since Elder Fang had warned of peril during the assessment, potentially life-threatening, the absence of danger in the first 2 tests implied the final trial would be fraught with hazards. As they pondered, a series of resounding thuds suddenly reverberated through the air, originating from the ground below. All eyes instinctively turned to their surroundings. Almost no one had initially glanced down, in that fleeting moment. It was already too late. Sharp spikes erupted violently from the earth, hurtling towards the gathered masses with astonishing speed. On my leg! Numerous cries of agony erupted as some began to sustain injuries. Zhang Lingxiu, quick to react, having reached the Guiyuan realm, and once having attained its pinnacle, seized Wang Yukai and leaped nimbly to evade the barrage of spikes, landing safely aside while surveying the scene. Wang Yukai, pale with fright, hastily expressed his gratitude, offering to escort his concubine alongside Zhang Daoist. Zhang Lingxiu scanned the area, recognizing that this was merely the first assault upon entering the 3rd peak. Yet it had already resulted in around 100 injuries. Although the wounds were not critical, they would undoubtedly hinder subsequent actions. Having successfully navigated the first trial and passed the initial tests of the second, none wished to falter here, and the injured bore expressions of deep resentment. "Fear not, I shall assist you in healing," Zhang Lingxiu declared suddenly. "Yes, we have all entered the sect together. It is our duty to aid one another." With that, he promptly approached the most grievously wounded individual, immediately commencing treatment. The injured cultivator, a disciple of the condensation qi realm, was overjoyed and gratefully clasped his hands in thanks, exclaiming, "Thank you, Daoist friend, I am eternally grateful." Wang Yukai added, "Since Zhang Daoist is lending a hand, I too shall assist, though my abilities are modest." Wang Qing scoffed derisively. "What a charade!" He strode forward, resolved that this mountain peak harbored even greater perils, and time must not be squandered. The remaining cultivators continued onward, the lightly wounded tending to their own injuries while keeping pace with the group, as traveling among the masses was decidedly safer than venturing alone. Zhang Lingxiu stayed behind to treat the severely injured. Observers outside were astonished by Zhang Lingxiu's actions and began to murmur among themselves. Chapter 22. The Marsh Lake after a brief interval. Those who were gravely injured began to recover somewhat. The group, unwilling to delay further, promptly advanced, their gazes toward Zhang Lingxiu filled with respect and gratitude. "Following the path we traversed will be considerably safer," Zhang Lingxiu remarked, eyeing the traces left by his companions and selecting a route. Initially, all cultivators walked together, but now they had diverged on various paths. There were many routes leading through the 3rd peak, and whether they would tread the most perilous path depended on fortune. The pace of their advance quickened significantly, Yet before long, they encountered a dozen or so severely injured individuals, stranded in place. These were fellow disciples, and witnessing their plight, Zhang Lingxiu felt a pang of sorrow that I shall assist you in healing. He called out once more, diving back into his healing efforts. The cultivators whom Zhang Lingxiu had treated felt embarrassed to proceed alone and chose to stay behind to help. With their collective efforts, they quickly managed to restore the majority of the injured. After traversing for an hour, 2 groups of cultivators had been treated. However, they soon encountered a daunting sight. Over 500 cultivators were halted. Seemingly facing some impediment, as Zhang Lingxiu and his companions approached, they discovered an immense lake, stretching endlessly without visible boundaries, though it measured only 100 zhang in depth. The water appeared exceedingly viscous and brown, occasionally bubbling with thick, noxious fumes that filled the air. Daoist friends, what is the situation here? Someone inquired, as others began to voice their confusion. There is no way to pass around it. We must traverse the lake, came the reply. However, flying across is impossible. You see those lily pad-like structures on the surface. Some can support a cultivator's weight, while others cannot. Coming into contact with the lake's water could result in poisoning or even bodily corrosion. It is a matter of pure chance how one might cross. And how did the other cultivators manage to pass? Another queried. There is no sign of them. This could be a confined space. We suspect the 3rd peak contains many such spaces, each presenting different trials. The others must have faced varying dangers. From the dialogue among the surrounding cultivators, Zhang Lingxiu gleaned a rough understanding. Standing at the lake's edge, he extended his spiritual energy to probe ahead, but as he neared the water, his efforts dissipated into nothingness, rendering him unable to ascertain the nature of the lily pads leading across. How far can a cultivator leap across the lake? Someone continued to ask. About 2 zhang. Therefore, with 50 leaps, one could potentially cross the 100 zhang span. The key lies in identifying the correct lily pads. If one fails to find them, no amount of attempts will suffice. At that moment, within the 3rd peak, some faced the sudden dangers that had emerged, while others were similarly ensnared in this confined space, confronting various perils. Some were gravely injured, while others had met their demise. Elder Fong and the others observed intently, taking note of each disciple's performance. Due to the innate talents displayed at the 1st peak and the resolve demonstrated while climbing the 2nd peak, many had kept a close watch on Zhang Lingxiu, regarding him as a focal point. In contrast, Li Xiaoyang garnered little attention. The mere mention of falling star disciple sufficed. This Zhang Lingxiu seems to have poor fortune. This marsh lake is indeed quite challenging. One elder lamented that in the path of cultivation, luck holds great significance. Indeed, the trials test not only strength but also fortune. However, the essence of this challenge lies in trust. Yet, among strangers, how can one cultivate trust? Another elder shook his head. Trust? Zhang Lingxiu furrowed his brow, although he had refrained from utilizing the power of the turtle shell to aid himself in the assessment. He had been attentively listening to the conversation, mindful of Wang Cheng and Su Sun, who both sought to undermine him. What connection exists between this marsh lake and trust? Zhang Lingxiu pondered, as the others expressed varying degrees of anger or contemplation. Some even uprooted a giant tree and hurled it into the lake to no avail. That I understand, Zhang Lingxiu suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening. All turned to him. One person's strength is utterly insufficient to cross. But with 10 or 50 individuals, it becomes entirely feasible. What do you mean? Have you devised a method? Who possesses a rope or something similar? Zhang Lingxiu inquired. I do, but what good will it do? Testing the waters with a rope is futile. It must be a cultivator who ventures forth. That we've all tried. A cultivator declared, producing a length of rope from his storage pouch, which extended to 100 zhang upon infusing it with spiritual energy. Let us bind the rope around 50 of us. One shall leap onto the lily pad first. If they fail, the rest can pull them back until we locate the real lily pad. And then we shall seek the next one, continuing until the first person successfully passes and finds the correct path. Zhang Lingxiu proposed. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd brightened, yet soon someone voiced. Who will take the lead? The method entailed peril for the first individual, and should any among the remainder harbor ill intentions or fail to assist in time, that person would indeed plummet. Indeed, human hearts are inscrutable. Fear not, I, Zhang Lingxiu, shall volunteer, he declared resolutely, With that, he took the rope artifact from the cultivator and secured it around his waist. Let a few others join me, with Zhang Lingxiu leading. The remaining cultivators readily agreed that a mid-stage Guiyuan realm cultivator approached Zhang Lingxiu and clasped his hands in respect, saying, Daoist friend, your selflessness humbles me that I, Lu, am relatively capable here. I shall stand behind you. Rest assured. I will do my utmost to assist. Daoist Lu, you are too kind. Zhang Lingxiu responded, returning the gesture. Soon, all 50 cultivators had bound the rope around their waists. Zhang Lingxiu glanced back at the group, nodded, and then leaped powerfully, landing upon a lily pad. There were a dozen or so lily pads surrounding him, seemingly indistinguishable. Yet the moment Zhang Lingxiu's foot touched the pad, he felt nothing, as though treading upon air. He immediately shouted, pull, pull. Lu Daoist echoed the command, and all tugged upward with vigor. Just as Zhang Lingxiu's shoe grazed the surface of the marsh lake, his body surged upward. He swiftly discarded his shoe to prevent corrosion. And upon descending, he landed on another lily pad. Pull, he urged, but that lily pad too was false. His form soared again, and after a third attempt, he finally found solid footing on a genuine lily pad. Wonderful. Success. Daoist Zhang is remarkable. Now everyone must leap with me. I shall count. 3, 2, 1, jump. Zhang Lingxiu once again called out, leaping towards a large lotus leaf ahead. Lu Daoyu also jumped onto the first safe lotus leaf he had previously discovered. The others gathered at the edge of the lake, preparing to leap once more. This time, fortune favored Zhang Lingxiu, who successfully landed on a genuine lotus leaf. Chapter 23, a heap of useless artifacts with a method in hand. The marshy lake seemed simplified. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Zhang Lingxiu, continuously extolling his high morals and selflessness. After traversing the marshy lake, they indeed found themselves once more in the presence of towering peaks. And 2 hours had already elapsed. The group advanced swiftly, encountering dangers and other cultivators along the way, all of which they navigated with only minor incidents. Despite being injured, Zhang Lingxiu continued to lead and assist the others. After all they had been through, many cultivators felt immense gratitude towards Zhang Lingxiu, and outside, discussion swirled, affirming that this young man truly possessed a heart of fiery sincerity. 3 hours later, Zhang Lingxiu and several hundred cultivators encountered over 300 more. Upon noticing this, Zhang Lingxiu immediately glanced behind him. Indeed, they were no longer before the third peak, but had seemingly fallen into another small space. The others also recognized this, each inwardly lamenting. Among them was Wang Cheng, along with several other cultivators of the returning origin realm, who sensed that this small space was even more perilous. As both groups made contact, inquiries began to flow between them. They soon learned that the two waves of cultivators had arrived almost simultaneously, completely unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. Wang Cheng spotted Zhang Lingxiu and began to contemplate. Given Zhang Lingxiu's performance, his entry into the inner sect seemed almost assured. Although he may have killed Su Xing, it likely wasn't solely due to his own strength, and he could potentially pose a threat to me as well. Thus, utilizing the dangers of the third peak would be the best course of action. While mulling this over, the group proceeded forward. Ahead lay a dense fog, reducing visibility to a minimum. Once within the thick mist, everyone proceeded with utmost caution. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, its howling audible, yet the source unseen. The cultivators, not inexperienced, discerned the sound and swiftly evaded as a rusted spear plunged into the earth, its shaft trembling slightly. The surrounding individuals turned to observe. It was merely a weathered spear, its shaft somewhat damaged and utterly useless in battle. Look, there are other broken artifacts on the ground. One exclaimed that I asked that a shattered sword and a broken dagger. What is this, a lantern? In an instant, everyone noticed the remnants of dilapidated treasures beneath their feet. Some picked them up for inspection before discarding them, while others continued to examine them. Could this spear be a warning? This was a test, and every action carried significant meaning. Without the spear, no one would have noticed the broken artifacts scattered on the ground. Zhang Lingxiu pondered, lowering his gaze to find an ancient bronze lamp, which he picked up, feeling its weight in his hand. The lamp still contained a small amount of oil. Beside the ancient lamp lay a shattered folding fan, which Zhang Lingxiu also decided to collect, reasoning that it wouldn't be a hindrance to keep it for now. After all, this was a trial, and the appearance of these items must have its rationale. Wang Yukai, nearby, picked up a half-human-sized plaque, struggling to discern its writing. What does it say? Some kind of soul? He wondered aloud, the letters too faded to read, but I'll take it. It might have some use. Following Zhang Lingxiu's lead, Wang Yukai grasped it firmly. After a brief pause, the group continued onward. Zhang Lingxiu glanced around among the dozens of cultivators visible to him, noting that only about 1 in 10 had collected the found artifacts, while the rest had discarded them. After a few more steps, the fog suddenly dissipated, revealing the surrounding hundreds of individuals clearly. As the mist cleared, the previously found objects vanished as well. You actually picked those up? How ridiculous! You all want those scraps? A brawny cultivator laughed as he observed dozens of people holding onto their finds. Some cultivators turned red with embarrassment, discarding their remnants of swords and daggers. Wang Cheng's gaze fell upon Zhang Lingxiu, a look of disdain crossing his face. He too had picked up artifacts, and two at that. It was evident that those from small places had never seen much of the world. What's this? A chilling aura. Suddenly, Wang Cheng narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Everyone felt it. A wave of icy energy permeated the air, causing involuntary shivers. What is happening? The previously mocking brawny cultivator shouted, now standing at the edge of the group. They looked and beheld a light, ethereal shadow rushing from afar, heading straight for the brawny man. Seeking death, he roared, clenching his right fist and striking out that a burst of light erupted from his fist, momentarily engulfing the shadow. Is that all? The brawny man smirked, but just as that smile crept onto his face, the shadow passed through the light unharmed, approaching him directly. The shadow's arm swung, a spray of blood shooting into the air, and the brawny man's head was sent flying. Even as his head fell, the contemptuous smile remained on his face. The shadow then lunged towards another cultivator. This man immediately retreated at great speed while launching an attack. But once again, his strikes passed harmlessly through the shadow. What is going on? Why is it ineffective? Despite the peculiar and formidable nature of the shadow, with only one present, the crowd managed to maintain a semblance of calm, discussing and deliberating among themselves. However, the cultivator being pursued by the shadow turned pale with fear. His cultivation was at the peak of the chi condensation stage, and no matter how he attacked or what methods he employed, they had no effect whatsoever. The shadow moved swiftly, closing in. He glanced back in panic, the image of the brawny man's severed head still vivid in his mind. This was a genuine life-or-death situation. In his frantic state, he stumbled over something. Falling to the ground, he instinctively reached down and grasped it, realizing it was a rusted half of an axe that someone had previously retrieved from the mist. The shadow was now right in front of him. With spiritual energy and techniques proving ineffective against the shadow, what else could he do? He could only raise the broken axe in despair and swing it down with all his might. A terrifying gust erupted as the shadow was cleaved in two by the fractured axe. The cultivator stood dazed. It turned out that those artifacts were meant to combat these shadows. Other cultivators also came to this realization. Regrettably, the mist had vanished, and those artifacts were nowhere to be found. Otherwise, they would have rushed back to retrieve one. Someone lamented. Meanwhile, those who had discarded their artifacts hastily reclaimed them. However, others also sought to claim them, leading to disputes. That was mine. You've already discarded it. It was unclaimed. What is the point of arguing? The shadow has been defeated. Others attempted to mediate. Wang Cheng's expression darkened. The chilling aura still lingered, intensifying rather than waning. There had been numerous artifacts. If there had only been one shadow, a single artifact would suffice. Given the quantity of artifacts, it was evident that more than one shadow lurked nearby. Zhang Lingxiu's expression shifted as well. He raised his voice to caution the group, glancing at the ancient bronze lamp and the tattered folding fan in his possession. Wang Yukai clutched his plaque tightly. Chapter 24. Kill Wang Cheng. The chilling presence grew more intense. Look, countless shadows. My heavens, how many are there? At least tens of thousands. How do we defend against this? Panicked voices erupted around them. They beheld innumerable shadows advancing, dense and overwhelming, reminiscent of dark clouds threatening to engulf a city. Fortunately, these shadows moved slowly, seemingly granting the cultivators a moment to breathe and devise their defenses. Those artifacts. Only the broken ones can combat these shadows. But there were far too few artifacts, with only a handful of individuals possessing them. What could they do? Panic and urgency echoed in their voices. In this life-threatening moment, everyone was on edge. Those who had previously discarded their useless artifacts hastily picked them up again, clutching them tightly while casting anxious glances at the others. Wang Cheng's face turned cold as he surveyed Zhang Lingxiu and the others holding their artifacts that he moved aside to whisper with several other powerful cultivators at the later stages of the returning origin realm. A strong sense of crisis enveloped all who possessed artifacts. They felt a profound fear, for the gravest danger now lay not with the shadows, but among their fellow cultivators. What should we do? If we surrender our artifacts, will those powerful cultivators lead us to safety? They do not trust that. But if we refuse to give them up, we may very well perish before the shadows even arrive. Rather than face that fate, it was better to hand them over to someone trustworthy. Zhang Daoyu, what do you suggest? We will heed whatever you say. Indeed, it was Zhang Daoyu's resolve that inspired us on the second peak. And it was Zhang Daoyu who guided us through dangers along the way. Even I will relinquish my artifact to Zhang Daoyu's discretion, several cultivators declared. The number of speaking cultivators exceeds 100, and they wield several magical artifacts in their hands. All of them gaze at Zhang Lingxiu with expressions of unwavering trust. The others, initially perplexed, soon glean from the words of these speaking cultivators the deeds Zhang Lingxiu has accomplished along the way. Instinctively drawing closer to her, in a moment of crisis, everyone longs for a capable leader, and it is evident that Zhang Lingxiu has earned their faith. Zhang Lingxiu furrows her brow, takes a deep breath, and proclaims in a resonant voice, "Since you all place your trust in me, I shall take charge and endeavor to lead everyone to safety." You intend to take charge. Who do you think you are? Everyone, surrender your artifacts immediately. We shall take command. Voices rang out fiercely. Hurry and relinquish them. Otherwise, before the shadows strike, you shall meet your demise. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they beheld Wang Cheng and 5 formidable cultivators of the Guyuan realm approaching. Wang Cheng, a pinnacle cultivator of the Guyuan realm, was flanked by 3 more in the late stages and 2 in the mid stages of the same realm. All among the strongest present, these individuals prepared to hand over their artifacts to Zhang Lingxiu. Reluctance washed over them. Without artifacts, even their considerable prowess would be insufficient against the shadows. Moreover, their dominance and strength rendered reason unnecessary. Will you truly lead us to safety? One individual asked, filled with trepidation. Why all the chatter? Do you wish for death? A late-stage Guyuan cultivator replied, brimming with murderous intent. In such dire circumstances, who would care for the lives of others? Just a bunch of cannon fodder, scoffed another late-stage Guyuan cultivator. Upon hearing this, the faces of the cultivators turned ashen. Not only were they unwilling to assist, but they seemed indifferent to even feigning concern. This was the harsh reality, when lives were at stake. The strong showed little regard for the weak. What can we do? An intersect elder lamented. Even I cannot conceive a solution. If I were merely a chi-gathering cultivator, my only option would be to bide my time or curry favor with a Guyuan cultivator. But even then, the Guyuan cultivator would prioritize their own safety over dragging along a burden. Another elder concurred. Elder Fong instinctively cast a glance at Zhang Lingxiu, but quickly shook his head with a smile. Why would I even consider her? Though she possesses a resolute spirit and a benevolent demeanor, having recently advanced to the Guyuan realm during the assessment, her cultivation is still lacking and would be of no use among the hundreds of cultivators present. Are you all attempting to seize control? Zhang Lingxiu narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze upon Wang Cheng. Spot on. Wang Cheng sneered coldly, the other 5 exuding a palpable pressure, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a piercing whistle erupted, and Zhang Lingxiu, wielding a broken sword, charged at Wang Cheng like a bolt of lightning. And no one expected her to act so decisively, especially against an opponent of superior strength. Wang Cheng was taken aback and immediately leapt to defend himself, but they had already closed the distance significantly. With a sudden burst, Zhang Lingxiu surged forward, closing within 3 zhang. Within that range, she was invincible. The broken sword plunged mercilessly into Wang Cheng's body. Wang Cheng's hands gripped the sword tightly as blood gushed from his mouth, his pupils constricting in disbelief. How is this possible? I cannot withstand it. Do you remember what I said earlier? Zhang Lingxiu spoke calmly. What did you say? Wang Chung instinctively pondered, but before he could comprehend, he lost consciousness entirely. Zhang Lingxiu struck the hilt of the sword forcefully, causing the blade to pierce through his body. Wang Cheng's form collapsed with a resounding thud. The Diaoyu still wished to seize control. Zhang Lingxiu's gaze shifted, her piercing eyes sweeping over the 5 late-stage Guiyuan cultivators who had been poised to act. Those who had previously boasted and prepared to make a move now closed their lips tightly, their faces pale with fear, too terrified to speak. Wang Cheng, the strongest cultivator at the pinnacle of the Guiyuan realm, had been slain by Zhang Lingxiu with a single stroke, and they dared not challenge her. Outside, the gathered cultivators were equally astonished that in their eyes, Zhang Lingxiu was resolute and commendable, but they had never imagined her to be among the strongest of this group. Yet now, having swiftly dispatched Wang Cheng, her prowess was truly awe-inspiring. Good, good. Elder Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tio possessed such formidable strength, yet not bully others, striving to assist her companions while ruthlessly confronting foes. This is truly commendable. Indeed, it has been long since I have witnessed such an outstanding disciple. Tio Slay, a pinnacle Guiyuan cultivator at the early stages of Guiyuan, is remarkable. This ability to combat adversaries of higher realms rivals that of the disciples of the Falling Star sect. Though I suspect Wang Cheng may have underestimated her and did not use his full power. Indeed, Elder Fong nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, she is nearing the caliber of the Falling Star disciples. A promising talent. At that moment, countless shadows surged forth. Lu Daoyu, you take Wang Yotsai's artifact. You few, with only qi gathering strength, are ill-suited to wield artifacts. Hand them over to those capable. All those bearing artifacts arrange themselves in a pointed formation, with Zhang Lingxiu at the forefront, protecting the others in the center as they fought their way to the exit. Anyone who acts recklessly shall face my wrath. Zhang Lingxiu commanded swiftly, her orders precise and imposing, instilling a palpable sense of dread. The cultivators dared not defy her. The Guiyuan cultivators promptly arranged themselves as she instructed. The remaining qi-gathering cultivators looked upon Zhang Lingxiu's back, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Respect, trust, and admiration flickered in their gazes as the shadows advanced. The cultivators, following Zhang Lingxiu's meticulous arrangement, formed an orderly line. The broken artifacts emitted a fearsome radiance, effectively countering the peculiar shadows. Despite the immense pressure faced by those wielding the artifacts, they managed to hold their ground, though the depletion of their spiritual energy was rapid. Do not concern yourselves with the consumption of spiritual energy. I have arranged for reinforcements to replace you at the rear. When your energy wanes, others will step in. With so many cultivators, there is no need for worry. Zhang Lingxiu shouted, effortlessly dispatching 7 or 8 shadows with her broken sword. The cultivators engaged in battle felt a renewed sense of confidence. With Zhang Lingxiu organizing everything and embodying the focal point of their trust, they could advance without fear. The trials ceased to hold significance. Zhang Lingxiu was simply too exceptional. Outside, Elder Fong continued to lavish her with praise. Indeed, unity, trust, and the ability to make optimal choices and arrangements have rendered the challenges they faced trivial. Another inner-sect elder agreed. Thus, an exit suddenly materialized before Zhang Lingxiu and the others, though the crowd was bewildered. They erupted in cheers. Soon, they passed the trial. The test of the third peak concluded. As they gazed back at the third peak, a sense of relief washed over them, their eyes gradually focusing on Zhang Lingxiu. Thank you, Taoist Zhang, for your righteous rescue. Without you, we know not how many would have perished. The cultivators expressed their heartfelt gratitude and admiration that we shall support one another as fellow disciples from now on. Zhang Lingxiu replied with a gentle smile, showing no concern for the accolades. The faces of the Guiyuan cultivators darkened, resentment brewing within them. So many have emerged together, Li Xiaoyang remarked, observing the hundreds of cultivators with minimal signs of battle. His brow furrowed in curiosity that it seems they owe it all to this young man. His gaze returned to Zhang Lingxiu. Yet, despite his intrigue, he refrained from approaching Zhang Lingxiu. After all, no one could rival the disciples of the Falling Star sect. As the 5-hour mark approached, the group remained in a state of anticipation, occasionally witnessing others emerge. Ultimately, after 5 hours had elapsed, over 900 individuals successfully passed the trial. Truly, one of the 3 major powers of Nanyang. Nearly 10,000 cultivators entered the sect, yet only over 900 emerged victorious, Wang Yukai sighed. Without Daoist Zhang, I would have been eliminated long ago. As the surrounding lights flickered, the bodies of the crowd surged uncontrollably towards the outside. Over 900 individuals stood in the center of the arena, while those eliminated from the third peak were sent out, gathering with the previously ousted. Each face bore a mask of regret. First, congratulations to you all for successfully entering my Falling Star sect. From now on, you shall be disciples of one of the three major powers, and in the entire Nanyang Kingdom, you shall be revered. Elder Fong proclaimed passionately. Based on your performance in the trials, you shall now be classified as outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples. I shall now call out the names of the inner sect disciples. Li Zhaoyang. As expected, the first name announced was that of Li Zhaoyang, a result devoid of suspense. Zhang Lingxiu. Elder Fong continued, reciting a second name that was somewhat unexpected. Although Zhang Lingxiu had indeed performed exceptionally well during the assessment, he had only recently attained the Guyuan realm, and among the more than 900 individuals present, nearly 100 were already at the Guyuan realm. There were numerous practitioners at both the mid and late stages of the Guyuan realm. At that moment, a voice interjected. Elder Fong turned to see that it was Zhang Lingxiu speaking, that he nodded slightly and asked, "What else troubles you?" I dare not enter the inner sect." Zhang Lingxiu's face suddenly displayed a hint of concern. "What?" Elder Fong's brow furrowed in confusion. "Why is that?" Zhang Lingxiu clasped his hands together and replied, "Since I began my cultivation, I have always worked diligently, with the goal of entering the Falling Star sect. However, during my prior initiation, a senior from the inner sect warned me that as long as he was around, I would never be able to join the sect. Who dares to threaten a disciple of the Falling Star sect?" Elder Fong's expression darkened as he regarded Zhang Lingxiu favorably, that if everyone behaves this way, who would dare join our Falling Star sect in the future? "It is this senior." Zhang Lingxiu pointed at Su Sun, and the crowd turned their gazes toward him. "Do you understand the gravity of slandering a senior of the Falling Star sect? When have I ever threatened you?" Su Sun's demeanor remained calm, even as he posed a counter-question, showing no signs of distress. "You spoke only to me, so while others may be unaware, the heavens know the truth. The heavens do not wrong a good person, nor let a wicked one escape. I, Zhang Lingxiu, have always believed in the principle that good begets good and evil begets evil." Zhang Lingxiu declared with unwavering conviction. "The heavens know. Then let the heavens tell everyone whether I ever threatened you." Su Sun retorted, crossing his arms and regarding Zhang Lingxiu as if he were a fool. "Very well." Surprisingly, Zhang Lingxiu nodded in agreement. Listening to the exchange between Zhang Lingxiu and Su Sun, many began to wonder if Zhang Lingxiu was being overly naive. In this world, one might question whether good truly begets good and evil begets evil. What truly mattered was strength and survival of the fittest. Yet, due to his previous performance during the assessment, many felt Zhang Lingxiu was unlikely to lie. "Does the heavens truly speak?" Elder Fong inquired, "Do you have any other evidence?" "I possess no evidence, but the heavens know that Su Sun. Dare you swear an oath?" Zhang Lingxiu insisted, his expression resolute, that my mother always told me that while a person acts, the heavens are watching, and the heavens do not wrong a good person. Of course, I can swear that if I do not swear. Would that not make it seem as if I truly threatened a junior?" Su Sun chuckled, bemusement evident in his tone, that he then proclaimed, "I, Su Sun, swear that if I ever threaten Zhang Lingxiu, may the heavens strike me down." Crack! Just as his words echoed, a terrifying rumble of thunder reverberated across the Falling Star Mountains. That Su Sun's expression changed dramatically, and all gazes turned skyward in shock. What was that thunder? A coincidence? It cannot be. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Lingxiu had crossed his arms behind his back, with his left hand concealed within the sleeve of his right arm, although the tortoise shell could only strike at practitioners within a 3 zhang radius. Its ability to summon rain and thunder was remarkably effective. Thus, from the moment Su Sun had targeted him during the assessment, Zhang Lingxiu had devised a plan to construct an image of being helpful and trustworthy. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" The heavens responded. "I knew my mother would never deceive me." Zhang Lingxiu exclaimed, invigorated, as he clenched his fist in triumph. His fervent demeanor only served to bolster the impression of his sincerity. Su Sun's expression hardened, his disdain evident. Who would truly believe such a coincidence? "Dare you swear again?" Zhang Lingxiu boldly challenged. Why would I not dare? Su Sun replied, his face pale as he attempted to maintain composure. This is merely a coincidence. Then swear. Zhang Lingxiu pressed on. Swearing has nothing to do with thunder. I have never heard of such absurdity in cultivation. Then swear. Are you ever going to stop, or shall I kill you? Su Sun erupted in frustration, abandoning all pretense of decorum. You deny threatening me, yet here you are, publicly declaring you would kill me before so many seniors of the Falling Star sect. The heavens will certainly not spare you. Be cautious in the future. Zhang Lingxiu retorted with righteous indignation, though a hint of apprehension lingered in his expression. His words stirred a mix of emotions among the onlookers, sympathy and anger at the thought of a newcomer being bullied. Particularly those who had received assistance from Zhang Lingxiu were now incensed and vocal. Seniors of the sect, is it customary to threaten a new disciple publicly? If a talented disciple like Zhang Daoyu is subjected to humiliation, who would dare join the Falling Star sect in the future? Punishment! Punishment! Ultimately, hundreds of voices erupted in outrage. Even Elder Fong found himself momentarily at a loss, realizing that if this matter was not addressed, it would indeed have significant repercussions for the Falling Star sect. Everyone, quiet down. I have a general understanding of the situation. Su Sun is at fault, but considering his contributions to the sect, he shall be punished with a year's worth of reduced resources and 3 months of confinement. Elder Fong, a man of integrity, handled the matter fairly, and the presence of Elder Fong was indeed a blessing for the Falling Star sect. Zhang Lingxiu hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Elder Fong instinctively stroked his beard and nodded slightly before clearing his throat. The sect treats everyone equally, even new disciples, that as long as you diligently cultivate and contribute to the sect, you will not be treated unfairly. Su Sun's expression soured, humiliated before so many practitioners and subjected to punishment. His eyes burned with malice, filled with rage. Yet soon a realization dawned upon him. This child had not exhibited such a demeanor during his initiation. Everything unfolding now seemed premeditated, and no wonder he had gone to such lengths to assist others during the assessment. It was all part of an elaborate scheme. Perhaps even the thunder was tied to him. The cunning of this young man sent a chill down Su Sun's spine, that if that were the case, he would need to eliminate this child swiftly. Upon returning, he would gather the other members of the Su family. Such cunning. If this child were to grow, he might not know when his demise would come. As this matter reached a temporary conclusion, Elder Fong continued, Now, I shall read the names of those who will become inner disciples. One by one, he announced the names, including all those who had reached the Gu Yuan realm. It appeared that anyone who attained the Gu Yuan realm would be eligible for the inner sect, and nearly 100 individuals ultimately became inner disciples. The remainder naturally fell into the category of outer disciples. Congratulations, Zhang Daoyu. Wang Yukai, standing aside, clasped his hands in salute, feeling fortunate just to have entered the Falling Star sect. The deal you wish to enter the inner sect? Zhang Lingxiu suddenly asked. That of course. However, with my qualifications. I fear it would take decades of diligent practice in the outer sect before I could even hope to enter the inner sect. Wang Yukai shook his head despondently. Every inner disciple has the right to bring one servant into the inner sect. If you are willing, you can follow me into the inner sect and cultivate independently. I will not treat you as a servant. Zhang Lingxiu offered. Did I ask that true? Wang Youcai's face lit up with joy. As long as he could enter the inner sect, he would accept anything. Moreover, with Zhang Daoyu's qualifications and abilities, he would be more than willing to serve him. Then let us proceed. You shall accompany me. Zhang Lingxiu declared. Observing Zhang Lingxiu's actions, the other inner disciples could only shake their heads in admiration. Typically, individuals would choose stronger companions, or those who could be of assistance. Yet Wang Yukai was evidently among the weaker in the outer sect and would merely be a burden. Follow me, Elder Fong instructed as he approached the nearly 100 inner disciples. The group promptly clasped their hands and followed Elder Fong, gradually distancing themselves from the outer sect's training grounds. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the nearest peak, the Chontian Peak. Not far ahead stood an octagonal pavilion with azure tiles, where dozens of practitioners sat, sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted banter. Though their garments were all pale blue and identical in style, the peaks depicted on their attire varied, each adorned with different names: Chontian, Wangshu, and Jixing. These were the names of the 8 peaks. Upon seeing the arrival of the group, the practitioners rose and greeted Elder Fong with clasped hands, before their gazes converged on Li Xiaoyang. Who could resist favoring a disciple of the Falling Star sect? Our Falling Star sect has a history spanning over 1,000 years. And the 8 peaks each possess distinct cultivation methods, all remarkably powerful. Now that you are inner disciples, you have the privilege to choose your preferred peak for cultivation. The seniors before you are practitioners from the 8 peaks. Simply walk up to the senior of the peak you wish to join. Junior brother, you must be the only disciple of the Falling Star this time. Come to my Chongtian peak. The techniques practiced there are formidable and most suitable for you. A middle-aged cultivator immediately addressed Li Xiaoyang. Brother Su, your words are misguided. That M.Y. Jixing Peak cultivates the stellar method, which is in perfect harmony with the Falling Star disciples. You should come to my Jixing Peak. Are you looking down on my Wangshu Peak? A female cultivator suddenly interjected, her brows furrowed. Your Wangshu Peak only admits female disciples. What is the purpose of this commotion? Although Wangshu Peak only recruits female disciples. Exceptions can be made for the Falling Star disciples. Moreover, my Wangshu Peak is filled with beauties. Upon your arrival, you may even find a suitable companion to cultivate with, making your efforts twice as effective. I fear that a Falling Star disciple would be so enamored by the fairer sex that they might neglect their cultivation entirely. Thus, you should come to my Qingyang Peak. As the disputes unfolded, the inner disciples looked upon them with envy. Zhang Lingxiu remained indifferent. He had already resolved to go to Xingluo Peak, as that was what the nobleman Wu Huan had informed him. However, he found it peculiar that among the more than 20 senior brothers from the 8 peaks before him, not a single cultivator from Xingluo Peak was present. What could be the reason? Chapter 27. The peculiar Xingluo Peak. There's no need for contention. I shall enter Jixing Peak, Li Xiaoyang declared, evidently having made his decision long ago. The senior brothers of Jixing Peak were instantly elated, welcoming him warmly, while the other cultivators sighed heavily, shifting their gazes toward the others. Pray tell, why do we not see any brothers from Xingluo Peak? Zhang Lingxiu inquired, that as soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Zhang Lingxiu, displaying expressions of disbelief. Even Elder Fong was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere fell silent. Zhang Lingxiu was left perplexed by their reactions. What was with these expressions? Is it that no one can enter Xingluo Peak? It is not that entry is forbidden. Rather, it has been 30 years since anyone has entered Xingluo Peak, Elder Fong replied, his expression somewhat peculiar. Did you not inquire about Xingluo Peak beforehand? I hail from a remote area and have only heard of the 8 peaks of the Falling Star sect. I am unaware of the specifics. I hope the elder can enlighten me, Zhang Lingxiu said. Our Falling Star sect's 8 peaks have remained largely unchanged for a millennium, until a century ago when a peerless prodigy emerged from Xingluo Peak. At the tender age of 25, he reached the pinnacle of the spirit vein realm and became the peak master of Xingluo Peak. Everyone expected Xingluo Peak to surpass the other 7 peaks. But this prodigy was plagued by matters of the heart, ceased his cultivation, and became somewhat deranged that he imparted a new method to the disciples of Xingluo Peak, claiming it to be the true path of the Falling Star sect. Alas, this method ultimately drove away all the disciples of Xingluo Peak to this day. There are only 3 remaining disciples, the last of whom joined 30 years ago. Thus, you should think carefully, Elder Fong sighed, shaking his head. The once peerless prodigy could have led the entire Falling Star sect to glory. The other cultivators seemed unsurprised, likely already aware of the situation. Zhang Lingxiu nodded slightly, contemplating the circumstances. He possessed a mysterious tortoise shell, so he need not necessarily join another peak. Furthermore, after Elder Fong's remarks, he became quite intrigued by Xingluo Peak. With a smile, he declared, "Then I shall join Xingluo Peak." "What?" Elder Fong exclaimed, startled. Zhang Lingxiu was a promising talent, and so he urged, "Have you thought this through? With your aptitude and diligence, you would be valued at any peak and could swiftly grow. But if you join Xingluo Peak, you will only be taught that seemingly absurd method, which may hinder your progress. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. My mind is made up," Zhang Lingxiu replied with a respectful gesture. Wang Yukai was indifferent. After all, he would follow Zhang Lingxiu wherever he went, or rather, he should now refer to him as Brother Zhang. The other cultivators whom Zhang Lingxiu had assisted also approached, offering their advice and encouragement. But he politely declined them all with a smile. Subsequently, Zhang Lingxiu once more bowed to the crowd and made his way toward Xingluo Peak, followed closely by Wang Yukai. The few late-stage return to origin cultivators behind them displayed expressions of scorn and disdain. Brother Zhang, do you really think going to Xinghua Peak will be beneficial for you? Wang Yukai inquired. I am uncertain, Zhang Lingxiu replied candidly. Then why do you still wish to go? Wang Yukai asked. Puzzled that I simply enjoy being different and am drawn to the mysterious. Xinghua Peak aligns with my tastes. Zhang Lingxiu laughed. Let us see what wonders await at Xinghua Peak. The two figures soon arrived at Xinghua Peak. This mountain towered skyward, one of the most massive among the 8 peaks of the Falling Star mountain range. That it was lush with greenery, surrounded by drifting white clouds, with celestial cranes occasionally soaring overhead, and streams winding their way down, producing a gentle murmur. As they ascended, the ambience was quite poetic. However, the original stone steps were now overgrown with grass and vines, nearly obstructing the path, indicating that it had been quite some time since anyone had traversed this way. As the two walked, they left a trail of footprints upon the steps. The mountain was exceedingly tall and perilous. Although they did not walk slowly, it took nearly an hour for them to reach the summit. From the mountainside, they could see numerous dwellings, each uniquely constructed, some majestic, others with distinct character. Yet all shared the same fate of long neglect, with ivy covering their walls. The condition persisted all the way to the peak, where neither Zhang Lingxiu nor Wang Yukai encountered a single soul. Even upon arriving at the temple at the summit, they were taken aback by the rampant vines. Had Elder Fong not mentioned that someone resided here, they would have believed it long abandoned. That I am Zhang Lingxiu, here to join Xinghua Peak. With no one around, Zhang Lingxiu summoned his spiritual energy and shouted, his voice echoing far and wide. That someone has come. Let me see. Let me see. An exceedingly excited voice responded, and a streak of light flashed by, revealing an elderly man before Zhang Lingxiu. This old man was disheveled. His once moon-white robe had turned gray, and his thick white hair was a tangled mess. That he grinned broadly, scrutinizing Zhang Lingxiu as he circled around him. Not bad, not bad. It has been 30 years, exactly 30 years, since anyone has come, especially a young lad like you. Excellent, truly excellent. The old man was exceedingly thrilled, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a gaze that sent shivers down Wang Youcai's spine. Senior, I have come to join the peak. Do you know where the peak master is? Zhang Lingxiu inquired respectfully. I am. The old man pointed to himself, grinning with pride. That I am the peak master of Xinghua Peak, the one and only, known as Zhou the Madman. Since you have come, do not leave. I shall impart to you the true and most powerful methods of the Falling Star sect. Once you comprehend them, you will possess the strongest techniques in the entire Nanyang Kingdom. How does that sound? Are you satisfied? Zhang Lingxiu's forehead instantly bore 3 dark lines. How could this be so unreliable? Seeing Zhang Lingxiu hesitate, Zhou the Madman grew anxious. What are you still pondering? Xinghua Peak is the mightiest of the 8 peaks. You will have 3 extraordinarily powerful senior brothers, all of whom are currently in seclusion, making progress. Besides, once you arrive, you will be everyone's little junior brother, and all the resources of Xinghua Peak will be at your disposal. Come, quickly change into your robes. As he spoke, Zhou the Madman immediately produced a robe from his storage pouch, thrusting it into Zhang Lingxiu's arms while casting a courteous smile. Brother Zhang, should we now regret our decision? Wang Yukai asked with a grim expression. The others likely made their choices long ago and may not have time to reconsider. Zhang Lingxiu's expression also turned sour, though Elder Fong had warned him. Had he seen the peak master's demeanor beforehand, he would not have come here. Yet now, it seemed unavoidable. He could only shake his head and sigh. Very well. He then donned the robe of Xinghua Peak, upon which the characters Xing Luo were inscribed. Though you are merely a follower, you are still counted among the ranks of Xinghua Peak. The powerful and formidable techniques will also be imparted to you. Fret not, Zhou the Madman assured Wang Yukai, patting him on the shoulder. That am I also allowed to learn? Wang Yukai exclaimed in delight, as he was merely a servant to an inner disciple and had no qualifications to cultivate techniques at any peak. Of course, these techniques belong to the entire Falling Star sect, but alas, they fail to recognize the true treasure. Zhou the Madman seemed profoundly disappointed, then proceeded to scratch his back, producing a clay pellet, which he flicked with his finger, continuing, We must not delay. I shall impart them to you now. Sit down and listen carefully. Is it really that casual? Zhang Lingxiu hesitated and asked, Chapter 28, My Foolish Senior Brothers next. You will hear the most powerful techniques of the Falling Star sect, and even Nanyang, Zhou the madman said, his expression rare and solemn, his eyes narrowing. Do you know the origin of the Falling Star sect? Everyone in Nanyang knows. This mountain range was struck by a massive meteorite, annihilating the unfortunate sect that once existed here. Subsequently, the Falling Star sect was established and became one of the three major powers. Wang Yukai quickly replied. Indeed, the reason the Falling Star sect became one of the three major powers is that we comprehended numerous techniques from the meteorite, the most powerful and difficult of which is the starfall. Zhou the madman proclaimed, pride evident in his gaze. This is also the origin of the name of Xinglu Peak. Unfortunately, this technique is exceedingly difficult. Aside from the founding ancestor, no one has comprehended it until a little over a century ago. When I did. What do you think? Surprising, isn't it? It is utterly unreasonable. I have come to an understanding, and it is quite vexing. Thus, I instructed everyone to commence their practice of the starfall method, but their comprehension was lamentably poor. They even concluded that this method was flawed, and they all fled that a century has passed, and only 3 have persevered here. However, it seems fortuitous, as 2 more have suddenly arrived, adding to the liveliness. Ahem, Peak Master. Having said all this, how does one practice starfall? Zhang Lingxiu interrupted the Peak Master with a light cough, lest he might continue speaking for an eternity. That it is quite simple. Observe. Zhou Fengzi extended his grimy finger and traced a line in the air. Before them materialized a golden image, a colossal meteor, trailing a long fiery tail, hurtling towards a mountain range. Instantly, the ground trembled and mountains crumbled as a terrifying shockwave surged forth. Even though it was merely a depiction, both Zhang Lingxiu and Wang Yukai felt a chill run down their spines as a massive pit formed in the mountains. Due to this impact, 8 peculiar peaks emerged around the crater. Do you see? This is starfall. Zhou Fengzi proclaimed with pride. Simply observe and comprehend it for yourselves. The most straightforward method is to soar to an elevated height and then descend, experiencing the moment akin to that of a meteor. Your 3rd senior brother practiced this way, while your 2nd senior brother is fond of playing with stones. Of course, you may choose other methods. Each of the 3 senior brothers has their distinct approach. Zhang Lingxiu's expression shifted. This was becoming increasingly unreliable. Ascend and then plummet, leaving one dazed and disoriented. And this is how one attains understanding. In his entire life, he had never heard of such a method. Guy, do you believe this is feasible? Zhang Lingxiu pondered inwardly that he decided not to consult Guy about everything. Guy was only responsible for combat, while other matters should be managed independently. Guy replied with impatience. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted, causing even the dojo to tremble slightly. Zhang Lingxiu and Wang Yukai immediately turned to look, yet saw nothing. Zhou Fengzi, however, wore a satisfied expression, evidently pleased that the 3rd disciple's prowess had increased once more. Just in time to show you how the 3rd disciple cultivates. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingxiu promptly followed. Before they reached their destination, Zhang Lingxiu and Wang Yukai beheld a figure suddenly leap into the sky, soaring to a height of 100 feet, then spreading out his arms, disregarding everything as he plummeted downward. Boom! Another explosion echoed, and the corners of Zhang Lingxiu's mouth twitched. Surely, someone truly practices in such a manner. Wang Yukai swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty. The 2 hastily approached, and under Zhou Fengzi's proud gaze, they witnessed a person lying on the ground, having created a deep pit several zhang wide and dozens of zhang deep, with cracks spreading towards Zhang Lingxiu's feet. 3rd brother, this is the 4th. Zhou Fengzi joyfully introduced, pointing out, this is your 3rd senior brother, Tao Yuan. 3rd senior brother. Zhang Lingxiu quickly bowed to the youthful figure lying on the ground, who appeared to be in his 30s. No need for formalities. Since you have arrived, you must practice starfall. Allow me to demonstrate for you. As a reference, with that, Tao Yuan straightened himself, ascending once more to a height of 100 feet, extending his limbs before plummeting again. Wang Yukai could not help but turn away, unable to bear the sight. All one hears is the sound of the earth trembling once more, and Zhang Lingxiu's eyes twitched slightly. Everyone has their own interpretation of starfall. Feel free to comprehend it at your leisure. My 3rd brother is currently busy. With that, Tao Yuan resumed his practice. All right, I have conveyed everything that needs to be said. I shall take my leave. You may practice as you wish and reside wherever you like, that I am going to sleep now. Zhou Fengzi appeared exceedingly content, and with a leap, he vanished. Boom! Tao Yuan fell once more, causing Zhang Lingxiu and Wang Yukai to instinctively react. How terrifying! Zhang Lingxiu, let us first find a place to reside, Wang Yukai said, his complexion pale. Zhang Lingxiu nodded and soon discovered an empty dwelling perched on the edge of a cliff, surrounded by exquisite scenery, albeit somewhat overgrown with weeds. Wang Yukai took the initiative to tidy up, quickly clearing the area. Senior brother, we should think of a way to leave. Both the Peak Master and the third senior brother have their concerns about this place. Wang Yukai pointed worriedly at his head. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Starfall Peak is indeed unlike any other. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Though the third senior brother was not particularly old, he was already a practitioner of the Spirit Vein realm. What? You say the third senior brother is a Spirit Vein realm expert? Wang Yukai was instantly taken aback, utterly astonished. Could he be a disciple of the falling star? That remains to be seen. But anyone who is cultivated to the Spirit Vein realm is certainly not lacking in intellect. Zhang Lingxiu mused, pondering what realm the second senior brother and the eldest brother might be in and how they practice the Starfall method. This entirely surpasses my conventional understanding of cultivation, Wang Yukai remarked. Did you remember the earlier scene? Once we return, we shall study it thoroughly. Zhang Lingxiu instructed. Senior brother, are you truly going to cultivate? Wang Yukai was taken aback. Though still uncertain, that vision was indeed extraordinary. I can feel its significance. Zhang Lingxiu responded earnestly. Very well, I shall begin my cultivation now. Senior brother, you rest first. Should you need anything, just call for me that I will take residence in the side chamber. Wang Yukai clasped his hands and departed. After closing the Wangwali wooden door of the dwelling, Zhang Lingxiu let out a slow breath as Yu Sun had lost face before everyone. He would undoubtedly seek revenge on me. And perhaps he is already plotting. I shall observe. Zhang Lingxiu extended his right hand, rolling up his sleeve, and gazed at the tortoise shell. The range of the tortoise shell had expanded to 110 miles, allowing him to glimpse 4 peaks within. The first to catch his eye was the entire Starfall Peak that as Zhang Lingxiu focused. He saw third senior brother Tao Yuan repeatedly rising and falling, producing a series of thunderous booms. His gaze shifted to another part of Starfall Peak, where he suddenly spotted a colossal, welcoming pine tree. Beneath its vast branches sat an ordinary man in his 40s, disheveled and squatting as he played with stones, tossing a simple pebble, catching it, and tossing it again, utterly absorbed in his game. His eyes followed the stones, and he chuckled foolishly, oblivious to the drool trickling down his chin. Zhang Lingxiu suddenly recalled the Peak Master mentioning that the second senior brother was fond of playing with stones. Could this be the second senior brother of Starfall Peak? How curious. Each seems more eccentric than the last. Chapter 29. I, a paragon of virtue, Zhang Lingxiu, observing from within the confines of the dwelling, felt utterly disoriented. The third senior brother Tao Yuan was engaged in his descent, while the individual resembling the second senior brother was playing with stones, completely oblivious to the drool escaping him. Coupled with the eccentricity of the Peak Master, this place truly defies explanation. That be why the way. Where is the eldest brother? A surge of curiosity welled up within Zhang Lingxiu as he gazed towards other directions of Starfall Peak. Yet he found no trace of anyone. Not a single soul was visible, not even the Peak Master. Zhang Lingxiu then shifted his attention to the other peaks, where countless figures were moving and a cacophony of voices filled the air. I am capable. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. My son Ma Teng possesses the demeanor of a profound practitioner. Brother, if you can manage that, will you grant me some elixirs? I adore the crescent moon fairy of Wangshu Peak. I would willingly trade a year of my life for a mere glimpse of her, even if it means tasting her leftovers. A myriad of voices, particularly the last, caused Zhang Lingxiu's brow to furrow and goosebumps to rise on his skin. Zhang Lingxiu waved his hand, and the surrounding sounds instantly fell silent. This tortoise shell indeed possesses boundless utility. Even marking individuals who mentioned certain names or objects to as Zhang Lingxiu gazed at the tortoise shell, he discovered many practical applications over time. For instance, he could now mark those who had mentioned his name. Among the multitude of figures illuminated within the tortoiseshell's range, over 100 glowed brightly. Zhang Lingxiu focused his gaze, noting that most were those who had entered the sect with him today, discussing him. These were inconsequential, but he turned his attention towards the soaring peak, where he indeed spotted Su Sun was seated with 3 others, discussing the events of the day. Those who harmed the scion of the Su family must die. Though he had excelled in the assessment, joining Starfall Peak meant he was effectively ruined. While other peaks might pose challenges, Starfall Peak was a simpler matter. Because of him, Su Sun was punished in front of tens of thousands of practitioners. Losing face completely. Killing him would be an effortless task. Su Sun's expression was one of extreme malice. Yet for the next few days, I must refrain from action. Otherwise, it will be too conspicuous that I shall bide my time. Sound reasoning. Listening to the words of the Su family practitioners, a cold smile crept on Zhang Lingxiu's face. Their thoughts mirrored his own. Waiting a few days before taking action would prevent any hint of suspicion. The one who sought to kill me shall find himself met with death. Having observed the potential threats and contemplated strategies, Zhang Lingxiu felt a slight sense of relief, and then turned his gaze towards the dwelling of the junior sister, who exchanged her body for elixirs. Junior sister, I shall offer you 2 elixirs of your desire, but you must don different garments. What kind? A simple robe from Wangshu Peak. Isn't that the attire of the Crescent Moon Fairy? The Moonlit Fairy has a penchant for the Crescent Moon. And on the robes of Mount Wangshu, a crescent moon is embroidered. Are you, senior brother, also an admirer of the Moonlit Fairy? Enough of the trivialities, put it on. I can hardly wait. Subsequently, the voice grew increasingly audacious and sinister. The scene was too brutal. Yet who is this Moonlit Fairy that drives the male disciples of the Falling Star sect into such a frenzy? With a dismissive glance, Zhang Lingxiu remarked as she gazed toward Mount Wangshu. The only peak among the 8 peaks of the Falling Star sect occupied entirely by female disciples. Upon noticing, Zhang Lingxiu's eyes widened in astonishment, for many female disciples were bathing, but he quickly averted his gaze, shaking his head in protest. I, Zhang Lingxiu, am not that kind of person. His eyes traveled upward, and in a secluded courtyard at the summit of Mount Wangshu, he beheld a figure that was a woman with her back turned to him. Enveloped in the tranquility of the courtyard, that a wooden basin released steam, and a woman with cascading black hair, half wet, let her locks fall gracefully upon her back, resembling fine jade. Her neck was swan-like, even without seeing her face. She captivated the eye. What an astonishing fairy! Ah, if she tilts her head forward a tad more, she might snap her neck, came the disdainful voice of old tortoise. Ahem. Zhang Lingxiu cleared his throat, insisting, I merely wish to catch a glimpse of this fairy's visage. Not what you might have in mind. As he spoke, the fairy slowly turned her head, gazing at the crescent moon in the sky. The cold moonlight cascaded down, draping the courtyard in a delicate veil of silver. Suddenly, she turned away again, playfully splashing the warm water over her shoulder. For a moment, the crescent moon appeared to dim, and the courtyard lost its radiance. Her face was strikingly pale, droplets of water gliding down her exquisite, fair cheeks, falling onto her delicate chin and bosom, that in an instant, the entire scene vanished. Zhang Lingxiu, maintaining a serious demeanor, covered his gaze with his sleeve and smiled faintly. This must surely be the Moonlit Fairy. As a paragon of virtue, I would never engage in such impropriety. You've seen the mole on the left side of her chest, yet you still pretend? Old Tortoise chuckled. Nonsense. It is clearly located 2 inches from the right side of her chest, obscured by 3 strands of hair, and below that, another mole, the size of a needle's tip. Zhang Lingxiu retorted. Indeed, I did not observe closely. I believe you, Old Tortoise replied. Zhang Lingxiu's expression remained unchanged as he sat upright in his dwelling, proclaiming, I am in the midst of my cultivation, honing my will to achieve the grand Tao. When it comes to shamelessness, Old Tortoise's shell pales in comparison to yours. Old Tortoise scolded. Commence your cultivation. Although the falling star peak appears rather peculiar, that scene was indeed striking. Zhang Lingxiu remarked. That technique for you at this moment is indeed commendable. Old Tortoise suddenly interjected, Oh, then I must cultivate even more diligently. Zhang Lingxiu's brows furrowed. The abilities of Old Tortoise were formidable and mysterious if it spoke thus. It was all the more essential to engage in cultivation and comprehension that he promptly closed his eyes. The image the peak master of Falling Star had painted before him resurfaced in his mind. It depicted an enormous irregular meteorite hurtling from afar, generating a terrifying howling sound as it scraped through the void. A tail of flames trailing 1,000 fathoms behind. Even as but a mere image, it appeared so terrifyingly real. Though the Falling Star sect was currently immensely powerful, being one of the three great forces of the Nanyang Kingdom. Should this meteorite descend now, the entire sect would surely face annihilation. The meteorite would crash down with tremendous force, unleashing shockwaves that would obliterate everything. Zhang Lingxiu's garments fluttered as if caught in the tempest of that imagery, and his pupils focused solely on the scene of the meteorite's descent, but he sat quietly, observing this vision. Days swiftly passed. Zhang Lingxiu immersed himself in the contemplation of this scene in his mind. Regrettably, after more than 10 days, he had gleaned nothing from it. This left Zhang Lingxiu somewhat vexed. Having been a prodigy in Liyue City since childhood, there was never a Tao he could not master. This was his first setback. With a deep sigh, Zhang Lingxiu rose, deciding to take a walk and calm his mind. He stepped outside, glancing toward a nearby room where Wang Yukai was also practicing, seemingly engrossed in the same image. Yet his expression betrayed that he too had not comprehended anything, wearing a look of distress and scratching his head intermittently. Zhang Lingxiu smiled subtly and ventured out. Outside, sporadic thuds echoed. Zhang Lingxiu approached, finding third senior brother Tao Yuan still engrossed in his training. Upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu, he leaped high, laughingly inquiring, "Fourth brother, are you feeling a bit frustrated at your inability to comprehend?" "How did you know?" "Third senior brother?" Zhang Lingxiu asked. "Because I was once in your shoes." Even the first and second senior brothers experienced the same. This technique is incredibly challenging to grasp at first, but once you do, it becomes relatively straightforward. Just watch. Thud. Before he could finish, he crashed forcefully into the ground. Leaping back up to continue, "Look at me now. I'm approaching the essence of the Falling Star more closely, growing ever stronger." "How does one gain entry?" Zhang Lingxiu asked instinctively. Tao Yuan frowned, leaping again as he spoke. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself that it took me 10 years to gain entry, but I was inspired by the second senior brother." "Why not ask him?" "He is squatting under the largest green pine on the left side of the peak." "Very well. I'll head over there." Zhang Lingxiu clasped his hands and set off. That seemed he had indeed spotted the second senior brother earlier. And knowing the location, he quickly arrived beneath the largest green pine on the left side of Falling Star Peak. This green pine stood strong and robust, its branches twisting and sprawling impressively. Beneath the pine squatted a figure, appearing rather disheveled, clad in loose garments. Seemingly having squatted there for quite some time, he tossed a small stone into the air, catching it repeatedly in a cyclical motion. Zhang Lingxiu chose not to disturb him, patiently waiting. However, the second senior brother seemed oblivious to his presence until an hour had passed. Finally, Zhang Lingxiu clasped his hands and spoke. "Greetings, second senior brother. I am Zhang Lingxiu, a new disciple of the peak." Still, there was no response. Zhang Lingxiu hesitated, approaching and squatting beside him, yet there remained no reaction. The second senior brother's gaze appeared vacant and dazed, his demeanor akin to that of a puppet, endlessly tossing stones. Thus, Zhang Lingxiu began to observe as well. The sky gradually darkened, and the clouds atop the peak turned a faint red. "Hey, who are you? When did you arrive?" A voice filled with astonishment rang out. As the second senior brother of Falling Star Peak fixed his gaze on Zhang Lingxiu, utterly surprised. "Second senior brother, I am Zhang Lingxiu, the fourth disciple of Falling Star Peak. I've been here for quite a while." Zhang Lingxiu replied with a wry smile. "Falling Star Peak has taken in another disciple. How wonderful!" The second senior brother exclaimed, beaming with joy as he scrutinized Zhang Lingxiu. "Fourth brother, I have nothing of value to offer you, but please accept this stone that has accompanied me for 10 years. Zhang Lingxiu looked down at the well-polished stone, attempting to decline, yet it was fervently thrust into his hands by the second senior brother. "Second senior brother, I came to inquire about how to gain entry." "Ah." The second senior brother's brow furrowed. "Observe its form, imitate its shape, and comprehend its essence. Thus I mimic the moment of the meteorite's descent with this stone, envisioning it repeatedly. You too can find your own inspiration. Anything can work." Zhang Lingxiu inquired further. "Of course." Whether you can comprehend it or not depends on yourself, the second senior brother replied. Thank you, second senior brother. I shall return and give it a try. Zhang Lingxiu nodded in gratitude. He promptly returned to his dwelling, sharing these 9 words with Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai, quick to respond, immediately dug a pit, declaring, Now that place is a pit. I shall watch it to see if I can glean anything. That is indeed a method. But what about me? Zhang Lingxiu pondered, retreating to his quarters to reflect quietly. Third senior brother, second senior brother. One mimicked the meteorite's descent. The other observed the stone's fall. Though Wang Yukai dug a pit, it seemed to carry its own rationale. The first senior brother had yet to be seen, but must possess even deeper cultivation. What about me? How shall I imitate its form? Zhang Lingxiu examined the stone given by the second senior brother. Tossing it into the air and catching it, he even leaped slightly and fell to the ground. Attempting the methods of both brothers, yet still found no insights. Eventually, he dug a pit, employing Wang Youcai's technique, but it bore no fruit. Time slipped by in contemplation, but he became so engrossed that he lost track of everything, solely fixated on the image in his mind. After an indeterminate duration, he suddenly awakened. Glancing at his right hand, he noticed, during his introspection, that his right hand had slowly risen and then pressed down. This instinctive motion continued to repeat, that a peculiar sensation surged within him, as if a door had swung open, and a rush of water flowed over the azure stones, producing a melodious sound. His expression brightened instantly. This is my method. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Falling Star Peak, the eccentric peak master suddenly opened his eyes wide, a spark of brilliance igniting within. The third took 30 years to gain entry, the second 5 years. The first 1 year, yet the fourth has accomplished it in merely 1 month. I have observed his aptitude. It is nearly on par with the first, but his comprehension is astonishingly high, truly a rarity. Given this, let the qualification for stone observation at Xingluo Peak be granted to him this year, and he shall personally venture to the site of the meteor's descent to gain insight. Surely, his mastery of Xingluo Dao will be significantly advanced. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed, and on this day, 7 young cultivators flew from Meteor Peak, all of whom were exceptionally talented disciples of the Meteor sect. Among the 8 peaks of the sect, this particular peak, named Meteor Peak, signifies its power and status, being the very peak where the sect's leader resides. That as the 7 disciples of Meteor Peak soared through the skies, each made their way toward a different peak. Soon, one of them arrived at the outer reaches of Xingluo Peak, shaking his head in disdain. What purpose does Xingluo Peak serve? A deranged peak master, accompanied by a few dim-witted disciples. That I heard one disciple indulges in self-harm. Another is preoccupied with stones, and yet another is never seen at all. And there's an additional disciple this year, who surely must be of no use either, for how else would they end up at Xingluo Peak? Chapter 31. Qualification for Stone Observation. I, Feng Yiming, have deigned to come to such a place, remarked the young cultivator from Meteor Peak, disdain dripping from his words. Moments later, he heard a series of thuds and turned to see a sight that nearly made him laugh. Is this the third disciple of Xingluo Peak? They must be quite ill. Whatever, the task is of utmost importance, he concluded hurriedly. I'd best be off, lest I catch their foolishness. Hey, the opportunity for stone observation occurs once a year, and it's happening in 3 days. You at Xingluo Peak have 1 qualification. I'm here to inform you. But after Feng Yiming spoke, he noticed that the individual before him seemed oblivious to his words. He called out again, yet still received no response. The person continued to leap and fall, seemingly lost in their own world. Did you hear that? Feng Yiming bellowed, his frustration boiling over into anger. What a waste of time. He departed in exasperation, only to spot a large green pine tree where a cultivator was squatting, idly playing with stones. Hey, in 3 days, you at Xingluo Peak can designate someone for stone observation. Yet the second disciple remained utterly unresponsive, his gaze vacant. Feng Yiming furrowed his brow and approached, discovering that the second disciple's mouth was slightly agape, drool dripping down. Disgust washed over him. Indeed, the reputation was well-deserved. The disciples of Xingluo Peak appeared quite deranged, and I asked there not a single sane person among them. He exclaimed in frustration before taking to the skies. Once more he glanced around, and soon spotted a remarkably young cultivator. Could this youth be the new addition to Xingluo Peak? At least he appears somewhat normal, Feng Yiming thought. Hurrying over to AT that moment, Zhang Lingxiu walked with a rhythmic motion, raising and lowering his right hand repeatedly. Lost in thought, I am here to inform you. In 3 days, there will be stone observation. Feng Yiming began, but abruptly halted as the youth passed directly in front of him, his hand moving as if in a spasm. Completely unaware of Feng Yiming's presence, did I ask this truly happening? He has only been at Xinghua Peak for a month and already lost his wits. Feng Yiming was both furious and speechless, concluding with an exasperated shout. What a bunch of fools, from top to bottom, fools! At that moment, a voice boomed like thunder in Feng Yiming's ears, shaking him to his core, the ground beneath him cracking in mockery. Blood flowed from his ears as he came to his senses, his face paling with terror as he fled. Only upon leaving Xinghua Peak did he feel slightly reassured. It must have been the Peak Master, Zhou, the madman. Though deranged, he remained one of the most formidable within the meteor sect. Zhang Lingxiu, deep in contemplation, was startled awake by the thunderous voice, but he looked around, confused. How did I end up here? This Tao truly is remarkable. Once immersed, one can become utterly engrossed, and no wonder the third and second senior brothers seem oblivious to the world around them. Thankfully, we are at Xinghua Peak. Otherwise, I might have been killed without ever knowing. Fourth, you shall go for stone observation in 3 days, the voice echoed in Zhang Lingxiu's ears. What is stone observation? He inquired. Teach that insolent boy who dared to come to our Xinghua Peak a lesson. Zhou, the madman, instructed. Someone came here earlier, Zhang Lingxiu asked, puzzled. However, Zhou's voice did not respond again. Zhang Lingxiu returned to his quarters, contemplating why the second and third senior brothers had not been wandering about, while he had been meandering all over the mountain. Had someone truly come? He glanced at the turtle shell, but at that moment, he saw no one else at Xinghua Peak. Old turtle, since the turtle shell can observe all, can it also see what just transpired? At the cost of your entire cultivation, you may only glimpse events from an hour prior within a limited scope. Old turtle replied. Zhang Lingxiu nodded, channeling all his cultivation into the turtle shell. Soon, an image began to materialize on its surface. He beheld a young cultivator approach him, informing him of the stone observation. And upon seeing his lack of reaction, began to insult him, deriding not only him but all of Xinghua Peak. And no wonder the Peak Master instructed me to teach him a lesson. His tongue is quite reckless. Afterward, Zhang Lingxiu regained his composure. That I in 3 days, he donned the attire of Xinghua Peak and stepped outside. During these 3 days, Wang Yukai had gathered information about the stone observation, a rare opportunity bestowed upon the inner disciples of the 8 Peaks. Granted only once a year, and only to those who exhibited exceptional talent among the inner disciples. The stone observation does not pertain to mere stones, but rather to the colossal meteor crater situated at the center of the 8 Peaks. An immense pit of thousands of feet in depth, where cultivators appear as ants within its vastness. Zhang Lingxiu was uncertain what insights other peak cultivators might glean, but the Xinghua Dao, rooted in the understanding of meteor falls, would undoubtedly prove invaluable to him. From Xinghua Peak, one could see the immense crater from a distance. Yet the vastness rendered the details imperceptible. Upon descending from Xinghua Peak, Zhang Lingxiu soared toward the direction of the crater. Among the 8 peaks, several cultivators, led by their elders, were also converging upon the meteoric pit. Shortly, Zhang Lingxiu beheld a grand hall ahead. Meteor Hall. This edifice was square in shape, exuding a solemn grandeur, with towering stone pillars flanking the entrance like rows of armored soldiers. All cultivators were required to assemble within this hall before proceeding toward the meteor crater. As Zhang Lingxiu entered, numerous gazes turned toward him. Upon noticing his attire, the expressions of many shifted, some discreetly nudging their companions, wearing enigmatic smiles as they exchanged remarks. However, others were less discreet, disregarding Zhang Lingxiu entirely, loudly declaring, "A disciple from Xinghua Peak? He appears quite young. He must be that newly joined disciple. What a pity. Such a young mind seems rather addled. Look at him, still standing there. Keep your voice down, haha. It's been 30 years since anyone joined Xinghua Peak. This lad truly possesses unique insight. He seems normal now, but in a few years, he'll surely become just as foolish as the others from Xinghua Peak. Before long, he'll be just as daft." At that moment, a voice rang out. None other than Feng Yiming, clad in the garb of Meteor Peak, wearing a look of disdain as he regarded Zhang Lingxiu. "Are you all aware that just days ago, I visited Xinghua Peak to deliver a message? I initially thought the rumors were exaggerated, but seeing it firsthand has indeed opened my eyes. Phone, what is the situation? Do tell, the other cultivators urged, curiosity etched on their faces. After all, the tales of Xinghua Peak's disciples had circulated for so long, yet none had ever laid eyes upon them. Chapter 32, Stone Observation more outrageous than the rumors. Feng Yiming laughed heartily. All the cultivators within Meteor Hall turned their attention to him. The gossip surrounding Xinghua Peak had persisted for ages, provoking scorn, yet igniting curiosity among many. Upon entering Xinghua Peak, I first encountered the rumored third disciple. You won't believe it. He leapt about like a fool, only to crash to the ground, creating a massive crater in the earth that I called out to him multiple times. But it was as if I was playing music to a donkey. He was utterly unresponsive. Next, I found a second disciple, who was squatting beneath a tree, playing with pebbles, drool cascading from his mouth. I thought to myself, what on earth am I to do? I need to complete my task, yet there isn't a single person here capable of coherent conversation. Then, I stumbled upon this new disciple from Xinghua Peak. To my astonishment, he was merely waving his hand up and down while walking in a daze. Completely oblivious to my words, it became clear to me that the rumors held true. Those who practice the so-called profound Tao of Xinghua Peak are all madmen. Or perhaps they were once sane, but after cultivation, they have become fools. Truly a congregation of imbeciles. Feng Yiming's words dripped with sarcasm. The other cultivators listened in awe, entirely captivated. Indeed, our meteor sect possesses an immensely powerful Tao. One that remains beyond comprehension. Yet it cannot simply turn one into a fool. Perhaps we should expel Xinghua Peak from our meteor sect. Otherwise, it would be an utter embarrassment. My allies from Songyan sect have mocked me for this. It has been quite humiliating. Amidst the disdain and ridicule, Zhang Lingxiu remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly as he gazed at Feng Yiming. What are you staring at? Do you truly believe that by resembling a fool in your cultivation, you will grasp the essence of our meteor sect's true Tao? Feng Yiming disdainfully remarked, publicly humiliating Xing Luofeng is something that warrants a lesson, both in principle and in practice. Zhang Lingxiu, engrossed in his own thoughts, retorted, are you suggesting that you wish to teach me a lesson? Come then, let me see the merits of your foolish techniques. Unfazed, Feng Yiming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing Zhang Lingxiu, while the other cultivators bore expressions akin to spectators at a performance. Zhang Lingxiu strode forward, his eyes narrowing, intent on humiliating the entirety of Xing Luofeng. Even if he were to kill this man, it would be well-deserved. Yet, Feng Yiming remained undeterred. As a proud disciple of the Falling Star Peak and a peak practitioner of the returning Origin Realm, he saw no reason to fear a mere newcomer to the sect. Within mere strides, Zhang Lingxiu closed the distance to Feng Yiming, a murderous intent surging in his gaze. Noticing this malice, Feng Yiming scoffed, bellowing, you wish to kill me? Come on, what are you waiting for? Just as he concluded his taunt, a resounding voice of reprimand echoed from outside the hall. Elders from various inner sects approached, all except those from Xing Luofeng, with the exception of Elder Feng Hui from the Polaris Peak, who, on this occasion, held a rather inconspicuous position among the crowd. Upon the arrival of the esteemed elders, the disciples hastily offered their greetings. Feng Yiming promptly approached Elder Mu Yin of the Falling Star Peak. Clasping his hands in salute, it was a disciple from Xing Luofeng who initiated the provocation and even approached me with the intent to strike. All present can attest to this. Indeed, he was the one who came over. Voices chimed in. I can also testify. Within the Falling Star sect, no one harbored a fondness for Xing Luofeng, hence most offered their testimonies while the rest remained silent, providing no assistance. Behave yourselves. This is not your Xing Luofeng. An elder from the Soaring Sky Peak admonished. Zhang Lingxiu gazed at the elder, recognizing him from a previous observation of Su Sun. He had been in the same room discussing matters concerning the Su family within the Falling Star sect, known as Su Qing. Since he was a member of the Su family, there was no need for courtesy, especially as the elder had directly reprimanded him without discernment. Thus, he chose to step aside and wait. Seeing Zhang Lingxiu completely disregard him, Elder Su Qing's face twisted with a palpable murderous intent, reveling in the chaos, confident that his revenge was already in motion. Shortly after, all qualified disciples from the 8 peaks had arrived. Excluding Xingluofeng, nearly every peak had around 20 participants, totaling just over 100 cultivators. Under the guidance of the elders, they collectively proceeded towards the rear of the Grand Hall, behind the Meteorite Hall. There lay a back entrance, beyond which one could behold the expansive crater, its depths stretching far into the horizon. At the center of this chasm lay a Tinjiang stone, colossal in its own right, yet dwarfed by the enormity of the pit. This stone is the remnant of the massive meteorite that fell years ago, Elder Mu Yen announced. Upon this stone lies an inexplicable pressure, permeating the entire crater. You are free to enter and see how far you can venture and what you can perceive. It all depends on your own fortitude. You have 3 days. The disciples, with hands clasped, entered the pit. Zhang Lingxiu observed the edge of the crater, stepping forward. As he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming force assaulted him, threatening to push him back, even at the very periphery. What would it be like deeper within? A sense of dread enveloped him. Surely, not even those at the Transcendence realm, let alone those at the Spirit Vein realm, could approach the heart of the stone. Why not employ your so-called foolish techniques? A scornful voice interjected beside him as Feng Yiming sauntered past with a look of disdain. Zhang Lingxiu's brow twitched, but he refrained from responding, instead noting in silence. Zhang does not let vengeance linger overnight. He pressed onward, realizing that even aside from comprehending the laws within the meteorite pit, merely training under such pressure would yield benefits. Each step demanded immense effort, and even Feng Yiming, after his initial mockery, focused entirely on resisting the pressure. Observing the stone from as close as possible was paramount. Currently, at a distance of 1,000 zhang, he could only perceive a hazy outline. Among the 100-plus cultivators were those in the early stages of the Transcendence realm and those at the peak of the Returning Origin realm. Yet Zhang Lingxiu was the sole practitioner at the early stage of the Returning Origin realm. All struggled in their advance. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air, drawing the attention of all cultivators. A celestial figure clad in the robes of the Wangshu peak gracefully approached, her demeanor frosty, and her beauty ethereal, as she entered the meteorite pit and swiftly traversed forward, quickly covering 100 zhang and drawing closer to the center. Truly the celestial of the slanting moon, and indeed a disciple of the falling star. How formidable, murmured the onlookers. The falling star disciples can access this place for training without restrictions. How enviable, such beauty. Whispers of admiration reverberated through the crowd. Chapter 33. Could it be? Could it be? The celestial of the slanting moon. Just as the tales describe, she glides with an elegance akin to that of a moonlit fairy. She approached, her robes adorned with the slanting moon motif fluttering softly as she effortlessly traversed 200 zhang. This crater measured approximately 1,000 zhang, with the meteorite located 500 zhang from the edge. While Zhang Lingxiu and the others were still several dozen zhang away, the celestial had already seated herself cross-legged at the 200 zhang mark. Her mere silhouette left the disciples in awe, inspiring them to exert themselves all the more resolutely against the oppressive pressure. Zhang Lingxiu, too, pressed on, step by arduous step, bearing the immense weight as he could not afford to relax. The pressure felt as though an invisible hand was relentlessly pushing him back, threatening to force him to retreat should he let up even slightly. Before long, the foremost cultivators of the Transcendence realm had reached the 100 zhang mark, yet even they paused, taking a moment to recuperate while observing the meteorite ahead. Feng Yiming halted at 70 zhang, gasping for breath. Let me take a breather and see how far that fool from Xingluofeng has gotten. Surely he remains 20 zhang behind. Feng Yiming wiped the sweat from his brow, turning to glance back, only to be taken aback by the sight of Zhang Lingxiu, now so close. How is this possible? How could you keep pace with me? It must be that my senior brother is intentionally allowing me to catch up. For I am merely at the early stage of the Returning Origin realm, while you are at its peak, far surpassing me. Zhang Lingxiu hastily clasped his hands. Senior brother, please do not go easy on me. If you do, I may surpass you. As he spoke, he too wiped his brow, smiling as he surpassed Feng Yiming. Feng Yiming's eyes widened in shock, no longer resting. He grit his teeth and pressed forward, quickly regaining his lead over Zhang Lingxiu. Yet before he could utter a word of derision, Zhang Lingxiu's voice rang out first. Wow, my senior brother truly is gracious. I knew your strength was immeasurable. A true genius of the falling star peak. Therefore, I shall no longer hold back. What? Feng Yiming's complexion turned ashen. Hearing Zhang Lingxiu's declaration of no longer holding back sent a jolt through him. Had he not been exerting his full effort? "Senior brother, hurry up! Don't hold back!" Zhang Lingxiu suddenly accelerated, surpassing Feng Yiming once more. Feng Yiming's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and trudged on, but his legs trembled. Unable to catch up to Zhang Lingxiu, and even the distance between them widened further. "Senior brother, you were not this modest in the Grand Hall. Your strength is so formidable, yet you move so slowly. Are you intentionally trying to spare my feelings? Fear not, senior brother. Surpass me as you wish. I shall not be angered." Zhang Lingxiu called back, his tone laced with feigned concern, igniting Feng Yiming's face from pale to a furious purple hue. For he had never experienced such humiliation before. Could it truly be that my senior brother is not strong at all? An exaggerated voice exclaimed. "Pfft." Feng Yiming spat blood directly from his mouth. His breath unsteady, as an overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing his body to be violently thrown backward, crashing forcefully to the ground. The other cultivators gazed at Zhang Lingxiu with expressions of astonishment. He had actually provoked a talented disciple from the Falling Star Peak to the point of spitting blood and being knocked away. Nevertheless, the fact that he could reach this point in the early stage of the Return to Origin realm, standing toe-to-toe with a host of peak Return to Origin cultivators, was indeed formidable. Among the observing elders, two of them, Elder Mu Yin and Elder Qian Hui from the Falling Star Peak, had already turned pale. Witnessing this, Elder Su Qing chuckled, remarking on the audacity of this inexperienced youth, who was making enemies left and right. Elder Feng Hui, looking at Zhang Lingxiu, displayed a deep admiration. Since the entrance examination, he had taken a liking to Zhang Lingxiu. Although Feng Yiming had been angered to the point of spitting blood by Zhang Lingxiu, it was ultimately a provocation of his own making. Moreover, to be outdone by someone in the early stage of the Return to Origin realm was indeed a disgrace. Observing Feng Yiming's pitiful state, Zhang Lingxiu shook his head and smiled, finding such individuals exceedingly easy to handle, entirely lacking in threat. He continued forward, surpassing all the other Return to Origin cultivators, eventually reaching the 100 zhang mark upon stepping into the 100 zhang zone. The pressure intensified dramatically. Zhang Lingxiu's body swayed violently, nearly causing him to retreat. Yet his feet seemed to root themselves to the ground, firmly anchored in place. His muscles bulged, and his cultivation power surged wildly, allowing him to withstand the onslaught. But as he lifted his gaze towards the central meteorite, he suddenly found it much clearer. Did the clarity of the meteorite increase with every 100 zhang traversed? "Greetings, moonlit fairy. I am Li Chaiyang, a newly inducted disciple of the Falling Star." At that moment, a confident voice rang out. In a flash, Li Chaiyang soared directly into the meteorite pit, swiftly covering the 100 zhang distance as he advanced further. Disciples of the Falling Star were permitted to approach and comprehend without needing to greet anyone. However, the pressure in this location was evidently immense. Upon reaching the 130 zhang mark, Li Chaiyang's complexion darkened, and he came to a halt. The moonlit fairy merely turned her head slightly, casting a faint glance before returning her focus ahead, where only the meteorite lay, that if one wished to catch her eye, they would have to stand before her. I Chaiyang, understanding this, offered a brief greeting before diligently pressing on, pausing momentarily at the 130 zhang mark before continuing forward. Zhang Lingxiu remained at the 100 zhang position. Merely contending with the pressure emanating from ahead had already drained his strength, leaving him unable to advance further. He then sat cross-legged, bracing against the immense pressure while observing the 10 zhang stone within the meteorite pit. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary stone, devoid of any remarkable features. Yet an image flashed in Zhang Lingxiu's mind, reminiscent of what the master of Falling Star Peak had shown him. A colossal meteorite, larger than several mountains combined, had crashed down, creating the current scene after a tremendous collision. The terrifying past now lay in solitude. This image persisted in his mind, and he noticed that unbeknownst to him, his right index finger began to move, rhythmically swaying up and down. Eventually, he raised his right hand, letting it fall, then lifting it again and repeating the motion. Soon, others began to notice Zhang Lingxiu's unusual behavior. Puzzled at first, but then recalling Feng Yiming's earlier comments, leading to a sudden realization. Douc. This is that fool's technique. The disciples of Falling Star Peak are all practicing this foolish method. Look closely, he can neither hear nor see now. His expression has become vacant, and who knows, he might even drool. Even if I were to punch him, he wouldn't notice, Feng Yiming exclaimed loudly. Even from a distance. Li Chaoyang and the Moonlit Fairy turned their heads, intrigued by the events surrounding Falling Star Peak. Seeing the Moonlit Fairy glance back, Feng Yiming's expression hardened, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Watch as I perform for you. He swung his fist violently towards Zhang Lingxiu, that a burst of fist energy erupted within the meteorite pit, producing a terrifying flash of light that tore through the void, emitting a sizzling sound as it raced towards Zhang Lingxiu's back. Yet he remained in a stupor, his right hand continuing its unawareness-driven motion. Chapter 34. Naturally, I shall kill you. Observation in progress. Fighting is prohibited. Elder Feng Hui interjected, furrowing his brow. This punch will not be my full strength, Feng Yiming thought, feeling confident. Besides, I am quite curious about the techniques of Falling Star Peak. Elder Mu Yin chimed in. Indeed, everyone is quite curious. Elder Su Qing added with a laugh. The Moonlit Fairy, noticing the unfolding events, involuntarily frowned. Such conduct was truly distasteful. Yet Feng Yiming was unconcerned with such matters, having lost face at the hands of Zhang Lingxiu. He was solely focused on revenge. This punch was delivered with all his might, aimed directly at Zhang Lingxiu's heart, that if it connected, it would undoubtedly shatter his core. Even if he killed him, he was merely a fool from Falling Star Peak. And the elders would surely protect him, engrossed in his insights. Zhang Lingxiu remained oblivious to his surroundings, and the impending strike aimed at him. As Feng Yiming's fist approached his heart, a cruel smile crept onto his lips. But just then, a crescent moon suddenly appeared on Zhang Lingxiu's back. The crescent moon, measuring about 3 feet in diameter, radiated a gentle glow, exuding an almost ethereal beauty. Remarkably, this crescent moon effortlessly blocked Feng Yiming's full-force attack. The force of the wind dispersed outward, lifting Zhang Lingxiu's garments, which fluttered audibly. The onlookers were taken aback by the power of this strike, their expressions shifting. They had assumed Feng Yiming, though angry, merely intended to teach Zhang Lingxiu a lesson, not genuinely attempt to kill him. After all, Zhang Lingxiu was also an inner disciple of the Falling Star sect. Feng Yiming's expression changed as he looked towards the Moonlit Fairy in confusion. Why had she intervened, given her usual detachment from worldly matters? Trash. The Moonlit Fairy glared at Feng Yiming, disdainfully uttering 2 words before turning her attention back to her observations. Feng Yiming's face flushed crimson, turning purple, yet he dared not confront the Moonlit Fairy. The elders from Falling Star Peak also refrained from speaking against her, knowing they were vastly outmatched in both strength and status. Elder Feng Hui raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips, while Elder Su Qing let out a dismissive snort, feeling fortunate that the Moonlit Fairy had chosen to intervene. Thank you, Fairy. Zhang Lingxiu suddenly stood, bowing in gratitude towards the Moonlit Fairy. Having regained his senses from the previous attack, he was now fully aware of what had transpired. The Moonlit Fairy offered no reply, nor did she turn back, remaining focused on her observations. Zhang Lingxiu said nothing further, instead turning his gaze towards Feng Yiming, steadily approaching him. The other onlookers were indifferent, save for Elder Feng Hui, whose brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Lingxiu's demeanor resembled that of their previous assessment, where he typically ignored taunts but would retaliate fiercely should someone strike. However, this was different. Feng Yiming was an outstanding inner disciple of Falling Star Peak. What could he possibly do? What do you intend to do? Feng Yiming stood as well, his face betraying no fear. Boom! Zhang Lingxiu's right hand clenched tightly, launching a powerful punch that matched the force of Feng Yiming's earlier strike, perhaps even surpassing it. Within the meteorite pit, dust and debris swirled chaotically, startling the surrounding inner disciples. Feng Yiming was prepared, yet as he attempted to retaliate, he found himself suddenly unable to move. His face turned pale in an instant, panic seeping into his expression. What was happening? Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as Zhang Lingxiu's fist collided with Feng Yiming's chest. The devastating force obliterated his ribcage, leaving a gaping hole in his back, while his heart was reduced to a mass of shattered flesh, expelled from his body. What do I intend to do? Naturally, I shall kill you, Zhang Lingxiu replied coolly, retracting his hand. Feng Yiming's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, unblinking in death. The surrounding inner disciples were left in a state of shock. He had actually dared to kill an inner disciple from Falling Star Peak. Li Chaoyang raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the audacity. The moonlit fairy cast a glance back, her expression devoid of emotion, continuing her observations. Elder Feng Hui felt a surge of satisfaction, but soon began to worry for Zhang Lingxiu. Boldly, within the observation, you have slain an inner disciple. Such a crime warrants death. Elder Su Qing bellowed. May I ask, Elder, if someone were to kill you now, would you not retaliate and allow them to strike you down? Zhang Lingxiu coldly challenged, having established themselves as mortal enemies with the Su family. He felt no need for restraint. Presumptuous, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Moreover, you have killed a genius from Falling Star Peak. Elder Su Qing shouted again, redirecting the conflict toward Zhang Lingxiu and Falling Star Peak. Feng Yiming did strike at you, true, but you are unharmed now. To retaliate with lethal force is a matter for the sect's laws. Elder Mu Yan's eyes turned cold as he issued a decree. Deprive him of his cultivation. Shatter his dantian and expel him from the sect. Huh. Zhang Lingxiu laughed heartily, his laughter dripping with sarcasm. Is this truly the sect's law? You say, and it shall be. At this moment, the elder of the sect's law stood at my meteorite peak. And you are committing an offense here. Do you not agree that I have the final say? Elder Mu Yan huffed. Zhang Lingxiu clenched his fist. Is it simply because I am unscathed that we need not speak further? Executed immediately. Elder Mu Yan nonchalantly waved his hand, interrupting Zhang Lingxiu, too weary to hear another word. Who dares to harm my disciples of Xinglik Peak? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the void. A disheveled old man, filthy and ragged, descended like a meteor, crashing onto the ground. His garments were so dirty they appeared gray, making it impossible to discern his sect affiliation. What are you, you madman? Exclaimed another elder of Meteorite Peak. Qian Hui, who was relatively young and unfamiliar with this eccentric. How audacious! This man is the peak master of Xingluo Peak. Upon witnessing this, Elder Mu Yan's complexion paled, and he immediately reprimanded the young elder. The peak master, Zhang Lingxiu saluted respectfully. You carry on. I need not your concern. The madman Zhou waved dismissively at Zhang Lingxiu, then bent over, hands clasped behind his back, casting a disdainful gaze at Elder Qian Hui. To insult the peak master without respect, I have decided to impose the following punishment upon you. To cripple your cultivation, destroy your dantian, and expel you from the sect. Are you satisfied with this? What authority do you possess to do so? Elder Qian Hui was taken aback. This lunatic was indeed the legendary mad peak master of Xingluo Peak. I have been at Xingluo Peak for decades, and finally have a disciple. Yet you wish to ruin him? Are you seeking death? Zhou the madman shook his head repeatedly, clearly displeased that in an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, leaving even the elders unable to detect his presence. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. The young elder was wailing in agony. The fabled mad peak master was seen lifting him with a grin, then delivering a fierce strike. Ah! The chilling cries echoed again as Elder Qian Hui's dantian was obliterated. Blood spurting from his mouth. Come, I shall cast you out of the sect this very moment. With that, Zhou the madman hoisted the elder and soared towards the sect's exit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Indeed, the peak master of Xingluo Peak was as mad as they came, a madman with even madder deeds. Yet his strength was unparalleled. He had once been the most gifted prodigy of the Xingxing sect. Peak master, take your time. I shall return shortly. There are others who threaten me. Zhang Lingxiu's voice of entreaty sent chills down the spines of those present. Chapter 35. Comprehending under the meteorite indeed. Zhou the madman returned swiftly, looking as disheveled as ever, stooping his body and casually reclining on the ground with his hands crossed behind his head. Is there anyone else? This question sent a chill down Elder Su's spine, tightening a certain part of him. N01. Just joking. Zhang Lingxiu shook his head. As for Su Qing, once the stone observation concludes, I shall take action myself. Then you may continue with the stone observation. Pay no mind to anything else. I will keep watch here, Zhou the madman declared. All right, Zhang Lingxiu replied, resuming his comprehension, reassured by the presence of the peak master. However, this time, he struggled to enter the previous state of mind. Days passed, and Zhang Lingxiu only managed to move forward 20 zhang from his original position of 100 zhang. Gazing at the meteorite ahead, he felt no connection, and even practicing the Xing Dao seemed futile in achieving that state of complete oblivion and self-forgetfulness. Li Zhaoyang and the celestial maiden Xie Yu remained ahead, each engrossed in their understanding, the outcome of which was unknown. The other talented disciples from various peaks were at similar positions, yet their furrowed brows suggested they too had failed to glean any profound insights. This was to be expected, as this place encompassed the most potent Dao of the Xingxing sect. The sect's founding ancestor had comprehended the supreme Dao here, thus establishing the Xingxing sect. Since then, no one had managed to comprehend the supreme Dao from this site. This was why the sect permitted only a select few talented disciples to observe for 3 days each year. If unrestricted, all disciples would flock here, seeking the supreme Dao, ultimately neglecting their cultivation. Suddenly, Zhang Lingxiu rose to his feet. He began to move, his expression blank, his gaze somewhat dazed. Unconsciously, his right hand began to dance rhythmically, finally entering that previous state. What was astonishing was that within the meteorite pit, the pressure was immense, and everyone had reached their limits, barely able to advance. Yet Zhang Lingxiu effortlessly took 2 steps forward and continued on, as if the pressure had vanished for him. Has he comprehended something? Feng Hui exclaimed in delight. What could he possibly comprehend? Elder Su Qing responded with discontent. The previously snoring Zhou the madman suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at Zhang Lingxiu, then stretched before returning to his slumber. Yet all understood this was a warning. Look at his right hand. It appears to emanate ripples, a disciple exclaimed. All eyes turned to Zhang Lingxiu's right hand, where subtle waves emerged with each movement, causing his garments to flutter gently. It seemed these very ripples countered the oppressive pressure surrounding them. What? Li Zheyang's eyes widened in disbelief that he had been absorbed in his own comprehension when he suddenly noticed the commotion behind him, but paid it no mind. In mere moments, he felt light footsteps beside him. Turning to look, he saw Zhang Lingxiu breezily pass by. How is this possible? The pressure here makes it difficult for even me to advance. Yet, Zhang Lingxiu felt nothing amiss. His mind was filled with the image of the meteorite's descent, and the authentic aura of the meteorite pit now made that image in his mind more vivid and real. His right hand mimicked the moment the meteorite fell. Previously a mere imitation, it now transformed. He raised his right hand, then pressed it downward. An invisible force dissipated the surrounding pressure, allowing him to stroll through the meteorite pit as if wandering through a grand garden. Although his movements were erratic, he instinctively gravitated toward the center of the meteorite. In just a few breaths, he was once again beside the celestial maiden Xie Yu and then surpassed her. The celestial maiden, deeply engaged in her practice, opened her eyes wide in shock, her icy demeanor giving way to profound astonishment as she beheld Zhang Lingxiu's retreating figure, prompting her to rise. Simultaneously, the other cultivators also ceased their understanding, staring at Zhang Lingxiu's actions in disbelief that he approached the meteorite without obstruction. 300 zhang, 400 zhang, and eventually standing beneath the 10 zhang meteorite. In that moment, the expressions of all present changed. For never had anyone been able to approach the meteorite so effortlessly, not even a spirit vein realm cultivator. Yet Zhang Lingxiu stood there, devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual energy, simply raising and lowering his right hand as he stood beneath the meteorite. Zhou the madman's snores ceased. Elders Feng Hui, Su Qing, Mu Yin, and all others wore expressions of shock. Zhang Lingxiu remained oblivious to the surrounding commotion. He was completely unconscious, seemingly acting solely on instinct. His right hand came to a halt, then raised again, resting upon the meteorite. Then he became still. Had he comprehended the supreme Dao? That was impossible. Aside from the founding ancestor, no one had succeeded in a millennium. How could he attain such understanding in merely 3 days? Was it conceivable that he surpassed the founding ancestor in strength? Regardless, he must have grasped something else. How could an inner realm cultivator excel beyond me? Li Zhang's countenance shifted, knowing that this individual had entered the sect alongside him, yet was lacking in every aspect. The celestial maiden Xie Yu stood silently, her heart rippling with emotions as she gazed at Zhang Lingxiu. Time trickled by, and the 3-day limit swiftly approached. The elder of Meteorite Peak spoke up. All individuals, exit the meteorite pit. Time is up. All cultivators retreated, leaving only 2 disciples of Xingluo inside, while everyone continued to observe Zhang Lingxiu. Elder Su Qing calmly cast a glance at Zhou the madman before speaking. According to the rules, aside from the disciples of Xingluo, rules be damned. If you utter a single word more, I shall cripple you and throw you out. Zhou the madman roared, interrupting him. Elder Su Qing's face turned pale, revealing a flicker of anger. After all, he was also an inner sect elder. Yet he could not afford to quarrel with this madman before him, for even a normal person would fear a lunatic. And he was one whose strength surpassed his own, that if you wish to leave, do so quickly. Anyone who dares disturb the fourth will face my wrath. With this proclamation, all faces blanched. This madman indeed possessed such capability. For within the Xinghua sect, apart from the sect master, no one dared to guarantee they could best this lunatic. The crowd could only depart helplessly. The celestial maiden Xie cast a glance at Zhang Lingxiu, whispering softly as she left, "My heart is in turmoil. I cannot continue to comprehend." Li Xiaoyang stood still for a long while, ultimately shaking his head and departing. Zhang Lingxiu remained oblivious to these events, extending her hand to rest upon the meteorite, motionless. The mad master of the peak lay nearby, soundly asleep for a continuous span of 7 days and nights. Suddenly, Zhang Lingxiu's eyes shot open. Chapter 36. Wang Yukai. Dead. After 7 days and nights of inertia, Zhang Lingxiu abruptly opened her eyes and bellowed. Zhou Fengzi instantly sat up at this moment. As Zhang Lingxiu regained her awareness, she gazed at the meteorite before her, feeling an inexplicable surge of energy that demanded release. She raised her right hand decisively and shouted, her entire being pulsating with spiritual power. Simultaneously, she unleashed all the insights she had gleaned from the Starfall Tao. The eyes of the Peak Master, hidden beneath disheveled hair, widened in astonishment. Moments passed, yet the meteorite remained utterly still. Zhang Lingxiu chuckled softly, retreating. Given her current strength, how could she possibly wield the Starfall? She had been rather fanciful in her thoughts. "Master, let us return. This time, I have gained much and need to reflect deeply." Zhou Fengzi leapt into the void, while Zhang Lingxiu soared towards Starfall Peak, her mind consumed by previous revelations. Thus, she failed to notice that after her departure, the meteorite, which had lain undisturbed for a millennium, suddenly trembled slightly, as if an unseen force sought to lift it. However, the force was feeble, and the meteorite merely quivered before reverting to its stillness. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Lingxiu returned to Starfall Peak, where the familiar sound of thuds echoed in the distance. Without a doubt, her second senior brother was tossing stones beneath that ancient pine. She had forgotten to inquire of the Peak Master why she had never seen the eldest senior brother during this time. Where was he, and how had he cultivated the Starfall Tao? As she approached the courtyard by the cliff, Zhang Lingxiu suddenly halted, that a gust of wind surged beneath her feet, propelling her towards the side chamber. Without pushing open the wooden door, she crashed through it with her body, for she had caught a whiff of an overwhelming stench of blood. Crack! The wooden door shattered into splinters. Zhang Lingxiu focused her gaze, her pupils contracting in horror, trembling uncontrollably. In the center of the room lay Wang Yukai, sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around him, now dried. Zhang Lingxiu clenched her fists and approached, squatting down beside him. Wang Youcai's arms had been completely shattered, crushed inch by inch, and his legs were similarly broken. A massive wound marred his chest, with his innards dismembered into neat little pieces, all cut uniformly. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, the corners torn from exertion, blood vessels webbing across the whites of his eyes, densely packed. His pupils shrank to mere pinpricks, filled with terror and dread, gazing upon this wound and the expression in Wang Youcai's eyes. It was hard to fathom the agony, despair, and fear he must have felt, but a surge of uncontrollable rage coursed through Zhang Lingxiu, rising from her feet to the crown of her head, as if it sought to consume her. Reflecting on their acquaintance, they had only met upon entering the sect. When Su Xing had targeted her, it was the weakest Wang Yukai who had offered her a few words of warning, then hurried away to avoid association. Because of this, she had aided Wang Yukai in joining the Falling Star sect, ushering him into the inner circle for better cultivation. She recalled him mentioning his comfortable family background in the secular world, with numerous concubines insisting she should receive a few gifts. That a smile crept onto Zhang Lingxiu's face, her eyes slightly reddening. Yet soon, her expression twisted into one of rage. Old turtle, ascertain who is responsible for his death. Your current power can only reveal events from an hour ago. What price must I pay? Just tell me who killed Wang Yukai. Zhang Lingxiu interrupted the old turtle's words harshly, that he has been dead for at least 2 days. The energy required will set you back an entire realm. The old turtle replied, boom. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Lingxiu poured her spiritual energy into the old turtle. As her energy surged into him. Her initial cultivation at the early stage of the returning origin realm shattered, transforming into a torrent of spiritual force that illuminated the entire turtle shell. She spat a mouthful of blood onto the turtle shell. Yet her resolve remained unyielding. Under the immense influx of energy, an image appeared on the turtle shell, an elder bursting into Zhang Lingxiu's chamber. That moment, she was observing the stone, the peak master present. While the second and third senior brothers were absorbed in their own comprehension, oblivious to the happenings around them, especially in such a vast place as Starfall Peak. Thus, no one was aware of the elder's arrival. Zhang Lingxiu recognized him as one of the individuals who had conferred with Elder Suqing alongside the Su family cultivators during their discussion about the stones. Though you are merely a servant of Zhang Lingxiu, I shall still kill you and torment you unto death. That I wonder how Zhang Lingxiu will react upon seeing your wretched state. I do not anticipate his fury. Merely making him a bit nauseous will suffice. To show him the consequence of slaying a scion of the Su family. All you need to do is testify that Zhang Lingxiu maliciously framed Elder Su Sun, and I shall spare you. I will not testify. Wang Youcai's voice quivered. Crack. Then came the scene of the elder from the Su family torturing Wang Yukai, crushing his arms inch by inch, snapping his legs, still unwilling to testify. No! Wang Youcai's voice grew hoarse from the pain, eventually unable to produce sound, trembling all over, but still refusing to testify. Bang! Zhang Lingxiu's fist slammed onto the rosewood 8 Immortals table, shattering it into pieces. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and charged outside. That night, the darkness deepened, with the silver moon obscured by thick clouds, rendering the 8 peaks shrouded in an even greater haze than usual. Shortly after Zhang Lingxiu's departure, a graceful figure approached slowly, her garments adorned with an embroidered crescent moon. It was her arrival that caused the true silver moon to hide away. I have comprehended several Dao methods over the years, albeit they are not particularly strong. Yet he was able to approach the meteorite. Is it his own ability or the rumored teachings from the Mad Master of Starfall Peak? Murmured the Crescent Moon Fairy. She continued her approach, her nose twitching lightly as she entered the side chamber, her eyes narrowing. She then proceeded to the main room, finding it empty. After a brief pause, she returned to Wangshu Peak and commanded, investigate who has visited Starfall Peak in the past 2 days. Chapter 37. A hundredfold returned Chongtian Peak, its shape akin to a sharpened sword piercing the sky, hence its name. Among the 8 peaks, Chongtian Peak is deemed the most perilous. The cultivators from the Su family in Huanshui City, upon joining the Falling Star sect, invariably choose to train at Chongtian Peak. At this moment, several powerful members of the Su family congregated within the confined quarters of Su Sun. 5 cultivators of the Transcendence realm lounged casually within the room, brewing and savoring tea, each face radiating ease and mirth. Though he is merely a Qi condensation realm cultivator, Zhang Lingxiu's ability to keep him close indicates a favorable relationship. Su Sun remarked, killing him will serve as a warning to this boy that he cannot provoke the Su family. Not only will he die, but he shall also suffer before his demise. Otherwise, it would be too lenient within the Falling Star sect. He seemed to possess only this single familiar person. Otherwise, should he eliminate them all and remain in his chamber, his expression would certainly be a sight to behold. That servant possesses a degree of spirit. I have been ruthless in my tortures, yet he still refuses to testify, commented an elder from the Su family, sporting a goatee. At this point, Zhang Lingxiu should be returning. I wonder how she will react upon witnessing that scene? Su Qing chuckled. Ha! A chorus of cheerful laughter erupted. The group then began preparing a new tea to enjoy. Meanwhile, a figure had stealthily approached Chongtian Peak amidst the night. Drawing near to the quarters, kid, do you truly intend to charge in like this? Your current range of attack can only reach 2 zhong. If you cannot slay them, your secret will surely be exposed. At that point, it will not only be these few from the Su family, but even the Falling Star sect that will target you, the old turtle cautioned. They will not easily kill me. They will surely torment me thoroughly, which is why I can definitely slay them, Zhang Lingxiu asserted. But what if? The old turtle pressed on. From my observations, you have always been shrewd and cautious, never one to take foolish risks. I fear exposure more than death, yet he would rather die than betray me. Thus, I shall sacrifice my life for righteousness and avenge him. Zhang Lingxiu inhaled deeply and charged forward before she could approach the quarters. She hurled a punch, shattering the wooden door into splinters. The 5 members of the Su family, sipping tea, narrowed their eyes in an instant, and upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu alone at the threshold, their expressions morphed into mocking smiles. Zhang Lingxiu advanced step by step, rage blazing on her face, and before even entering, she bellowed, "Was it you who killed Wang Yukai?" "So, that was his name." The goateed elder chuckled, too absorbed in tormenting to have even inquired about it. "I will kill you all." Zhang Lingxiu's fists were clenched tightly, as if overwhelmed by fury, charging forward like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly oblivious to his own limitations. The elder with the goat beard sneered dismissively, waving his hand, unleashing the might of his profound realm cultivation, which surged forth with a resounding impact. Bang! Zhang Lingxiu's body was sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently to the ground, spitting blood thrice, struggling to rise. The 5 elders of the Su family stood up, observing the writhing Zhang Lingxiu with their arms crossed, as if they were mere spectators at a play. "I will kill you." Zhang Lingxiu's eyes blazed crimson, continuously coughing blood, struggling to stand, leaving a trail of blood as he approached the 5 this moment. He was merely at the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage, yet he dared to confront a profound realm master directly. If he did not take such risks, the opponents would never allow him to come near. Consequently, his injuries were grievous. The faces of the 5 were etched with scorn and disdain. Zhang Lingxiu, gravely wounded and barely able to walk, posed no threat to them. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to die so easily. I will bring you back to my Su family and subject you to endless torment," Su Sun declared fiercely. Clenching his teeth, Zhang Lingxiu staggered forward, his body swaying, while the 5 members of the Su family remained completely unguarded, viewing Zhang Lingxiu as no threat at all. Thud! Before he could even cover 2 zhong, Zhang Lingxiu collapsed to the ground, struggling desperately for a moment before attempting to rise again. The 5 opponents regarded him as if he were a performing monkey, their expressions filled with mockery. Step by step, Zhang Lingxiu advanced, the ground stained with his blood. Finally, he drew within 2 zhong of them, and as expected, the 5 showed no reaction. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face, revealing teeth stained with blood. "Oh," Su Sun's brow twitched. "You've managed to reach us. What is this? Do you have a hidden card up your sleeve? Your confidence is amusing. I can hardly resist the urge to kill you outright." The elder with the goat beard chuckled. "You are the one who is killed. Thus I shall save you for last, allowing you to witness the demise of each Su family profound realm cultivator." Zhang Lingxiu glared at the elder with the goat beard. "What did you say? Is this boy mad?" Elder Su Qing burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Lingxiu waved his hand, and to everyone's astonishment, Su Sun's body lunged towards his palm of its own accord. Su Sun's smile evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. He summoned all his cultivation power, frantically surging, even causing his skin to visibly swell. Yet it was all in vain that in an instant, Zhang Lingxiu seized him by the throat. The other 4 elders of the Su family had yet to react when they felt an invisible force suppressing them, rendering them utterly immobile. In that moment, every face transformed dramatically. Crack! Su Sun's neck was audibly snapped. Zhang Lingxiu reached out again, and Su Qing's body also moved towards him. "What have you done to us?" Elder Su Qing gasped in terror, for in his understanding, such a thing was simply impossible. Unfortunately, Zhang Lingxiu paid him no mind. His gaze remained fixed on the elder with the goat beard. "The second shall soon perish. How does that feel? The Su family may be a prestigious clan, but here, we are all profound realm cultivators. After a few deaths, the Su family will be replaced by other forces, and they will undoubtedly eradicate every last remnant. The elder with the goat beard found himself unable to move. His mind a blank slate as he struggled to comprehend what was transpiring. How did you accomplish this? Crack. Zhang Lingxiu executed another kill, swiftly capturing another's neck in his grasp. Crack, crack, after slaying two more. Only the elder with the goat beard remained. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. Even though he was under Zhang Lingxiu's control, his body trembled uncontrollably, and one wishes for death. He was filled with dread and immense regret, wishing he had never offended such a terrifying Zhang Lingxiu. But it was all too late. Just kill me, he bellowed in despair. You think rather highly of yourself. How you treated Wang Yukai, I shall repay you tenfold. 100-fold. Zhang Lingxiu extended his hand, weaving a simple soundproof barrier with his spiritual energy, that he then turned his gaze upon the elder with the goat beard, seizing his arms with a fierce grip and crushing them mercilessly. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed, reminiscent of fried beans popping to. The elder with the goat beard trembled violently, howling in madness. Silence. Zhang Lingxiu's fist smashed into his mouth, nearly shattering most of his teeth. Then sealed his lips with the might of tortoise-shell energy. Again, he systematically crushed the elder's arms, then his legs, and subsequently every bone in his body. Yet the elder, no matter how agonizingly he suffered, could not emit a single sound. His eyes bled from the sheer pain. Time passed, and the elder fainted from the torment, only to awaken again in agony. At last, Zhang Lingxiu ceased his relentless assault. Kill me! Kill me! The elder's mind was consumed by this singular thought, but soon he heard a phrase that plunged him into the depths of despair. All your bones are now broken. Next, we shall address your internal organs. Chapter 38. The invitation of the crescent moon fairy. As dawn broke, a warm sun rose in a crimson hue. The 8 peaks gradually came into view, and for the vast majority of the disciples of the falling star sect, the night had been remarkably uneventful. On Wangshu Peak, the crescent moon fairy lifted her gaze to the rising sun, exhaling slowly. Before long, a maid approached. What news? The crescent moon fairy inquired. On the Chongtian Peak, Elder Su Shin, the maid replied. Go check on Su Shin's current situation. No, there's no need to go. Simply keep an eye on the news from that side, the crescent moon fairy commanded. Understood. The maid nodded and departed. At Xinghua Peak, Zhang Lingxiu stood beneath a pine tree behind his dwelling. Here a grave had appeared, marked with a stone tablet inscribed with the words, Wang Youtsai's grave. Rest in peace. I have avenged you. His departure was surely 100 times more painful than yours. Zhang Lingxiu bent down, then turned to return to his dwelling. He retrieved 5 storage bags and began his cultivation. Currently, he was merely at the qi condensation stage. With insufficient strength, the storage bags of the 5 profound realm Su family members naturally contained numerous medicinal pills, sufficient for him to cultivate to the late stage of the returning Yuan realm. Yet, the journey must still be taken step by step. He swallowed the pills and began the process of refining them. This time, he broke through to the returning Yuan realm for the 3rd time, noticeably faster than the previous 2 attempts, with a more solid foundation. However, he did not let up, meticulously honing his cultivation for 3 full days before resuming the consumption and refinement of the pills. 5 days later, Zhang Lingxiu had advanced to the mid-returning Yuan realm. During these 5 days, significant events unfolded within the sect. 3 elders from Chongtian Peak and 2 esteemed seniors from the sect had vanished without a trace. Initially, the peak master of Chongtian Peak paid little mind, casually inquiring with the Su family, as all 5 individuals were elders of that clan, perhaps having returned due to family matters. But news soon came from the family that the life lamps of the 5 profound realm cultivators of the Su family had extinguished. Many influential figures within prominent families and sects kept life lamps. When a lamp extinguished, it signified death. Only then did the peak master of Chongtian Peak launch an investigation. Days passed, and within Su Sun's residence, blood was the only remnant left behind. The entire falling star peak buzzed with speculation. How could 5 profound realm cultivators, including one at the late stage and another at the pinnacle stage, be slain simultaneously? Yet no one could fathom the mystery. After taking a stroll, Zhang Lingxiu learned of the situation and returned to his dwelling with an impassive expression. As he reached the entrance, he spotted a woman clad in a flowing robe, seemingly waiting for him. Greetings, junior brother Zhang. The Crescent Moon Fairy wishes to invite you for a conversation. The Crescent Moon Fairy, inviting me? Zhang Lingxiu's brow furrowed slightly. But he quickly speculated it was due to his performance in the observation stone. Engaging with the Crescent Moon Fairy could prove beneficial. Lead the way. Please, this way, junior brother. The woman nodded politely, yet her heart brimmed with confusion, wondering why the fairy would invite a disciple from Xinghua Peak. Was she not concerned about being mocked by the other disciples? Everyone knew that the cultivators of Xinghua Peak were a rather eccentric bunch. This junior brother Zhang seemed relatively normal, perhaps just newly arrived at the peak. Zhang Lingxiu noted the woman's puzzled expression but chose not to comment that on Wangshu Peak, the most picturesque spot for moon gazing among the 8 peaks. This mountain was named for the ancient practice of moon appreciation on its slopes. Compared to Chongtian Peak, this mountain appeared somewhat more graceful, reminiscent of a delicate maiden, akin to gentle flowing waters. The scenery within the mountain was also more exquisite than that of the other peaks, showcasing beauty at every turn that as they walked. They encountered numerous attractive female disciples, all with exceptional looks and grace. As if one had stepped into a realm of maidens, these female disciples gazed at Zhang Lingxiu with great curiosity, particularly after noticing his attire, their astonishment and intrigue deepening. Look at a disciple from Xinghua Peak. Just like us, with a mouth and 2 eyes. He doesn't look like a madman at all. Whispers of discussion surrounded Zhang Lingxiu, leaving her somewhat speechless. After a brief moment, she arrived at a certain spot atop Wangshu Peak, where stood an exquisitely elegant pavilion, 3 stories high, constructed from yellow wood and green bamboo, strikingly unique. Beside it was a charming gazebo, where a celestial maiden clad in a flowing robe sat gracefully. Her delicate, white hands gently held a fine, white jade teacup, her crimson lips meeting the jade in a soft sip, rendering her extraordinarily enchanting. Upon hearing footsteps, the celestial maiden stood up, and the maidservant bowed respectfully before departing. Junior brother Zhang, please take a seat. The celestial maiden invited warmly. Zhang Lingxiu approached and politely acknowledged her before sitting down. Only then did she raise her gaze, and observing the celestial maiden up close, she found her even more exquisite than before. Among the most beautiful celestial beings she had encountered, apart from her 3 betrothed wives, none could compare. The celestial maiden, undistracted by Zhang Lingxiu's gaze, lowered her head to brew tea, presenting Zhang Lingxiu with a cup filled with jade hair tea. Cultivated in the depths of 1,000-year-old cold jade, that tea was steeped in the purest spring water, and upon tasting, its fragrance was delightful. Yet it felt cool within, the hidden power of the cold jade gradually dissipating, aiding the flow of spiritual energy. That, oh, how marvelous! I must give it a try, Zhang Lingxiu exclaimed, lifting the teacup to drink deeply. The tea was scalding hot, yet once it settled in her stomach, it bestowed a refreshing chill. Soon after, her internal spiritual energy began to circulate effortlessly under the influence of the cold jade's power. What a splendid tea! Not only is the flavor exquisite, but it also benefits cultivation. I've never heard of such a tea before. Zhang Lingxiu praised immediately. Tea is merely tea I cultivated in my spare time. The celestial maiden replied with a serene smile. Not only is the celestial maiden exceptionally gifted and skilled, but she also possesses a refined taste and remarkable elegance. Zhang Lingxiu lauded once more. However, considering your outstanding qualities, even renowned throughout Nanyang, may I inquire why you have invited a humble disciple of Xinghua Peak, who is often looked down upon? The celestial maiden took a sip of her tea, then gently set it down before turning her gaze towards Zhang Lingxiu. Might I ask, junior brother Zhang, if you are aware of the events that have transpired at Chongtian Peak in recent days? Zhang Lingxiu's heart raced. Why did she pose such a question? Did she know of his involvement? No, it was impossible. He had left quietly, and even Su Sun and the others were unaware. Moreover, he had not been followed at any point. Or else he would have perceived it. That I am still uncertain. Ever since returning from the observation stone, I have been reflecting deeply. I have no knowledge of what has transpired at Chongtian Peak. Zhang Lingxiu responded. The celestial maiden smiled slightly. At Chongtian Peak, 5 elder masters of the Enlightenment realm have all perished. Oh, to have silently eliminated 5 Enlightenment realm masters must indicate the involvement of a formidable opponent. It seems they have offended someone of great significance, Zhang Lingxiu surmised. The celestial maiden glanced at Zhang Lingxiu with a faint smile. Indeed. Zhang Lingxiu maintained a calm demeanor, continuing to savor the tea as if the matter bore no relation to him. Though his mind was preoccupied with her curious inquiry, that I merely mentioned this in passing, that I invited you here to inquire how you managed to reach the center of the meteorite, the celestial maiden expressed, her eyes reflecting intense curiosity. This was your first observation stone experience, and it is impossible to comprehend anything substantial in just a day or two to yet. You approach the meteorite without relying on your own cultivation. I am genuinely intrigued. If it is too inconvenient to disclose, I shall not press. To speak is one thing, but I fear you may not believe me. Celestial maiden, Zhang Lingxiu replied. Then please enlighten me, the celestial maiden urged. This is the supreme technique of our Xinghua Peak, known as Starfall. Zhang Lingxiu declared that in truth, over a century ago, the peak master revealed the cultivation method to everyone. Yet few believed it, and even fewer succeeded in practicing it. Thus, it seems that no one knows of it today that I utilized this technique to approach the meteorite, and I shall share the 9 words with you. Observe its form, imitate its shape, comprehend its intent. Upon hearing this, the celestial maiden's eyes sparkled with interest that, if I understand correctly, the third disciple of Xinghua Peak imitates the falling of the meteorite, while the second disciple observes a stone in place of the meteorite. So, you mimic the laws of the meteorite's descent with your palm. Indeed, you are astute. Zhang Lingxiu nodded. However, this method does have a slight drawback. Once one begins cultivating, one forgets everything else and becomes wholly absorbed, even unaware of impending danger that I see. Thus, this explains why disciples of Xinghua Peak are often regarded as foolish, the celestial maiden mused. Yet is this method truly effective? The 3 disciples of Xinghua Peak have seldom been seen, nor have they ever showcased their cultivation achievements, leaving the efficacy in question. The celestial maiden may choose for herself. I must take my leave now, as my strength remains weak, and I must diligently cultivate. Zhang Lingxiu stood and bowed in farewell. Xiaoling, fetch some cold mountain Maojian to gift to junior brother Zhang, the celestial maiden commanded. Understood. The maidservant approached, presenting Zhang Lingxiu with a beautifully crafted wooden box containing tea. This tea is indeed delightful. I shall graciously accept it. Zhang Lingxiu bowed, receiving the tea before departing. As he left, the maidservant furrowed her brow, perplexed. Celestial maiden, why bestow such precious cold mountain Maojian upon him? He also revealed the cultivation method of Xinghua Peak to me. The celestial maiden replied, moreover, to have slain 5 Enlightenment Realm Masters, he is no ordinary individual. How could that method possibly be useful? The maidservant shook her head in disbelief. I am inclined to give it a try, the celestial maiden declared. What? Celestial maiden, do you truly wish to practice the starfall technique of Xinghua Peak? The maidservant exclaimed in shock. I have observed the stone for long enough. Continuing in this manner is futile. Why not explore a different approach? The celestial maiden reasoned. Descending from Wangshu Peak, she once again attracted the attention of many younger disciples, even causing quite a stir. This was the first time in many years that a male cultivator had been invited to the celestial maiden's pavilion. This news quickly spread across the 8 peaks. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lingxiu, who had returned to his quarters to resume his cultivation, he had solidified his cultivation and calmed his mind that it was time to continue reflecting on his insights within the meteorite pit. Days slipped by, and soon over 10 had passed. Zhang Lingxiu resumed his wandering around Xinghua Peak, his right hand rhythmically rising and falling, accompanied by a series of thuds at the same time. The 3rd disciple, Tao Yuan, though in the midst of cultivation, occasionally cast glances in Zhang Lingxiu's direction. Even the 2nd brother, who was tossing stones beneath a pine tree, would occasionally observe Zhang Lingxiu. They were already aware of Wang Youcai's demise and had inquired whether Zhang Lingxiu required assistance, which he had declined, stating he had already taken his revenge. Both brothers remained silent, but henceforth, during their cultivation, they kept a watchful eye on Zhang Lingxiu, fearing that the 4th brother might encounter some misfortune as well. Zhang Lingxiu, however, remained oblivious to the fact that his 2 brothers were attentively monitoring him as Zhang Lingxiu ambled along, his right hand moving rhythmically, sometimes quick, sometimes slow. It appeared entirely random, yet within his palm there seemed to be a faint, subtle fluctuation, Lost in thought, he ventured into a bamboo grove on Xingla Peak. Upon arrival, Tao Yuan suddenly turned his head, and the second brother also focused his gaze. In the center of the bamboo grove was a conspicuous cave, the entrance quite sizable, approximately a yard wide. As Zhang Lingxiu approached, the cave's mouth drew nearer. Suddenly, with a misstep, he lost his footing and fell into the abyss. Awakening on the ground, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "A ghost!" Beside him lay a severed head. Zhang Lingxiu stumbled back a few steps, taking in his surroundings that he had inadvertently fallen into a pit. Where in the center rested a head, a middle-aged cultivator-esque visage, with a square face that exuded authority. Astonishingly, it showed no signs of decay. Suddenly, the head's eyes opened, and a smile spread across its face. Zhang Lingxiu's hair stood on end. "A corpse has risen. Fourth brother, this is our first meeting," the head spoke, beaming. "What?" Zhang Lingxiu's mind raced as he stared at the head in astonishment. "You are the elder brother of Xingla Peak?" "Correct," the head replied. Zhang Lingxiu scrutinized closely and realized this was not merely a head. The elder brother had buried himself, leaving only his head exposed. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" "Cultivating," the elder brother declared. "This is your method of cultivation?" Zhang Lingxiu's eyes widened. "Did I ask this pit the meteorite pit? Are you imitating the meteorite?" "Indeed. I excavated a large pit, originally lying here, but since I am tall and the current meteorites are round, I buried my body and left only my head exposed. Thus, it resembles the present meteorite pit, and indeed, it has proven effective. Yet, an exceedingly challenging question has perplexed me for many years, even worrying the Peak Master and the second and third brothers, who cannot fathom it." Master brother wore a pained expression and asked, "What is the problem?" Zhang Lingxiu instinctively inquired, "Why do meteors always seem to fall precisely in a meteor pits?" Master brother furrowed his brow deeply. Utterly distressed. Chapter 40. "Are you Zhang Lingxiu?" Upon hearing this question, Zhang Lingxiu felt as though he had misheard. He observed Master brother's serious demeanor, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Master brother, have you truly not figured out the answer? This question is so difficult that I naturally cannot come up with an answer. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be lying here for so long." Master brother replied with a frown. "Master brother," Zhang Lingxiu cautiously chose his words, "is it possible that a place where meteors fall is called a meteor pit?" Master brother's eyes widened in sudden realization, and he appeared utterly petrified. "Indeed," he exclaimed with uncontainable joy, turning to Zhang Lingxiu, exclaiming excitedly, "How could I not have thought of that?" With a loud bang, Master brother leaped out of the pit, soaring into the open air, and Zhang Lingxiu followed suit. "No longer shall I lie buried in the pit. I have figured it out, ha!" Master brother seemed utterly ecstatic, dancing with glee, shouting, "I have understood." Two figures swiftly approached. Second brother and third brother had also arrived. "Master brother, what has happened? I now comprehend why meteors always fall in meteor pits. It is because the place where they fall is called a meteor pit. Ha!" A master brother exclaimed, elated. "Congratulations, master brother. Master brother has made further progress in his cultivation. Congratulations." The two bowed deeply to him. Zhang Lingxiu observed the three of them, feeling a sense of disconnection from them, often pondering that his lack of eccentricity set him apart. "Thank goodness for the fourth," Master brother exclaimed, patting Zhang Lingxiu's shoulder, filled with excitement. "Oh, it was the fourth." "I was wondering how Master brother suddenly gained enlightenment," second brother remarked, before continuing, "I also have a question, although it is unrelated to cultivation. It has puzzled me for a long time." "Please go ahead." "Second brother," Zhang Lingxiu replied, "there exists a shared bloodline among family members. The closer the relation, the less they can unite, lest they give birth to deformities. Yet how could my father marry my mother?" Second brother queried, perplexed. Second brother is quite astute. "I hadn't considered that," third brother suddenly chimed in, realizing the parallel with his own father. Zhang Lingxiu smacked his forehead. "Brothers, please continue your discussion. I just remembered I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave." Without heeding their warm insistence to stay, he departed. Back in his quarters, Zhang Lingxiu resumed his cultivation. The resources within the storage bags of the 5 elder experts from the Su family had yet to be exhausted. Once he thoroughly solidified his foundation in the mid-stage of the Return to Origin realm, he continued to break through smoothly, reaching the late stage of the Return to Origin realm that he then continued to consolidate his progress while practicing the Starfall path. Time passed, and over 3 months had elapsed since Zhang Lingxiu arrived at the meteor star sect. He had virtually remained on the Starfall Peak, enjoying an extraordinary tranquility. This mountain seemed almost detached from the meteor star sect, as it had never drawn attention. Unlike the other 7 peaks, which were bustling with activity, frequent encounters of cultivators sparring and engaging in discourse, Starfall Peak was seldom involved in any trials or competitions. Zhang Lingxiu was indifferent to this, but after a period of cultivation, he found himself running low on resources that he had contemplated seeking the Peak Master. But alas, he could not locate him. Who knew where the Peak Master might be resting? Second brother and third brother remained unchanged. Although Master Brother was no longer buried in the pit, he still curled himself into a ball, motionless like a meteor, occasionally murmuring, "I am a stone. I am a stone." It seems I must devise a way to acquire some resources, Zhang Lingxiu mused, and no wonder no one ventures into Starfall Peak. Not to mention the path, the average person would hardly pursue such cultivation. And even if they did, they would struggle to progress. Furthermore, the lack of cultivation resources is exhausting that I wonder how the Celestial Maiden is faring in her cultivation. Initially, she seemed inclined to try it out. Moreover, he pondered the opportunities spoken of by the young Master Wu Huan. He was unsure whether they referred to this supremely powerful path or something else entirely. After some contemplation, Zhang Lingxiu descended from Starfall Peak. Realizing he could only seek resources elsewhere, such as at the Linglong Tower adjacent to the Meteor Star Dojo, where one could earn rewards for overcoming each level. The Meteor Star Dojo was a vast arena established beside the 8 peaks, where disciples from the various peaks were encouraged to engage in friendly rivalry, to foster healthy competition among the 8 peaks. The sect had expended considerable effort, enlisting multiple powerful figures from the Spirit Vein realm to construct the exquisite tower, which comprised 18 levels. The Linglong Tower was situated atop the Meteor Star Dojo, allowing cultivators from the 8 peaks to challenge themselves at any time. As Zhang Lingxiu approached the Meteor Star Dojo, he observed that the arena was teeming with over 1,000 cultivators, all donned in the distinctive attire of their respective peaks, except, of course, for the disciples of Starfall Peak. Before the Grand Dojo stood a 100-foot-tall tower, strikingly vibrant in its azure brick hue, exuding a remarkable aura. It comprised 18 levels, with a grand entrance at its base, welcoming any who wished to enter and test themselves. As Zhang Lingxiu approached the Linglong Tower, many gazes fell upon him. A disciple of Starfall Peak. Could it be that he is the one invited by the Celestial Maiden? He doesn't look particularly impressive. He seems rather weak. How puzzling. I have been in the sect for several years, and this is my first encounter with a disciple from Starfall Peak. What a rare sight. Amidst the murmurs, Zhang Lingxiu paid them no mind and walked directly to the base of the Linglong Tower. At that moment, a number of onlookers followed him, some already gathered outside the tower, seemingly preparing to enter for trials. As he drew closer, Zhang Lingxiu noticed that the first level of the tower was adorned with engravings of the 8 peaks, representing the Meteor Star sect. Each peak was evenly divided into 18 levels by horizontal lines. Except for Starfall Peak, where all 10 levels were dim, the other 7 peaks shone brightly, albeit with varying degrees of illumination. The Chongtian Peak illuminated 14 levels, the Wangshu Peak lit up 15 levels, and the Yinxing Peak similarly shone with 15 levels. I see. Zhang Lingxiu understood immediately. The level of illumination indicated the highest level reached by the cultivators of each peak, serving as both a source of pride and motivation. However, it seemed that his 3 senior brothers from Starfall Peak had not even bothered to show up. It appeared that the glory of Starfall Peak would have to be borne solely by him. Zhang Lingxiu, resources were a trivial matter. The honor of the peak was paramount. Zhang Lingxiu smiled slightly, recognizing the broader perspective. "Are you Zhang Lingxiu?" Just as he was about to step inside, a somewhat arrogant voice inquired. Chapter 41. The Celestial Maiden has 2 moles. The newcomer, clad in white, was strikingly handsome and exuded an exceptional aura. He sauntered over with his hands clasped behind his back, instantly capturing the attention of all, especially many female cultivators, who gazed at him with admiration, their cheeks flushed. "It is Han Yu from the Polaris Peak." "Greetings, Han Yu." Han Yu is renowned as the foremost among the disciples of the Meteor Star. Indeed, it is said he was on the verge of becoming a disciple of the Meteor Star, yet he has now broken through to the Spirit Vein realm, and he is only in his 20s. As various discussions unfolded, Han Yu slowly descended, his gaze fixed upon Zhang Lingxiu. "Did I ask there's something you need?" Zhang Lingxiu inquired. "Why did the celestial maiden summon you to Wangshu Peak?" Han Yu asked, his tone suggesting an air of compulsion. Zhang Lingxiu smiled. "The celestial maiden requested me to teach her the Starfall Peak's path." "Nonsense." Han Yu snapped. "With the celestial maiden's talent and abilities, does she need to learn the foolish techniques taught by the mad peak master of Starfall Peak? Will you speak or not? Do you not believe me? You can ask the celestial maiden yourself." Zhang Lingxiu replied. "Are you deliberately insulting me, knowing full well that Wangshu Peak forbids male cultivators from easily entering? Are you attempting to provoke me? Do you know who I am?" Han Yu's voice grew cold. "Yes, I am aware. Many around here are discussing it. Han Yu, the foremost among the disciples of the meteor star." Zhang Lingxiu replied, then turned toward the Linglong Tower. "However, this has nothing to do with me, so please do not trouble me." "What is your attitude?" Han Yu narrowed his eyes. "I warn you, regardless of what the celestial maiden has invited you for, you must not entertain any improper thoughts towards her, or I will kill you." As Zhang Lingxiu walked toward the Linglong Tower, he abruptly halted, but he turned to face Han Yu, his previously indifferent expression shifting. "Do you know what happens to those who attempt to kill me? I do not care what you do. Just remember this, or I will not spare you, and will certainly kill you." Han Yu retorted dismissively, "By the way, there is something I must tell you in secret." Zhang Lingxiu's expression relaxed once more. Stepping closer, he whispered, "The celestial maiden is indeed beautiful, her garments exquisite, and beneath them, even more so than on her right chest, 2 inches and 1 minute down, there is a mole, and another, the size of a needle's tip, lies below her collarbone." "What?" Han Yu shouted, his face instantly paling. "They have already, ha!" Zhang Lingxiu let out a hearty laugh, observing Han Yu's expression with delight. "Revenge is never postponed," he mused. What could he have said? Why does brother Han Yu look so pale with rage, trembling all over? "I don't know, I didn't hear, but it must pertain to the celestial maiden." "No, that is utterly impossible. He must be deceiving me." Han Yu shook his head vigorously. Although he spoke meticulously, how could a celestial maiden possibly consort with a madman from Xinghua Peak? It was utterly disgraceful to envision the maiden in such a light. Damn him for daring to deceive me. I shall show him the consequences. However, just as he raised his head, Zhang Lingxiu had already entered the Linglong Pagoda, seemingly aware of his gaze, and waved his hand dismissively. This only fueled Han Yu's fury, leaving him with an uncontainable rage. Inside the pagoda, Zhang Lingxiu gazed ahead, where 8 small peaks obscured his view, the 8 peaks of the meteor sect. Approaching Xinghua Peak, he placed his palm upon it, causing it to emit a faint glow, signifying his presence, representing Xinghua Peak. As he entered the towered he stepped into the central hall. The surroundings abruptly transformed, and a shadow emerged, charging directly at Zhang Lingxiu. The shadow possessed limited strength, merely at the pinnacle of the qi condensation realm, and was swiftly dispatched by Zhang Lingxiu, that he ascended a level and proceeded up the staircase to the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, outside the Linglong Pagoda, the 1st floor, adorned with the Xinghua Peak insignia, illuminated, indicating that a practitioner from Xinghua Peak had successfully passed through the 1st level. "That I shall observe from here. How many levels can you surpass?" Han Yu remarked coldly. The surrounding practitioners had already gathered, and some disciples began to flatter him. "He's merely a madman from Xinghua Peak, that if he manages to reach the 5th level, it would be an extraordinary feat. Far from brother Han Yu's achievements. Naturally, brother Han Yu has reached the 12th level." Another added that a strong figure at the transcending reality realm is beyond our comparison. Amidst the flattery, Han Yu's expression brightened. Relishing the praise, instinctively placing his hands behind his back, a proud smile gracing his face. Being the foremost disciple beneath the meteor sect was indeed a source of pride. The 2nd level has been passed. He must be at the returning origin realm, and those in the returning origin realm typically breeze through the first 2 levels, a voice remarked. Inside the pagoda, after passing the 2nd level, Zhang Lingxiu discovered a medicinal pill before him, which was nearly of no use to him at present, as it was meant for the qi condensation realm. After collecting it, he advanced to the 3rd floor. This time, the shadow he faced was a practitioner at the initial stage of the returning origin realm. He effortlessly defeated it and received a slightly more useful medicinal pill, although it still held no value for him, that if Wang Yukai were here, he could have used these pills. Zhang Lingxiu pondered as he shook his head. Proceeding to the 4th floor, this time, The shadow was at the mid-stage of the returning origin realm. Subsequently, the fifth floor presented a shadow equivalent to the late stage of the returning origin realm, while the sixth floor was that of the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. Zhang Lingxiu faced these shadows with ease, dispatching them instantly. Although he was merely at the late stage of the returning origin realm, his innate talent was equivalent to that of a meteor sect disciple, and during the aptitude test, he had exhibited astonishing potential. Though he was unaware of it, the lower the realm, the simpler the battles became. The medicinal pills he obtained from the Linglong Pagoda were already sufficient to substantially enhance his cultivation. That on the seventh floor, two shadows of the pinnacle returning origin realm appeared before Zhang Lingxiu, and he dispatched them with ease. That on the eighth floor, he faced 10 shadows at the same pinnacle level. Zhang Lingxiu spent a bit more time, but ultimately overcame them. On the ninth floor, 50 practitioners of the pinnacle returning origin realm awaited him, and he took some time to defeat them before stepping into the 10th floor. Before him stood a singular shadow, radiating the aura of a transcending reality realm practitioner. Outside, Han Yu's expression shifted to one of astonishment that he must have reached the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. Such a young individual at that level possesses considerable talent, and his speed through the previous 9 levels was remarkable. After all, he is merely at the returning origin realm. The path to transcending reality is fraught with difficulty, and he falls far short compared to Brother Han Yu, another added. Indeed, there are many disciples at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm among the 8 peaks, but few make it to the transcending reality realm. Han Yu nodded, confidence returning to his features. That To reach the transcending reality realm is to be deemed a strong figure in the entire Nanyang Kingdom. Chapter 42. What is it to you, Bang? The shadow lunged at Zhang Lingxiu, who was forced to retreat vigorously. Faced with a shadow at the initial stage of the transcending reality realm, he found it somewhat challenging to withstand. The Zhang family's techniques from Lia City now seemed rather inadequate. Since joining the Meteor sect, aside from the Xinghua techniques, he had yet to practice any other arts, rendering him somewhat awkward in this moment. However, this also served as excellent training. The initial stage transcending reality shadow provided immense pressure, allowing him to cultivate under such duress. Zhang Lingxiu immersed himself in combat, engaging fiercely with the initial stage transcending reality opponent. As time elapsed, he remarkably became increasingly composed. That if Han Yu were to witness this, he would surely be astonished, for even at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, he could not sustain a fight against an initial stage transcending reality practitioner for such a duration. As time progressed, the murmurs outside grew louder. It's been half a stick of incense. Why hasn't he emerged? The 10th level features an initial stage transcending reality practitioner. How can he endure for so long? Could he possibly be at the transcending reality realm? Impossible. He is far too young. If he were at the transcending reality realm, he would have already become a meteor disciple. Han Yu's confidence and pride had evaporated. Yes, it's impossible that if he were truly this strong, he would be a meteor disciple. The crowd continued to wait. Soon a stick of incense passed, then an entire hour. The onlookers grew increasingly astonished until, suddenly, the glow of the 11th level illuminated. A chorus of gasps erupted around them that he succeeded at the 10th level. That means he has slain an initial stage transcending reality practitioner. How can this be? No, there must be something amiss. Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Inside the 10th level, Zhang Lingxiu felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead as he gazed at the shadow he had vanquished, which gradually faded away. His wrist trembled, and he found himself utterly drained. At last, I have slain it. However, this shadow is not a true person, so it cannot compare to a genuine practitioner of the transcending reality realm. Yet, being able to defeat it is sufficient to demonstrate my strength. I feel as though I am stronger than before. Previously, in Luya City, I could never overcome a major realm to slay an enemy. During this battle, I seem to be more adept, learning faster and discerning flaws more quickly. My innate talent appears to have improved somewhat, Zhang Lingxiu contemplated. Though he could not fathom how one's talent could change, or perhaps his talent had always been exceptional, and he had simply failed to notice it before. He recalled the brilliant light of 500 Zhang, but quickly dismissed it, attributing it to the tortoise elder's influence, not his own true talent. That he then noticed another medicinal pill floating before him. This pill was the size of a longan, entirely golden, with a rich fragrance pervading the 10th level. Enhancement pill. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes widened. With this pill, combined with the others he had gathered, he could fully consume them and break through to the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. Glancing at the 11th level, Zhang Lingxiu opted not to ascend but rather to leave. The number of practitioners in this place was overwhelming. If he were to utilize the power of the tortoise shell to pass the 11th and 12th levels, it would be excessively conspicuous and attract undue attention. Thus, he exited the Linglong Pagoda at that moment. Outside the Linglong Pagoda, the light representing Xingluo Peak had reached the 10th level. Thousands had gathered, and upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu emerge, all eyes were instantly fixed upon him. Han Yu pursed his lips, his countenance darkening, and confronted Zhang Lingxiu directly. "Have you reached the transcending reality realm?" "Merely returning origin," Zhang Lingxiu replied. "Then how did you pass the 10th level?" Han Yu pressed on. "What concern is that of yours?" Zhang Lingxiu replied nonchalantly before turning to leave. "How dare you? Beware that I may kill you." Han Yu's expression shifted, revealing his fury. "Care to try?" Zhang Lingxiu did not look back, continuing his stride toward the training ground. Observing Zhang Lingxiu's demeanor, Han Yu's spiritual energy surged, emitting a resonant hum that caused many practitioners to retreat in alarm. Though he clenched his fists, he refrained from striking. After all, he was the foremost disciple beneath the Meteor sect and held a significant position at the Polaris Peak, that he had heard of the events surrounding the Xingluo Peak Master's actions at the Viewing Stone, where he had directly slain an elder of the Meteor sect and then vanished without a trace. His earlier threats to Zhang Lingxiu were merely bluster. He did not truly dare to act, especially without any justification, fearing that the Madman Peak Master might cripple him. Zhang Lingxiu quickly returned to Xingluo Peak, fully aware that Han Yu had no genuine reason to act against him. Subsequently, he consumed the enhancement pill along with the other pills acquired from the Linglong Pagoda and began his cultivation breakthrough. As the pills surrounded him, they formed a small whirlwind, swirling around him before being absorbed into his body for refinement. In just 1 hour, he successfully broke through to the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, finally regaining the cultivation level he had lost. Zhang Lingxiu clenched his fist, and thereafter he would enter the realm of Tongxian. This transition required not only an abundance of elixirs, but also profound comprehension to attain such an enigmatic state. A journey I have yet to embark upon, necessitating personal exploration, the duration of which remains uncertain. For the majority of cultivators, this stage often becomes their lifelong impasse. After all, for other realms, one can accumulate progress through elixirs, yet breaking through to Tongxian demands individual insight. I pondered. A familiar voice echoed from outside. "Junior brother Zhang, the fairy wishes to invite you for another gathering." What could it be this time? Is it yet another inquiry regarding the Starfall Dao? Zhang Lingxiu furrowed his brow. The last invitation had already spread throughout the sect, causing many cultivators to view him as a rival, especially someone like Han Yu, who, with a simplistic mindset, had even sought to provoke him, that if he were to go again, who could tell what troubles might ensue. With the grace and beauty of the Crescent Moon Fairy, it was likely that a significant number of the disciples from the Meteorite sect were enamored with her. Although he was not particularly concerned about this, it was still a source of annoyance. Thus, Zhang Lingxiu called out from within his dwelling. "I have been deeply engrossed in my cultivation these past few days and lack the time to visit. Once I am free, I shall certainly pay my respects in person." The maid outside turned pale. How could anyone dare to refuse the fairy's invitation? Moreover, the most astonishing fact was that the fairy had anticipated Zhang Lingxiu's refusal and had conveyed a message. All he needed to do was express it, and he would come. "Junior brother Zhang, the fairy has a message for you. She wishes to inquire how to approach the meteorite after your observation has concluded, which is why she has come to seek you out tonight." Within his quarters, Zhang Lingxiu raised an eyebrow sharply. Chapter 43. The transmission of the meteorite disciples Wangshu Peak remained as splendid as ever, exuding an atmosphere of profound serenity. Zhang Lingxiu maintained a calm demeanor as the maid of the Crescent Moon Fairy approached once more. The other cultivators on Wangshu Peak gasped in astonishment upon seeing her. Twice now, when has the fairy ever invited a man in such a manner? This news spread like wildfire. The Crescent Moon Fairy was a figure of great renown. She hardly cared how others perceived her, following her own desires without restraint, in the same pavilion as before, resembling a celestial garden that uplifted the spirit, the Crescent Moon Fairy, much like their previous encounter. sat quietly in an octagonal pavilion, brewing tea as she awaited her guest's arrival. "Junior brother Zhang, please," the maid announced before gracefully retreating. Zhang Lingxiu nodded, then approached the fairy and took a seat opposite her. "What brings you to seek me again?" he inquired nonchalantly. Observing Zhang Lingxiu's composed demeanor, the Crescent Moon Fairy smiled slightly, sensing his exceptional nature. "If I am not mistaken, junior brother Zhang must still be within the Guiyuan realm." "Correct? Indeed," Zhang Lingxiu affirmed with a nod. "That makes it all the more astonishing," the Crescent Moon Fairy remarked. "This is why I invited you, for you possess an air of mystery and exhibited behavior during your observation that is quite elusive. Piquing my curiosity, as someone who has traversed this path, I would advise the fairy, do not harbor curiosity towards me." Zhang Lingxiu replied with a slight nod. "Why not?" the fairy inquired. "Because the last time someone was curious about me, a woman even more outstanding than yourself became my fiancée, and I have 3 of them." Zhang Lingxiu shook his head slightly, exuding an aura of helplessness. "Junior brother Zhang's boldness is indeed commendable." The Crescent Moon Fairy laughed, clearly skeptical. "I was the one who dealt with the Su family of 5, Zhang Lingxiu suddenly declared. The Crescent Moon Fairy's brows furrowed momentarily, her hand pausing in tea preparation. Taken aback by Zhang Lingxiu's candid admission, "Since you have refrained from speaking about it to outsiders for so long, I see no reason to conceal it from you, especially since I did not foresee your eagerness to seek me out this evening." Zhang Lingxiu shrugged, then lifted his teacup to savor its flavor. "Indeed, this is a private matter between you. I have no interest in determining who is right or wrong," the Crescent Moon Fairy remarked. "The purpose of my invitation was merely to discuss the Starfall Tao with you, but I anticipated that you would likely decline, hence this alternative approach. After all, the fairy had many suitors, and I encountered one seeking trouble just after stepping outside. I am already aware of this. Consider this bottle of elixirs as compensation," the Crescent Moon Fairy stated. Upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu's eyes light up instantly, she laughed, shaking her head as he feigned reluctance while accepting the elixirs. "Starfall Tao observes its movements and mimics its forms. I have been pondering it lately and have gradually developed my own method." "Wind? Wind?" Zhang Lingxiu asked, puzzled. "Meteorites, whether falling or striking the ground, generate terrifying winds. And I aim to perceive this wind, just like so," the Crescent Moon Fairy explained. With that, she gracefully ascended into the air, soaring into the distance, then returned after flying 100 paces back and forth, attuning herself to the wind. "Indeed, each individual's comprehension varies," Zhang Lingxiu mused. After a moment, the fairy returned. "That IT has been over a month, yet I still have not grasped the entrance," the Crescent Moon Fairy lamented. "It has only been a month. My fellow brothers at Starfall Peak took years to enter." Zhang Lingxiu replied, "That as a disciple of the meteorite, why not seek enlightenment directly within the meteorite pit? While I cannot guarantee swift success, it is certainly preferable to remaining here." The Crescent Moon Fairy's brows furrowed as she pondered how to mimic its form, neglecting the most fundamental approach. Seeking enlightenment within the meteorite pit would undoubtedly be more beneficial. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Zhang Lingxiu bowed. 10 days hence, within the meteorite Great Hall of Meteorite Peak, the disciples will impart teachings to the 8 Peaks disciples. You are welcome to attend and absorb the insights and practices of the Tongxian realm cultivators, which will undoubtedly benefit you, the Crescent Moon Fairy suggested. "Very well." Zhang Lingxiu nodded after some contemplation. After all, he was already at the pinnacle of the Guiyuan realm, and listening to the reflections of Tongxian realm experts would indeed be advantageous. Subsequently, Zhang Lingxiu returned, diligently cultivating with the elixirs bestowed by the Crescent Moon Fairy. 10 days later, his cultivation had significantly improved. Each year, the sect mandated that the meteorite disciples provide teachings to the disciples of the 8 Peaks, assisting them in enhancing their cultivation. Except for special circumstances, no meteorite disciple could be absent. Thus, this period was often the most lively of the year. Disciples from the 8 Peaks would gather at Meteorite Peak to heed the teachings and clarifications from the meteorite disciples, with many cultivators gaining insights into the Tao or breaking through their cultivation during these transmissions. Zhang Lingxiu inquired with his senior brothers, the 3rd and 2nd, but none were willing to attend, as they were preoccupied with the Starfall Tao. Hence, he ventured forth alone. Descending from Starfall Peak, he witnessed numerous cultivators soaring towards Meteorite Peak, just as he had in the past. The flamboyant attire of Starfall Peak drew many gazes, prompting whispers among the surrounding cultivators. Meteorite Peak, the closest mountain to the meteorite pit, was neither as perilous as Chongtian Peak, nor as picturesque as Wangshu Peak, nor as lush as Starfall Peak. Yet it emanated an aura of solemnity and composure, exuding a dignified, majestic presence that instilled a sense of reverence. Though the 8 peaks appeared equal, Meteorite Peak, named after the sect itself, had historically been the residence of the sect's leader, thus holding a status above the other 7 peaks. Approaching Meteorite Peak, Zhang Lingxiu noticed throngs of cultivators arriving from all directions, akin to migrating geese. With over 50,000 inner disciples expected, he contemplated as he flew onward. Upon reaching Meteorite Peak, he found it teeming with cultivators. Flying within its vicinity was prohibited, thus all attendees were required to ascend on foot. Paying no heed to the discussion surrounding him, Zhang Lingxiu soon joined the throng ascending to the peak's summit. There stood an imposing, grand hall, the largest within the entire meteorite sect, adorned with dark hues and embellished with carvings of formidable beasts, sun, moon, and stars, adding an air of mystery that as he approached, he found approximately 30,000 cultivators already gathered at the hall's entrance. Seated on the mats in front of the hall. Chapter 44. I recommend Zhang Lingxiu. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhang. You have arrived. Several polite greetings left Zhang Lingxiu somewhat perplexed. Turning his head, he realized it was a few fellow disciples who had joined the sect with him. They too had entered the inner sanctum. Zhang Lingxiu exchanged pleasantries with them. How has it been for you at Starfall Peak? Perhaps you might consider transferring to another peak. With your talent and strength, it would certainly be feasible. One suggested, I am quite content at Starfall Peak. Zhang Lingxiu replied with a smile, that I heard that the Crescent Moon Fairy has invited you twice. Is that true? Another disciple asked. Eyes wide with curiosity, that it was merely to discuss the Tao. Zhang Lingxiu responded, reflecting that this matter had evidently spread throughout the 8 peaks. Then it must be true. I truly envy you, Senior Brother Zhang. You are impressive, his peers praised. The meteorite disciples have arrived. Upon hearing the words, Zhang Lingxiu turned his gaze forward, and the murmurs of the crowd fell silent. From the outer sanctum of the meteorite hall emerged a procession of cultivators, each youthful in appearance, yet exuding an extraordinary aura that immediately suggested their remarkable talents. This was a group that radiated the essence of strength from within, representing the most outstanding young generation of the entire meteorite sect. As one of the 3 major powers of the Nanyang Kingdom, the meteorite sect boasted a disciple count in the tens of thousands. However, the total number of meteorite disciples currently stood at fewer than 30. Excluding those engaged in external training and a few with other commitments, only 21 meteorite disciples appeared before the meteorite hall. Among them was Li Chuyang, that a full 21 individuals, yet the majority of the gathered cultivators fixed their attention on the enchanting figure at the center. She was still adorned in the garments of Wangshu Peak, intricately embroidered with a crescent moon, embodying her name, cold, noble, and utterly unapproachable, evoking feelings of inferiority in those who beheld her. After a decade in the sect, encountering the Crescent Moon Fairy for the first time was truly breathtaking. As if she had descended from the celestial realms to grace the mortal world, the admiration that erupted from the crowd was overwhelming. The cultivators surrounding Zhang Lingxiu were rendered speechless. In previous years, the Crescent Moon Fairy had not made an appearance, yet this year she had graced them with her presence. Although the sect mandated that all meteorite disciples should come forth to impart wisdom and resolve doubts, the Crescent Moon Fairy's status was so exceptional among the meteorite disciples that her absence was entirely justifiable, that I must seize this opportunity to perform exceptionally well, striving to gain entry into the meteorite hall and engage in discourse with the Crescent Moon Fairy. Countless cultivators clenched their fists, silently resolving to make their mark. Zhang Lingxiu also observed Li Chuyang, who had previously exhibited immense pride during the assessments. At this moment, he occupied a position at the periphery, displaying no signs of displeasure, but rather appearing genuinely content. This suggested the formidable strength of the other meteorite disciples. Brothers and sisters, I am Jiang Li, spoke a cultivator who appeared to be in his 30s. Standing beside the Crescent Moon Fairy, his demeanor gentle and refreshing like a cool breeze. Brother Jiang Li, the first disciple among the meteorite sect to break through to the spirit vein realm. A wave of fervent applause erupted from below. Achieving the spirit vein realm at such a young age was indeed a remarkable feat, propelling him as a strong candidate for the future successor of the sect. Silence, please. Next, Brother Fong Chung will share his insights. Zhongli smiled as he gestured toward a slightly younger cultivator who stepped forward, taking a seat upon a stone pedestal nearly a person's height outside the meteorite hall. He then directed his gaze toward the crowd. While I impart my teachings, I expect silence. Any disturbances will result in immediate expulsion from this place. Should you have doubts, hold them until I conclude, and I shall address each one individually. Fong Ching's voice was slightly cold, bearing an air of exclusivity that startled the thousands of inner sect disciples, causing them to instinctively sit up straighter. All present were disciples at the returning origin realm and above. Thus, I shall commence with the returning origin realm and subsequently emphasize several foundational techniques of our sect, which I trust many of you have practiced or at least heard of. These foundational techniques will serve as a gateway to exploring the truths of advanced methodologies. Following this, Fong Chung began his discourse. Zhang Lingxiu had diligently studied the sect's foundational techniques in the preceding days, and as he listened to Fong Chung's explanations, he found them quite enlightening. The meteorite disciples truly lived up to their esteemed reputation, surpassing the inner sect disciples significantly. 3 full hours elapsed before Fong Chung concluded. Very well, you may raise your hands to signal your inquiries. Brother Fong Chung, I have a question. Amidst the explanations, half a day swiftly passed. Another meteorite disciple stepped forward, sharing his understanding related to cultivation and methodologies. Elucidating his areas of expertise, Zhang Lingxiu listened intently, finding some points he deemed flawed while others sparked significant insights. Indeed, one cannot progress in isolation. Engaging in discourse with such exceptional talents is immensely beneficial. For 3 continuous days, the audience remained deeply engaged, and 7 meteorite disciples had taken turns to present their teachings. Each had their own focus, yet collectively, they enriched the understanding of the inner sect disciples profoundly. However, it was a disappointment that the Crescent Moon Fairy had not emerged to impart her wisdom. As the 3 days of teachings drew to a close, Zhongli stated, "We shall select several dozen cultivators to accompany us into the meteorite hall for further discussions. The remaining brothers and sisters may return." A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Who among them would possess such privilege? From Meteorite Peak, Han Yu and Zhou Wenhang. From Polar Star Peak, Mo Wen. And from Wangshu Peak, Li Qingyu and Zhao Linlin stepped forward from the throng. The disciples whose names were called emerged from the crowd, and upon seeing them, the disciples of each peak expressed their admiration, recognizing them as exceptional talents, second only to the meteorite disciples with roughly 5 from each peak. All right, brothers and sisters, if there is anyone else you wish to recommend, they may join us. Zhongli turned to the surrounding meteorite disciples. All the meteorite disciples shook their heads. If they had anyone they wished to bring along, they would have already called out. Then I have one to recommend. Suddenly, the Crescent Moon Fairy spoke up. All eyes turned to her. To be recommended by the Crescent Moon Fairy surely implied exceptional merit. Yet if he were truly so outstanding, why had he not emerged alongside those earlier? I recommend Zhang Lingxiu from Starfall Peak, the Crescent Moon Fairy declared. Her words immediately sparked a wave of astonishment. Starfall Peak was already renowned, and Zhang Lingxiu had become a household name within the meteorite sect over the past month. After all, he was the first man invited by the Crescent Moon Fairy, and this was not the first time. Where is Zhang Lingxiu? I must see what makes him so extraordinary that the Crescent Moon Fairy favors him so. Whispers of intrigue filled the air. The cultivators scanned the crowd, seeking the figure of Zhang Lingxiu. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Zhang Lingxiu coughed lightly, taken aback by the Crescent Moon Fairy's public endorsement of him. It felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. Yet, given the circumstances and recognizing that engaging in discourse with these meteorite disciples could benefit his cultivation, he stepped forward. Umph! At that moment, Han Yu scoffed, striding up to a white-clad meteorite disciple and respectfully stating, "Brother Feng, this Zhang Lingxiu is utterly contemptible. Who in the meteorite sect doesn't he know of your admiration for the Crescent Moon Fairy? How dare he engage with her? I intended to teach him a lesson the last time at the training grounds, but that crafty fellow managed to escape. I am aware." Brother Feng's eyes flickered. Zhang Li and Fong Chung were older meteorite disciples, While he and the Crescent Moon Fairy were among the most outstanding of the younger generation, that he had long believed that he and the Crescent Moon Fairy were a match made in heaven. And out of respect for his strength and status, none dared to express their affections to her. Zhang Lingxiu was the first man bold enough to approach the Crescent Moon Fairy so closely. Contemplating this, his eyes turned icy as he regarded the youth emerging from the crowd, who appeared to be merely 16 or 17 and 7 or 8 years his junior. All gazes converged upon him. Accompanied by murmurs of discontent, "It is this person," Han Yu declared immediately. Confronted by countless hostile gazes, Zhang Lingxiu maintained a smile, nodding and greeting those he passed by. Since the misunderstanding had already taken root, there was no need for pretense. He would face it openly today as he reached the forefront. The meteorite disciples regarded Zhang Lingxiu with varied thoughts. Some admired his exceptional demeanor and calm boldness, while others deemed him naive. Since there are no further recommendations, let us proceed into the meteorite hall. Jiangli glanced at Zhang Lingxiu before speaking. Then, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Zhang Lingxiu, along with a group of intersect prodigies, entered the meteorite hall. Zhang Lingxiu's gaze fell upon Han Yu and Brother Feng. He had heard their conversation, and regarding Han Yu, he could not help but frown, truly a sycophant, inside the meteorite hall. The atmosphere was vast and solemn. Standing within, one felt exceedingly diminutive, the ceiling adorned with a brilliance reminiscent of a starry sky, immense and awe-inspiring. This was a deliberate design of the meteorite hall, intended to cultivate humility in the meteorite disciples, reminding them not to let their innate talents inflate their pride, but to always gaze in reverence at the grandeur of the universe. Brothers and sisters, please take your seats, Jiangli addressed the assembly. The crowd moved to the center of the hall, settling upon the cushions laid out, with the meteorite disciples congregating together, while over 40 disciples from the 8 peaks faced them. Those present are the most exceptional disciples from the 8 peaks, aside from ourselves, that we shall speak freely. If any disciple has doubts, now is the time to voice them for our collective discussion. Jiang Li continued, "Senior brother Jiang Li, I indeed have a question." Instantly, someone raised their hand, for this was an exceedingly rare opportunity that must not be missed. The meteor technique within the sect is a formidable path that can be cultivated by all 8 peaks. I have already attained the initial stage, yet I am unable to achieve great success that I hope the esteemed senior brothers can enlighten me. A disciple from the extreme star peak spoke. "Please demonstrate first." Another disciple from the falling star peak interjected before Jiang Li could respond. Shengfeng Jr. Brothers' research on the meteor technique is unparalleled among us. You should go first, Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the extreme star peak disciple immediately felt elated. With a swift motion of his right hand, a meteor appeared in the void, a streak of light trailing a long tail, hurtling toward them with incredible speed, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a dreadful pressure. Although this was merely a demonstration, and he had not exerted his full strength, everyone could still perceive the immense power of the meteor technique. Your issues are twofold. Shengfeng Senior Brother spoke directly. Firstly, your spiritual energy is not sufficiently refined, causing the meteor technique to lack precision. During its flight, there is a slight deviation. Secondly, you have not comprehended the essence of the meteor. What is a meteor? It possesses a brief yet resplendent brilliance. The explosive power of this strike is astounding and must carry the momentum of though a million oppose. I shall still advance, yet I see none of this spirit within you. How can you expect to master the meteor technique? Grateful for your guidance. The extreme star peak disciple exclaimed, greatly astonished, and promptly bowed deeply to Shengfeng Senior Brother. Following this, a talented disciple from the falling star peak raised a question regarding how to break through to the profound realm. This question is rather challenging to answer. Jiang Li began. The profound realm is a mysterious state achieved after returning all aspects of oneself to their essence. That it is a threshold, while some may surpass the essence return realm in the chi condensation realm. Few can overcome the profound realm within the essence return realm. Once one enters the profound realm, they are extraordinary. It is a unique state that places greater emphasis on personal insight, that we can share our experiences of entering the profound realm to offer you some assistance. At the time, I had reached the peak of the essence return realm for a year. Suddenly inspired, I sought a secluded chamber for contemplation, and after 3 days, I broke through to the profound realm. I stood atop the summit, harboring an unwavering belief in my superiority over all talents, and thus gained insight into the profound realm. Fang Qing's senior brother calmly stated that I am unlike the two senior brothers. For my study of the meteor technique is quite profound, and I gained insight by observing meteors streaking across the sky, feeling as though I merged into the ethereal mist alongside them. Sheng Feng's senior brother added, I differ from all of you. A chorus of falling star disciples began to recount their own experiences of entering the profound realm. Zhang Lingxiu listened intently, but each person's journey was unique. Offering no basis for reference, some gained insight through diligent practice, others through observing the world, and some through sudden enlightenment. Once the falling star disciples had finished speaking, all eyes turned toward the crescent moon fairy. The only one remaining silent. With a slight movement of her eyes, she glanced at the intersect cultivators. My method is not suitable for you all, that I have never contemplated how to break through the profound realm. Everything has been remarkably smooth. Shortly after reaching the peak of the essence return realm, I naturally broke through. Gasp. Everyone collectively inhaled sharply. Zhang Li and the falling star disciples could only shake their heads and chuckle bitterly. The talent of the crescent moon fairy was truly beyond description. Chapter 46. Battle with Han Yu. 2 continuous days and nights passed. Within the falling star hall, discussions on the Tao were ceaseless. Even Han Yu and senior brother Feng temporarily forgot about Zhang Lingxiu. For everyone, this discourse was exceedingly beneficial. Han Yu felt he had gained much despite only 2 short days passing, although his cultivation had not improved. He sensed a rise in his strength as the final day approached. During a moment of rest, senior brother Feng suddenly spoke. We have discussed much outside and have shared many insights here. Listening without action will not lead to a better understanding. Therefore, I suggest that you all engage in mutual verification within the Falling Star Hall to foster growth. Senior brother Feng's reasoning was sound. Thus, Han Yu declared, allow me to take the lead. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across the gathered disciples. That I feel my strength has increased significantly and am eager to find a fellow Taoist to validate this. Upon meeting Han Yu's gaze, the crowd slightly averted their eyes. Han Yu was renowned as a genius within the sect, often regarded as the strongest disciple beneath the falling star peak. Among the more than 40 inter-sect disciples present, nearly all were at the peak of the essence return realm, with only a few in the profound realm, including Han Yu himself. Naturally, no one dared to challenge him. Zhang Lingxiu observed senior brother Feng and Han Yu, her eyes narrowing. Has it finally begun? 2 days prior, upon entering the Falling Star Hall, they had already conspired. It was indeed commendable that they had endured for 2 full days before taking action. Since there is no one else, I propose Zhang Lingxiu as the challenger. Han Yu suddenly turned to Zhang Lingxiu. Junior brother Zhang, I do not know you well, but since you were personally recommended by the Crescent Moon Fairy, you must be exceptionally strong. Even if you are not yet at the level of the Falling Star disciples, you cannot be far off. Would you be willing to spar with me? If it can provide inspiration for our senior brothers, it would be splendid. I trust you would not refuse. Of course I would not refuse, as long as I can assist my senior brothers, even if only a little. I, Zhang Lingxiu, would gladly oblige. Zhang Lingxiu stood up resolutely, declaring. The gathered disciples, unfamiliar with Zhang Lingxiu, found themselves in agreement with his words, thinking he was quite commendable. Very well. Han Yu smiled. However, Zhang Lingxiu furrowed her brow. I am only at the essence return realm. Having just entered the sect this year, that in terms of age, I am significantly younger, while senior brother Han Yu is a well-known genius of the sect, hailed as the strongest disciple beneath the falling star peak and a powerful figure in the profound realm. How can I possibly engage in a fair contest? What is difficult about that? The disciple interjected. Senior brother Han, you can naturally suppress his cultivation to the essence return realm, just like you. Indeed. Otherwise, how could one compare the profound realm to the essence return realm? That is acceptable. I was nearly frightened. I thought I was being asked to duel against a profound realm cultivator. That would be courting death. Zhang Lingxiu exhaled deeply, patting her chest. The crescent moon fairy observed Zhang Lingxiu's demeanor, a slight smile creeping at the corner of her mouth. A TOB capable of defeating 5 elders of the Su family, yet feigned such innocence. This young individual had quite the audacity. Han Yu's expression shifted slightly. He had initially intended to spar with a profound realm cultivator and teach Zhang Lingxiu a lesson. but it seemed that would not be possible now. However, with all eyes upon him, he had no other choice but to accept. Soon, the crowd began to disperse, granting the two ample space. "Senior brother Hanyu, you are so powerful. Please show mercy." Zhang Lingxiu's face paled slightly, revealing a hint of concern. "After all, I am only 16 and have been practicing for a short time. Fear not, it is merely a spar." Hanyu replied with a faint smile, throwing a punch with a mighty roar. Crushing Heaven Fist, he struck the void with his right fist, and before the punch even landed, a terrifying explosive sound echoed, as if the very fabric of reality was shattering. This was the Falling Star Peak's powerful technique. The Crushing Heaven Fist, once fully mastered, a single punch could indeed shatter the heavens. Its might was truly unparalleled. Hanyu's punch was already well-trained. The force of his fist unleashed a thunderous sound before it even reached Zhang Lingxiu. She found it difficult to defend. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Zhang Lingxiu aligned her index and middle fingers together. She spread her feet slightly, forcefully stamping down upon the ground, and with a swift motion of her right hand, a stunning stream of light shot forth from her fingertips, as if a meteor had appeared out of thin air within the void. This was none other than the meteor technique. Shengfeng's senior brother's eyes narrowed instantly as he observed Zhang Lingxiu's actions. Feeling the astonishing aura emanating from her, Dai Ti was as though she had concentrated all her cultivation power into that meteor. This sensation was precisely what he had just advised the previous disciple to achieve. At such a young age, she had mastered the meteor technique to this extent. The inner sect disciple who had earlier posed the question now bore an expression of astonishment. It was evident that Zhang Lingxiu's meteor technique far surpassed his own. A meteor crashed violently against Han Yu's fist. Within the Falling Star Hall, an explosive sound erupted. Han Yu's face manifested an expression of disbelief as his body was sent flying, tumbling several dozen yards before he finally landed. His breath uneven. Had he not possessed true strength in the profound realm, he would have sustained injuries by now. Zhang Lingxiu, equally astonished, gazed at her fingers, then turned to Hanyu. "Senior brother Hanyu, why did you fly so far? You need not go easy on me. I know my strength is lacking, but do not worry about discouraging me. Unleash your full power." Then I shall unleash my full power." Han Yu's complexion paled slightly. His previous strike had already employed 90% of his strength, and now, for the sake of face, he could only say thus, Crushing Heaven Fist, once more. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingxiu contemplated her fingers, murmuring to herself, "It seems the meteor technique could be further enhanced, that if I could increase my speed just a bit more, its power would undoubtedly be even greater. The idea is commendable, yet the speed of an individual is inherently limited. That previous strike was already remarkably swift. You cannot possibly exceed that." Brother Shengfeng spoke up, and many nodded in agreement, finding his words quite reasonable. Zhang Lingxiu once again brought his fingers together. This time, his entire body suddenly began to whirl, spinning thrice in place. The strength from his waist and abdomen propelled his form, and then he extended his right arm, channeling all the rotational force into it, culminating in an astonishing meteor-like radiance, which instantly manifested within the Grand Hall. This time, the meteor light was extraordinarily brilliant, illuminating the entire meteor hall in a resplendent glow. Is it truly possible to achieve such a feat? Brother Shengfeng stood up abruptly, his eyes widening in astonishment as a meteor, twice as fast as the previous one, shot forth, akin to the fleeting brilliance of a meteor's existence. Brief yet dazzling, radiating its brilliance in that ephemeral life. A flash of silver light. Hanyu cried out in pain, astonished that Zhang Lingxiu could unleash such a terrifying blow. He felt an excruciating pain coursing through him. The power of the Tongxian realm surged forth, unrestrained, in a moment of explosive intensity, barely allowing him to withstand Zhang Lingxiu's formidable attack. Ditto. Brother Hanyu, are you utilizing the power of the Tongxian realm? Surely not. Surely not. Are you truly resorting to your Tongxian strength in our duel? Chapter 47. Zhang Lingxiu peeks at the fairies bathing upon hearing Zhang Lingxiu's voice. Han Yu's complexion fluctuated between shades of red and blue, a mix of rage and embarrassment. He had been compelled to resort to his Tongxian strength by a cultivator younger and less experienced than himself. Under the same realm, the other cultivators regarded Zhang Lingxiu with expressions of shock, incredulous that he had bested Han Yu of equal standing. Truly, he was worthy of being recommended by the Crescent Moon Fairy. exhibiting remarkable talent. So it can be done this way. Brother Xingfeng, in a state of excitement, contemplated numerous possibilities. The meteor technique could undoubtedly reach new heights. That it is indeed a mutual exchange of teachings. I have learned so much from a disciple of the Guiyuan realm. Brother Han Yu's title as the foremost disciple under the meteor realm seems rather unfounded. Zhang Lingxiu is merely a disciple of the Starfall Peak. Whispers of discussion intensified, causing Han Yu's face to darken further. Zhang Lingxiu, perplexed, then had an epiphany. I understand now. Brother Han Yu is likely feigning weakness to avoid discouraging my confidence. Such noble character is truly admirable. Admirable, my foot. Han Yu roared, unable to contain himself any longer, and struck once more with the same technique. The crumbling sky fist. However, this time was entirely different, as he unleashed his full power from the Tongxian realm. His fist radiating with an intensity over 5 times greater than before. This strike resonated like the very heavens collapsing, unleashing a terrifying explosion that reverberated throughout the hall. Even the other meteor disciples were taken aback by Han Yu's sudden assault, as they were positioned 100 paces away, rendering any response too late. The Crescent Moon Fairy instinctively flinched, yet paused as a thought crossed her mind. This strike could not harm junior brother Zhang. After all, boom! The horrific shockwaves surged forth like ripples, and had it not been for the protective array of the meteor hall, it would have uprooted the very floor and caused the structure to collapse. Nevertheless, the dreadful tempest forced all the inner disciples to shut their eyes tight. Only the meteor disciples retained clarity amidst the chaos. As the storm began to subside, they beheld Zhang Lingxiu standing unwaveringly. Completely unharmed, Han Yu was left dumbfounded. How was he unscathed? That was my full-powered strike. How did he evade it? The other inner disciples were equally astonished, engaging in fervent discussions. His strength caught Brother Feng's attention as his eyes narrowed. Oh! Zhang Li furrowed her brow and then glanced at the Crescent Moon Fairy. And no wonder she has favored this individual. He is truly extraordinary. Fascinating, Brother Fong Chung remarked casually. Such astonishing strength. It seems we can engage in a spar regarding the meteor technique. Brother Xingfeng exclaimed with delight. Brother Han Yu, how could you resort to your Tongxian prowess against me? Do you wish to kill me? My heavens, you have always been the esteemed Brother Han Yu whom I admire. How could you resort to such ruthless measures? Zhang Lingxiu appeared to finally grasp the situation, wearing an expression of disbelief and confusion. Such a countenance and rhetoric caused Han Yu's expression to darken considerably. Feeling utterly humiliated, no, you must apologize to me. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you. Zhang Lingxiu insisted, albeit his heart was filled with trepidation. Had Han Yu's fist reached him within 3 paces, he would have undoubtedly been slain. Apologize to you? You, a mere fool from Starfall Peak. Think I, Han Yu, would lower myself to apologize? Han Yu retorted angrily that I never expected Brother Han Yu to be such a person. I believed him to possess noble character, high morals, and a helpful nature, but it seems I was sorely mistaken. Disappointment filled Zhang Lingxiu's eyes, his expression earnest as if he had been grievously betrayed by a partner. You were mistaken in your assumptions. Your pretense is nauseating. Han Yu's face flushed crimson with rage, his chest heaving as he realized he had no merit in this matter. He glanced toward Brother Feng, who merely turned his head slightly. With gritted teeth, he rapidly contemplated his next move, then suddenly declared, Yes, I am indeed targeting you on purpose. You admit it. Zhang Lingxiu turned his head sharply, seemingly in disbelief. You all know why. Han Yu suddenly addressed everyone in the hall, then raised his voice dramatically, because he actually peeped at the Crescent Moon Fairy while she was bathing. Such a lecher. I, Han Yu, truly could not restrain myself and felt compelled to eliminate him. What? The expressions of the cultivators shifted dramatically. Even the meteor disciples turned to look at the Crescent Moon Fairy, astonished that Han Yu would make such a bold claim about her. The gaze of the Crescent Moon Fairy turned icy as she regarded Han Yu. No one in the meteor sect could gaze upon her while she bathed. If he dared to humiliate her like this, she would surely have his tongue severed. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes widened in alarm. He explicitly told me that the fairy bears 2 birthmarks on her chest, one located 2 inches to the right of her collarbone, and another beneath her collarbone, the size of a needle's tip. Han Yu shouted quickly, raising his hand, declaring, Han Yu, speak a false word. May the heavens strike me down, and may I suffer a most wretched fate. So detailed. Is this true? How could this be? What nonsense is Brother Han Yu spouting? Who in the meteor sect possesses such capabilities? Brother Han Yu truly speaks without fear of the fairy's wrath. The inner disciples shook their heads in disbelief, utterly skeptical. The meteor disciples likewise dismissed his claims. Who would believe such words? The crescent moon fairy was not someone to be so easily glimpsed upon, and she remained pure and untouched, leaving no man privy to any details of her body. The crowd was wholly unconvinced, glancing toward the crescent moon fairy. Then they all fell into a stupor, for at that moment, the crescent moon fairy's complexion had turned slightly pale, normally composed and exuding an air of cold elegance. Her eyes now betrayed a flicker of indignation. Such an expression, so unlike her usual demeanor, ignited a singular thought within the hearts of all present. Could it be that Han Yu spoke the truth? Otherwise, the crescent moon fairy would never display such a reaction. As this realization dawned upon the crowd, they were left in shock. Han Yu, too, was taken aback, having only intended to falsely accuse Zhang Lingxiu. Who knew whether Zhang Lingxiu had truly peeped, but it was undeniable that those words were indeed uttered by him. Yet now, witnessing the fairy's expression, it seemed there might be some truth to it. That scoundrel Zhang Lingxiu had truly dared to intrude? Or had he perhaps shared more intimate moments with the fairy? How infuriating! Why could it not be me, Han Yu? The entire hall fell into a profound silence. Zhang Lingxiu, come with me. The crescent moon fairy's chest heaved as she seemingly struggled to contain her emotions. After uttering this command, she proceeded toward the back of the hall. Zhang Lingxiu scratched his head, clearing his throat as he feigned calmness, hands clasped behind his back, following after her. Chapter 48. Now it is your turn. The entire meteor hall was abuzz with commotion. Not only the talented disciples from the 8 peaks, but even the meteor disciples were left in shock, fervently discussing the unfolding events to is this matter credible. Who knows, but the usually composed and unflappable crescent moon fairy has rarely displayed such indignation. How curious! Could it be that this young man truly shares a story with the crescent moon fairy? After all, he is one of the only 2 individuals she has invited to Wangshu Peak. The crescent moon fairy is not the sort to engage in such affairs. Brother Feng remarked coldly that he had appeared exceedingly displeased since earlier. Hearing the chatter around him only darkened his expression further. I understand the crescent moon fairy better than any of you. If she truly had any involvement with that young man, she would surely make it public, never hiding it away. Such secrecy is simply not in her character. When Feng Shixiang spoke, the talented disciples of the 8 peaks fell silent, and the remaining disciples of the meteorite sect felt compelled to show respect to him, that in an instant, the atmosphere grew tranquil. Yet, the gazes of the crowd unconsciously drifted toward the rear of the grand hall, though nothing could be discerned that moment. Zhang Lingxiu stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly pondering something of great significance. The Shiyue fairy paused, hesitating momentarily before turning her head. That moment, her countenance appeared to have settled, but upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu's expression, her eyes narrowed slightly. How did you come to know that I have 2 moles? To speak candidly, Zhang Lingxiu's brow tightened further. She had been mulling over this very question. How did Han Yu know about the fairy's 2 moles, and in such detail? It was truly absurd. Was it not you who disclosed this to him? The Shiyue fairy inquired, her complexion tinged with irritation. Of course not. How could I possibly know such a thing? Zhang Lingxiu replied. Fairy, you know me well. I have no interest in feminine allure, consumed as I am by the pursuit of cultivation. Sometimes I wonder why, at such a young age, I find myself so absorbed in this. You have 3 fiancés who are no less than you, the Shiyue fairy remarked. Zhang Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback, realizing with dismay that she had spoken too freely, revealing even the existence of 3 fiancés. How could she justify this? Even if Han Yu had 100 times the audacity, he would not dare to peek, nor did he possess the ability to do so. Yet, you seem to have knowledge beyond my grasp. The Shiyue fairy's expression grew colder. What else did you see? Cough, cough. Zhang Lingxiu realized that pretense was futile. He could only clear his throat and quietly ask, Fairy, if I were to say this is merely a coincidence, a small misunderstanding, would you believe it? What do you think? The Shiyue fairy shot back, her gaze sharp. The truth is, Zhang Lingxiu began, upon my arrival at Xinghua Peak, I discovered an ancient copper mirror within the mountain. When I infused it with spiritual energy, something astonishing occurred. I could see all the disciples of the 8 peaks and hear their voices. The most frequent discussion centered around the Shiyue fairy, with everyone praising her beauty. Naturally, I wished to catch a glimpse. Thus, he gazed toward Wangshu Peak and happened to see the fairy bathing in a wooden basin. However, he only caught a fleeting glimpse of her back. The moment she turned, he immediately averted his gaze. As it was in my nature to respect the fairy by looking once and to honor myself by closing my eyes, Zhang Lingxiu spoke with righteous conviction. The Shiyue fairy regarded him without blinking. But Zhang Lingxiu remained unflinching, his expression and demeanor betraying no sign of guilt, and his sincerity was palpable. How could such a copper mirror exist at Xinghua Peak? Where is it now? The Shiyue fairy inquired. It shattered after a single use, and I have no idea how it came to be, Zhang Lingxiu confessed. The Shiyue fairy's eyes flickered. Over the past century, there had been only 3 disciples at Xinghua Peak. Perhaps there had been resources no one had discovered. However, Zhang Lingxiu's words could not be taken entirely at face value. Despite his youth, his audacity rivaled that of the elders. Regardless, a punishment is in order, the Shiyue fairy declared, her aura suddenly rising. Fairy, please don't. This was not intentional. You should direct your ire toward Han Yu, that if it weren't for him, who would know such things? Zhang Lingxiu shouted in a panic. Umph, the Shiyue fairy coldly snorted, waving her hand that a strand of spiritual energy appeared in her grasp, resembling a soft whip, and it lashed out toward Zhang Lingxiu. Such elegance, fairy, but I must confess I do not appreciate this approach. Zhang Lingxiu exclaimed, letting out a wail that grew increasingly loud. No, please. It hurts terribly. With a thud, Zhang Lingxiu's body crashed heavily to the ground, producing a resounding impact. Fairy, spare my life. I shall never speak out of turn again. While Zhang Lingxiu rolled on the ground, howling in agony, the Shiyue fairy stared in disbelief, for the spiritual whip in her hand had yet to strike. Just as she prepared to act, Zhang Lingxiu began to writhe, as if possessed. Wailing and lamenting, even tearing at his clothes and dousing himself with pill vials from his storage pouch, resulting in streaks of blood appearing on his body. What are you doing? The Shiyue fairy asked. Perplexed, isn't the purpose to silence others? I can handle this myself. There's no need for you to intervene. Zhang Lingxiu hastily replied. How can one so young be so cunning? The Shiyue fairy couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. In such a short span, he had thought of everything. Zhang Lingxiu grinned widely and continued his performance that in the grand hall. The sounds of his cries soon reached the ears of the gathered spectators. Han Yu could not contain his laughter. Serves you right. Regardless of whether it's true or not, anyone daring to tarnish the fairy's reputation deserves punishment. Such a sight is unbearable. The fairy is fierce. But fortunately, it's not me. Suddenly, a voice broke through the commotion, causing everyone to turn their attention. A disheveled cultivator staggered out, limping and dripping blood, his body marred with injuries and his expression one of sheer terror. As if he had endured some hellish experience that if one did not look closely, they would have never guessed that this was Zhang Lingxiu. Han Yu could no longer suppress his smile. You brought this upon yourself. I won't dare again. I won't speak indiscreetly. Zhang Lingxiu mumbled, dazed, as he stumbled to the center of the grand hall, collapsing to the ground before shakily rising and making his way outside. Seeing this, Brother Xingfeng sighed that he had wished to discuss the meteor technique with Zhang Shidi, but it seemed that would have to wait. The Shiyue fairy's icy gaze swept from behind. From now on, anyone who dares speak ill of my virtue shall not be spared. Well done, fairy, Han Yu applauded. The Shiyue fairy's gaze bore down on him, radiating a chilling aura. I have dealt with him. Now it is your turn. Chapter 49. The arrival of the Zhangyan sect. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's expression turned ashen. Fairy, this has nothing to do with me. It was all Zhang Lingxiu's doing. I have already interrogated him. And indeed, it was his words that led to this situation, the Shiyue fairy replied coldly. But do you believe what he said? Not at all. It is impossible for him to know where the fairy has moles. Han Yu immediately shook his head, that if you are aware that such a thing is utterly impossible, how dare you speak of it publicly? Do you think so little of me? The coldness in the Shiyue fairy's eyes intensified. Han Yu's complexion turned pale. Fairy, please let me explain. With a swift motion, the Shiyue fairy lunged forward. Han Yu instinctively glanced at Feng Shixiao, but the latter appeared detached, his expression calm, as if lost in thought. When he turned back, the Shiyue fairy was already before him. With a delicate hand, she lightly struck him, unleashing an overwhelming force that crashed into him. Han Yu felt as if his entire being was about to explode. His body was propelled backward, his ribcage cracking under the pressure, causing him to crash to the ground before bouncing back up and falling again, the very earth seeming to tremble beneath him. Since this matter is a misunderstanding, let it not be mentioned again. Zhongli addressed the assembly, then led the way out. The other cultivators followed suit, leaving behind only Han Yu, who lay in the grand hall. Taking a moment to recover before finally managing to rise, he supported himself with his hands on the ground. His right hand brushed against a bloodstain, one that was not his own, but rather a remnant from Zhang Lingxiu's earlier ordeal. Cursing his misfortune, he quickly shook his hand, only to reveal a look of confusion. Examining the blood closely, he brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply. His expression shifted dramatically. This was blood-red tomato juice, the liquid from a medicinal herb that resembled human blood almost perfectly. Zhang Lingxiu had not been injured. He was merely feigning it. Han Yu's eyes sparkled with a wild intensity. Zhang Lingxiu must have conspired with the Shiyue fairy. This was clearly a scheme to punish him alone. How infuriating! Yet he could not speak of it again. Otherwise, the Shiyue fairy would surely kill him. However, he could inform Feng Shixiao, who would undoubtedly not let Zhang Lingxiu off easily. Upon returning to Xinghua Peak, Zhang Lingxiu took a bath, changed into fresh clothing, and donned a smile once more. Finally, I have managed to evade suspicion. Now, I can begin to truly contemplate the mysteries of the universe. Day after day, Starfall Peak once again descended into tranquility. However, the same could not be said for the third senior brother, Tao Yuan, who remained in a state of unrest. The second senior brother continued to hurl stones, while the first senior brother had emerged, seemingly lost in contemplation of his next insights, for the Peak Master. Zhou Fengzi, his whereabouts were even more enigmatic. Zhang Lingxiu tirelessly sought a breakthrough to the Transcendence realm, yet a month had passed with no progress. After all, even the celestial maiden of the slanting moon had taken an entire year to achieve her insights. As the days slipped by, the sect buzzed with activity once more, undergoing repairs and preparations for the imminent arrival of the practitioners from the Zhangyin sect for an exchange of skills. Among the three great powers of the Nanyang Kingdom, Tianyi Academy reigned supreme, overshadowing the other two sections consequently. The Zhangyin sect and the Falling Star sect had maintained a cooperative relationship, united in their efforts against Tianyi Academy. Traditionally, every decade, the two sects would facilitate exchanges for the younger generation. Yet this time, only 5 years had elapsed since the last gathering, prompting the Zhangyin sect to arrive unannounced. The Falling Star sect, although puzzled, did not delay in preparing for their guests. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lingxiu, who harbored no interest in the unfolding events, another month passed that on this day, the Peak Masters of the 8 Peaks, accompanied by several elders, convened at Falling Star Peak, creating a scene of great grandeur. The 8 Peaks Master had never before made an appearance for any event. Aside from Zhou Fengzi of Starfall Peak, 7 figures walked in unison, 6 men and 1 woman. Their gazes profound and their skills exceptional. Their robes were distinctly different from those of the other cultivators, adorned with a remarkably clear depiction of a mountain peak, seemingly aglow in an instant. The 7 Peak Masters and the elders took their seats at the eastern pavilion of the dojo, while the talented disciples gathered at a separate pavilion, engaged in spirited discussions. Most of them were the same prodigies from the previous Falling Star Hall, including some disciples from the Falling Star sect, Li Xiaoyang, Fang Cheng, Sheng Feng, Zhang Li, and others. However, the celestial maiden of the slanting moon had yet to arrive. While the other cultivators remained unaware, the elder from Wangshu Peak bore a bitter expression. 2 months prior, the celestial maiden had become engrossed in an unusual cultivation method, flitting about in the skies, appearing almost foolishly absorbed in her practice. Even for such an important occasion, she seemed disinclined to attend, lost in her pursuit of enlightenment. Though the Zhangyin sect and the Falling Star sect had always maintained a cordial relationship, this exchange signified the strength of the younger generation and, by extension, the future power of their respective sects, leading to intense competition. For over a century, both sides had enjoyed their share of victories and defeats, remaining evenly matched, Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated through the air, drawing the attention of all present. They beheld an elder clad in a flowing white robe, the fabric billowing gracefully behind him, his attire markedly distinct from that of the assembled cultivators, while the 8 peaks disciples wore robes depicting their respective peaks. The elder's robe was adorned with representations of all 8 peaks. Greetings, esteemed Grand Elder. The 7 peak masters rose, bowing slightly. Greetings, Grand Elder. The assembly rose in unison, offering their respectful salutation. Please rise, the elder in white replied with a faint smile, gracefully descending from the void. The Falling Star sect had 3 Grand Elders, who typically withdrew from worldly affairs, engrossed in their cultivation, believing that even a slight enhancement in their abilities would greatly benefit the sect. To everyone's surprise, the 3rd-ranked Grand Elder had chosen to personally appear this time. I have not engaged in cultivation recently, so I thought I would come to observe. Continue with your affairs. Do not mind me. The 3rd Grand Elder settled into a chair, quietly savoring his tea. Nevertheless, it was evident that the presence of a Grand Elder, whose cultivation surpassed even that of the Elders and Peak Masters, instantly made him the focal point of attention. Countless young disciples gazed upon him with admiration and reverence. Do you think the 3 Grand Elders and the Sect Master have broken through to the spirit vein realm? One person inquired. Who knows? That is a closely guarded secret. Perhaps only the Peak Masters are aware, while the Elders remain in the dark, another replied. Most of the Elders from the various peaks were at the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm, with only a few having reached the spirit vein realm. The 3 Grand Elders and the Sect Master had attained the pinnacle of the spirit vein realm a century ago, and their current status remained uncertain. As discussions unfolded, a terrifying flame suddenly erupted from the distant horizon, igniting half the sky in a crimson blaze, transforming the clouds into hues of evening glow, rapidly shifting in shape. The Tsangyan sect has arrived. Chapter 50. The ninefold flame flow. The crowd turned their gazes, and wherever their eyes fell, everything appeared bathed in red. The distant void seemed to warp under the intensity of the flames, as waves of fiery brilliance rippled outward in all directions. Only the Tsangyan sect could orchestrate such an expansive display of flames across the entire Nanyang region. Indeed, the Tsangyan sect stronghold resided within a volcanic mountain range, and all its practitioners were adept in fire-based techniques. Truly, their ninefold flame flow is renowned throughout the land. As the murmurs of admiration filled the air, the flames became increasingly prominent. Even the disciples of the Falling Star sect at the 8 peaks could feel a hint of warmth. In an instant, the massive flames reached the outskirts of the Falling Star sect, revealing thousands of practitioners standing amidst the inferno. Each wore fiery red robes, the number and intensity of the flames depicted on their garments varying, signifying their standing and strength within the sect. The 3rd Grand Elder had already taken flight, and the Peak Masters followed suit, soaring hundreds of miles through the air. Welcome, esteemed friends from the Tsangyan sect. The Grand Elder called out. It is our honor to have the Grand Elder personally welcome us, responded a middle-aged cultivator leading the Tsangyan sect, a smile gracing his features as he led his group into the sect. The Tsangyan sect's practitioners turned their gazes toward the Falling Star sect, their eyes searching for the impact crater at the center of the 8 peaks, leading to a flurry of discussions. As the practitioners of the Tsangyan sect arrived at the dojo of Falling Star Peak, the temperature within the entire Falling Star sect surged by several degrees, causing all present to feel a wave of heat. For the practitioners of the Tsangyan sect, this warmth was quite comfortable. However, for the average cultivator, it was far from pleasant. Even Zhang Lingxiu, who was cultivating atop Starfall Peak, was jolted awake by the sudden surge of heat. What is happening? Why is it so hot? Zhang Lingxiu glanced at her tortoiseshell before fixing her gaze upon the dojo of Falling Star Peak, observing a massive inferno and the practitioners clad in red robes. They are from the Tsangyan sect. What brings them here? Isn't there still 5 years until the exchange between the 2 sects? Within the dojo, the 2 sects had already commenced pleasantries, exchanging compliments before taking their seats. Grand Elder, let us adhere to the rules from previous years. For those under 20, both sides shall send forth 10 participants for the exchange, that if one side loses, they shall send forth a second participant, continuing until one side has lost all 10, spoke Ling Shan, the leading middle-aged cultivator from the Tsangyan sect. Agreed, you may decide the details, replied the third Grand Elder with a slight nod, his gaze shifting as he observed the recent unusual actions of the Tsangyan sect, which had been closely aligned with Tianyi Academy. He intended to scrutinize the proceedings carefully. Then, the peak master of the Falling Star sect stepped forward. This matter, indeed, does not require the Grand Elder's direct involvement. The 10 participants for the competition may now step forward. With a command, the 10 pre-selected participants from the 8 peaks emerged. All were exceptional youths under the age of 20, with 2 among them at the Transcendence realm, including Li Zhaoyang, who had only recently joined the sect, and another disciple, Zhao Liqiao, who had just turned 20. The remaining 8 were at the pinnacle of the returning Origin realm, all on the verge of a breakthrough. Simultaneously, from the Tsangyan sect's ranks, 10 young men and women clad in fiery red robes stepped forward, their faces adorned with confident smiles, seemingly disregarding their opponents entirely. Upon seeing this group of young practitioners, the disciples of the Falling Star sect focused their attention on the leader of the Tsangyan sect, a young man with a calm demeanor and an ordinary appearance, save for his striking black-red hair that lent him an odd aura. He was none other than the renowned prodigy of the Tsangyan sect, known for bearing the Tsangyan token, Yan. Yan is formidable. He must be stronger than both Li Zhaoyang and Zhao Liqiao. However, the Tsangyan sect only has this one Transcendence Realm participant this time. So we should emerge victorious, remarked the peak master of the Extreme Star Peak. Now, let each side send forth a participant to commence the battle, declared the peak master of Falling Star Peak. With a wave of his hand, Ling Shan signaled Yan to step forward. The previously animated discussions among the peak masters abruptly ceased. In their view, the opponent possessed only one absolute powerhouse and should have been cautious in deploying him. Yet, to their astonishment, he was the first to be sent forth. Wasn't that tantamount to conceding defeat? Li Zhaoyang, you shall go. Although the peak master of Falling Star Peak found it peculiar, he still called upon Li Zhaoyang. Within the dojo, Yan and Li Zhaoyang stood facing each other. Please, Li Zhaoyang clasped his hands in greeting. Please, Yan replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke a single word before charging forward with the swiftness of a tiger. Li Zhaoyang furrowed his brow. He had heard of Yan's reputation as an extraordinary genius. Though both were at the initial stage of the Transcendence Realm, Yan's prowess was evidently superior. Stellar flow technique. Li Zhaoyang let out a low shout, his hands coming together, slicing through the void. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light, akin to a shooting star, illuminated the arena, rushing towards the flame tiger. Wherever the light passed, a fierce wind erupted, rampaging uncontrollably. Explosive flame fist. The flame tiger bellowed, and all around him, countless flames erupted, engulfing him entirely in a fiery aura. His right fist clenched tightly. He struck forward with tremendous force. The flames enveloping him instantly coalesced into a fiery fist, hurtling towards Li Zhaoyang. In that very moment, the fiery fist collided violently with the streak of light, resulting in a second explosion, where flames erupted like a meteor shower from the heavens. The temperature in the surroundings soared once more. Li Zhaoyang's complexion paled, and he retreated frantically, struggling to withstand the overwhelming force. Yet at that moment, an even more terrifying wave of flames surged forth. Ninefold flame flow. 5th level flame river. With a thundering roar, the flame tiger unleashed the most potent technique of the Tsangyan sect, the ninefold flame flow, now capable of utilizing the 5th level. Countless flames immediately spread out for 100 zhang, forming a dreadful river of fire in the void, rushing and howling towards him. The horrifying flames warped the very fabric of the air around them. Witnessing this, Li Zhaoyang's face changed drastically. As he retreated, he attempted to gather his own power, only to find himself at a disadvantage upon mere contact, caught off guard by the opponent's unhesitatingly powerful assault. Sweat beaded on his forehead, a mix of heat and anxiety coursing through him. He understood that facing such formidable and terrifying flames, he was unlikely to endure. Chapter 51. The Falling Star Sect. Is this it? Bang! Li Zhaoyang crashed to the ground, his garments tattered, multiple burns covering his body. Blood dripping down, that he had exerted every ounce of strength to defend himself, yet he was undeniably no match for the flame tiger. Lying on the ground, he had nearly lost all capacity to resist. Barely able to rise. Fortunately, the flame tiger must be greatly exhausted. Zhao Liqiao could defeat him, and thereafter, The Tsangyan sect would no longer have any transcendent realm fighters. Victory would still belong to our falling star sect. What are you doing? Just as Li Xiaoyang pondered, he saw the flame tiger's figure charging at him once more. Without uttering a word, the flame tiger's fist struck Li Xiaoyang. Crack, crack, a tremendous force erupted from Li Xiaoyang. His bones fracturing in numerous places, the intense pain caused him to spit blood and faint from agony. What are you doing? The master of the Falling Star Peak's expression shifted instantly, revealing fury. The other elders of the Falling Star Peak and numerous cultivators also bore expressions of anger, shouting in protest. After all, he was a powerful transcendent realm fighter. To ensure no uncertainties, he must be utterly defeated. Without any ability to counter, the flame tiger slowly stood, calmly stating, "What? In a duel between two transcendent realm experts, are we not allowed to sustain some injuries? If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't oblige." Flame Tiger, cease this insolence. Do not show disrespect to the master of the Falling Star Peak. Ling Shan gradually stood and turned to smile. Unexpected events in a competition are to be expected. Besides, it's merely serious injuries, not life-threatening. This suffering is nothing. The master of the Falling Star Peak resumed his seat. Though the anger in his eyes was evidently unresolved, the gaze of the third supreme elder fell upon Ling Shan. Pondering whether the rumors were indeed true, the Starfall Peak, Zhang Lingxiu, who was observing with the power of a tortoise shell, furrowed her brow. What is happening? Did not the two sects have a good relationship? Such occurrences are rare in these friendly matches. Even if there were disputes in the past, both sides would sincerely apologize. This time, it feels distinctly abnormal. Only half a decade has passed, yet this attitude is already apparent. That young man is finished. That strike was not merely a matter of a few broken bones. The flames have attacked his spirit, and he will surely perish in time. The voice of the tortoise elder suddenly echoed. What? Zhang Lingxiu raised an eyebrow, finding this even more thought-provoking. Are you not going to make an appearance? I can hardly be bothered. I would rather take a nap. Zhang Lingxiu replied, returning her focus to the unfolding events. The second representative sent by the Falling Star sect was naturally Zaolikio, who was also in the early Transcendent Realm, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the Flame Tiger. Due to Li Xiaoyang's predicament, his attacks were exceptionally ruthless. Yet, the Flame Tiger seemed to withstand it all effortlessly, showing no signs of faltering. How is this possible? He had already expended a significant amount of energy. How can he still be so ferocious? Zaolikio questioned in disbelief that he has concealed his strength. The master of the Falling Star Peak suddenly frowned. We did not notice earlier, for a spirit vein realm expert was assisting in concealing his aura. This situation is dire. The master of the Polar Star Peak also frowned. Ninth-fold flame flow, 6th level, flame river. The flame tiger suddenly announced that Zaolikio's expression changed dramatically. The 6th level of the ninefold flame flow? In an instant, a vast expanse of terrifying flames appeared before him. Deep red flames that eventually turned a shade of purplish red. The frightening heat caused the surrounding giant trees to ignite spontaneously. In the void, flames towering 200 zhang seemed to form a colossal river. This was indeed the 6th level of the ninefold flame flow. The faces of the Falling Star sect cultivators changed instantly as they sensed the overwhelming power. It was utterly astonishing. Even if I am outmatched, I will not concede, Zaolikio declared, charging into the flames with all his might. Within the 200 zhang of flames, countless attacks soared into the sky, scattering the flames and transforming them into streaks of meteors that continuously fell. The area of flames rapidly shrank. The flames contracted to 30 zhang. The attacks within ceased, and a figure tumbled down. Crashing onto the arena, he was completely charred, barely recognizable, his garments reduced to ashes. So weak. The flame tiger scoffed, hands behind his back. The cultivators of the Falling Star sect clenched their fists, yet could not retort. What does Brother Zhao intend to do? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Zaolikio struggling to roll over, his arms braced against the ground. The exertion caused his burnt skin to crack open, blood flowing freely, yet he gritted his teeth, trembling as he held himself up. After a pause, he managed to kneel, raising his head defiantly. I have not lost yet. Bring it on. Brother Zhao. The disciples of the Falling Star sect had tears in their eyes. Fists clenched tightly to Li Xiaoyang. who had been revived and was now conscious, also displayed signs of agitation. Bang! A foot landed on Zalikio's head, pressing him back to the ground, his head sinking into the earth as the flame tiger looked down from above. And now, do you wish to continue? Cease this. Remove your foot. Countless disciples of the Falling Star sect shouted in outrage. The younger generation of the Falling Star sect. Is this it? The flame tiger laughed uproariously. Next, I'll go. A disciple of the Falling Star sect dashed forward, but he was merely at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. With a casual wave, the flame tiger severely injured him, causing him to spit blood and fly back. Next, the flame tiger's arrogant voice echoed. Once again, one disciple after another from the Falling Star sect surged forward. Even knowing they were no match, they showed no signs of retreat. Observing this, the leaders and elders of the Falling Star sect did not intervene. They understood this was the fighting spirit of their disciples that in an instant. Only one remained. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, gazing at the indifferent flame tiger. And what are you? I am offering you an opportunity to switch out for another disciple from the Falling Star sect. The flame tiger chuckled. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. Feel free to change. Upon hearing this, the faces of all the leaders and elders of the Falling Star sect turned ashen. This was a blatant humiliation. Li Xiaoyang and everyone else clenched their fists, knuckles turning white and cracking under pressure. There's no one left in the Falling Star sect. Flame Tiger, you could easily defeat the last one with just a finger. The young disciples of the Zhangyan sect began to laugh. Zhang Lingxiu, observing from the Starfall Peak, also frowned. Winning is one thing, but this was becoming rather unappealing. I have heard that the strongest disciples of your sect are from the Starfall Peak. May I know who the disciple from the Starfall Peak is? The Flame Tiger directed his gaze towards the last remaining contestant. Are you deliberately insulting us? There are no disciples from the Starfall Peak. The final contestant shouted angrily that I have heard that the madman from the Starfall Peak loses himself in his own techniques. I am eager to witness that. The Flame Tiger burst into laughter once more. That laughter was extraordinarily grating. Damn it, you win, but do you have to humiliate our Starfall Peak as well? Zhang Lingxiu exclaimed, leaping forward in a frenzy. Chapter 52. A single finger falls, the flame flow shatters. Are you certain you won't allow the disciples from the Starfall Peak to come forward? The Flame Tiger laughed again. What a pity. I would love to see the disciples from the Starfall Peak go mad. Haha. It is well known that the Starfall Peak of the Meteor sect has long since fallen into disrepair, with the few remaining disciples practicing what can only be described as foolish techniques. Much like their deranged peak master, Starfall Peak has become a disgrace to the Meteor sect, yet as one of the three great powers, few dare to mock it openly. However, in this instance, Yenhu bluntly uttered the humiliation, provoking uproarious laughter from the entire Zhangyan sect. How intriguing it would be to see if they truly are mad. A warrior may be slain, but never insulted, the last participating disciple suddenly roared. His face flushed with indignation as he stepped forward, declaring that while one may easily defeat him, they shall not tarnish his sect's honor. Enough of this nonsense. Yenhu scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the disciple. The remaining disciples of the Meteor sect clenched their fists. In the face of such humiliation, no one could remain calm. Yet, at this moment, among the 8 peaks, there were no more than a handful below the Transcendence realm under the age of 20, making it evident that they stood no chance against Yenhu. The elders and peak masters wore grim expressions. Only the third supreme elder remained composed, gazing thoughtfully towards the Zhangyan sect, with a swift motion. Yenhu raised his hand dismissively and said, "Come forth." Just then, a powerful shout echoed from afar. All cultivators from the Meteor sect and Zhangyan sect turned to look at a streak of light blazed through the void. A forceful gale erupting in its wake, boom. The meteor-like flash crashed into the center of the arena, revealing a figure standing proudly. Who goes there? Yenhu inquired, narrowing his eyes. Zhang Lingxiu from Starfall Peak. Came the resounding reply. What? A disciple from Starfall Peak. Is it possible? Murmurs of disbelief erupted as the crowd speculated on the newcomer, who appeared far from deranged. Very well. Yenhu laughed heartily. Let me witness your mad techniques. Do you believe you are worthy of witnessing the techniques of Starfall Peak? Zhang Lingxiu replied calmly. What did you say? Yenhu's eyes narrowed, a chill emanating from his gaze, incredulous at the audacity of this youth. Among the 8 peaks, many recognized Zhang Lingxiu, their astonishment evident. Why had he come forth now? Who is this youth? The third Supreme Elder asked. Reporting to the Supreme Elder, this youth is Zhang Lingxiu, a newly joined disciple of Starfall Peak. An elder promptly explained. Meanwhile, atop Starfall Peak, the third senior brother paused his cultivation to observe. The second senior brother clenched a pebble tightly, ready to throw it at any moment. The first senior brother finally revealed himself. Locking eyes on the scene before him, should Yin strike, they would not hesitate to retaliate. Zhang Lingxiu noticed the changes in his senior brothers and felt a warm surge of gratitude. Though they seemed somewhat unsettled, their concern for him was palpable. Yet now was not the time for such reflections. You arrogant fool! Since you wish to engage with me, spare me your prattle and let us battle. Zhang Lingxiu interjected, cutting Yin off mid-sentence. The Zhangyan sect had always maintained cordial relations with the Meteor sect, but this time it was clear they sought confrontation, even going so far as to covertly target Li Xiaoyang's life. This presented Zhang Lingxiu with an opportunity to test the fruits of his recent cultivation. Die! Yin roared, charging forward with a fierce punch imbued with scorching spiritual energy. The force of his strike sent a powerful gale rushing forth, creating a deafening roar. Zhang Lingxiu clenched his fist as well. Now at the pinnacle of the return to origin realm, he was aware of the vast difference in realms between himself and the Transcendence realm. However, in Liyue City, his talent had always allowed him to battle beyond his level. Yet, facing the equally gifted Yin he was eager to discover if he could still surpass expectations. Zhang Lingxiu bellowed, his right fist sinking slightly. Did I end that moment? It seemed to possess the strength of 1,000 June. His fist collided violently with the void. Boom! An astonishing sound erupted, and the air was filled with a tumultuous wind, creating waves of pressure. Yin staggered backward, his face reflecting shock that he could perceive that the opponent's strength was at the pinnacle of the return to origin realm. Yet here he was, capable of contending with him. Zhang Lingxiu was propelled back 20 zhang before stabilizing himself, exhaling deeply. Though there was a disparity in their cultivation levels, he had undergone a rebirth and absorbed refined spiritual energy, resulting in a prowess far superior to that of ordinary peers. Thus, despite the gap in realms, he could still manage to engage in combat. This exchange left both the Zhangyan sect and Meteor sect astonished that a disciple at the pinnacle of the return to origin realm could contend with a Transcendence realm cultivator wielding the Zhangyan order. Such talent surpassed that of ordinary Meteor disciples. The third Supreme Elder murmured, "How could you allow such a prodigy to join Starfall Peak?" The crowd fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Reporting to the Supreme Elder, "I am Feng Hui, previously responsible for Zhang Lingxiu's entry assessment. He exhibited remarkable potential. Though he had yet to reach the level of a Meteor disciple, an elder stepped forward to clarify. Are you saying he has become this formidable within Starfall Peak?" The third Supreme Elder pondered, furrowing his brow. None can say for certain. Perhaps during his assessment, he was merely holding back. Feng Hui shook his head, reflecting the disbelief that many shared regarding Starfall Peak's ability to cultivate disciples effectively. "How intriguing! Prepare yourself." Yin exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as spiritual energy surged through him, signaling he would no longer hold back. Ninefold flame flow, third level, flame stream. With a thunderous shout, Yin unleashed his full power. His spiritual energy circulating through the Zhangyan sect's techniques, manifesting terrifying flames in the void. These flames surged like streams, boiling with an intimidating heat. Previously, he had utilized the 9th level flame flow to defeat Li Xiaoyang, and the 5th level to overcome Zhao Liquiao. In his estimation, the 3rd level would suffice to deal with Zhang Lingxiu. Zhang Lingxiu declared, his right hand forming a precise gesture in the air. An astonishing beam of light, akin to a meteor, streaked through the space, crashing into the flame stream. Boom! Like a true meteor plunging into magma, the impact sent shockwaves through the air, waves of flames erupting outward. The clash of spiritual energies and techniques caused the void to tremble, accompanied by a cacophony of howls. Not enough. Zhang Lingxiu spun, executing a whirlwind motion, then slashed his hand once more. An even more formidable meteor descended into the flame stream. Severing it in two with a single gesture, the flame stream was obliterated. Chapter 53. The terror of starfall techniques, the flame stream gradually dissipated, the ferocious flames vanishing without a trace, and the temperature dropped slightly. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the breathtaking spectacle of this battle. Zhao Liqiao and Li Zhaoyong, too, widened their eyes. Having faced the ninefold flame flow, they understood its immense power, despite this being only the third level. Zhang Lingxiu had emerged unscathed, and he was merely at the return to origin realm. How had he accomplished this? His talent surpassed that of ordinary meteor disciples, placing him among the elite. The third supreme elder's eyes glimmered with delight. The emergence of such a prodigy was undoubtedly a boon for the sect. Zhang Lingxiu took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. Although fatigued, he had successfully defended against a Transcendence Realm cultivator wielding the Tsangyan order. It seemed his talent had improved since his time in Liyue City. Yet now was not the time for contemplation, as Yin, who was seething with rage. After 2 failed attempts, even his ninefold flame flow had been thwarted by a mere return to origin disciple. Fire surged from every pore. With this strike, I shall end you. Yin, who bellowed, unleashing his fury. Ninefold flame flow, 6th level, flame river. Endless flames roared to life, surging forth with a ferocity several times greater than before. In an instant, the inferno spread across a 200 zhang radius, not merely expanding in size, but intensifying in concentration to an extraordinary degree, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive heat. The temperature escalated, reddening the faces of every cultivator present, while the air crackled ominously. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes narrowed, reflecting the myriad flames that my current techniques cannot withstand this. He concluded, contemplating his next move. In that moment, Zhang Lingxiu's right hand shot up. Simultaneously, Xie, the celestial maiden, arrived on the scene, witnessing the unfolding drama. Her gaze fixated on Zhang Lingxiu's hand, recognizing the gesture all too well. It was this very motion that had allowed him to effortlessly approach the meteor in the crater. Was he about to employ that technique? Unbeknownst to Xie, the disciples, elders, and peak masters of the meteor sect remained in the dark about how Zhang Lingxiu would counter this impending assault. Concern etched across their faces. They wondered how a return-to-origin disciple could possibly withstand such a force. Boom! Countless flames surged forth like a torrential river, rushing violently, forming towering waves that rose dozens of feet high. Obscuring the heavens and blocking out the sun in the blink of an eye, they engulfed Zhang Lingxiu, ready to consume him entirely. That we must act. Otherwise, Zhang Lingxiu is surely doomed. Elder Feng Hui exclaimed anxiously. No need. The third supreme elder waved his hand slightly, his gaze sharpening to that moment. An astonishing aura emanated from Zhang Lingxiu's right hand, one that even he found shocking, though this trace of energy was exceedingly faint. Its essence was entirely distinct, that he could not fathom how Zhang Lingxiu had mastered such a technique. But under the strike of the flame tiger, he would certainly not perish to go die. This is certainly beyond your capacity to withstand. The flame tiger laughed heartily, panting as he simultaneously battled Zhao Liqiao and Li Chaoyang, having long since exhausted his strength in combat with Zhang Lingxiu. The entire Tsangyan sect appeared utterly unconcerned. To them, it seemed Zhang Lingxiu had already been reduced to ashes, his remains incinerated. Endless flames blazed, the ground of the dojo charred black. Amidst the 200 feet of fire, an invisible force suddenly radiated outwards from the center of the flames. Akin to ripples in a pond, bang. The sound was not particularly loud, yet it resonated within the hearts of all present like the deep thrum of a distant drum. The previously relaxed members of the Tsangyan sect suddenly turned perplexed, their gazes drawn to the heart of the flames. The same was true for the members of the Falling Star sect, their eyes flickering with curiosity. What transpired? Bang! Another sound reverberated. This time, everyone witnessed it clearly, at the center of the 200 feet of flames. A ripple emerged from thin air, revealing an area devoid of any fire. At the heart of the ripple stood a youth, who slowly raised his right hand and pressed it down, that a ripple emanated from his palm, producing a faint popping sound as it spread outward. The fierce and terrifying flames melted away in a frenzy upon encountering this ripple. What? The flame tiger was left stunned, his disbelief apparent as he stammered. Ling Shan, the leader of the Tsangyan sect, sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. The disciples of the Tsangyan sect were equally incredulous, grappling with the reality of what they witnessed. What sorcery was this? How was it achieved? Bang! Yet another ripple surged forth, its reach extending to 60 feet, leaving no flames within that radius. As Zhang Lingxiu raised his right hand once more, an absence of fire could be found within 100 feet. His gaze was now utterly transformed. Unlike during his practice of this technique at Starfall Peak, which often left him in a state of unconsciousness, he now possessed unparalleled clarity in the face of peril. His comprehension of the Starfall technique reached a new height. Zhang Lingxiu's heart raced with excitement. He had achieved a conscious mastery of his cultivation. His eyes fixed on the flame tiger, he uttered not a word. When he resolved to eliminate someone, he would dispense with further conversation. Zhang Lingxiu was not one to shy away from confrontation, having previously taunted Feng Yiming at the meteor pit, only to silence him entirely when it came time to strike. Now, he mirrored this approach. His right hand shot up, aimed squarely at the flame tiger, and then he thrust it down with great force. Simultaneously, unnoticed by anyone, the meteorite at the center of the falling star sect's pit, now reduced to a mere 10 feet in size, trembled violently as if on the verge of flight, yet ultimately settled back into stillness. Within the dojo, a terrifying invisible force, shapeless and formless, descended from the heavens, landing on the head of the flame tiger. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, and the body of the flame tiger was violently shattered. This invisible force struck the dojo, creating a gaping depression, even with protective formations in place. The ground was left with a massive crater, littered only with blood and remnants of Tsangyan sect attire in that moment. The entire falling star sect fell into an eerie silence, all eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. In the distance, the crescent moon fairy's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Was this truly the might of the Starfall technique? With that thought, she leapt away to continue her cultivation. Panting heavily, Zhang Lingxiu glanced at his right hand, marveling at the terror of the Starfall technique. Yet, he sensed this was merely a minor achievement. Should he attain full mastery, its power would be even more formidable, as if a deeper force was emanating from within the sect. Zhang Lingxiu turned to the meteor pit, unaware that it was merely a meteorite. Chapter 54. I, Zhang Lingxiu, am devoted to the sect. That Tsangyan sect remained in shock, even after a considerable time had passed. They had all believed the flame tiger would triumph, that the sixth layer of the ninefold flame flow would swiftly vanquish Zhang Lingxiu. Yet, none had anticipated that it would be the flame tiger who would fall. And so decisively, leaving no trace behind. Zhang Lingxiu's complexion turned pale, his body swayed, yet he forced himself to stand tall, his gaze fixed resolutely in the direction of the Tsangyan sect. Next, the remaining 9 participants from the Tsangyan sect turned ashen. If even the Transcendence Realm Flame Tiger had been slain, what hope did they have? As Zhang Lingxiu's gaze swept over them, all heads bowed, none daring to meet his eyes. In that moment, Zhang Lingxiu had decisively overshadowed the younger generation of both sects, and none could dispute it. Even Li Chaoyang, who had previously looked down upon Zhang Lingxiu during the assessments, now stared incredulously, unable to fathom how a mere return to Origin Realm cultivator could slay a Transcendence Realm prodigy wielding the Tsangyan token. Ling Shan, the leader of the Tsangyan sect, appeared gravely troubled, grappling with the loss of such a gifted disciple. How could he justify this back home? Moreover, it was a return to Origin Realm cultivator who had brazenly delivered the blow, leaving him not only enraged but also steeped in humiliation. The younger generation of the Tsangyan sect paled in comparison to their counterparts. The Tsangyan sect and the Falling Star sect had always enjoyed a cordial relationship, with exchanges between the two sects being long-standing. They had never encountered an incident where disciples from either sect had been slain that require a reasonable explanation. Ling Shan's gaze bored down on the third supreme elder. When the flame tiger of your Tsangyan sect injured our Li Chaoyang and Zhao Li Qiao, did you not assert that such skirmishes were unavoidable? That in battle, injury is an inherent risk? The elders of the Falling Star sect quickly retorted. Injury during a contest is one thing, but murder is entirely different. The elders of the Falling Star sect not grasp the distinction. Ling Shan had already risen, his aura brewing ominously. The elders of the Falling Star sect would have continued to speak, but the third supreme elder intervened. He had remained calm until this moment, slowly rising to meet Ling Shan's gaze. Ling Shan, you are aware that such contests should not be conducted with lethal intent. So why did you allow the flame tiger to covertly ambush our disciple Li Chaoyang? Do you truly fail to see it, or are you feigning ignorance? Upon this statement, all eyes turned to Li Chaoyang. He too was bewildered, questioning the situation. Brother Li, when the flame tiger insulted you earlier, he had secretly forced heart fire into your meridians. 7 days later, it will penetrate your heart, and by then, no one will know how you perished. This matter will bear no relation to the Tsangyan sect, Zhang Lingxiu interjected. The Tsangyan sect may target our falling star sect disciples, but I cannot be permitted to kill a disciple of the Tsangyan sect. I wish to inquire, what reasoning supports this? What? Li Chaoyang immediately bowed his head, channeling his spiritual energy to investigate. After a moment of careful examination, he discovered traces of heart fire lingering around his meridians. His expression shifted dramatically. How despicably vile was the Tsangyan sect! Ling Shan's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke. The flame tiger dared to resort to such underhanded tactics against you, while we were unaware of this. It is indeed a fault of the Tsangyan sect. I shall personally eliminate this hidden danger. With that, Ling Shan approached. As a prodigy, Li Chaoyang showed no hint of fear. At such a moment, it was clear that the other party would not dare to strike him. Ling Shan had no intention of attacking. He still had his pride. Thus, he stood before Li Chaoyang and directly dispelled the lingering heart fire around his meridians before withdrawing. However, as he turned back, he cast a glance laden with murderous intent at Zhang Lingxiu. The third Supreme Elder, given his cultivation level, could discern the truth, which was understandable, but how had this youth seen through it? While the Flame Tiger's actions were indeed reprehensible, he was nonetheless an esteemed prodigy of the Tsangyan sect. Possessing the Tsangyan token, to have been slain in the contest demands an explanation. Ling Shan's voice resonated deeply. In battles of this magnitude, both sides cannot fully control the outcome. While I am exceedingly reluctant to witness casualties, especially among such prodigies, since it has come to pass, there is no other recourse than on behalf of the Falling Star sect. I will provide the Tsangyan sect with the requisite compensation. The third Supreme Elder spoke. His tone laced with a sense of regret, yet his heart brimmed with joy at having witnessed such an exceptional prodigy. That it was a truly fortunate occurrence. Subsequently, discussions ensued regarding the matter of the Yan Hu, rendering the continuation of the battle unnecessary. The Falling Star sect emerged victorious, and a figure of such formidable talent had arisen. After deliberating for some time, the third Supreme Elder instructed everyone to escort the members of the Tsangyan sect to their quarters for rest, emphasizing the importance of attending to them with utmost care and diligence. Should the Tsangyan sect wish to admire the scenic beauty of our sect, they were free to explore the 8 peaks at their leisure. Once all had departed, the third Supreme Elder, along with the 7 peak masters, entered a grand hall. Zhang Lingxiu was also summoned and brought to this location, with a faint smile gracing her lips. She entered gracefully and promptly clasped her hands together, saying, "I pay my respects to the third Supreme Elder and the esteemed peak masters." "Rise," the third Supreme Elder replied, a broad smile illuminating his face. "You have performed admirably, exceptionally well, Supreme Elder." Zhang Lingxiu's tone rose markedly, her expression turning solemn. The third Supreme Elder and the 7 peak masters immediately straightened, their expressions serious. "Speak freely. What is on your mind?" "I, Zhang Lingxiu, am wholeheartedly devoted to the glory of our sect, willing to face any peril without hesitation, to uphold the honor of our sect. I am prepared to do whatever it takes. That I have no regrets about my commitment to the Falling Star sect," Zhang Lingxiu declared passionately, her fists clenched, her face flushed with fervor. Good child. This is the spirit of a disciple of the Falling Star sect," the third Supreme Elder exclaimed, clapping his hands vigorously. The other peak masters regarded her with admiration. Such talent and character were indeed rare among disciples. "Thus, I cannot possibly accept any rewards," Zhang Lingxiu reiterated earnestly. "While I have defended the honor of our sect, it is my duty as Zhang Lingxiu. As long as I am a disciple of the Falling Star sect, even in death, I shall remain a spirit of this sect. That I understand that the Supreme Elder summoned me to bestow abundant rewards. And you must have noticed my imminent breakthrough into the Tongxian realm, hence the resources for my cultivation. However, I cannot accept them. I absolutely cannot." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the third Supreme Elder and the peak masters shifted dramatically. They gazed at Zhang Lingxiu, who wore a serious countenance, her excitement palpable, seemingly willing to sacrifice everything for the sect. They found themselves unable to discern whether her request for resources was a ploy or a heartfelt declaration. Supreme Elder, esteemed Peak Masters, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave to earnestly cultivate, striving for the rise of our sect, Zhang Lingxiu declared, her fists clenched resolutely. Chapter 55. You truly are suited for cultivation after speaking. Zhang Lingxiu strode purposefully toward the hall's exit. Upon reaching the threshold, she sensed an unsettling silence behind her. Anxiety began to creep in. Why had they not called her back? Shouldn't they have been overwhelmed with gratitude? Eager to nurture such a prodigy, just as she was about to step out of the hall, the silence persisted, igniting her urgency. Yet, she maintained an air of calm as she exited, exuding an aura of self-sacrifice. Come back. At that moment, the third Supreme Elder finally spoke. Zhang Lingxiu's heart surged with excitement. Though her expression reflected confusion, she re-entered. She once again bowed respectfully and asked, "Does the Supreme Elder have further instructions?" "Such a prodigy as yourself is one that our sect is eager to nurture with all its resources. So rest assured, you will not be lacking. I will arrange for resources to be prepared and sent to Xing Luo Peak at once," the third Supreme Elder stated. Zhang Lingxiu frowned momentarily before shaking her head. "Very well, I shall reluctantly accept that my strength must increase to better protect our esteemed sect." The expressions of the Peak Masters brightened instantaneously, and the third Supreme Elder smiled slightly. "The reason I summoned you was to inquire whether you wish to train at another peak. It seems there may be no one to teach you here at Xing Luo Peak." Indeed, on my first day, the Peak Master imparted to me the most powerful techniques of Xing Luo Peak that my senior brothers have treated me exceptionally well. I have no desire to transfer to another peak. Zhang Lingxiu replied earnestly, a statement that bore truth. "That is the technique you employed to slay the yin who one you learned at Xing Luo Peak?" the third Supreme Elder queried, this question being of paramount importance. "Yes," Zhang Lingxiu affirmed with a nod. The third Supreme Elder and the Peak Masters exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in contemplation. Had they been mistaken all these years? Was it possible that Xing Luo Peak indeed harbored formidable techniques? However, they recalled that these techniques were notoriously difficult to master. Even the Celestial Moon Fairy had struggled for months without making significant progress. Though powerful, these techniques were not suited for every cultivator. Is that so? If the Celestial Moon Fairy has yet to grasp them after months of training, then they are indeed not suitable for others, remarked the Peak Master of the Falling Star Peak. Yet, I believe our disciples at Falling Star Peak should give it a try. If it does not work out, it will not matter. Indeed, I concur. The Peak Master of the Extreme Star Peak nodded in agreement. However, I dare say the Peak Master of Xing Luo Peak may be reluctant to teach. They might not even be able to find anyone, as the other three disciples of Falling Star Peak have made little progress within the sect, remaining largely unrecognized. Thus, I believe this task should fall to Zhang Lingxiu, suggested the Peak Master of the Moonlit Peak, the sole female Peak Master. Zhang Lingxiu's earlier declaration for the sect would naturally not be something she would refuse. Very well, let the arrangements be made. Schedule a time for all disciples of Falling Star to gather, and let Zhang Lingxiu impart the techniques of Xing Luo to them, to see who among them can succeed in their cultivation. The third Supreme Elder decreed. Very well. Zhang Lingxiu sighed internally, realizing that her earlier words had inadvertently led to this obligation. Now that we have no further business, you may proceed with your cultivation. The third Supreme Elder smiled warmly. With a respectful bow, Zhang Lingxiu took her leave, feeling that imparting techniques was not such a burden after all. Thankfully, she had been clever enough to make her earlier statements. Otherwise, the Supreme Elder and the Peak Masters might have solely remembered her astonishing prowess and the techniques of Xing Luo, completely neglecting to provide her with the resources she truly needed. As Zhang Lingxiu departed, the Peak Master of Falling Star shook his head with a wry smile. This lad seems to have done this deliberately. He clearly sought resources, yet we indeed overlooked this aspect. What audacity! The Peak Master of Moonlit Peak remarked with displeasure. That is it because the Celestial Moon Fairy has also been charmed by this lad. The Peak Master of Extreme Star Peak chuckled. I find this boy rather slick-tongued, showing no true loyalty to the sect. His earlier words were clearly a ruse for resources. The peak master of Qingyang Peak frowned. Enough, the third supreme elder interjected with a gentle smile. Do you truly believe that a newly initiated disciple can exhibit unwavering loyalty to the sect? The relationship between the sect and its disciples is one of mutual guardianship. The sect must first nurture its disciples, allowing them to feel gratitude and a sense of belonging, thus growing to protect the sect. His attitude is entirely normal. When we first entered the sect, we were no different as long as the Falling Star sect treats him sincerely and nurtures him properly. Allowing him to become an elder or a peak master, could you say he would remain disloyal? Point taken. The peak master of Qingyang nodded, enlightened, and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, whistling cheerfully, Zhang Lingxiu soon returned to Xing Luo Peak. Instead of immediately cultivating, she chose to await developments as expected. Within 2 hours, an elder from the sect personally delivered a storage pouch, wearing a broad smile. Zhang Lingxiu, focus on your cultivation. The sect holds you in high regard. These resources are even beyond what ordinary disciples of Falling Star receive. Zhang Lingxiu eagerly accepted the storage pouch, glancing inside and gasping in astonishment before exclaiming, I, Zhang Lingxiu, shall unwaveringly stand by the sect, ready to face any challenge. That's splendid. Cultivate diligently, the elder responded with a smile before departing. Zhang Lingxiu hurried back to her quarters, opened the storage pouch, and discovered 5 Tong Xian pills, remarkably effective cultivation elixirs named after the realm they pertain to. Extremely precious. Typically, the sect would grant ordinary disciples only 1. Yet she had received 5 this time. In addition, there were over a dozen rare herbs suitable for the Tong Xian realm, 5 healing elixirs, detoxification pills, and speed-enhancing windwalker pills. Everything one could desire. Lastly, a long blade radiating an astonishing chill caught her eye, exuding an aura of extraordinary quality. With a casual swing, icy gusts sliced through the air, freezing the wooden table in her quarters. Everything is superb, but alas, I am merely in the Gui Yuan realm. I must break through to the Tong Xian realm to utilize these. Zhang Lingxiu mused, shaking her head. Perhaps I could offer it to Old Turtle, allowing your viewing range to extend by 200 zhong from the turtle shell. What do you think? The turtle suddenly suggested. 100 zhong or 200 zhong seems inconsequential. I think I shall keep it for now, Zhang Lingxiu replied. You little miser, do you not wish to be invincible? Do not forget that while you may currently contend with opponents of higher realms, what will you do when facing those in the Lingmai realm? You will still need Old Turtle. The stronger Old Turtle becomes, the stronger you will become. Understand? The turtle chastised. Old Turtle, do not be angry. We must remain low-key. We cannot let others perceive my overwhelming strength, lest it bring trouble. I shall cultivate steadily, developing quietly without drawing attention. Zhang Lingxiu quickly nodded in agreement. You truly are suited for the path of cultivation. Chapter 56. The meteor disciple gathers at Starfall Peak with a furious reprimand. The old tortoise vanished once more. Zhang Lingxiu continued to immerse herself in the profound understanding of the Tao, striving for an early breakthrough. However, the realm of comprehension differs greatly from previous stages, requiring a pivotal moment. Neither herbs nor elixirs can be of assistance. Thus, this stage has always been exceedingly challenging, even for the most gifted disciples of the meteor sect, who typically expend 1 to 2 years in its pursuit. Having attained the pinnacle of the return to origin realm, Zhang Lingxiu had only been at it for less than a month. Making a breakthrough seemed far from simple. The Zhangyan sect had lost a top-tier prodigy, yet curiously, they did not depart in anger. Instead, they lingered within the meteor sect for 7 or 8 days. During this time, the elders and disciples of the Zhangyan sect roamed the 8 peaks, indulging in the breathtaking scenery, seemingly oblivious to the previous conflicts that had arisen during the competition between the 2 sections. As one of the 3 major powers of Nanyang, the meteor sect naturally aimed to display the grandeur of a great sect, allowing their guests to appreciate its beauty. They even opened areas typically restricted to inner disciples for the Zhangyan sect's enjoyment. It was only after 8 days, amidst the meteor sect's farewell, that the Zhangyan sect finally took their leave. Upon their departure, a meeting was convened within the Meteor Hall on Meteor Peak. The only individuals permitted to attend were the peak masters of the 8 peaks, 3 esteemed elders, and the elusive sect master of the meteor sect. Except for the peak master of Starfall Peak, Zhou Fengzi, The remaining 7 peak masters sat solemnly at a rosewood table, their expressions grave. Above them sat the 3 esteemed elders, all elderly men with grizzled hair, clad in simple, unadorned garments, the most commonplace attire of the meteor sect. Despite their unassuming appearances, one could sense the profound depth in their gazes. As if nothing could escape their scrutiny, that moment, the 3 elders had their eyes gently closed, exuding no formidable aura, appearing almost as if they were in slumber. The head of the table, sat a middle-aged cultivator. His age indeterminate, yet he possessed a robust physique. Even clad in loose meteor sect robes, it was evident that tremendous power lay beneath. His black hair was neatly tied back, his brows thick, and the slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes lent him a certain gravitas. He was none other than the current sect master of the meteor sect, named Xinghe. Third elder, what are your thoughts on the Tsangyan sect? Xinghe inquired, his voice resonating with a low timbre. The third esteemed elder opened his eyes, pondering for a moment before responding. From the competition, it appears that Tsangyan sect is deliberately seeking trouble. However, in the subsequent 8 days, they have behaved remarkably well within our meteor sect, wandering the 8 peaks to admire the scenery without any transgressions. It is indeed peculiar. What is certain is that the Tsangyan sect is no longer the same as before, standing in solidarity with us against common foes. They must have their own agenda. In recent years, our disciples have encountered those from the Tsangyan sect outside, leading to some friction. The relationship between our 2 sects has certainly deteriorated. Yet, with the Tianyi Academy's dominance, our only option is to unite against them. It is only natural for them to have their own thoughts. If we escalate matters with the Tsangyan sect, neither of us will be able to stand unscathed. They cannot be ignorant of this reality. But what could their intentions be? Queried the peak master of Meteor Peak. Perhaps the sect master Xinghe began, his gaze sweeping over the peak masters. They have allied with the Tianyi Academy. What? The 7 peak masters' expressions shifted dramatically, fully aware of the gravity of his statement. Should the Tsangyan sect and the Tianyi Academy join forces, the meteor sect would find it impossible to survive in Nanyang, potentially facing complete obliteration. But why? If this is true, should the Tianyi Academy turn against us, they too would be caught in a precarious position. The first esteemed elder, the grand elder of the meteor sect, slowly interjected that I had personally investigated their potential alliance and found it uncertain. But it is evident that they have begun to draw closer, establishing numerous connections. In the eyes of the peak masters and the elders, the true authority lay with the 3 esteemed elders. Hence they were referred to as the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder. Based on the current intelligence, there is indeed some level of collaboration between the 2 sects. However, the extent of their cooperation and their ultimate objectives remain unclear. But we must regard this with utmost seriousness, remarked the Third Elder. According to the Grand Elder's findings, a considerable number of cultivators from both sects have recently been seen in the Luofeng mountain range. Perhaps there lies a clue, and I intend to dispatch several meteor disciples to investigate. If anyone has recommendations for candidates, please speak up. The Shiyue fairy is an excellent choice. She is cautious, meticulous, and unparalleled among her peers. Proposed the peak master of Wangshu Peak. Indeed, a sound choice. The Third Elder nodded in agreement. Shengfeng is also commendable. Feng Tianjie is another suitable candidate. After a lengthy deliberation, they settled on 3 individuals. Shiyue Fairy, Shengfeng, and Feng Tianjie. The Third Elder waved his hand and then added, the final candidate will be Zhang Lingxiu. Although he is currently only at the Return to Origin realm, his combat prowess has reached the level of comprehension. Moreover, I hope this experience will expedite his breakthrough into the realm of comprehension. I have high hopes for him. Then these shall be our 4 disciples, declared Sect Master Xinghe, sealing the decision. Meanwhile, a group of individuals unexpectedly arrived at the previously tranquil Starfall Peak. Leading the entourage were Jiang Li, Shiyue Fairy, Shengfeng, Feng Tianjie, and others. 18 disciples in total, all from the Meteor sect. After the Peak Masters returned, they informed them of the competition between the 2 sects and encouraged them to practice the Starfall Dao. Zhang Lingxiu gestured for them to approach, inviting them to learn. The gathered Meteor disciples had no choice but to comply. The Starfall Dao, truly so formidable. I find it hard to believe, one disciple remarked. Moreover, there is no other method for a non-Meteor disciple to slay a top-tier prodigy wielding the Tsangyan token. Shengfeng countered that I sensed Zhang Lingxiu's remarkable understanding of the Tao during the meeting in the Meteor Hall. His meteor technique inspired me, that it stands to reason that he could grasp the Starfall Tao. It is indeed the Starfall Tao. I witnessed it during the competition. Shiyue Fairy interjected. This presents an opportunity for us all. With Shiyue Fairy's assertion, no one dared to doubt. They all understood her character and knew she would never make unfounded claims. The group pressed on. And indeed, Starfall Peak was shrouded in silence, with only the birds and beasts populating the area more than any other of the 8 peaks. The vines and ancient trees within the mountain remained untouched, exuding a sense of returning to simplicity that as they traversed the enchanting scenery, an inexplicable calm settled within their hearts. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a series of resounding thuds. The gazes of the meteor disciples converged on a singular direction, where a figure soared high into the air before plummeting downwards, their vision momentarily obstructed by towering ancient trees. However, the thunderous crash that followed was unmistakable. The expressions of the gathered disciples turned peculiar in an instant. Could this be the legendary third disciple of Starfall Peak? Chapter 57. First, pay the training fee, let us go, and take a look. Since Zhang Lingxiu has demonstrated such capability after only a few months of training at Starfall Peak, this third disciple, having been here for a considerable time, should possess formidable strength. Indeed, this is my first visit to Starfall Peak. I am eager to discover what peculiarities it holds. The meteor disciples were imbued with immense curiosity, alongside a deep sense of doubt and skepticism. They headed toward the direction where the third disciple, Tao Yuan, was practicing. Shortly thereafter, they navigated through a series of ancient trees and arrived at a clearing. Tao Yuan's training method was now fully exposed to their view. Tao Yuan's body shot upward, soaring several dozen feet. Then he relaxed completely, rolling and spinning in midair before crashing back down to the ground with a tremendous thud. The earth had already been cratered into a deep pit over 10 feet wide, with cracks radiating outward. Tao Yuan appeared oblivious to the presence of the onlookers, continuing his training undeterred. Though the meteor disciples had heard tales of the training methods employed by the disciples of Starfall Peak, witnessing it firsthand left them all utterly astonished, just as Zhang Lingxiu had been upon his arrival. After a prolonged moment of observation, the meteor disciples regained their composure. Having heard Shiyue Fairy affirm the efficacy of this Tao, they were already inclined to believe. Yet now, watching Tao Yuan's practice, doubts began to creep back in. Does this method truly bear fruit? Should we test his strength, if he has been training for so long? And if the Starfall Tao is indeed so powerful, then his strength must be considerable. Feng Tianjie remarked solemnly. I will go and test it, Chunli declared. Having been a meteor disciple for over a decade, Chunli was now a late-stage practitioner of the realm of comprehension, a formidable presence among his peers, but he had always been skeptical of the so-called Mad Tao of Starfall Peak. Had it not been for the Peak Master's insistence, he would never have come. With determination, he strode forward. Shiyue Fairy frowned slightly, sensing that this course of action may be unwise. However, she reasoned that since this individual had been training for so long in the Starfall Tao, even if he could not match Chun-Li, he should not be too far behind. Moreover, should any danger arise, she would intervene, so she refrained from voicing further objections. The others, too, felt no need to stop him. They were far more eager to witness the strength of this individual before them. Bang! Once again, Tao Yuan found himself crashing to the ground, striking the earth with such force that it cracked open several fissures. He brushed off the dirt and stood up anew. Tao Yuan, is it? Let us engage in a friendly spar, Chun-Li declared. Tao Yuan turned his gaze, casting a glance at Chun-Li before shaking his head. Not interested. I must continue my cultivation. Just a move or two would suffice. Or are you simply too afraid? Chun-Li scoffed derisively. Afraid? Not at all. But please, can you refrain from disturbing me? Tao Yuan replied with a grimace. I only wish to cultivate. I am still far from the realms of my senior brothers, and with the fourth brother catching up, you have no idea how anxious I feel each day. Chun-Li was taken aback by the other's blatant admission of fear. His brows furrowed. The apparent submission of Tao Yuan made things somewhat complicated. Just strike at him directly, Feng Tianjie suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Chun-Li clenched his right fist. Since you are unwilling, I suppose I must compel you to engage. Prepare yourself, he shouted, offering a warning to Tao Yuan. After all, as a disciple of the falling star, He could not stoop to ambush. With a powerful thrust, his right fist shot forward, unleashing an invisible force that surged forth with a thunderous roar. Though it appeared not particularly potent, it was a formidable strike from the late stage of the Transcendence realm, causing the void to resonate with a terrifying howl. Yet, Tao Yuan seemed oblivious. He merely glanced at the sky and leaped upward, soaring to a height of several dozen zhang before descending once more. Chun-Li snorted dismissively. Doubting that Tao Yuan was truly indifferent, he raised his right hand, watching as the previously unleashed fist force ascended straight into the air. This display of perfect control over an executed attack astonished even the newly inducted disciples like Li Zhaoyang and Zhao Liqiao. Such mastery over one's own power is truly impressive. As Tao Yuan's body plummeted toward the ground, it was evident that if he did not defend himself, he would undoubtedly be struck. All eyes were fixed, tension mounting as they anticipated the display of strength from the disciples of Starfall Peak. However, Tao Yuan continued to act as if he were unaware of the impending attack, descending without any fluctuation of spiritual energy. In Chun-Li's astonished gaze, the fist force collided with Tao Yuan. Yet contrary to expectations, there was no explosive sound, no violent crash, only a gentle sound, reminiscent of a soft breeze rustling through branches or footsteps upon fallen leaves. Soothing and barely perceptible, this formidable force dissipated into nothingness, and Tao Yuan landed softly upon the earth with a muted thud. He immediately sprang back up, indignant. What was that about? I didn't even land perfectly. I hardly resembled a meteor. Pardon, Chun-Li, still in shock, failed to comprehend Tao Yuan's words, questioning instinctively. The other disciples of Falling Star were equally astonished. How did he manage that? It was as if he didn't even see the attack coming. Could you please stop bothering me? What are you all doing day after day? I simply wish to cultivate in peace. Tao Yuan chastised angrily. Third brother, please calm down. They are here at my invitation. I shall lead them away. A voice called from afar, revealing Zhang Lingxiu, who approached with haste. Oh, so it's the fourth brother's guest. Very well. Let them leave. I want to resume my cultivation, Tao Yuan stated. All right, let us depart. Zhang Lingxiu nodded quickly, turning to Chun-Li and the others that if you are not interested in learning, you may leave now. Do you not think I am eager to teach you? With that, he nonchalantly walked away, hands clasped behind his back. Chun-Li and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as disciples of Falling Star. They held a prestigious status within the sect. When had they ever been treated in such a manner? Had it not been for the Peak Master's stern warnings, they would have departed immediately. Feng Tianjin narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing. Previously, he had dismissed Zhang Lingxiu, but now he recognized him as a worthy opponent, especially given his close ties with the Crescent Moon Fairy. Regardless of their thoughts, the group followed Zhang Lingxiu to his humble courtyard. As he turned to face them, Zhang Lingxiu suddenly broke into a polite smile. Entirely different from his earlier reprimand. Esteemed brothers, let us first settle the cultivation. FEIT is but a small sum. Each of you need only provide a transcendence pill. Chapter 58, A Dance of Chaos. Zhang Lingxiu. This is extortion. You dare demand such from esteemed disciples of Falling Star. Chun-Li's expression shifted dramatically. Do you understand how precious a transcendence pill is? You are asking too much after arriving here. Not even a cup of tea has been offered, and you seek to collect pill payments? The prideful disciples of Falling Star were naturally reluctant to part with their transcendence pills, considering them far too valuable. It's merely a humble tea. I feared you brothers would find it unpalatable, as I usually use it for foot soaks. Zhang Lingxiu replied that on a serious note, if you master this technique, surpassing a major realm in combat will no longer be an issue. Are you certain you wish to forego this opportunity? Zhang Lingxiu spoke earnestly. The Peak Masters are aware of the value of this technique, which is why they invited you here. Moreover, the Crescent Moon Fairy has already learned it. Who among you dares claim to be stronger than her? She has grown more formidable. What will you have to compete with her in the future? Is it not somewhat embarrassing for a group of grown men? Though the Transcendence Pill is indeed precious, when compared to such a miraculous technique, it seems almost trivial. Given this, what are you still hesitating for? Take a chance and transform from rookies to champions. I'll give you one. Feng Tianjie flicked a finger, tossing a Transcendence Pill directly to Zhang Lingxiu. Zhang Lingxiu swiftly caught it, inspecting it with a keen eye before taking a small bite. a delighted expression spreading across his face as he stowed it away with glee. Seeing this, the other disciples of Falling Star were left speechless. Could such a disciple truly master a miraculous technique and be worthy of passing it on? Zhang Li, the leader of the disciples, cast a puzzled glance at Feng Tianjie. Everyone knew of his fervent admiration for the Crescent Moon Fairy, and it was surprising that he would be the first to offer a transcendence pill to Zhang Lingxiu. Perhaps he felt that the Crescent Moon Fairy had grown far stronger in her cultivation, and he saw no chance of catching up, thus seeking to enhance his own strength through this technique. With Feng Tianjie having contributed, the other disciples of Falling Star began to hesitate, ultimately offering Zhang Lingxiu a transcendence pill as well, that a few others who lacked transcendence pills offered alternative herbs instead. With the 5 pills previously given, Zhang Lingxiu now possessed a total of 19 transcendence pills, a fortune indeed. With such a substantial advantage, Zhang Lingxiu beamed with delight. "Brothers, please take a seat. Allow me to brew some tea. Having traveled such a distance, you must be parched. Let us enjoy some tea and take our time learning." There's no rush with that. He strode into his dwelling, quickly preparing tea. The others initially paid little mind. But once the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Isn't this the jade marrow Maojian of the Crescent Moon Fairy?" Zhang Li exclaimed, astonished. "It is no easy feat to cultivate such tea. I have only had the fortune to taste it twice, that I never expected Zhang Shidi to possess it. Indeed, I have quite a bit. Brothers, feel free to indulge. There is more than enough," Zhang Lingxiu declared grandly, waving his hand. "Weren't you just saying it was only rough tea, meant for foot soaks?" Chun-Li retorted angrily. "Rough tea is indeed for foot soaks, but since esteemed brothers have come personally, I must serve the finest," Zhang Lingxiu replied with a smile. Feng Tianjie's eyes narrowed, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing. Earlier, he had instructed Han Yu to deliver a warning to Zhang Lingxiu, having previously dismissed him as merely a disciple of Starfall Peak. Yet now, he had to acknowledge that Zhang Lingxiu's status and strength within the sect surpassed that of most disciples, especially considering he possessed a considerable supply of tea cultivated by the Crescent Moon Fairy herself. The relationships among them were becoming increasingly complicated. Clenching his fists tightly concealed within his sleeves, Feng Tianjie contemplated how to deal with Zhang Lingxiu. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingxiu, while brewing tea, cast a casual glance at Feng Tianjie, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "That I intentionally brought out this tea. Do you still wish to scheme against me? I shall disrupt your focus, making it difficult for you to master the Starfall technique. Though you may find it challenging to succeed regardless, one can never be too sure." The Crescent Moon Fairy remained silent, quietly savoring her tea. After a brief moment, Brother Xingfeng spoke up. "Zhang Shidi, let us begin." "Very well." Zhang Lingxiu set down his teacup, his expression turning serious. "The technique of our Starfall Peak is quite simple. It is derived from the meteor that fell into the Starfall Mountains long ago. Thus, the key to this technique consists of 9 characters. Observe its form, imitate its shape, and comprehend its essence. This is precisely what I conveyed to the Crescent Moon Fairy." Indeed, the Crescent Moon Fairy understood Zhang Lingxiu's intention to instill confidence in the others. While the disciples of Falling Star did not fully trust Zhang Lingxiu, they held faith in her. The key of the 9 characters was straightforward, conveying the literal meaning. Observe the shape of the falling meteor. Mimic its form, and ultimately grasp its true essence. Zhang Lingxiu proclaimed. "You all should pay close attention." With a swift motion of his right hand towards the void, a dazzling display of spiritual energy emanated. And within the emptiness, an image materialized, a colossal meteorite, descending abruptly from an unknown origin, hurtling towards the Meteor Mountain range. The meteorite, immense and forceful, trailed a long tail of flames, seemingly carving a beautiful, silken line through the void, an awe-inspiring sight, yet fraught with peril. Subsequently, the meteorite struck the Meteor Mountain range, creating a vast crater. As the dust gradually settled, it revealed what is now the meteorite pit at the heart of the meteor sect. That is all. From here on, it will depend on your own efforts. Zhang Lingxiu declared that it. Indeed, Zhang Lingxiu nodded once more. Understanding must come from within you. However, I can offer you a hint. Have you not seen my 3rd senior brother before? He has been practicing imitating the fall of a meteorite and should have made some progress by now. Then there is the crescent moon fairy, who mimic the flight of a meteorite. As for myself, I emulate the descent of the meteorite with my right hand. Each individual may have their own methods, but there is surely one that suits you best out of course, if after several years you have yet to grasp the fundamentals. Then it may be time to reconsider. In the meteor sect, the most outstanding disciples began their quest for understanding. Each one was remarkably diligent, and with their innate talents, it did not take long for them to discover their own approaches. Thus, the meteor peak erupted into a frenzy of activity. Some imitated the jumps of the third senior brother, others soared through the air, while some charged along arcs, and others squatted still, pretending to be meteorites. To any outsiders witnessing this scene, they would undoubtedly mistake it for a gathering of lunatics rather than the elite disciples of the meteor sect. Chapter 59. Let us go and take a look. It had been less than 2 days since the disciples of the meteor sect began their practice at Starfall Peak, when an esteemed elder of the sect personally arrived. Upon witnessing the state of the future of the sect, this venerable elder was momentarily taken aback. However, it was not within his power to dictate the situation. He shook his head and approached. Crescent Moon Fairy, Shengfeng, Feng Tianjie, Zhang Lingxiu, you four will accompany me to the Meteor Hall. The four ceased their training, their eyes filled with curiosity. The elder did not offer any further explanation. Instead, he leapt into the air. The four promptly followed suit, and soon they arrived at the Meteor Hall. Once there, the elder gestured for the four to enter. Within the grand and imposing Meteor Hall sat only one individual, the third elder of the Meteor sect. Clad in a long robe, seated with an air of authority, that we pay our respects to the third elder. The four greeted with cupped hands. Rise. The third elder replied with a slight nod before continuing. The reason I summoned you for is to send you on an expedition to investigate certain matters. Please come closer. As the four drew nearer, the third elder began to issue instructions, their expressions shifting with concern. If what the third elder spoke was true, then the meteor sect found itself in a state of extreme peril. You are already aware of the significance of this matter, but go to the Falling Wind Mountain Range and conduct a thorough investigation. The third elder commanded that we shall not disappoint the sect. Shengfeng immediately responded, cupping his hands in respect. The trust the sect placed in them was evident. Prepare yourselves and set off at once. Although this mission is critical, should any life-threatening danger arise, terminate the mission immediately and return to the sect. The third elder admonished. You are the future of the sect. Yes, the four affirmed once more before departing. Upon exiting the Meteor Hall, Shengfeng suggested, fellow disciples, let us each return to prepare. How about we gather outside the sect in an hour? All right. Zhang Lingxiu nodded. The group then returned to their respective peaks. Zhang Lingxiu had little to prepare, so he went to bid farewell to his third senior brother, then to his second senior brother, and after a lengthy search, finally located his eldest senior brother, while the peak master was nowhere to be found. An hour later, the four reconvened outside the sect. Shengfeng assessed the trio, the Crescent Moon Fairy, often aloof and seldom speaking, Feng Tianjie, whose gaze was solely fixated on the Crescent Moon Fairy, displaying a rather cold demeanor. And as the eldest, it seemed only he would take charge of the expedition. This journey spans a distance of 160,000 miles. We need not rush, but should remain alert at all times. There's no need for such caution. With our strength, no one in Nanyang can pose a threat to us, Feng Tianjie replied, his tone calm yet tinged with arrogance. Even so, it is prudent to remain cautious. Shengfeng nodded in agreement. What Brother Shengfeng says is correct, Zhang Lingxiu added with a smile, glancing at the three, that the sect's choice in selecting these three is indeed well-founded. The Crescent Moon Fairy possesses the strongest talent. Shengfeng is steady and prioritizes the greater good. And Feng Tianjie, cold and ruthless, is formidable as for myself. I am here to learn and grow under the guidance of my esteemed seniors, hoping to break through to the next realm sooner. With that, the four set their sights on the Falling Wind Mountain Range, embarking on a journey that would take considerable time. The Meteor Mountain Range gradually faded into the distance, eventually merging with the surrounding sky, becoming indistinct and then vanishing entirely. Days passed swiftly. The four would rest briefly after a day of flight, and thus 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Along the way, they encountered no significant troubles, though some petty individuals, upon seeing the beauty of the Crescent Moon Fairy, expressed their admiration, and a few ill-mannered souls attempted to provoke her. only to be swiftly dispatched by Feng Tianjie. One day, as the sky grew slightly hazy, a small town came into view. Sheng Feng remarked, "Let us not press on tonight. We shall rest here and enjoy a hearty meal." The others nodded in agreement as they entered the town. The town was modest with few taverns. The four entered the largest tavern, reserving a lavish banquet in a private room. Zhang Lingxiu began to indulge heartily in the feast. After a while, he subtly glanced at his tortoise shell, a habit he had developed. Whenever he found himself in an unfamiliar place, he would first use the shell to survey the surroundings or listen to the conversations of the townsfolk. Perhaps gleaning some useful information that why Sun Yukai has already joined the immortal sect and become a cultivator. He promises to visit when he has time, and I assure you, he will astonish you all. Just then, a voice caught Zhang Lingxiu's attention. "Yukai, in this town." His brows furrowed slightly as he smiled at Sheng Feng. "Seniors, please continue eating. I will step outside for a moment to digest that, of course." Sheng Feng nodded, knowing that in a mundane town devoid of cultivators, there was little cause for concern. The town was small, and Zhang Lingxiu swiftly made his way through the darkness to the source of the earlier voice. The residence was quite large, featuring a garden and a small stream, indicative of considerable wealth. Zhang Lingxiu utilized the power of his tortoise shell to listen intently to the conversations within the house. That I in the living room, a middle-aged man, while drinking, boasted to a circle of friends. "My family, the Wang family, has produced a cultivator after so many generations. My son Wang Yukai has joined the Meteor sect, one of the three major powers of Nanyang, that he wrote to tell me he has encountered a remarkable senior brother who is looking after him, and he has already entered the inner sect. His future is limitless. Congratulations. Once Yukai returns, he shall become one who can summon the winds and rain." Cheers of congratulations rang out. Hearing this, Zhang Lingxiu confirmed that this was indeed Wang Youcai's family. His expression grew somber as he stood silently in the void for a moment before retrieving a precious elixir and dropping it into the Wang family's well water. Once consumed, all members of the Wang family would be spared from minor ailments and could enjoy longevity, his small contribution to their well-being. "Yukai, you can rest assured about your family." Zhang Lingxiu chuckled softly, gazing at the Wang residence, lingering for a moment to observe Wang Youcai's family. "You are so miserly, refusing to share your elixirs with me. Yet you bestow them upon these mortals." The tortoise spirit grumbled, though there was a hint of admiration in its tone. After a brief moment, Zhang Lingxiu departed. However, just a few steps away, he paused, recalling that Wang Yukai often boasted of having numerous concubines and claimed he would send a few to him. He then approached a guest room to investigate, scrutinizing the situation before finally departing. Chapter 60. Who would have thought? The next day, Zhang Lingxiu and his companions exited the mundane town and continued towards the falling Wind Mountain range. The Crescent Moon Fairy inquired of Zhang Lingxiu, "What were you up to last night?" "Wang Youcai's home is in this town," Zhang Lingxiu observed as the Shiyue Fairy's delicate brows twitched, glancing towards the rear before refraining from further inquiry. Sheng Feng and Feng Tianjie were unaware of Wang Youcai's identity, yet it seemed both Zhang Lingxiu and the Shiyue Fairy were in the know. Witnessing the closeness between the two, Feng Tianjie's expression darkened once more. After flying for several days and resting for another night, they finally beheld the majestic Luofeng mountain range. This was yet another colossal mountain range, although it did not possess the grandeur of the Meteorite Mountains or the splendor of the Eight Peaks. It stretched endlessly across the land, resembling a slumbering dragon. Within the Luofeng mountain range, numerous formidable demons congregated, including those at the Tongxian realm and even the Lingmai realm. The Luofeng mountain range was often swept by fierce winds, and a renowned formation master had once visited, declaring it a site of unique topography, potentially harboring treasures. Consequently, countless cultivators flocked here in search of fortune, yet after several years of fruitless endeavors, the area gradually fell into tranquility. As time passed, more and more powerful demons gathered. Years had elapsed since then that the Luofeng mountain range came into view. The group's pace slowed. According to the third elder, cultivators from the Zhongyan sect and Tianyi Academy had previously converged here, leading the elders to speculate that their gathering was not solely for the pursuit of treasures, but perhaps for other clandestine dealings. Sheng Feng pondered aloud, suggesting they feign a quest for treasure while discreetly gathering intelligence. Although the Luofeng mountain range had long since settled, some cultivators still ventured here, some for training, others to hunt demons for resources. Indeed, the Shiyue fairy nodded in agreement. That as you say, senior brother. Feng Tianjie concurred. Let us disguise ourselves a bit, especially you, fairy. Wear a veil to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Zhang Lingxiu remarked at an apt suggestion. Fairy, what do you think? Sheng Feng directed his gaze towards the Shiyue fairy. Certainly, the Shiyue fairy was not one to be overly conventional. She promptly turned and departed to a nearby cliff. Moments later, she re-emerged, transformed. Clad in a simple gray robe that was slightly loose, obscuring her flawless figure, she donned a wide-brimmed hat, and her veil cascaded down, concealing her breathtaking beauty at that moment. She appeared entirely unremarkable. Sheng Feng, Feng Tianjie, and Zhang Lingxiu similarly donned more ordinary attire. Their auras subdued in an instant. The four transformed from meteorite sect disciples into ordinary young cultivators. Shortly thereafter, they ventured into the Luofeng mountain range. Feng Tianjie suddenly proposed, I suggest we split up, each taking a different direction to scout, that we might glean useful information from other cultivators or those demons. This would significantly increase our chances. Sheng Feng contemplated this. With our combined strength, we have little to fear here. Moreover, should anyone encounter danger, they can immediately signal for help. Indeed, this increases our chances considerably. Let us proceed with this plan. If we find ourselves in peril, we will release a red signal into the sky, and the others will hasten to our aid. Sheng Feng declared earnestly. Remember, we are all disciples of the meteorite sect. We must support one another. His gaze lingered deliberately on Feng Tianjie and Zhang Lingxiu. That, of course, this has always been my belief. Since joining the sect, I have maintained that we are like family. Zhang Lingxiu replied with a smile. Agreed. Sheng Feng nodded. With that, the four set off in their respective directions. Zhang Lingxiu casually selected a path, knowing she needed to investigate thoroughly that if the Zhangyan sect truly had allied with Tianyi Academy, the meteorite sect would be in grave danger, placing her own position in jeopardy. The humiliation she endured at the hands of an elder from Tianyi Academy when they reclaimed the Zijin book had etched itself into her memory. As she entered the Luofeng mountain range, Zhang Lingxiu maintained a steady pace. Given her strength, she was quite formidable within this range, and there was little reason for excessive concern, as only one or two demons at the Lingmai realm resided here, and they seldom made an appearance. After all, provoking the three major forces to eliminate such a demon was hardly a challenge. Before long, Zhang Lingxiu had scaled 2 peaks, and before her appeared several cultivators. She quickly concealed herself, observing as 5 cultivators besieged a formidable demon. Among them was one at the Tongxian realm, flanked by 4 at the pinnacle of the Guiyuan realm, presenting a significant threat. The demon, a one-horned giant python, also possessed Tongxian realm strength, but appeared to have only recently broken through, its aura unstable. The one-horned giant python was a creature of considerable size, over 10 zhang long, with a single horn atop its head, adorned with spiraled patterns. This horn was among its most prized attributes. A Tongxian realm one-horned giant python could fetch a Tongxian pill in exchange for its horn alone. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. She decided to let the others battle, while she would later clean up the aftermath, knowing that capturing such a creature would not be simple. As the fierce battle raged on, the one-horned giant python thrashed its tail violently, toppling towering trees with astonishing force. The 5 cultivators, led by the Tongxian realm expert, coordinated their efforts to restrain the python, inflicting continuous injuries upon it. Realizing it was on the verge of death, the one-horned giant python emitted a dreadful hiss, lowering its head. Its horns suddenly glimmered with spiraled light, the air trembling slightly around it. All behind me. It's going to make a desperate bid for survival, commanded the leading Tongxian realm expert. Boom! In an instant, dozens of spiraled light beams erupted from the one-horned giant python's horn, causing the very air to quiver. At that moment, the Tongxian realm expert thrust his sword forward, unleashing a Tenjiang sword aura with all his might. The tremendous force surged forth. Even Zhang Lingxiu, hiding at a distance, squinted against the intensity. With a series of splattering sounds, the 5 cultivators were sent reeling, grievously wounded. The one-horned giant python's eyes dimmed, its massive body crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Finally, it was over. The Tongxian realm expert staggered to his feet. Wiping the blood from his lips, "It's time. Others will arrive soon." Zhang Lingxiu murmured, swiftly darting into the fray. Just as she stepped into the scene, a thunderous laugh echoed from the opposite direction, brimming with arrogance and pride. Didn't he expect this, did you? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The speaker's boastful words were abruptly cut short as they laid eyes on Zhang Lingxiu approaching from the front. Zhang Lingxiu, too, was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld a seemingly ordinary black donkey standing before her. Its dark hide and robust form might have suggested a common farm animal, were it not for the cunning glint in its eyes and its earlier words, which revealed a depth of cunning and strength. Such a demon existed. It was unheard of. Yet its sudden appearance indicated not only formidable power, but also a cunning mind. A smile of feigned politeness crept across Zhang Lingxiu's face as she sought to bewilder the creature. He. To her surprise, the black donkey reciprocated with a wide grin, laughing in an even more congenial manner. The two, a person and a donkey, locked eyes and laughed in unison, causing the 5 cultivators and the nearly lifeless one-horned giant python to exchange glances of apprehension, sensing an ominous air. Encountering such a character was already daunting. Yet now 2 had appeared simultaneously. Meanwhile, the black donkey continued to chuckle, though a chill ran through its heart, realizing it had met a kindred spirit in cunning and audacity. Suddenly, for words flashed through Zhang Lingxiu's mind, in cahoots with each other. Donkey friend, since we have both laid eyes on this treasure, let us share it, shall we? Zhang Lingxiu proposed with a smile. Absolutely. Since both the friend and I have seen it, how could I claim it all for myself? That is not my style. If the friend does not take half, I shan't move. The black donkey asserted firmly that I feel as though I am staring at a more shameless version of myself. Zhang Lingxiu mused silently before responding with a grin. Very well. I shall take the upper half, and you can have the lower half. The meat is plentiful, and the tail can be fashioned into a long whip. No. The black donkey quickly shook its head. The upper half is less meat, while the lower half contains a precious demon core. Meeting you is fate, and I cherish friendships. I feel a strong connection with you. The lower half is yours to be by the way. May I ask your esteemed surname? Too kind of you. My surname is Zhang. Zhang Lingxiu nodded with a smile, yet deep within, he felt increasingly cautious. Typically, formidable demons only acquire the ability to articulate human speech upon reaching the transcendence realm, their intelligence blossoming. However, the great demon before him had evidently not attained such a stage, yet its intellect was nearly monstrous. What exactly was this creature? Zhang Daoyu, it appears we are both interested in the upper half. Let us proceed as follows. We shall turn around and each take 10 steps, then turn back to seize it. The one who reaches it first shall claim it. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? The great black donkey shook its head and replied, fair, exceedingly fair. Zhang Lingxiu nodded. Very well. Then let us begin. We shall turn now. As the great black donkey spoke, it immediately turned its body, and Zhang Lingxiu did the same. Both now facing away from each other. I shall begin counting, said Zhang Lingxiu. Count away. I shall compete fairly with you, my donkey friend. 1. Whoosh whoosh, just as the great black donkey reached 1. 2 fierce gusts of wind howled through the air. In an astonishing moment, both Zhang Lingxiu and the great black donkey simultaneously spun around, charging toward the unique horn of the giant unicorn python. That instant, man and donkey locked eyes once more, sharing a subtle smile, captivatingly charming. The 5 cultivators present were utterly dumbfounded. This pair, a man and a donkey, truly matched each other in cunning and craftiness, equally formidable. What was most striking was that they exchanged glances without a hint of embarrassment. The unique horned python, witnessing this, lowered its head to the ground and ceased its struggles, having realized that with these two, its demise was inevitable. This duo posed far greater danger than the previous 5 combined. This great black donkey, while smiling, opened its massive mouth and spat an old, thick phlegm toward Zhang Lingxiu. This phlegm, laden with terrifying spiritual power, flew forth like a sword. Not only was it powerful, but it was also exceedingly repulsive. Zhang Lingxiu was instantly disgusted, instinctively dodging, yet in doing so, he lagged just a fraction behind the great black donkey. Zhang Daoyu, it appears it is mine. The great black donkey's hoof reached for the unique horn. Too early to celebrate. Zhang Lingxiu smiled slightly, already 3 zhang away. However, he did not slay the great black donkey, encountering such a demon for the first time, and one even more cunning than himself. Evoked a sense of recognition within him that he feigned to strike with his right fist, yet employed the power of the turtle shell to deflect the great black donkey away, then seized the unique horn. Yanking it free, as for the other useful items on the unique horned python, they could wait. This was sufficient. Thank you, donkey friend, for your assistance. The rest shall be yours, Zhang Lingxiu proclaimed, then leaped away. The great black donkey fell to the ground, sprawled out, its large eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend how it had been outmaneuvered. Never mind that, I must deal with the unique horned python. The great black donkey approached, expertly extracting the demon core from the unique horned python, followed by the skin, and then the tail, stripping away all useful items before turning to the 5 cultivators. Hand over your storage bags, or else this donkey shall take your lives. What? The Transcendence Realm cultivators struggled to their feet. The unique horn had been snatched, and the donkey was furious. The consequences could be dire. You best comply. Otherwise, this donkey will not spare you, the great black donkey declared angrily, then opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. The terrifying sound wave instantly caused the 5 cultivators to suffer splitting headaches. Witnessing the might of this great black donkey, the Transcendence Realm cultivator gritted his teeth and tossed over his storage bag. And the remaining 4 soon followed suit. After inspecting the storage bags, the great black donkey stored them away, its expression softening slightly. Take care of your injuries and strive to gather more treasures in the falling Wind Mountain range. When you leave, this donkey shall seize from you once more. The faces of the 5 turned grim, deciding to depart immediately, vowing never to return. The great black donkey hummed a tune as it left, reflecting on how that young man had outwitted it. Next time, it would certainly seek revenge. Meanwhile, not long after, Zhang Lingxiu encountered another small team hunting great demons. This team comprised 4 members, 3 men and 1 woman, all relatively young, the eldest barely in his 30s, and at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. After learning that this team had been in the falling Wind Mountain range for a month and a half, Zhang Lingxiu chose to reveal his cultivation level, hoping to join forces with them. His peak returning origin realm strength led to their eventual agreement after a moment's hesitation. After all, given their respective ages and cultivation levels, he likely had considerable backing, and forming an alliance would be beneficial. Chapter 62. The arrival of the man in black. The sound of rustling leaves accompanied the approach of Zhang Lingxiu and the 4 others as they traversed the fallen leaves. Before them stood a flaming rhinoceros, its body engulfed in crimson flames, leaving a charred path in its wake. This flaming rhinoceros was at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, Zhang Lingxiu's team. With Lin Zhe at the peak of the returning origin realm, and the others, Zhou Qi, Lin Ro, and Han Kai, at the mid-level of the returning origin realm, found it manageable to confront the flaming rhinoceros. With Zhang Lingxiu exerting a slight effort, they swiftly subdued the creature. Zhang Daoyu contributed significantly. We shall divide the spoils equally, Lin Zhe declared. Lin Daoyu, you flatter me. This flaming rhinoceros holds no value for me, so I shall forego my share, Zhang Lingxiu replied with a smile. After some polite refusals, Lin Zhe's group sensed Zhang Lingxiu's genuine disinterest and once again clasped their hands in gratitude that as the only female in the team. Lin Ro curiously regarded Zhang Lingxiu. You appear younger than me, yet have reached the same realm as my brother. You must surely attain the Transcendence Realm. Reaching the Transcendence Realm is not so simple. My current journey is to seek opportunities for a quicker breakthrough, and I hope to find some fortuitous encounters that lead to the Transcendence Realm. Creatures like this flaming rhinoceros are of no use to me. So feel free to divide the spoil should we encounter any more great demons. Zhang Lingxiu explained that I see. Lin Zhe nodded in understanding. The group continued deeper into the falling Wind Mountain range. I have heard rumors of returning spirit realm cultivators deeper within the falling Wind Mountain range. Is there any truth to that? Zhang Lingxiu inquired with curiosity that it seems Zhang Daoyu is quite distant from here. Indeed, it is true. Lin Zhe confirmed that we are all cultivators from nearby sections, since you were so familiar with this area. I have also heard that the 3 major forces of Nanyang, including Tianyi Academy and Sangyan Sect, have sent numerous cultivators here. Is that true? Zhang Lingxiu pressed further. Indeed. Lin Ro spoke up immediately, while Lin Zhe, Han Kai, and Zhou Qi exchanged hesitant glances that I asked there truly some monumental fortune here. Even those two sects have come. I only heard the rumors, so I came to see if I could find something, Zhang Lingxiu mused. Lin Zhe paused for a moment. Tianyi Academy has contacted my sect, instructing us not to disclose their presence here. I would not speak of it to others, but since you inquired, it is permissible to share. Those two sects indeed arrived here 6 months ago in search of fortune, but it appears they found nothing significant. Though I cannot be certain, they lingered for nearly a month before departing. During that month, the falling Wind Mountain range was sealed off by both sects, preventing any cultivators from entering. Consequently, many cultivators have flocked here recently. Believing there must be some treasure. I see. Zhang Lingxiu nodded. Then let us proceed, Lin Zhe suggested. The group continued forward, and Zhang Lingxiu refrained from asking further questions. His inquiries were made only after spending a day getting to know them better. That night, they found a clearing to rest that a campfire was kindled, providing warmth to all, while they roasted some meat from the flaming rhinoceros, which turned out to be quite delicious. Lin Ro offered Zhang Lingxiu a choice cut of meat from the foreleg. A gesture that elicited envy and jealousy from Han Kai and Zhou Qi nearby. Thank you, Zhang Lingxiu said, and no need for formality. Lin Ro's cheeks flushed, whether from the fire's warmth or shyness, it was unclear. I think you are impressive. Despite being younger than me, you have already reached the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, and you traveled so far alone to train in the falling Wind Mountain range. Seeking treasures, but where could they be? I wonder where those two great forces are hiding. Zhang Lingxiu shook his head. Did I know? Lin Ro whispered. Though my sect and brother forbid me from speaking, I can share if you wish to know. Observing their hushed conversation, Lin Zhe couldn't help but let out a wry smile. As an older brother, he could discern his sister's intentions. However, it was improbable. Zhang Daoyu undoubtedly had a profound background and would achieve extraordinary heights. Not someone they could aspire to reach. Sometimes, a mere realm's difference could be as vast as heaven and earth. After chatting a while longer, Lin Ro returned to Lin Zhe's side. The fire began to dwindle. And soon everyone closed their eyes, drifting off to sleep that a short while later. Zhang Lingxiu suddenly opened his eyes. Having discerned the specific location, he deemed it unnecessary to continue traveling with the group. This was largely due to the innocent Lin Ro, who, once a bit familiar, had let her guard down. Moreover, his appearance had garnered her goodwill, making it inevitable for her to reveal such information. With a flick of his finger, he dropped a pill beside Lin Ro. With his strength, he could easily avoid disturbing anyone and quietly slipped away. Not long after Zhang Lingxiu departed, Lin Ro rubbed her eyes, sleepily scanning her surroundings. Where did Zhang Lingxiu go? Lin Zhe and the others were not in deep slumber. Upon hearing the words, they immediately opened their eyes, only to find no trace of Zhang Lingxiu nearby. He is not one of us. If I am not mistaken, he is merely accompanying us to ascertain whether the two major factions have indeed come here in search of fortune. Since he has quietly departed, it indicates that he has obtained the information he sought. And since you were the only one conversing with him last night, it implies that you were the source of his knowledge. Lin Zhe turned to his sister. Observing her, I did tell him. Lin Ro replied softly, her expression somewhat dejected, realizing he had only sought to extract information from her. We are not of the same ilk. You should understand that. Lin Zhe chuckled lightly, patting his sister's shoulder. I know. Lin Ro lowered her head, suddenly noticing a pill beside her. She promptly picked it up, exclaiming, How did a pill end up here? It's a Guiyuan pill. Consuming this could greatly enhance one's cultivation, potentially reducing the need for 6 months of practice. It must have been left for you, perhaps as a reward, Lin Zhe remarked, gazing into the distance. Lin Ro stared at the pill in her hand, her expression frozen in astonishment as she tucked it away, that moment. Zhang Lingxiu had already distanced himself from them, retrieving a token from his storage bag, preparing to release it into the sky to signal the others to regroup. He cast a glance at the tortoiseshell. Now at the pinnacle of the Guiyuan realm, the radius of Tortoiseshell City had already reached 180 miles. Perhaps someone lay within this range? Upon a brief observation, his expression slightly tightened as he noticed a figure clad in black robes, entirely concealed, even the face shrouded, rendering it impossible to discern their identity. The figure advanced swiftly in his direction, and the speed alone indicated that this person must be at the Tongxian realm. Was this an intentional pursuit or merely a chance encounter? Zhang Lingxiu pondered briefly before promptly veering in another direction. However, the black-clad individual immediately shifted their trajectory to follow him, moving with a predatory grace. Indeed, they were here to seek him out. Who could this person be? Zhang Lingxiu's eyes narrowed as he came to a halt. Chapter 63. Feng Tianjie, the black-clad figure atop tortoiseshell city, drew ever closer. Zhang Lingxiu stood calmly, having discerned the individual's strength to be at the peak of the Tongxian realm. Although formidable, he possessed the tortoise shell, rendering him unperturbed. Furthermore, he was curious to unveil the identity of this mysterious figure. After a brief span of time, the black-clad individual approached Zhang Lingxiu. As they drew nearer, their speed diminished, until ultimately halting several dozen paces away. Had it not been for the extraordinary properties of Zhang Lingxiu's tortoise shell, he would have remained oblivious to their presence. Nevertheless, Zhang Lingxiu chose not to expose the individual. Feigning rest against a massive tree, another brief interval passed, and while Zhang Lingxiu appeared to be in a deep slumber, he was inwardly astonished by the caution exhibited by this black-clad figure. After observing for a while, the figure finally began to move. Their movements were exceedingly subtle, holding their breath, making it impossible for even an average practitioner of the Tongxian realm to detect their approach, let alone someone at the Guiyuan realm. Yet, this black-clad individual remained ever so meticulous, inching closer. 50 paces, 40, 30, until they reached within 10 paces. The distance was now alarmingly close. Zhang Lingxiu remained utterly unaware, still leaning there with eyes closed. His heart growing more cautious, that he had kept a watchful eye on the black-clad figure from Tortoiseshell City, noting their extreme vigilance. Upon reaching 10 paces, the figure once again halted. After a moment of observation, they resumed their advance, moving at a snail's pace. Gradually, they closed the distance to 8 paces. The black-clad individual quietly retrieved a bow and arrow from their storage bag. This bow had been specially treated, entirely black with no aura emanating from it. With a gentle pull, they drew it back until it resembled a full moon before suddenly releasing it. Although the arrow bore no noticeable aura, upon release, it emitted a terrifyingly sharp sound, as if the void itself were being ruthlessly pierced. The fletching of the arrow, upon release, unleashed a horrifying vortex of energy, accelerating the arrow's speed to an entirely new level. No one within the Tongxian realm, caught unprepared, could evade such a strike from a distance of 8 paces. Beneath the black veil, the lips of the black-clad figure curled into a smirk. Though Zhang Lingxiu possessed the capability to slay practitioners of the Tongxian realm, he was still merely at the Guiyuan realm, and this strike would undoubtedly spell his doom. This arrow had been specifically prepared for him. Such thoughts flickered through the black-clad figure's mind, only for their expression to shift dramatically. For at the very moment the arrow was loosed, Zhang Lingxiu, who had been resting with closed eyes, sprang forth like a startled rabbit, leaping to the side to evade the arrow in a swift motion. He closed the distance from 8 paces to merely 5, but the black-clad figure momentarily froze, swiftly retreating. Zhang Lingxiu exerted all his strength to close the gap, yet the black-clad figure reacted with incredible speed. Pulling away once more, the distance narrowed to 4 paces. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes revealed a hint of regret. At 3 paces, he could have slain the figure. Nevertheless, even if he could not kill, other actions remained viable. He waved his hand, and the power of the tortoise shell extended to 4 paces. Although he could not slay his opponent, shattering their veil was certainly within reach. With a single strike, the black-clad figure's veil disintegrated into dust, revealing a face of astonishment. Itsu. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes narrowed sharply. What kind of technique is this? Feng Tianjie inquired, astonished. He had taken ample precautions, even inquiring how Zhang Lingxiu had slain the Yanhu, ensuring he maintained distance to avoid being caught off guard by Zhang Lingxiu's celestial techniques. Yet he had not anticipated being exposed by an unseen force. However, there was no panic or fear on his face, only calmness. Since you've seen me, there's no need for subterfuge, Feng Tianjie declared, pulling off his black garment, reducing it to ash. Your actions indicate a certain confidence, do they not? Is it merely because I have grown somewhat closer to the Crescent Moon Fairy that you harbor displeasure? I never imagined you would resort to assassination. No wonder you propose that we separate into 4 groups, Zhang Lingxiu remarked. And if I do wish to kill you, do you have any evidence? Who would believe you? Even if they did, what would it matter? I am a disciple of the Meteor sect, the most exceptional of the younger generation from Qingyang Peak. That M.Y. Master is the Peak Master of Qingyang Peak. A being of the spiritual vein realm. Not only do you lack the capability to kill me, but would you dare to try? Feng Tianjie replied with haughty defiance that I find your pride rather appealing. Zhang Lingxiu retorted with a cold smile. Yet, I will kill you. Go ahead. I await your attempt. Feng Tianjie responded with a slight smile, utterly unfazed. Suddenly, a crimson light surged into the night sky, dazzling like beautiful fireworks. Yet it did not disperse. Instead, it ascended like a signal flame. Both Zhang Lingxiu and Feng Tianjie turned to gaze at it and exchanged a glance. Feng Tianjie was the first to depart. Zhang Lingxiu followed suit, moving in the opposite direction. 2 hours later, the four gathered together. Senior brother Cheng Feng observed the trio, noting their unblemished appearances, and nodded slightly before speaking. It has been several days. I trust we have all unearthed some information. Let us share our findings. I have not gleaned much. They indeed visited this place, and seem to be searching for something. One member stated that I too have not uncovered much. The item they seek is related to their internal affairs. The Crescent Moon Fairy added. They previously sealed the mountains. The two sects resided within the Luofeng mountain range for a month, evidently having found something, and they even sacrificed some individuals, yet the specific location remains unknown. Feng Tianjie remarked, You all lack resolve. I casually eliminated a few to extract information. I, however, have discovered the precise location. Zhang Lingxiu suddenly interjected, stepping forward. Oh, so soon. How did you ascertain this? Senior brother Cheng Feng inquired with curiosity. Feng Tianjie's brows slightly furrowed, instinctively growing wary. Zhang Lingxiu paid him no heed, instead focusing on the Crescent Moon Fairy and senior brother Cheng Feng, confidently stating, This truly correlates significantly with appearances. I am not boasting. But when I encountered a young lady, I simply inquired, and that is how I learned. Senior brother Cheng Feng shook his head with a smile, while the Crescent Moon Fairy raised an eyebrow. Feng Tianjie's lips curled into a sneer. Zhang Lingxiu shrugged, chuckling as he moved a step closer, within 3 paces. Suddenly, he extended his hand with a swift motion. Feng Tianjie found himself entirely under Zhang Lingxiu's control, soaring towards him, only to be seized by the throat in an iron grip. Zhang Lingxiu's hold was as firm as a vice, his forehead instantly bulging with veins. The expressions of the Crescent Moon Fairy and senior brother, Cheng Feng, shifted dramatically. What is happening? This novel can be downloaded using the open-source and free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group, 149050832. Official TG Group, https t.me FQ Tool Chapter 64. Decisive slaughter. This scene unfolded with startling abruptness, especially for the Crescent Moon Fairy and senior brother Xingfo. Just moments before, Zhang Lingxiu had been laughing, even jesting about her own appearance. Yet in the next instant, she unexpectedly seized Feng Tianjie by the throat. When Zhang Lingxiu made her move, Feng Tianjie was somewhat prepared. But as she spoke those words and exchanged jests with senior brother Xingfeng, his guard had already relaxed. The distance between them was a mere 3 zhang. And at that moment, Zhang Lingxiu was an invincible presence. Feng Tianjie had no means of defense, directly caught by her grip, and when he attempted to muster his spiritual power to resist and break free, it was utterly futile. That it was as if he had encountered a cultivator of a vastly superior realm. His strength thoroughly suppressed. Zhang Shixiang, what are you doing? Cheng Feng inquired urgently. Do you dare to kill me? Feng Tianjie, realizing his situation was hopeless, ceased his struggles and fixed his gaze on Zhang Lingxiu. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as Feng Tianjie's neck snapped. Zhang Lingxiu relaxed her grip, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. Had he truly disregarded everything and killed himself? It was swift and decisive, a ruthless act. Senior brother, Cheng Feng, stared in disbelief, while the Crescent Moon Fairy's eyes reflected shock that he had suggested that the 4 of them split up to ambush Zhang Lingxiu, but that plan had failed. I have never been one to seek out trouble. I do not care if others look down on me or insult me, but for those who wish to kill me, even if they merely entertain the thought, I will undoubtedly seek to eliminate them. Moreover, he attempted to take my life. I could not let him go. Zhang Lingxiu proclaimed as for whether senior brother Xingfeng and the Crescent Moon Fairy believed her. It was of no concern to Zhang Lingxiu. The Crescent Moon Fairy remained silent, her expression composed, revealing nothing of her thoughts, while senior brother Xingfeng bore a troubled look that I know Feng Tianjie harbored ill will towards you because he had feelings for the Crescent Moon Fairy. He likely would not have directly attacked you. However, this is no trivial matter. You have killed Feng Tianjie, who held a prestigious position within the sect and among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. He was of high standing. Given that your master is the leader of Qingyang Peak, this matter will not simply be resolved. It matters not that if the sect deems my actions correct and does not pursue the issue. I shall remain that if they believe I am in the wrong and seek to take action against me, I shall leave. Zhang Lingxiu replied with a faint smile, unperturbed. Senior brother Xingfeng shook his head. Feeling powerless, Zhang Lingxiu had no evidence against Feng Tianjie, making the situation complex. Yet the Crescent Moon Fairy discerned confidence in Zhang Lingxiu's tone. Boom! At that moment, a burst of purple flames erupted from Feng Tianjie's corpse, instantly reducing it to ashes, leaving no trace behind, and his storage bag was also incinerated. Zhang Lingxiu observed, knowing that he had indeed utilized the power of the tortoiseshell to slay Feng Tianjie. Thus he paid no further heed to the matter. Regardless of how you handle the situation with Feng Tianjie, we must first accomplish the sect's task that if we uncover critical information, even if you have killed Feng Tianjie, you may offset your transgression that you know where it is. Senior brother Xingfeng inquired. It is over there, among those two peaks. Zhang Lingxiu indicated a direction. However, with night having fallen, even though Xingfeng and the Crescent Moon Fairy possessed formidable cultivation levels, the distance was too great for them to see clearly. Since we are aware, there is no need to rush. Let us rest tonight and proceed tomorrow, senior brother Xingfeng suggested. Agreed. Zhang Lingxiu nodded. Thus, the three settled down, igniting a campfire. The Crescent Moon Fairy approached Zhang Lingxiu, sitting beside him, and asked. Feng Tianjie was a peak Xian realm cultivator and possessed the Dark Star Bow, making him exceptionally suited for ambushes. Given his usual caution, how did you evade his attack without sustaining any injuries? He left a mark on me, but he did not anticipate that I possessed secret techniques to detect it. Thus I turned the tables on him. Zhang Lingxiu explained. That certainly increases your chances of evading detection, but just now, Feng Tianjie must have also been on guard. How did you manage to kill him instantly without employing the Starfall Dao? The secrets you carry are rather formidable, the Crescent Moon Fairy remarked. Everyone harbors secrets. It is only natural. Zhang Lingxiu smiled. The Crescent Moon Fairy did not press further, increasingly convinced of Zhang Lingxiu's exceptional capabilities. The night passed without further conversation. The following day, as dawn broke and the eastern sky turned pale, the three opened their eyes. After a brief grooming, they followed Zhang Lingxiu's lead toward the location they had uncovered. Several hours later, they arrived at the two peaks that Zhang Lingxiu had indicated. These two peaks appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding mountains, lacking the distinctiveness of the Falling Star sect, which was renowned for its 8 peaks. At this moment, Zhang Lingxiu's tortoiseshell city had already extended over a distance of 180 li, easily encompassing these two peaks. He immediately began his investigation. Within the peaks, a group of cultivators was engaged in battle with a formidable demon. This group consisted of 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, namely Lin Zhe, Lin Ro, and their companions. However, their situation was dire, facing a demon that was akin to a half-step Xian realm being, while Lin Zhe was merely at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. And the others were also at the later stages of returning origin, struggling to hold on and seeking an escape, yet unable to do so. Zhang Lingxiu furrowed his brow, seeking a reason to approach this direction and lend them assistance. For they had been the ones to inform him of this location. The sounds of combat. The Crescent Moon Fairy suddenly exclaimed, her gaze directed toward a specific place. Let us take a look. There may be a situation. Zhang Lingxiu responded immediately. Indeed, let us go investigate. Xingfeng nodded in agreement. With their swift pace, the three quickly neared the site of the battle. That a loud explosion echoed, and all 4 individuals were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths, while before them stood a large demon covered in scales, resembling a 4-legged lizard. agile in movement and strong in defense, that it's them. Zhang Lingxiu feigned surprise that I have been traveling with them these past few days and learned of this location. Sheng Feng, Fairy, can we assist them? It would be a simple task. Sheng Feng nodded, immediately charging forward, his figure slicing through the air like a beam of light. Seeing this, Zhang Lingxiu's eyes flickered. Had Sheng Feng truly cultivated the sex meteor technique to such an extent? Even normal flight seemed to be within his grasp that he leaped forward, arriving before Lin Zhe and the others. Lin Daoyu, Lin Ro, you are safe now. Zhang Lingxiu held them up. Zhang Lingxiu, it's you, Lin Ro exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Yes, we happened to come by and saw you in danger, so we naturally had to lend a hand. Zhang Lingxiu replied with a smile that I told you that the depths of the mountains are perilous, and the demons grow stronger. Yet you insisted on coming. Don't think we are unaware. You came precisely because you knew he would be here. Han Kai chided, wiping the corner of his mouth. Lin Ro's face immediately flushed, and she shot him a glare. Chapter 65. The malevolent spirit temple reemerges as the conversation unfolded. Senior brother Sheng Feng had effortlessly dealt with the large demon and approached. The Crescent Moon Fairy followed suit. Though they both wore ordinary attire, their previous display of strength had left Lin Zhe and the others in awe. The four promptly bowed in gratitude. You should leave the depths of the mountains. The demons here will only grow stronger, Zhang Lingxiu advised. Yes, we shall depart immediately, Lin Zhe replied, nodding. Thank you for the elixir, that if you leave here and have time, do come visit us at our open mountain sect. Lin Ro added somewhat reluctantly. Certainly, Zhang Lingxiu nodded. Let us go, Lin Zhe said to his sister. Thus, the group bid farewell and departed. Did I believe what you said earlier? Senior brother Sheng Feng remarked, watching Lin Ro leave, shaking his head with a smile. One gets used to it. It's the same wherever one goes, Zhang Lingxiu replied, seemingly troubled. Zhang Shidi has quite the thick skin. Senior brother Sheng Feng teased that we should proceed with our search. The three then thoroughly examined the two peaks but found nothing. They commenced a second search, dividing into three groups to cover different areas. Yet still, there were no discoveries. That on the third attempt, the outcome remained unchanged. 5 days later, the three reconvened, each wearing a frown. Given our combined strength, we have searched multiple times. It appears there is indeed nothing here, Senior brother Sheng Feng stated, shaking his head. Zhang Lingxiu nodded. Over the past few days, he had also utilized the power of the tortoise shell to cover the two peaks, yet made no discoveries. Could it be that the information was incorrect, that it is not here? Brother Sheng Feng remarked. I do not believe they were lying. Zhang Lingxiu thought of Lin Zhe and Lin Ro, and based on his judgment, he felt that the two were indeed truthful. Then let us take a moment to rest and search one last time, Brother Sheng Feng suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Taking a brief respite, after casually feasting on some roasted demonic meat, the trio gathered around the campfire for light conversation. The following day, the three embarked on their final search. Regrettably, an entire day passed with nothing to show for their efforts. It seemed evident that the object of their quest was not to be found on these two peaks, Brother Sheng Feng concluded. It must either be located elsewhere, or we shall return empty-handed. We have no choice but to leave, the Moonlight Fairy added. Zhang Lingxiu had already utilized the Turtle Shell City to search extensively, having scoured not only this locale, but every place they had traversed in recent days, and had indeed found nothing. Let us depart, Zhang Lingxiu declared, shaking his head, preparing to leave. Just as he began to move, he suddenly glanced at his storage pouch, where an object stirred unexpectedly. Focusing his gaze, he discerned a metallic token, its material indiscernible. The front bore the inscription Evil Spirit, while the reverse depicted a grand hall. Zhang Lingxiu's brow furrowed. This token was one he had obtained upon acquiring the power of the Turtle Shell, taken from the Evil Spirit Temple within the confines of Turtle Shell City. The elderly gatekeeper he had slain, who was of the transcendent realm, had possessed this token. Why was it reacting now? The old woman had mentioned that the Evil Spirit Temple existed between the tangible and the ethereal, imperceptible to ordinary practitioners. Could it be that the Tsangyan sect and Tianyi Academy were, in fact, searching for the Evil Spirit Temple and had potentially found it, hence their month-long closure? After their departure, the Evil Spirit Temple reverted to its phantom state, that as long as it remained concealed. Even within Turtle Shell City, it would be undetectable. The sudden movement of this token, did it signify the re-emergence of the evil spirit temple? Zhang Lingxiu turned his gaze toward Turtle Shell City and noticed a new glimmering point of light within its confines. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a phantom grand hall, without the turtle shell. He would have been unable to detect it. "Brother Zhang, shall we depart?" Brother Xingfeng called, noticing Zhang Lingxiu in a daze. "No need to leave. I have found it," Zhang Lingxiu exclaimed, springing into action. Brother Xingfeng and the Moonlight Fairy exchanged a glance before promptly following, their minds swirling with questions about how he had discovered it. Before long, the trio arrived at a valley nestled between the two peaks. Amidst a tangle of ancient vines, towering trees, and waist-high weeds, stood a black grand hall, exuding a chilling aura that invoked an inexplicable sense of dread, as if confronting a legendary beast rather than a mere structure. How did we miss this before? We took turns searching each other's areas, and never encountered such a grand hall. Brother Xingfeng questioned, puzzled. Moreover, the architectural style seems reminiscent of the Evil Spirit Temple. Indeed, it is the Evil Spirit Temple, the Moonlight Fairy affirmed. "Brother and sister, do you know of the Evil Spirit Temple?" Zhang Lingxiu inquired. "The Evil Spirit Temple has existed for ages, shrouded in legend that it is said to have been founded by practitioners of sinister and aberrant arts, whose cruel methods required the sacrifice of other cultivators, inciting the wrath of both gods and in the far north. A coalition of 16 nations banded together to suppress the Evil Spirit Temple. And it is said that 3,000 years have since passed without a trace of it, save for occasional sightings of its remnants," Brother Xingfeng recounted. "By the way, how did you discover this place?" Zhang Lingxiu produced the token and waved it, explaining, "This object suddenly reacted that I stumbled upon it before joining the sect and had kept it without knowing its significance. That it seems to be a crucial item connected to the Evil Spirit Temple, or else it would not bear the inscription Evil Spirit." Brother Xingfeng declared, "Let us venture inside," the Moonlight Fairy proposed. The three nodded and approached the Evil Spirit Temple. Zhang Lingxiu gazed upon the structure before him, noting its grandeur far surpassed that of the Evil Spirit Temple he had encountered outside Liyue City. That it appeared that there were indeed different tiers to the Evil Spirit Temple, and this one emanated a far more oppressive and formidable aura. The old woman was of the transcendent realm. If this temple was a level above, could there possibly be a spirit vein realm practitioner within? "There seems to be a barrier obstructing us," Brother Xingfeng observed intently. "Let us strike together and break through." In unison, they unleashed their spiritual energies. The aura emanating from Brother Xingfeng exploded forth, showcasing his peak transcendent realm prowess without reservation. The Moonlight Fairy, also at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, though considerably younger, exuded an even more potent presence. Zhang Lingxiu naturally manifested the aura of the peak returning origin realm. The three launched a simultaneous assault on the Evil Spirit Temple, unleashing 3 terrifying beams of spiritual energy that obliterated the surrounding weeds and ancient vines, uprooting the earth beneath them. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blasts reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air. Though the barrier of the Evil Spirit Temple was formidable, it could not withstand their combined might, trembling violently before fracturing and ultimately shattering. Exchanging glances, the trio entered the Evil Spirit Temple. Once inside, an ethereal figure suddenly materialized in the void outside, its form not typical of a standard practitioner. Its body appeared insubstantial, eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent as it fixed its gaze upon Zhang Lingxiu, who had just entered the Evil Spirit Temple. Chapter 66. The Sinister Path of Cultivation. Is this truly the Evil Spirit Temple? Brother Xingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. The Moonlight Fairy also blinked in shock, clearly overwhelmed by her first encounter within the temple. Although Zhang Lingxiu had entered before, this experience was entirely different. The previous Evil Spirit Temple outside Liyue City was relatively small, around 20 zhang in size, whereas this one spanned an impressive 50 zhang. Upon entering, it felt as though they had stepped into a different dimension. They found themselves in an expansive plaza, detectable by their spiritual senses to be a staggering 10,000 zhang in scale. Though obscured by a thick haze and darkness that rendered visibility poor that moment, a beam of golden light suddenly illuminated the space. The trio looked up to see a line of golden script materialize in the air. Those who come are fated. Overcome and receive fortune. Fail and remain. Immediately, the three noticed a grand door appearing 10,000 zhang away, radiating a faint golden glow, allowing them to discern its form. Instinctively, they turned to look behind them, only to find a wall of darkness. The door across the vast expanse was identical to the one they had just entered through. When had the position shifted, the door slowly began to close. Though not quickly, it was evident that time was running out. "We must go," Zhang Lingxiu urged. Before the Moonlight Fairy could move, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Numerous figures materialized from the void, charging toward the trio. These figures appeared somewhat ethereal, clearly not living beings, yet they attacked with reckless abandon, undeterred by the prospect of death. The Moonlight Fairy's eyes narrowed as she raised her hand to strike, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, a testament to her peak transcendent realm strength. In an instant, several ethereal figures were sent flying, disintegrating in the void. However, the surrounding phantoms seemed endless, recalling to Zhang Lingxiu the trial he had faced within the sect. Yet this time was far more perilous. For that had been a trial, while this was the malevolent onslaught of the evil spirit temple. The three acted in concert, their powers overwhelming the spectral entities as effortlessly as snow meeting boiling oil, obliterating them without resistance. Before long, they advanced 3,000 zhang, when suddenly the nature of the phantoms shifted, becoming denser and significantly stronger. Yet, with the Moonlight Fairy and Brother Xingfeng at their side, they continued to push forward with relentless force. Traversing another 5,000 zhang, at this juncture, the door 5,000 zhang away had only closed a third of the way, providing ample time to escape that a beam of crimson light surged through the void. Descending before the trio, that it was a tome of sinister arts. Brother Xingfeng waved his hand to grasp the volume, glancing at it with a frown. Indeed, this is the cultivation method of the evil spirit temple, most vile. He then proceeded to show it to the Moonlight Fairy and Zhang Lingxiu. Upon examining it, Zhang Lingxiu realized it detailed a method for extracting memories from practitioners. Such techniques existed in the cultivation world, akin to hypnosis, allowing one to render a practitioner unconscious or enchanted, thereby facilitating inquiries. However, the evil spirit temple's method, termed soul search, violently invaded a practitioner's mind to extract all memories. The aftermath of its use could lead to the death of the subjected practitioner or, at the very least, render them mentally deranged, akin to a fool. "Brother, sister, will you not learn it?" Zhang Lingxiu inquired. "No need." Brother Xingfeng shook his head. Though the Moonlight Fairy remained silent, her eyes betrayed a deep-seated disdain for the technique. Though the method is sinister, it is akin to the swords we wield. It can save or harm. While we need not employ this method, it is prudent to possess it that I shall accept it. Zhang Lingxiu replied with a smile as he stowed the tome. The trio continued onward. Time was of the essence, and it was wise to exit promptly. Should the door close entirely, the consequences of remaining within were unknown, and whether they could escape thereafter remained uncertain. At 6,000 zhang, the phantoms grew increasingly formidable. Even the combined strength of the Shiyue Fairy and Brother Xingfeng required considerable effort to contend with them, by the time they reached 8,000 zhang. The phantoms had become truly terrifying, exhibiting power equivalent to that of the Tongxian realm, with hundreds of these phantoms surging forth simultaneously. Before the trio lay a scripture, revealing a path that was undeniably more sinister than the previous one. An arcane technique that absorbed the life force of others to bolster one's own. Under significant personal expenditure, one could wield this technique to siphon vitality from others, allowing for rapid recovery, albeit at the cost of being unable to train. Its sole purpose was restoration. Those who were drained would find their vitality diminished, potentially suffering a decline in their realm, with severe cases leaving lifelong afflictions. Naturally, the Shiyue Fairy and Brother Xingfeng refused the offer, while Zhang Lingxiu accepted it with a smile, welcoming the gift. After reaching 9,000 zhang, the surrounding phantoms exhibited a sudden surge in power, now at the Midtongshuan realm. Both the Shiyue Fairy and Brother Xingfeng appeared pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, as Zhang Lingxiu, previously able to lend assistance, now struggled against even a single phantom. Unless they resorted to the starfall technique, which consumed vast energy and was best reserved for crucial moments. Their speed drastically diminished as they approached the final 1,000 zhong. The gate's closure had surpassed 3/5. "Fairy, we must exert all our strength, or we shall not escape," Brother Xingfeng declared. The Shiyue fairy nodded, then, with a delicate motion, summoned an icy sword from her storage pouch. The sword descended into her slender, pristine hand, and with a flourish, a chill enveloped the vicinity. Even before she launched an attack, the frigid aura significantly slowed the advance of the phantoms it touched. Brother Xingfeng similarly brandished a silver spear, which danced like a dragon. With a flick of his wrist, it transformed into countless silver blossoms, each striking with deadly precision at the phantoms' necks, sending numerous heads flying amidst the glimmering silver light. This scene was both astonishing and beautiful. The Shiyue fairy, not to be outdone, elegantly waved her fingers, sending the icy sword forth, which effortlessly pierced the bodies of the phantoms as they pressed on. Their speed surged once more as they traversed 700 zhong, then 600, down to 500. Suddenly, a beam of light surged forth from the void. But this time it was not a scripture. Rather, a phrase materialized beneath their feet. "One must remain. The other two may leave, or all shall perish." Upon witnessing this, the trio's expressions hardened. The icy sword in the Shiyue fairy's hand became even more ferocious. While Brother Xingfeng's spear was imbued with a meteor technique, as he applied this arcane method to every strike, their speed intensified rather than diminished as they approached the final 100 zhong. Yet at this moment, a surge of black mist erupted from the multitude of phantoms, which the black phantoms absorbed, elevating their power to the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm. The faces of the trio shifted dramatically. A glimmer of despair evident that in the final 100 zhong, they were confronted by thousands of phantoms at the peak of the Tongxian realm. How could they defend against this? Was it truly the case that only one could remain? Chapter 67. Trapped in the evil spirit temple, the surroundings fell into a momentary silence, as if the evil spirit temple had granted them a moment for contemplation, while the phantoms at the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm surrounded them without aggression. "Live together, die together," Brother Xingfeng declared solemnly, "that I refuse to abandon anyone." The Shiyue fairy remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Zhang Lingxiu felt warmth in his heart, despite the presence of the Su family and Feng Tianjie of the Falling Star sect. He was not without his own capable seniors, including the Shiyue fairy and Brother Xingfeng. "That I believe we should test this." Zhang Lingxiu suddenly smiled. "Since they insist that one must remain, does that not imply that the other two may exit without obstruction?" "Brother Xingfeng, fairy, I shall remain here while you both venture forth to see what transpires. Even if we must test this, I should be the one to stay. I am the eldest," Brother Xingfeng replied. "No, brother. Have you forgotten I possess the power of the Tongxian realm and have the means to defeat Feng Tianjie? I have a method of self-preservation that is particularly effective against these phantoms. And I also hold the token of the evil spirit temple," Zhang Lingxiu said with a smile, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. "That if the words of the evil spirit temple are true, then if we all charge forth together, the phantoms will undoubtedly attack simultaneously. Although only 100 zhong remain, we will have no opportunity otherwise. Time is of the essence, and we cannot delay. The gate is nearly closed." Brother Xingfeng and the Shiyue fairy exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. "Let us go." The Shiyue fairy nodded, casting a cautious glance at Zhang Lingxiu. "Be careful." With that, the two moved forward, while Zhang Lingxiu remained in place. As they advanced, the surrounding phantoms inexplicably retreated, refraining from attacking them. The two paused, continuing to move forward another 10 zhong, before turning to look back at Zhang Lingxiu. "Zhang Shidi, it seems you were right. Since we have tested this, I shall return. You and the fairy should exit first." Brother Xingfeng stated, "No need. My evil spirit temple token can restrain these phantoms." Zhang Lingxiu waved the iron piece in his hand, then smiled. "You two go ahead. I will follow closely. The sooner you exit, the sooner I can act. The gate is already closed by 4/5. Go." The Shiyue fairy immediately grasped Brother Xingfeng's hand, and the two hastened toward the exit. The remaining distance of several dozen zhong was devoid of phantom obstacles, and they swiftly reached the gate. Looking back inside, "We shall wait for you here," the Shiyue fairy called out. "Hurry out." Brother Xingfeng's face was filled with concern. Yet before Zhang Lingxiu could make a move, countless phantoms surged toward him. With a resigned expression, Zhang Lingxiu stowed his evil spirit temple token. It was, of course, ineffective. Upon realizing this, Brother Xingfeng understood that Zhang Lingxiu had been deceiving him. Zhang Lingxiu's right hand shot up. Though this token was useless, he still held a trump card. The Starfall technique, he raised his right hand and slammed it down, unleashing an invisible wave that rippled outward. Even the phantoms at the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm faltered momentarily upon encountering this wave, allowing Zhang Lingxiu to charge forward. But after only 10 zhang, the phantoms surged once again. Zhang Lingxiu pressed down with his right hand again. The terrifying wave surged forth. These phantoms, devoid of true life, were indeed weaker than genuine Tongxian realm entities, yet they still vastly outmatched Zhang Lingxiu. Despite wielding the Starfall technique, he struggled to fend them off. Managing only to repel them slightly after multiple attempts, his body trudged forward with great difficulty that as he continued to employ the Starfall technique, his complexion grew increasingly pale. He had already consumed several pills, which only slightly restored his vitality. Outside the gate, the Shihua fairy furrowed her brows, while Brother Xingfeng clenched his fist that I will go to assist. The Shihua fairy declared, surging forward. Bang! Deafening crash resounded as an invisible barrier repelled her, sending her tumbling back, blood spilling from her mouth. Brother Xingfeng rushed to her side, helping her to her feet. Are you all right? I'm fine. It seems we cannot assist him. The Shihua fairy replied that we should attack together while he struggles within. We cannot merely stand by, Brother Xingfeng gritted his teeth. Together, the two began assaulting the gate of the evil spirit temple. The sound of their powerful strikes echoed continuously. Despite their formidable strength, the evil spirit temple was extraordinary. Even combined, they could not breach the barrier. Yet they persisted. Inside the evil spirit temple, Zhang Lingxiu had reached 50 zhang. His body began to sway unsteadily. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to utilize the turtle shell force. For doing so would expose him, and it was also a form of trial for himself, that if he relied on it for everything, he would render himself ineffective for life. Gasping for breath, his spiritual energy depleted. He retrieved a Tongxian pill and swallowed it. The immense potency surged within him like a raging sea, instantly filling him with vitality. Zhang Lingxiu's right hand pressed down furiously, employing the Starfall technique repeatedly. He managed to advance once more as the effects of the Tongxian pill waned. Zhang Lingxiu found himself only 20 zhang from the gate, yet his condition was dire. His body ached with fatigue. His right hand felt heavy, and his meridians throbbed painfully. He was utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. Taking another one may overwhelm my body with such immense energy, Zhang Lingxiu murmured. Yet only 20 zhang remained. He felt compelled to try. A fierce determination flickered in Zhang Lingxiu's eyes as he retrieved another Tongxian pill and tossed it into his mouth. The overwhelming energy caused his clothes to billow wildly, making a rustling sound, while his hair whipped about in chaos behind him. His expression twisted as the immense potency tore through his already damaged meridians, causing them to rupture. Puff! 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 Zhang Lingxiu staggered forward, spewing 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood, his body propelled by sheer desperation. Witnessing this scene, both the Crescent Moon Fairy and senior brother Xingfeng felt their hearts race uncontrollably, their fists clenched in determination. He must break free in this final frenzied push. Zhang Lingxiu advanced to within a mere 10 zhang of the threshold. Exhausted yet resolute, he pressed on, utterly spent. He was profoundly satisfied to have come this far, having exerted every ounce of his strength. At this moment, his entire body trembled, racked with pain. The gap in the great door had diminished to a mere sliver, leaving him with no choice but to summon the power of the tortoise shell. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lingxiu charged forward, causing the phantoms before him to recede. Just as he seemed poised to escape, an unexpected twist occurred. Beyond the door, an additional shadow materialized. Not a specter of the evil spirit temple, but rather a soul of a cultivator. IT lifted its gaze, casting a cold smirk at Zhang Lingxiu, and pressed its hands against the door, applying tremendous force. The last vestige of the door's opening slammed shut, sealing the evil spirit temple completely. Zhang Lingxiu's body collided against the door with a resounding thud. Feng Tianjie, he is still alive. Zhang Lingxiu gritted his teeth, for he had just discerned that this apparition was none other than the soul of Feng Tianjie. Chapter 68. Master of the Evil Spirit Temple. The Evil Spirit Temple exists in a liminal space between the tangible and the ethereal. After manifesting in a physical form, Zhang Lingxiu and his companions had entered. But now, with the door closed, the Evil Spirit Temple had vanished. The Crescent Moon Fairy and senior brother, Shengfeng, gazed at this astonishing sight in shock before rushing forward, only to find that the aura of the Evil Spirit Temple had completely dissipated. The very location where it once stood had transformed into an abyss of emptiness. Feng Tianjie, what are you doing? Senior brother Shengfeng bellowed, realizing that Zhang Lingxiu had voluntarily stayed behind to save them. Just as he was about to break free, Feng Tianjie had sealed the door that he deserved to die. Though the Crescent Moon Fairy remained silent, the icy chill in her gaze was palpable, her right hand gripping the frost blade, emanating an aura of terrifying coldness. At this moment, Feng Tianjie was but a spectral entity, yet he displayed no fear, a look of disdain etched upon his face. When you killed me, where was your outrage? Now that I seek to eliminate him, why do you react with such fury? What kind of logic is this? Had it not been for my great fortune in acquiring a secret method to relive my life, I would have long since perished. Even now, though I survive, my cultivation has plummeted a full realm to the returning origin stage. What a tremendous price I have paid. You all witnessed it clearly. He struck me down first. Feng Tianjie's voice was laced with fury, particularly upon seeing the icy ferocity in the Crescent Moon Fairy's eyes, which only intensified his rage. That I, Feng Tianjie, am not inferior to Zhang Lingxiu in any aspect. You are indeed inferior, retorted the Crescent Moon Fairy. Your cultivation, your talent, all fall short, and your character is even more lacking. Had it been you in that moment, you would never have voluntarily stayed behind to let us escape. You are utterly beneath him. At her words, Feng Tianjie's expression twisted in anger, his rage threatening to consume him, yet he soon erupted into mad laughter. What if you favor that boy? He is now trapped within the Evil Spirit Temple, facing countless phantoms at the pinnacle of the transcendental realm. He is as good as dead. Moreover, who can say if there are dangers of the spiritual vein realm lurking inside? If so, his demise would be swifter still. Fairy, it is pointless to waste words with him now. Since the Evil Spirit Temple has manifested here, I shall undoubtedly find it again. Let us hasten our search, senior brother Shengfeng urged, with a swift motion. The Crescent Moon Fairy unleashed her frost blade, directing it toward Feng Tianjie's spectral form. That a wave of chilling energy, spanning dozens of zhang, crashed down, cleaving the earth as it fell. Yet Feng Tianjie's soul remained unscathed, though his countenance darkened further. You truly dare to strike at me? Cursed be you. We shall meet again at our sect. With that, his spectral form vanished without a trace. Returning to the sect, this matter is far from over. The Crescent Moon Fairy declared, her gaze resolute. There is no need to search. Even if we find him, he is likely. Before she could finish, she soared madly toward the sect. Senior brother Shengfeng, his expression grave, glanced back one last time. Zhang Shidi, you sacrifice yourself for us. I shall assuredly seek justice for you at this moment. Within the Evil Spirit Temple, Zhang Lingxiu had attempted to break free, yet the great door had vanished completely. Even with the power of the tortoise shell, escape was impossible. The distance he could traverse was limited to 3 zhang, and the Evil Spirit Temple existed in a realm between illusion and reality. However, through the range of the tortoiseshell's power, he could observe the happenings outside. That he witnessed the Crescent Moon Fairy take action, saw the two of them return to the sect to seek justice on his behalf. Surrounding him were countless phantoms at the pinnacle of the transcendental realm. Yet as Zhang Lingxiu stood steadfast, those phantoms could not approach within a zhang of him. This was entirely intentional on his part. Oh, you possess such abilities? I truly did not expect this. A voice resonated from afar, and as the shadow drew nearer, it revealed itself to be a middle-aged cultivator. All surrounding phantoms retreated in unison. Spiritual vein realm. Zhang Lingxiu quickly discerned the cultivator's position through the power of the tortoiseshell, gaining insight into his strength. Nothing could evade the scrutiny of the tortoiseshell's power. Fellow cultivator, it appears you are orchestrating this entire affair. Zhang Lingxiu's expression remained remarkably calm. Fellow cultivator, it seems you are also the master of the Evil Spirit Temple. The middle-aged cultivator smiled slightly. For it would be impossible to possess the Evil Spirit token otherwise. However, Your evil spirit temple's rank is rather low, merely at the Xian level. Master of the evil spirit temple. Evil spirit token? Xian level? These terms were entirely foreign to Zhang Lingxiu, yet he feigned a demeanor of tranquility, as if he were already aware, responding with a nonchalant smile. Otherwise, why would I seek those techniques, had I not been enamored with that fairy? Why would I have allowed the two of them to depart? That fairy is indeed extraordinary. Although she conceals her aura, how could she possibly evade my keen perception? Based on their techniques, they must belong to the meteor sect. And the most remarkable fairy among them is none other than the Crescent Moon Fairy, hailed as the first fairy of Nanyang. The middle-aged cultivator remarked, clearly having paid attention to Zhang Lingxiu's movements in the meteor sect. Who could remain in the evil spirit temple all day? I have been undercover in the meteor sect, awaiting directives from above, and one day I shall surely make a resounding entrance. Zhang Lingxiu replied. Your cultivation may be modest, yet you possess cunning, guile, and extraordinary capabilities that in no wonder you command a seat as the master of an evil spirit temple at such a young age. The middle-aged cultivator assessed Zhang Lingxiu. Zhang Lingxiu pondered silently, realizing that the masters within the evil spirit temple did not seem to be acquainted with one another. Or rather, most of them were unfamiliar. I am naturally aspiring for advancement. Zhang Lingxiu declared, then after a moment's thought, suggested, fellow cultivator, why not establish a bond of goodwill between us, supporting one another in the future? You are aware that the evil spirit temple is filled with ruthless individuals. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes flickered as he regarded Zhang Lingxiu's youthful visage and his peculiar abilities. Despite only being at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, he could deter phantoms at the apex of the transcendental realm from approaching within a Zhang. His cunning was also remarkable, having feigned hardship to move the fairy's heart. Very well, let us forge this bond of goodwill. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, revealing his true countenance. He appeared as an entirely ordinary middle-aged man. Someone who would not attract a second glance on the street. Yet he was the master of the evil spirit temple, and above all, a formidable figure of the spiritual vein realm. Fortunately, he was merely at the returning origin realm. Two great realms beneath him. I am Zhang Lingxiu. Zhang Lingxiu announced as he stepped forward. The middle-aged cultivator took 2 steps forward, halting 2 zhang away from Zhang Lingxiu, and spoke. That will suffice. I have never encountered a technique of that nature before, so I must exercise caution. You should understand my actions, as we are both masters of the evil spirit temple. It is only because I genuinely wish to form a bond of goodwill with you that I have been so forthright. That is only natural. I also intended to speak. You are a peak figure in the transcendental realm, even a powerful entity of the spiritual vein realm. I certainly would not dare to approach you too closely. Zhang Lingxiu nodded in agreement. Then it is settled, the middle-aged cultivator declared. Suddenly, as if striking like lightning, he launched an assault that a wave of astonishing black mist, akin to iron chains, swiftly ensnared Zhang Lingxiu. Zhang Lingxiu, taken aback, stared at the chains wrapping around him, his expression filled with rage. Fellow cultivator, what are you doing? Is this what you call goodwill? Chapter 69. At this moment, I am invincible upon seeing the black mist chains ensnaring Zhang Lingxiu and sealing his entire meridian system and spiritual power. The middle-aged cultivator finally burst into laughter, a look of scorn plastered across his face. Though powerful and cunning, you are still too young. Had you been allowed to refine your skills for a few more years, I would not have been able to succeed. What does it matter to be a fellow master of the evil spirit temple? Are you not aware that the cultivators of the evil spirit temple thrive by exploiting others? If I can use my peers, would that not expedite my own cultivation? Such deep machinations. Zhang Lingxiu shouted in anger. Yet I have deceived you as well. I am not a master of the evil spirit temple. What? Then how did you obtain the evil spirit token? Did you perhaps kill the previous master of the evil spirit temple to take it? Oh, with your strength, it would indeed be possible to eliminate a master of the Xian level. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, seemingly satisfied. The evil spirit temple has levels? Zhang Lingxiu inquired. It appears you truly are not from within the evil spirit temple, but that is of little consequence to as long as you can aid my cultivation. It suffices. Allow me to enlighten you. The evil spirit temple is indeed categorized into levels, divided into the 4 realms of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. The higher the level, the stronger the temple. My evil spirit temple is classified as Earth level. Wasn't the evil spirit temple eradicated thousands of years ago? Why does it seem to be re-emerging with such frequency lately? Zhang Lingxiu inquired once more. Could the evil spirit temple truly have been destroyed? It has remained in the shadows all this time, amassing sufficient strength, now poised to manifest in the northern Xian realm, with all 16 nations included. A cruel smile spread across the middle-aged cultivator's face. This time, surely, he would have cultivated enough power, attaining staggering prowess. I am the northern Xian realm, where all 16 nations reside. My Nanyang is merely a minuscule state, yet our strength is formidable. Does the evil spirit temple dare to challenge the entirety of the northern Xian? Such folly, Zhang Lingxiu quipped sarcastically. What do you know? The sect has already fallen under the control of my evil spirit temple. Such matters need not concern you. Perish. The middle-aged cultivator's expression turned frosty as he swung his right hand violently, causing the iron chains formed from the mist entwining Zhang Lingxiu to tremble violently and tighten around him, only to vanish thereafter. Zhang Lingxiu clapped his hands, revealing a subtle smile. What? The middle-aged cultivator was instantly alarmed. What was happening? A cultivator at the return to origin realm, being subdued by a mere spirit vein realm cultivator, with his meridians and spiritual strength sealed. His fatal strike had been effortlessly dismantled in a manner he could not comprehend. I had blocked those phantom's abilities from over a yard away. Zhang Lingxiu stated it so. I stand at a distance of 2 yards. The middle-aged man's complexion changed drastically, his spirit vein realm power erupting as he stomped his feet upon the ground, which suddenly erupted with a deafening crash, forming a massive pit. Yet his body remained rooted in place. Apologies, but at this moment, I am invincible. Zhang Lingxiu smiled faintly. Upon saying this, he slowly extended his hand, causing the middle-aged man's body to involuntarily move toward Zhang Lingxiu. Standing before him, I was still contemplating whether to control you and employ the evil spirit temple's soul-searching technique on you. After all, that technique is exceedingly cruel, and you would experience immense suffering. However, I now bear no psychological burden, Zhang Lingxiu said with a smile. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He exhausted all his techniques, secret methods, and cultivation, yet could not move an inch. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingxiu exhibited no outward exertion, his spiritual power remaining calm. How was he controlling him? Sorcery. But please wait here for a moment. I am not yet finished, and I cultivate swiftly. You shan't be kept waiting long, Zhang Lingxiu declared, retrieving that technique to begin his cultivation. The middle-aged man's back was already drenched. He was well aware of the horrors inherent in the technique he had cast, knowing all too well the agony a victim of the soul-searching would endure. Yet now, the greater torment was the knowledge that he would soon endure that suffering, while he could only wait helplessly. This sensation was far more agonizing than the soul search itself. This technique indeed bears some difficulty. No wonder it can forcibly extract memories. Generally, if the subject possesses a resolute will, they could even self-destruct to resist. Yet this soul-searching technique is exceedingly tyrannical, capable of completely subjugating the opponent's psyche. Zhang Lingxiu mused while cultivating, lamenting the intricacies of the technique. After perusing the technique, he pointed to a page within. Fellow cultivator, please elucidate this section. It would expedite my cultivation and facilitate the soul-searching, allowing you to attain liberation sooner. That if you withhold information, you may endure this torturous wait for an indeterminate duration. Zhang Lingxiu spoke earnestly, wearing an expression that conveyed concern for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, his humiliation palpable, such indignity. Yet he remained silent, for this torment was indeed necessary to endure. Even the cunning and deeply scheming master of the evil spirit temple, a formidable figure in the spirit vein realm, found himself at an impasse. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter a response. I have never encountered such a scheming youth as you. You are truly a prodigy, a demon. Thank you for the compliment. Now, will you explain, or will you not? Please provide a clear answer. Otherwise, I shall cease waiting for your insights. Zhang Lingxiu inquired. The middle-aged man, in a fit of anger, shut his eyes tightly that if you have no explanations, say so up front. What manner of person are you? Zhang Lingxiu muttered in dissatisfaction, returning to his studies. An hour later, Zhang Lingxiu rose, feeling quite accomplished. Finally, he had mastered it. An hour, and you have learned it? The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it was somewhat slow. Must you humiliate me so? Soon, I shall conduct the soul-searching. Zhang Lingxiu retorted. The middle-aged man seethed internally, cursing, Are you deaf? I am chastising you for being slow, not disparaging you. Soul search. Zhang Lingxiu barked, placing his hands upon the middle-aged man's head, from which 2 tendrils of black mist erupted. Ah! The middle-aged man cried out in agony, feeling as if 1,000 silver needles pierced his brain simultaneously, gradually penetrating deeper. And this was merely the beginning. Soon, he felt as though his scalp was being scraped mercilessly by a dagger, stripping away thin layers of flesh. Amidst his continuous cries of pain, he began to endure the torment. Yet subsequently, it felt as if someone thrust a long spear into his brain, wildly stirring about. This excruciating pain caused his entire body to convulse and spasm uncontrollably. I can't bear to watch. It looks painful enough. Thankfully, it isn't happening to me. At that moment, he heard Zhang Lingxiu's voice expressing fear, igniting both rage and indignation within him, causing him to faint. Chapter 70. A Demand for Explanation. Bang! The middle-aged cultivator's corpse collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Lingxiu removed his storage pouch, discovering that apart from the evil spirit temple's token, it contained nothing else. Where are the elixirs? The rare treasures? He was a formidable figure in the spirit vein realm. Yet there was nothing. Zhang Lingxiu wore a look of frustration. This individual must have hidden them away. It seems the soul-searching technique is not infallible. At the very least, I did not uncover where he concealed his storage pouch, did a futile search, and I remain unaware of who is allied with the evil spirit temple. It appears that the earth-level qualifications are insufficient. Only those of the heaven level could access such secrets. Yet I did learn that the Tsangyan sect and Tianyi Academy have indeed made contact and visited here to inquire about the location of the heaven-level evil spirit temple. What could these 2 sects possibly seek from the heaven-level evil spirit temple? Have they allied with it? That seems unlikely. Such a millennia-old sect comprises cultivators who are exceedingly proud and would not degrade themselves to become lackeys of the evil spirit temple. Besides that, I also gleaned some information regarding the evil spirit temple. However, none of that holds significance at present. What truly matters is the elimination of Feng Tianjie. A deep-seated murderous intent flickered in Zhang Lingxiu's eyes. Since the incident in Luye City, anyone who harbored ill intentions toward him has not survived. Furthermore, he must promptly inform Xiaoyu and senior brother Xingfeng that he is still alive. The same applies to the brothers of Xinglua Peak. Should they learn of his demise, they would undoubtedly be deeply sorrowed. With this in mind, Zhang Lingxiu grasped the earth-level evil spirit temple token, refining it according to the soul-searching method, thereby becoming the master of this evil spirit temple, facilitating his entry and exit with ease. Moreover, upon assuming control of the evil spirit temple, he discovered that it could change its location. However, from the middle-aged cultivator's memories, he learned that he had received orders. The evil spirit temple could only remain within the confines of the Luofeng mountain range. Zhang Lingxiu found this perplexing. The middle-aged cultivator was unaware of the reason, but adhered to the evil spirit temple's rules without question. After contemplating, Zhang Lingxiu swiftly re-entered the Luofeng mountain range. Once he flew out of the Luofeng mountain range, he relocated the evil spirit temple beyond the mountains, since the temple insisted on remaining there. He would do the opposite, for this sect was never a benevolent entity. The events of the previous night occurred only 2 hours after Xiaoyu and senior brother Xingfeng departed from the Luofeng mountain range. Zhang Lingxiu prepared to return to the sect immediately and as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, upon their return, they would certainly confront Feng Tianjie, a matter he wished to avoid troubling his senior brothers and sisters with. Their willingness to assist him moved him greatly. His body transformed into a gust of wind, racing forward, consuming speed-enhancing elixirs, soaring rapidly through the void. This flight spanned several days and nights. When Zhang Lingxiu felt he could no longer sustain himself, he paused to recover quickly before resuming his frenzied journey. Yet even with this relentless flight, he still saw no sign of his senior brothers and sisters that it appeared they too were racing back, eager to return to the sect and seek justice on his behalf. After flying at full speed for over 10 days, Zhang Lingxiu finally caught a glimpse of the meteorite mountain range, which, while not as extensive as the Luofeng mountain range, boasted 8 majestic peaks. At the center of these peaks lay a mysterious meteorite. From this meteorite, the meteorite sect had comprehended numerous techniques, the most formidable being the starfall technique. Though regrettably, it was exceedingly difficult to master. As the sound of the wind howled past his ears, the meteorite mountain range gradually came into clearer view. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and senior brother Xingfeng had already arrived at the Qingyang Peak of the 8 peaks. "Feng Tianjie, come out!" With a thunderous roar, Xingfeng Shixiang's voice reverberated like a muffled thunderclap, echoing throughout the area. Even all the cultivators of the 8 peaks heard it, their astonishment palpable as they rushed into the open air. Increasing numbers of cultivators congregated in the void, their gazes fixed upon Xingfeng Shixiang and Shiyue Xinzi, both of whom wore expressions of icy fury. What transpired? What conflict occurred between them and Feng Tianjie Shixiang? What enmity could warrant such a public display before the sect? Wasn't Feng Tianjie known for his fondness for Shiyue Xinzi? How could he have provoked her to such an extent? Amidst the murmurs, a group of cultivators emerged from the direction of Qingyang Peak. Among them was Feng Tianjie himself. Although he still donned the attire of a disciple of the Falling Star sect, his cultivation had plummeted to the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, and his complexion appeared pale, indicating he had yet to stabilize his current level of power. "What is the matter?" Feng Tianjie inquired with an air of indifference. "How dare you ask what the matter is?" Xingfeng Shixiang retorted with a voice laced with ire. "Though we executed a mission together, and Zhang Lingxiu, our junior brother, sacrificed his life to save both me and Shiyue Xinzi, just as he was about to escape. You betrayed him, leading to his demise. Naturally, we seek justice for his death. I demand a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, Shiyue Xinzi has yet to disclose the consequences," but the crowd felt a chill at her words. The multitude of arriving cultivators gasped in shock at the revelation of Zhang Lingxiu's death, especially at the hands of Feng Tianjie. He had actually harmed a fellow sect member, and under such dire circumstances? Even the elders of the 8 peaks had flown in by this point. The elders held esteemed positions before ordinary disciples, yet in the presence of these falling star disciples, they were rendered powerless and could only immediately inform the peak master. What sort of explanation do you desire?" A cold snort pierced the air as the master of Qingyang Peak emerged slowly into view, clad in a white robe adorned with the crest of Qingyang Peak. He emanated an aura of indifference, his graying hair billowing slightly in the wind, and his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Having lost his most cherished disciple, the strongest of Qingyang Peak, and seeing his own cultivation regress to the returning origin realm, his wrath had nowhere to vent. How dare these 2 falling star disciples brazenly challenge him in Qingyang Peak? Did they think their status as falling star disciples would protect them from his wrath? Was it not before your very eyes that Zhang Lingxiu killed my disciple? What were you doing at that moment? If not for my disciple's life-preserving secret technique, he would have long since perished. To leave a vendetta unavenged is unmanly. What of Feng Tianjie seeking vengeance and killing Zhang Lingxiu? What sort of explanation do you want? Come and take it from me." The words of the Qingyang Peak master were sharp and unyielding. His aura surging as his white hair seemed to float in the air, his expression fierce. Did Dio not think that even if Zhang Lingxiu were alive and well, I would spare him? "What are you doing? Qingyang Peak master. How can you stoop to squabbling with juniors?" The master of Wangshu Peak, adorned in resplendent garments and exhibiting the demeanor of a noble woman, flew in from the void. "What is happening?" The voice of the master of Jixing Peak came from afar, directing his gaze toward Xingfeng. Xingfeng Shixiang and Shiyue Xinzi immediately approached to inform their peak master of the events. Upon learning of Zhang Lingxiu's demise, the several peak masters were equally astounded, for Zhang Lingxiu was no longer an unknown disciple. He had garnered the favor of the third elder and had brought glory to the sect during the Zhangyin sect competition, showcasing talents and abilities that rivaled those of the falling star disciples. Go and kill Feng Tianjie then. But with Zhang Lingxiu deceased and Feng Tianjie still alive, the sect would never allow Feng Tianjie to pay with his life for this matter, especially since the order of events remained unclear. Even the peak masters of Wangshu and Jixing could not come to the aid of Shiyue Xinzi and Xingfeng. What explanation could there be when a life was lost? What would punishment achieve? Both Shiyue Xinzi and Xingfeng Shixiang understood this, which was why their fury burned so fiercely. Even if they could not take Feng Tianjie's life, They were determined to ensure that everyone recognized his treachery and that he had harmed a fellow disciple from the shadows. Silence enveloped the crowd, all seasoned cultivators who understood the inevitable outcome. Thus, despite their profound reluctance, it was futile to resist. Except for the disciples of Xingluo Peak, all the other peak masters had arrived and learned the truth of the matter from their respective disciples. Masters of Wangshu Peak and Jixing Peak, take your 2 falling star disciples away. I have yet to pursue the matter with them. Yet they dare come to Qingyang Peak to question me? The master of Qingyang Peak spoke coldly. Zhang Lingxiu killed my disciple before their eyes. What action did they take? Did they report to the sect immediately? Did they attempt to capture Zhang Lingxiu? It was Feng Tianjie who ambushed junior brother Zhang first. Initially, Sheng Feng had doubted Zhang Lingxiu's claims, considering them but one side of the story. However, having come to understand Feng Tianjie's character, he now believed wholeheartedly. Evidence? Feng Tianjie queried. Present your evidence, and I shall take my own life right here, that if you cannot produce it, then you owe me an explanation. At these words, Sheng Feng's expression darkened considerably, for he possessed no evidence. Zhang Lingxiu's attack on Feng Tianjie had occurred right before their eyes. Originally there to demand an explanation from Feng Tianjie, they found themselves outmaneuvered. Shiyue Xinzi's gaze flickered, her expression as frigid as frost. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Sheng Feng Shi Xiang, let this matter rest. We shall simply remember it. How can this matter be allowed to rest? Just then, a calm voice interjected, from the direction of Xingluo Peak. 3 figures soared into view. The eldest disciple of Xingluo Peak, Shi Chun, the second disciple, Li Wenshu, and the third disciple, Tao Yuan. Shi Chun exuded a steady aura, resembling a meteorite, his imposing figure striding forward like a moving mountain. Li Wenshu, with a scholarly demeanor, gracefully tossed a small stone in his hand. Tao Yuan, though ordinary in appearance and somewhat unremarkable in temperament, bore an expression of fury, his fists clenched tightly. The sight of the 3 astonished the disciples and elders of the 8 peaks. Even the peak masters that it had been many years since any disciples of Xingluo Peak had made an appearance, and now they had all come forth regarding the matter of Zhang Lingxiu. What would they do? How dare you speak of seeking justice when you lack the standing to do so? The master of Qingyang Peak cast a dismissive glance at Shi Chun. Unfazed, Shi Chun replied. We are here to seek justice for our 4th brother. There is no need for the peak master. Justice? How laughable. I shall see how you intend to achieve that, Feng Tianjie sneered. Quite simply by killing you. Shi Chun replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Come then, I stand right here. Come and kill me. Feng Tianjie bellowed, arms spread wide, brimming with arrogance. Yes, you wish, Shi Chun nodded slightly, appearing undisturbed, as if slaying the peak master's most cherished disciple was a trivial matter. At these words, the crowd gasped in disbelief. What did this mean? Was the master of Xingluo Peak truly going to take action? Otherwise, how could this renowned eldest disciple of Xingluo Peak remain so composed while uttering such a statement? Let me handle this. Tao Yuan clenched his fists tightly, anger surging within him, that I will take care of this. Li Wenshu added that I wish to take action myself. Shi Chun replied calmly. Tao Yuan and Li Wenshu ceased their protests. Shi Chun took a step forward, his demeanor still as steady and calm as a rock. Suddenly, he turned his head slightly, followed by the 7 peak masters also redirecting their gazes, as did the numerous falling star disciples and elders. A piercing whistle sliced through the air, heralding the rapid approach of someone. Initially, a small dot appeared, but it quickly grew clearer. Upon recognizing the figure, shock rippled through the crowd. It was Zhang Lingxiu. Hadn't he been killed? How could he possibly still be alive? Expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of Shiyue Xinzi and Sheng Feng Shi Xiang, who then broke into smiles of relief at his return. Feng Tianjie's expression shifted dramatically. His shock palpable. Impossible. How could he have escaped from the evil spirit temple? Upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu, Shi Chun, Li Wenshu, and Tao Yuan all wore smiles of relief. Panting heavily, Zhang Lingxiu stood in the void. Exhausted from his arduous journey, that he surveyed the crowd, grateful to see everyone present, but was particularly surprised to find the 3 disciples of Xingluo Peak had also arrived. 4th brother, thank goodness you are safe. The eldest brother is preparing to take action to avenge you. Tao Yuan exclaimed joyfully, and no need for that. Now that I have returned, I will handle this myself. Zhang Lingxiu took a deep breath. allowing his breath to steady a bit before flashing a smile. His gaze first landed on Shiyue Xianzi and Shengfeng Shixiao, and he sincerely bowed slightly to them. They immediately returned the gesture. "Junior brother, it is we who have failed you," Shengfeng Shixiao expressed regretfully. Shiyue Xianzi flew over to inspect Zhang Lingxiu, relieved to find he was truly unharmed. "Thank you for your concern, Xianzi," Zhang Lingxiu replied with a smile. "Now that I have returned, I demand an explanation," the master of Qingyang Peak declared coldly. "An explanation. Very well, I shall grant you one," Zhang Lingxiu responded with a chilling smile. "Third brother, accompany fourth brother. Feng Tianjie. Do not move. Let fourth brother settle this himself. Others hold back," Shurchen commanded. "Understood." Tao Yuan immediately nodded and approached Zhang Lingxiu. Zhang Lingxiu glanced at Tao Yuan and said, "Thank you, third senior brother. We are all comrades here. There is no need for such formality that I had intended to eliminate him myself, but the senior brother insisted on handling it. Now, it seems you can take care of it yourself," Tao Yuan replied with a smile. "Very well." Zhang Lingxiu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the third and fourth disciples of Xinglu Peak charged towards Qingyang Peak. Two figures, like swift winds, streaked through the void, leaving behind a trail of light. Everyone was utterly astonished. Were they courting death? How dared they approach Qingyang Peak with just the two of them? Did they not see that the Peak Master was still standing there? Confusion reigned in the hearts of all present. Yet this did not hinder the actions of the two. Zhang Lingxiu remained entirely unconcerned. Since the senior brother had declared that the third senior brother would protect him, he had complete faith that he would be safeguarded. All he needed to do was eliminate Feng Tianjie. Everything else was of no consequence. Chapter 72. The third senior brother takes action at this location. Several hundred cultivators had gathered at Qingyang Peak. As they beheld the two approaching figures, none dared to make a move, for the Peak Master of Qingyang Peak was still present at this moment. The gaze of the Qingyang Peak Master was rife with a potent murderous intent. As one of the 8 Peak Masters of the Meteorite sect, he ranked just below the sect master and the 3 esteemed elders. His reputation in the entire Nanyang was formidable, and his power was immense. Yet now, someone dared to disregard him, audaciously attempting to slay his disciple in his presence. And those audacious individuals were merely 2 young disciples. Feng Tianjie's countenance was equally filled with killing intent. And he spoke harshly, "Master, even if we were to eliminate them directly, the sect would have no grounds to protest." "That is a given," the Qingyang Peak Master snorted disdainfully, and in an instant he moved forward. Raising his right hand, he struck downwards. Instantly, a colossal hand, composed of spiritual energy, manifested in the void, extending a full 100 zhang, obscuring the sun. The intricate patterns on the palm were clearly visible as it descended with a thunderous crash. The edges of the palm scraped against the void, emitting a terrifying hissing sound, with violent air currents raging around. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes remained fixed on Feng Tianjie, who charged at him with reckless abandon. Even as the massive palm descended, he did not glance away. Tao Yuan looked up at the hand, and then leaped upward with great force. This action was familiar to all the disciples of Meteorite, for they had witnessed it when they first joined Xinglua Peak. It was the cultivation method of the third disciple of Xinglua Peak. His body soared dramatically, colliding with the descending 100 zhang hand. Boom! A horrifying explosion echoed as Tao Yuan's form pierced through the gigantic palm, shattering it into countless turbulent streams. For the first time, the aura of Tao Yuan was revealed to all, unmistakably at the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. The surrounding cultivators were left in utter shock. Among the younger generation, only Zhang Li had reached the spirit vein realm, and even the Crescent Moon Fairy was merely at the peak of the transcendence realm. But who was this Tao Yuan? Though he had not been the most gifted when he entered the sect, he clearly was not a disciple of Meteorite, yet he had now attained the pinnacle of the transcendence realm and, with a single blow, shattered the attack of the spirit vein realm Peak Master of Qingyang Peak. This demonstrated the terrifying prowess of his techniques, capable of transcending realms in battle, although the Qingyang Peak Master appeared aged. He was once a disciple of Meteorite, having cultivated for decades. Upon witnessing this, he could not help but display a look of astonishment. Immediately, his robe billowed violently as he concentrated his spiritual energy into his right palm. Striking out once more, this blow was even more fearsome. Within a radius of several thousand zhang, All spiritual energy was drained by this palm, which was immensely thick, almost as if it had taken on a tangible form. And it surged towards the leaping Tao Yuan at this moment. Tao Yuan had reached the apex of his jump and began to descend. His falling speed was not rapid, and he was in free fall. Others were unaware, but Zhang Lingxiu understood that this was the method of the third senior brother's long-practiced Xinghua technique, transforming himself into a meteorite. This was his means of defense. His entire form was poised to collide with the palm. Boom! The sound of this impact was even more terrifying. Tao Yuan's body landed on the enormous hand as if he were an ant, yet this ant created a massive pit at the center of the palm, with numerous cracks radiating outward. Then, it exploded once more. The ensuing gale sent countless cultivators flying backward. Tao Yuan's body was also violently shaken, sent careening off at an angle, beyond his control. The Qingyang Peak Master narrowed his eyes. Under the immense backlash, he too was forced to retreat, feeling a tremendous tremor throughout his being. His face was filled with disbelief. How could the dignified Peak Master of Qingyang Peak, a powerful being of the spirit vein realm, be forced to retreat by a junior disciple at the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm? This was disastrous. Recovering from his shock, he swiftly turned to look. Amidst the whirlwind of chaotic winds, Zhang Lingxiu had already appeared among the cultivators of Qingyang Peak. "Kill him!" Feng Tianjie screamed, his voice trembling, for if he were slain now, it would truly mean his end at this moment. He was utterly incapable of resisting his opponent, even though Zhang Lingxiu's strength was ostensibly equal to his own. Feng Tianjie was surrounded by numerous cultivators, several of whom were in the Transcendence realm, all now charging toward Zhang Lingxiu. However, within Zhang Lingxiu's eyes, there was only Feng Tianjie. He disregarded all the rushing cultivators. Raising his right hand, he pressed down with ferocity. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, and regardless of whether they were in the returning Origin realm or the Transcendence realm, all were sent flying backward. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Lingxiu stood before Feng Tianjie, who could not escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lingxiu unleashed a fist. The terrifying force of his punch struck Feng Tianjie's chest, visibly caving it in, while a massive wound erupted from his back, his internal organs reduced to a mist of blood. Puff! Feng Tianjie spewed forth blood, his body swaying as he sank to his knees. The light in his eyes dimming rapidly. In his final moments, he regretted it. Had he known this person would be so decisive and ruthless, he would have either eliminated him thoroughly at once or never provoked him in the first place. Bang! His corpse fell to the ground lifeless. Yet Zhang Lingxiu did not relax. He secretly observed with the power of the turtle shell, prepared to counter should Feng Tianjie employ that secret technique again. Last time, he had been too careless. He must be more cautious in the future. Tianjie! The Qingyang Peak Master roared, his eyes bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. The expression of the Crescent Moon Fairy had long since regained its calm. Sweeping over Zhang Lingxiu and the three disciples of Xinghua Peak before departing, it was only then that Brother Xingfeng reacted, gazing at the three disciples of Xinghua Peak, his heart secretly astonished. Had it not been for the actions of the three disciples today, everyone in the sect would still believe them to be practitioners of madcap methods, perpetually deranged and possessing exceedingly weak abilities. Though the surrounding cultivators gradually dispersed, the fervent discussions continued unabated. Subsequently, Brother Xingfeng also took his leave, while Zhang Lingxiu and the three senior brothers returned to Xinghua Peak, he then slightly bowed, respectfully clasping his hands in gratitude, and said, "Thank you, my three senior brothers. Why such formality? You are the fourth disciple of Xinghua Peak. We are all family." Tao Yuan chuckled as he helped Zhang Lingxiu to his feet, a warmth filled Zhang Lingxiu's heart. From his battle with Yin Hu of the Zhangyan sect, the three senior brothers had been discreetly watching over him, and when faced with true danger, they had rushed to his side without hesitation. What would elderly decide regarding this matter? Zhang Lingxiu pondered. Just focus on your cultivation. Once your prowess increases, nothing will be an issue, Shi Chen said calmly. Regardless of how the sect handles this, I still have the Peak Master, who will not permit any harm to come to anyone from Xinghua Peak. Though these words were delivered with tranquility, Zhang Lingxiu sensed the resolute determination and the confidence within. Now, that was what one called imposing. Zhang Lingxiu mused to himself. His eldest brother truly was wise beyond measure. He could ponder over a mere meteorite crater for years, yet at times, he He exuded such an overwhelming presence. Thereafter, Zhang Lingxiu resumed his cultivation. Having witnessed the might of Xingluo's methods, he naturally dedicated himself to diligent practice. The disciples of the Falling Star also halted all their activities upon witnessing the strength of Zhang Lingxiu and Tao Yuan, committing themselves fully to the cultivation of Xingluo's methods. Even many cultivators from the other 7 peaks began to discuss and prepare to join Xingluo Peak. Alas, the peak master of Xingluo Peak was elusive, making it no easy task for them to find an entrance that a day swiftly passed. The sect issued an announcement regarding the incident. Feng Tianjie and Zhang Lingxiu had long-standing grievances, and thus, during an external mission, they had clashed. However, upon Zhang Lingxiu's return to the sect, he relentlessly pursued the Falling Star disciple Feng Tianjie, ultimately slaying him. Hence, the following penalties were imposed: a 1-year suspension of cultivation resources and a year of confinement within the peak. The 3 disciples of Xingluo Peak, including Tao Yuan, were penalized for assisting Zhang Lingxiu in attacking the master of Qingyang Peak, disregarding their superiors. They received a 6-month suspension of cultivation resources and a 3-month confinement. Both the Crescent Moon Fairy and Xingfeng were deemed to have mishandled the situation by failing to prevent the 2 from fighting. They too were subjected to a 3-month confinement. Upon learning of these punishments, the entire Qingyang Peak erupted in fury, voicing loud protests to no avail. Meanwhile, the disciples from other peaks understood the sect's stance. Xingluo Peak was no longer what it once was, with every disciple now at the level of Falling Star disciples. And among them, there were undoubtedly exceptionally strong individuals. Such power must be retained and not recklessly jeopardized. These penalties, in truth, held little weight for everyone. They were merely symbolic, as previously noted. Had Zhang Lingxiu perished, there would have been no genuine repercussions for Feng Tianjie. This was the reality, dictated by strength and status. Upon hearing of the penalties, Zhang Lingxiu merely raised an eyebrow and smiled, continuing his cultivation without concern. Time swiftly passed and a month had gone by. During this period, numerous cultivators sought to join Xingluo Peak, yet none succeeded in locating the peak master. They resorted to arriving at Xingluo Peak on their own, only to be driven away by Tao Yuan, with several stubborn individuals sustaining injuries before tranquility was restored. Since the sect had not imposed significant penalties on him, Zhang Lingxiu took the initiative to write a letter, informing the sect of his findings. However, this tranquility was shattered within 2 months. The entire sect erupted in fervent discussions once more, as a cultivator had discovered a secret realm within the Falling Wind mountain range, rumored to have been left behind by a half-step Blood Ignition Realm practitioner. What is the Blood Ignition Realm? It is a level beyond the mystical realm, where one's spiritual vessels expand exponentially, allowing their internal cultivation power to grow geometrically. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, the next stage is the Blood Ignition Realm, which involves refining one's vital essence. Cultivators strive to rectify their weaknesses, refining themselves into the perfect physique for cultivation. Thus, body refinement, energy condensation, returning to the origin, mystical comprehension, spiritual vessels, and blood ignition all serve to compensate for inherent deficiencies. Human cultivators are born exceedingly frail and must address these shortcomings to truly achieve the Great Way. It is said that currently there are no Blood Ignition Realm practitioners throughout the entire Nanyang Kingdom. Hence, a secret realm left behind by a half-step Blood Ignition Realm cultivator is an astonishing find. Consequently, the 3 major factions dispatched individuals to the Falling Wind mountain range to secure it immediately upon hearing the news. They subsequently agreed on a time to collectively head to the Falling Wind mountain range, preparing to enter the secret realm. Zhang Lingxiu learned of this only later. Upon discovering the news, he scratched his head in contemplation. Falling Wind mountain range? Could it be mere coincidence? Could it be that the relocation of the Evil Spirit Temple revealed this secret realm? Was the Evil Spirit Temple hidden within the Falling Wind mountain range precisely to conceal this secret realm? His expression then turned serious to, "I am well acquainted with Falling Wind mountain range. In such times, I ought to contribute to the sect. Confinement or not, I shall not concern myself, especially since this involves a contest among the 3 major factions, that I must bring glory to the sect. Individual effort leads to family honor." Chapter 74. Return to Falling Wind mountain range. The elite inner disciples of the 8 peaks had long gathered, initiating a lively selection process. Only Xingluo Peak remained tranquil. However, this time, the sect did not overlook Xinghua Peak, directly granting it 3 slots for entry into the secret realm. Zhang Lingxiu had initially intended to speak grandly about sacrificing for the sect, but upon seeing the 3 slots, he understood that in this competition for the secret realm, the sect would naturally dispatch capable disciples like himself as for confinement. It paled in comparison to the significance of this secret realm and the contest against the other 2 sections. These 3 slots were evidently designated for himself. Tao Yuan and Li Dongshu as for the eldest brother, Shi Chun. He had surpassed the age limit. The 3 major factions had already agreed that this secret realm would be a battleground for the younger generation, allowing only disciples under the age of 40 to enter. Furthermore, once inside, life and death would be determined by fate. Thus, this was not merely a quest for resources, but also a brutal trial. Soon, the day of assembly arrived. The outstanding disciples of the 8 peaks gathered together, with the falling star disciples naturally standing at the forefront. Zhang Lingxiu sought out his senior brothers, but both showed no interest in the secret realm, preferring to remain on the peak to cultivate in peace. Hence, Zhang Lingxiu ventured out alone. This time was different from before. Upon exiting Xinghua Peak, he encountered numerous cultivators who respectfully addressed him as Brother Zhang. Even some disciples in their 40s and 50s who were exceedingly polite. Hearing this, Zhang Lingxiu felt a chill run down his spine, shaking his head and saying, "At such an age, they still call me a youth in my prime, brother. It's hard to articulate." Upon reaching Falling Star Peak, Zhang Lingxiu beheld over 1,000 young disciples preparing to enter the secret realm, along with more than 20 Falling Star disciples standing at the forefront, including the Crescent Moon Fairy and Brother Xingfeng. Zhang Lingxiu approached them directly, smiling, "Senior brothers and sisters, we meet again. It seems your confinement has ended." Brother Xingfeng also smiled in response. The Crescent Moon Fairy nodded slightly at Zhang Lingxiu, maintaining her usual calm demeanor. The other Falling Star disciples, upon seeing Zhang Lingxiu, also greeted him with noticeable politeness. Feng Tianjie, being at the pinnacle of the mystical realm, had been slain by Zhang Lingxiu, which made them wary. They naturally did not dare to be arrogant. I Chaoyang regarded Zhang Lingxiu with a mix of admiration and complexity. After only half a year in the sect, he had transformed from someone he once overlooked during the assessment to a figure deserving of respect from the Falling Star disciples. While he remained at the bottom of the Falling Star disciples' ranks, despite appearing to flourish, Li Chaoyang knew that he had undoubtedly put in tremendous effort to reach this point. Zhang Lingxiu returned the numerous bows and compliments of the Falling Star disciples, graciously praising each one that, after all, it was a matter of merely using words. Soon, the peak masters of Jixing Peak and Wangshu Peak, along with 5 spiritual vessel realm cultivators from the sect, 7 in total, approached. This time, I and the peak master of Wangshu Peak will lead the way. Are you all prepared? The peak master of Jixing Peak proclaimed loudly. Ready. The crowd of cultivators responded in unison. Good. The peak master of Jixing Peak nodded, then waved his hand, causing a streak of light to rise into the void. A silver flying sword that expanded dramatically in the wind, instantly transforming into a colossal sword of 1,000 feet. All disciples mount the sword. With a single command, thousands of figures surged towards the flying sword, and in an instant, countless streams of light flickered around them. Zhang Lingxiu and the other disciples of the Falling Star sect also ascended onto the flying sword, subsequently sitting cross-legged. The master of the Polaris Peak spoke once more, guiding the flying sword through the void towards the location of the Falling Wind mountain range. The scenery around them swiftly transformed into a series of lines in the eyes of the onlookers. This pace was considerably swifter than if the disciples had flown individually. Previously, our journey to the Falling Wind mountain range took over half a month, yet now, under the Master's control of the Silver Sword, it seems we shall arrive in less than 7 days, Brother Xingfeng remarked. Brother Xingfeng, when you ventured to the Falling Wind mountain range, did you not encounter any traces of fortune? Someone inquired. Not at all. We traversed nearly the entire mountain range without discovering any signs. Other cultivators within the mountains also found nothing, Xingfeng replied. This time, the entire elite youth of Nanyang Kingdom will be present, yet our greatest rivals remain the Tsangyan sect and the Tianyi Academy. The Tsangyan sect is no longer what it once was, and within the secret realm, we must remain vigilant against the attacks of both sections, of course, if we have the opportunity to eliminate them. We might consider taking action that in the secret realm. We must establish trust among ourselves, for we are all part of the same sect. Indeed, let us agree that in the secret realm, regardless of what fortune we encounter, we shall present a united front that if distribution proves difficult, we shall leave it to our sects to allocate after the conclusion of the secret realm. The disciples of Falling Star all voiced. They were the strongest disciples of the Falling Star sect, yet rivals from the Tsangyan sect, Tianyi Academy, and even other cultivators from the Nanyang Kingdom were not to be underestimated. Alone, none could be certain of their invincibility. Having established a general strategy, the disciples of Falling Star began to converse about other matters, sharing anecdotes from within the Nanyang Kingdom and secrets from the Beixian region, which were not widely known. I heard that the Evil Spirit Temple has re-emerged recently. Someone from my family accidentally ventured in and suffered heavy casualties. One person suddenly spoke that we encountered the Evil Spirit Temple in the Falling Wind Mountain Range as well. Brother Xingfeng remarked, his eyes shifting. Had it not been for Junior Brother Zhang's selfless rescue, the Fairy of the Slanting Moon and I might not have escaped. Junior Brother Zhang, how did you manage to escape? Someone inquired. I am unsure whether the Evil Spirit Temple's spiritual power was depleted or what transpired. I was in despair, but suddenly the dangers lessened, and I seized the opportunity to flee. It was merely luck. Zhang Lingxiu responded, and one harbored doubts. As time passed, the discussions gradually faded. The flying sword sliced through the clouds, enveloped in a haze, and nearly all cultivators closed their eyes to cultivate in silence. 7 days later, they finally beheld the Falling Wind Mountain Range below. This was Zhang Lingxiu's second sighting, and she paid it little mind, while the other cultivators stood up, gazing at the mountains and engaging in discussions. Drawing comparisons to their own Falling Star Mountain. Chapter 75. Concerning Zhang Lingxiu looked down from the flying sword. Even at the edge of the Falling Wind Mountain Range, the atmosphere was abuzz with activity. As cultivators moved to and fro, countless cultivators from the entire Nanyang Kingdom had flocked here, drawn by the rumors of a half-step into the realm of burning blood. Indeed, the three great powers had declared they would not obstruct other cultivators from entering, provided they adhered to regulations. Only those under 40 could enter. The speed of the flying sword slowed, and Zhang Lingxiu's gaze traveled far and wide, ultimately settling upon two towering peaks where millions of cultivators stood. She pondered whether these two peaks truly bore a connection to the Evil Spirit Temple, for it was precisely in this area that the temple had previously manifested, from the memories of the Evil Spirit Temple's master. She learned that they forbade anyone from leaving the Falling Wind Mountain Range. Yet she had defied this command, eager to see what would unfold, resulting in the emergence of this secret realm. Had she known of such a secret realm beforehand, she would never have distanced herself from the Evil Spirit Temple. It would have been far better to enter alone. Zhang Lingxiu lamented, shaking her head repeatedly. Observing her distress, Brother Xingfeng assumed she was troubled by thoughts of Feng Tianjie and gently patted her shoulder. Fear not. This time we enter together. Should any peril arise, I will not allow you to fall into danger. Thank you, brother. Zhang Lingxiu responded with a smile. At that moment, the millions of cultivators within the two peaks turned their gaze towards the arriving disciples of the Falling Star sect, exchanging whispers of curiosity. After all, the Falling Star sect was one of the three great powers, a sect that countless cultivators in Nanyang Kingdom revered. Before the disciples of the Falling Star sect could stabilize themselves, a terrifying blaze appeared on the distant horizon, igniting half the sky in a fiery glow. This could only be the Tsangyan sect, for such a fearsome flame could only be conjured by their presence. In another direction, rays of golden light emanated, pure and majestic, exuding an air of authority, as if proclaiming their might. The Tianyi Academy had also arrived, Li Zhaoyang exclaimed. Zhang Lingxiu turned her gaze to witness the golden light intensifying, culminating in the appearance of an academy. This institution bore a distinct character from typical grand halls. Several interconnected buildings, while not as imposing as a great hall, exuded a profound sense of heritage. It seemed they no longer required an external edifice to flaunt their strength. The academy formed by these buildings, adorned with flora and books, was steeped in culture that in truth, the Tianyi Academy was the oldest of the three great powers. Predating the Falling Star sect by 2 millennia, making it the most formidable and deeply rooted that as they conversed, the Tsangyan sect and the Tianyi Academy simultaneously reached the falling Wind Mountain range from two different directions. On the flames, a cultivator clad in a crimson robe from the Tsangyan sect stood proudly. From within the academy, several cultivators in white robes emerged from the front of the academy. The three sects exchanged glances filled with intensity. Yet Zhang Lingxiu's gaze narrowed sharply as she focused on the Tianyi Academy, particularly on one elder among the 10 at the forefront, whose visage was deeply etched in her memory, one she would never forget. She did not even know his name, but she recalled vividly how this elder, claiming to be from the Tianyi Academy, had deemed the small town of Lis City beneath his notice, manifesting above it in a projection before all the cultivators present, demanding she surrender the purple gold book with an air of superiority, as if addressing mere ants. This memory made her fists clench in indignation. The master of Polaris Peak smiled faintly and stepped down from the thousand zhang flying sword, while an elder emerged from both the Tianyi Academy and the Tsangyan sect, exchanging smiles and pleasantries in the void, before descending onto the two peaks. The remaining cultivators of the three great powers also soared downwards. Zhang Lingxiu observed the two sects. Among the Tsangyan sect, the one who had previously led a group of young disciples for testing, Ling Shan, was present, being one of the 7 leading cultivators. Behind them stood a remarkable assembly of young cultivators, each radiating an extraordinary aura, their presence calm and their gazes profound, overflowing with confidence. Undoubtedly, these were the disciples bearing the Tsangyan token, numbering 20-2. In contrast, the contingent from the Falling Star sect consisted of only 15 disciples. This stark difference was evident that in recent years, the number of disciples from the Falling Star sect had indeed dwindled significantly, had it not been for the emergence of the Slanting Moon Fairy. The younger generation of the Falling Star sect would have lacked the standing to compete with the other two sections. Conversely, the young generation of the Tianyi Academy, those possessing the purple gold book, numbered a staggering 35. Truly, the foremost power in Nanyang was undeniable. Combined, the talents of the Falling Star sect and Tsangyan sect barely equaled that of the Tianyi Academy. Brother Xingfeng sighed in admiration. Suddenly, Zhang Lingxiu felt numerous gazes fixated upon her, prompting her to utilize the power of the turtle shell to peer over. She noticed young disciples from the Tsangyan sect observing her, murmuring to one another. After activating the turtle shell's power, she could hear them distinctly. It is this one, named Zhang Lingxiu, that if encountered in the secret realm, he must be slain. He is the one who killed Yanhu. He must be eliminated, yet we must not be careless. His strength is formidable. Kill me. Zhang Lingxiu's gaze hardened. They had plotted to kill her even before entering the secret realm. How delightful. While she could comprehend that Tsangyan sect's intent to eliminate her for slaying their prodigy. The remarks from the Tianyi Academy puzzled her. The elder who had once humiliated her in Lis City now turned to the young prodigies behind him, stating soon, I will draw this one out. Remember his appearance. Once in the secret realm, slay him. Though she found it perplexing, Zhang Lingxiu remained unfazed that if they sought to kill her, then she would respond in kind. The three great powers swiftly arrived at the valley nestled between the two peaks. Within this place, a 10-zhang high crimson light formed a massive vortex, exuding an aura of terrifying power. This dense energy of blood was unmistakably only cultivatable by those in the realm of burning blood. This is where the evil spirit temple last appeared, Brother Xingfeng remarked, his gaze intensifying. Could it be that the evil spirit temple originally resided above this secret realm? Because we have intruded, the secret realm has opened. Hasn't it? Zhang Lingxiu remarked that it should be so. However, this is no longer significant. You must be cautious, for the Tsangyan sect may pose a threat to you. The Shiyue fairy glanced at Zhang Lingxiu. Thank you for your concern. Fairy, however, with my senior brothers and sisters to protect me, I have nothing to fear. Zhang Lingxiu chuckled casually, seemingly indifferent. The Shiyue fairy chose not to speak further. She understood that while Zhang Lingxiu appeared carefree, she possessed a remarkable resilience and a cunning mind. Thus there was no need for excessive worry. Prepare yourselves here. We shall soon enter. The master of Wangshu Peak approached the disciples of the Falling Star sect. So soon? Someone exclaimed in surprise, but quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 76. I hold grudges. The three major factions have arrived, and instead of resting for several days, they are eager to proceed immediately. This prompted the disciples of the Falling Star sect to swiftly compose themselves, ceasing discussions about the other two sects and the surrounding cultivators of the Nanyang Kingdom, focusing instead on their own matters. It is said that during the last confrontation between the Tsangyin sect and the Falling Star sect, a young disciple from the Falling Star sect distinguished herself, slaying a Tsangyin sect's formidable tiger with the strength of the returning Yuan realm. Who could that be? At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the Tianyi Academy's side, drawing everyone's gaze. They beheld an elderly man in white, a smile gracing his face as he directed his attention towards the master of the extreme star peak. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes narrowed instantly, for this elder was the same one who, in Lis City, had declared that Tianyi Academy had no need for her and that she was unworthy. Zhang Lingxiu stepped forward and greeted Elder Meng, commanded the master of the extreme star peak. Upon hearing this, a smile returned to Zhang Lingxiu's face as she stepped forward. In that moment, the eyes of the three major factions, along with millions of cultivators from Nanyang, were fixed upon Zhang Lingxiu. Simultaneously, amidst the throng of millions, a woman suddenly became exceedingly excited. So, he is truly that formidable. He has slain a Tsangyin sect genius possessing the Tsangyin order with the strength of the returning Yuan realm. The speaker was Lin Ro. Indeed, I had no idea he was so powerful. Lin Zhe also displayed astonishment that so young. It seems the Falling Star sect has produced another unparalleled genius. Elder Meng regarded Zhang Lingxiu with a slight smile. Yet within that smile lay a hidden meaning, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the other geniuses behind him, as if to say, "It is a good idea you not remember me." Zhang Lingxiu observed the smile upon Elder Meng's face. Having heard their words through the power of the tortoise shell, she understood he was prompting the other geniuses to remember her. However, what puzzled her was the absence of surprise or recognition in Elder Meng's eyes. It appeared he had completely forgotten her. She suddenly burst into laughter. This unexpected laughter left the three major factions and millions of cultivators bewildered. Elder Meng raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on his lips. Is it truly such a delight for a young person to receive my praise? Elder Meng, truly a person of high standing, so easily forgets me? Zhang Lingxiu continued to smile. Upon hearing this, Elder Meng exhibited a hint of confusion, scrutinizing Zhang Lingxiu with a careful gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. There is indeed a semblance of familiarity. As if I have seen you before, that of course. Elder Meng is exalted. Why would you concern yourself with someone as insignificant as me? Zhang Lingxiu replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd's brows furrowed. It seemed there had been some prior encounter between the two. Yet it was evident that it was not a pleasant one. Listening to Zhang Lingxiu's words, Elder Meng once again appraised her, a fleeting image flashing through his mind, before revealing a look of astonishment. It's you? It seems Elder Meng has indeed recalled. Zhang Lingxiu smiled, then with her hands clasped behind her back, stood tall. Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to Elder Meng. Had it not been for you, I would not have joined the Falling Star sect, nor would I have become a disciple of the Starfall Peak. Oh, so you consider joining the Falling Star sect a stroke of fortune? Elder Meng suddenly chuckled, his laughter dripping with sarcasm and disdain, reminiscent of his contemptuous demeanor when standing in Lia City. That I looked down upon you then, and I still do now, although you have indeed exceeded my expectations. What of it? You will soon understand why. Here I, Zhang Lingxiu, express my gratitude to Elder Meng for reclaiming the purple gold book. Zhang Lingxiu cupped her hands in salute, proclaiming loudly, before turning on her heel and returning to the Falling Star sect. Senior brother Qingfeng, Shi Yueferi, Li Chaoyang, and others gazed at Zhang Lingxiu in astonishment, especially Li Chaoyang, who had always believed himself superior to Zhang Lingxiu upon entering the sect, now realized she had possessed the purple gold book long before, only to have it reclaimed for reasons unknown. Elder Meng, witnessing Zhang Lingxiu's audacity, turned to leave, a cold expression crossing his face, that a mere character from the outskirts of the Nanyang Kingdom, whose cultivation was wasted, is of no interest to Tianyi Academy. Back then, you presented the purple gold book before me like a lowly insect. Now that you have become a disciple of the Falling Star sect, do you believe you have regained your dignity, coming here to flaunt it? Truly laughable. First, ensure you survive the secret realm. With that, Elder Meng waved his sleeve and departed, under the scrutiny of the tortoiseshell's power. Once Elder Meng had left, he again addressed the gathered geniuses holding the purple gold book. Have you remembered this person? I have now changed my mind. Do not kill him, but render him incapable of cultivation for life. Protect him until he exits. I shall await outside to see how he carries himself as a cripple. Understood, the geniuses replied. Render me incapable of cultivation, yet protect me as I exit, only to humiliate me before all the cultivators of Nanyang once more? Zhang Lingxiu chuckled. This time the smile was chilling. Very well, I have also conceived a splendid plan. The masters of the extreme star peak, Wangshu Peak, and 5 other powerful figures approached. Your situation within this secret realm is exceedingly perilous. You have offended both the Canyon sect and Tianyi Academy. Otherwise, you should not enter. No need. Zhang Lingxiu shook her head. This time, I must enter. The youthful bravado, bold and unrestrained, I understand, but compared to life, dignity holds little value. The master of the extreme star peak advised. Thank you for your concern, Peak Master. I am well aware of my limits, and I assure you I shall not encounter any mishaps. Zhang Lingxiu's tone was calm, brimming with confidence. With her own strength, ordinary cultivators of the profound realm would find it impossible to slay her, and even those at the pinnacle of the profound realm would find it challenging to do so. Moreover, with the mysterious tortoise shell in her possession, no one within the secret realm could be her adversary. How could I be in danger? The master of Wangshu Peak declared, preparing to enter the secret realm. The crowd nodded in agreement. The younger generation of the 3 major factions began to advance toward the swirling crimson light. One genius dashed in, disappearing from sight, followed by an increasing number of cultivators entering. A smile graced Zhang Lingxiu's lips as under the scrutiny of the tortoise shell's power, many young geniuses from the Canyon sect and Tianyi Academy turned their gazes toward her, and Zhang Lingxiu memorized the faces of all these individuals. I have always been one to hold grudges. Chapter 77. The Golden Giant Tree. Upon entering the secret realm, Zhang Lingxiu felt a brief flash before her eyes. For a fleeting moment, she could see no one and hear no sound. However, this state lasted but a heartbeat that as she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an expansive grassland with hazy mountains in the distance, where a colossal waterfall cascaded down 3,000 feet. Its grandeur overwhelming. This place appeared no different from the outside world, yet it was no longer the Luofeng mountain range that I entered line of sight. She could only see a sparse few dozen cultivators, none of whom belonged to the 3 major factions. They were merely other cultivators from Nanyang. The cultivators exchanged glances, and since they were still at a distance, they bore no guard. After a few moments of hesitation, they chose different directions to depart. That it seems that the cultivators entering the secret realm arrive at random locations, Zhang Lingxiu remarked, before she too set off. The range of the tortoise shell city unfolded, revealing a radius of 180 miles. However, this secret realm was vast, and 180 miles was but a small distance, with only a few hundred cultivators present, that if one were to calculate based on this density, the area of the secret realm was likely exceedingly extensive, considering that there were tens of thousands of young cultivators who had entered. This time, all the young cultivators had entered the secret realm, with some landing in deserts, others by lakes. After surveying their surroundings, they immediately sped off toward the distance. Upon first entering the secret realm, unless there were deep-seated grievances, cultivators generally would not engage in conflict, as the priority lay in seeking resources and opportunities. Zhang Lingxiu transformed into a streak of light, skimming the ground as she raced toward the distance. Flying high in the air would attract too much attention. Should any cultivator possess a particular secret technique to attack from afar, she could be severely injured or even killed before she could react. While the power of the tortoise shell was indeed formidable, it still required her control. It could not be present at all times.